Tianyun Mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist, is adorned with rugged stones and verdant pines, where spirit beasts occasionally frolic, embodying a vibrant vitality. The previously tranquil and harmonious scene was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream, sending birds soaring and beasts scattering in frantic flight. Following the sound, one could discern a young man, around 16 or 17 years of age, deeply ensconced in a crevice of the mountain. He writhed in agony, his body trembling violently, large beads of cold sweat soaking through his garments. The youth's features contorted in anguish as he relentlessly pounded his forehead with his hands, the sound echoing incessantly. As time flowed by, the boy eventually ceased his frantic motions, collapsing limply onto the ground, resembling a lifeless husk. Where am I? Wasn't I just immersed in a celestial adventure? Before he could finish his thought, a surge of information flooded into his mind, startling him. Yet, the anticipated pain did not return, prompting a deep sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by a deluge of information, rendering him nearly incapacitated. In the vast expanse of Zhongzhou, where numerous cultivation sects flourish, he found himself precariously positioned on a perilous cliff belonging to the Tianyun sect. In the realm of Zhongzhou's cultivation community, the Tianyun sect is largely unremarkable, lacking strength, influence, and formidable cultivators. Yet, this inconspicuous sect holds an extraordinary status within the secular world. Chen Feng, the young master of the Chen family in Felicity, was sent to Tianyun Gate to cultivate immortality through the connections and wealth of his father, hoping to ensure the prosperity of the Chen family. However, unexpectedly, Chen Feng was found to possess incomplete spiritual roots, rendering him incapable of becoming a true cultivator. In contrast, his attendant, Lu Zhong, who accompanied him, turned out to be exceptionally talented and caught the eye of the sect leader. While everyday quarrels and scuffles were tolerable, Lu Zhong had gone too far this time by pushing Chen Feng off the cliff. Such a tragic transmigration. Chen Feng sighed with a bitter smile, shaking his head. With a resolution in mind, Chen Feng stood up, preparing to devise a way to leave this place. Just as he rose, a brilliant yellow light erupted from above the mountain crevice, and a beam of golden radiance shot through the air. Startled, Chen Feng wondered if this was the manifestation of celestial magic. It indeed exuded an overwhelming aura, but even if he were to fall off the cliff, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come searching for him. After all, given his aptitude, his demise would not cause the Tianyun Gate any significant loss. Could it be that Lu Zhong, fearing he had survived, sought to investigate further? If that were the case, this young man's scheming was rather. "Oh, Chen Feng, it's truly wonderful that you're not dead. You scared me half to death when you fell off the cliff. I hurried to seek the elder's help, and thankfully, you're all right." Chen Feng furrowed his brow and looked up to see a blue-clad elder hovering a few meters ahead, standing on a flying sword, stroking his beard with one hand. His phoenix-like eyes sparkled with intelligence, and as they swept over Chen Feng, he felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. Beside the elder stood a robust youth of about 17 or 18, who, despite wearing a broad smile, harbored a glint of shadow in his eyes. Chen Feng offered a calm smile, assessing Lu Zhong before speaking. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance, and my gratitude to you, Brother Lu, for your concern. It is good to hear you are well. Exercise caution in the future. Had it not been for Lu Shizi's earnest pleas, I would not have set aside my affairs to seek you out. Direct your thanks to him." The elder regarded Chen Feng's gratitude with indifference, perceiving him merely as a cultivator with incomplete spiritual roots, destined to achieve no greater than the 5th level of chi refinement throughout his Lithia mere insect, unworthy of his time. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with approval. Given Lu Zhong's ruthless nature, once he had taken action, a second attempt would surely lead to a fatal outcome. The elder chuckled lightly at Lu Zhong and then casually gestured towards Chen Feng, who suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling him onto the flying sword. "Rise!" The elder bellowed, a beam of yellow light soaring into the sky as the three ascended upon the sword, soaring towards the celestial cloud mountain. Chen Feng, tucked under the elder's arm, gazed down at the receding ground, overwhelmed by the awe of the mystical arts. However, when his eyes met those of Lu Zhong, a chill ran through him. Lu Zhong's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on him with an intensity that suggested a desire to devour him whole. Chen Feng silently lamented the inherent cruelty of humanity. In his past recollections, he had never wronged the child, Lu Zhong, yet the boy had projected his own feelings of inferiority onto him. The child's mentality had become utterly distorted. The Grand Elder moved with remarkable speed, and within the span of a mere incense stick burning, the three arrived at the summit of Tianyan Mountain. The Grand Elder casually flung Chen Feng to the ground and prepared to depart with Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong dismounted from his flying sword, casting a worried glance at Chen Feng, seemingly confirming the truth of his earlier assertions. Indeed, with that, the Great Protector stepped onto his flying sword, deftly tapping it with one hand, and vanished like a flash of lightning before the two. In the instant the Great Protector disappeared, Lu Zhong, who had been wearing a broad smile, suddenly turned to Chen Feng with a sinister expression, icy words spilling from his lips. After uttering his threat, Lu Zhong snorted coldly and turned away, leaving Chen Feng alone at the mountain's peak. As Lu Zhong's figure receded into the distance, a glint of determination ignited in Chen Feng's eyes, a resolute expression forming. At such a tender age, he is already so ruthless. Since he wishes to take my life, does he think I, Chen Feng, will merely sit idly by? Just as Chen Feng resolved to leave, a familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. The plot unfolded. The game commenced. Mission mode: the threat of Lu Zhong. Mission description: eliminate Lu Zhong to complete the task. Do you accept? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then let out a light laugh. A game, is it? Naturally, I accept. Why would I decline? Chapter 2. The Storage Yard. As Chen Feng surveyed the vast expanse of the storage yard, a bitter smile crept upon his face. The so-called storage yard was, in essence, a dwelling for ordinary individuals possessing inferior spiritual roots or none at all. Their daily existence revolved around sustaining the needs of the Tianyan sect. After a mere half-day of toil, he felt both famished and weary, yearning for the solace of slumber. Yet, he was acutely aware of the presence of Lu Zhong, akin to a scythe suspended above him, ready to claim his life at any moment. It was imperative for him to cultivate and grow. Lighting the oil lamp in his modest room, the flickering flame cast a dim glow that illuminated the simplicity of his surroundings. The independent dwelling, though less than 10 square meters, contained only a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a water tank nestled in the corner. Nothing more. Chen Feng shook his head, letting out a soft sigh as he approached the bed, settling into a cross-legged position. Following the fundamental mental techniques of the Tianyan sect, he entered a state of introspection. Seated upon the bed, Chen Feng traversed his inner being with his consciousness, eventually coaxing a slender stream of energy to spiral within his dantian. As the energy flowed, the condition of his body gradually unveiled itself in his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, lost in contemplation. The fragmented green orb at the center of his brow must be the spiritual root, he mused. But what of the white energy mass at his dantian? Was it the rumored spiritual sea? Perplexed and unable to find clarity, he once more descended into a state of introspection. A gentle stream of energy gradually ascended from his dantian, eventually reaching the crown of Chen Feng's head. He meticulously scrutinized the verdant sphere that hovered within his mind. This green orb, roughly the size of a grain of rice, or a pockmarked surface, as if it had been gnawed upon by some unseen force. Chen Feng pondered the issues plaguing him. Despite his awareness of the problems, he found himself unable to rectify them. It appeared that seeking a path through his spiritual roots for cultivation was an impossibility. Suddenly, an odd rumbling emanated from his stomach, interrupting his thoughts. With a resigned smile, he rubbed his belly and lamented, "Oh, my poor stomach, today has been a trial for you." Yet what can be done? We lack the strength, after all. With that, Chen Feng rose and fetched half a bowl of cool water from the jar in the corner, gulping it down eagerly. The morning breeze mingled with the fragrant blossoms that adorned the earth, casting a vibrant glow upon Tianyun Mountain, which appeared to dance gracefully in the gentle wind. Just as Chen Feng was enveloped in slumber, a resounding crash jolted him awake, prompting him instinctively to raise his pillow as a shield. Could it be that Lu Zhong had struck? Perhaps it was a tad too swift. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly realized his error. What approached was not a weapon or a spell, but rather a basin of icy spring water. Chen Feng, have you completed the tasks assigned to you yesterday? Who permitted you to vanish without finishing your work? A sharp voice pierced the air. Trembling, Chen Feng lifted his gaze to see a gaunt young man glaring at him, a wooden bucket in hand. Brother Wang, I inadvertently fell into a crevice yesterday, and it was only thanks to the Grand Elder that I narrowly escaped with my life. It was never my intention to evade my duties. Although Chen Feng felt a surge of anger within, he refrained from expressing it, understanding that he must endure for the time being. His foremost priority was survival, for only then could he have the opportunity to exact the due retribution upon those who had insulted him. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Wang Heng's expression softened slightly, yet a shadow of a smile lingered on his lips. I did not expect your wretched life to be so resilient. Nevertheless, you have failed to complete your tasks from yesterday. Therefore, today you shall be responsible for cleaning all the latrines of the Tianyun sect. Remember, that includes every single one. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. The entire Tianyun sect boasted hundreds of latrines, scattered across vast distances. Typically, 3 individuals would share this responsibility. Today, however, Wang Heng had decided to single him out under the guise of self-discipline. What? Are you unwilling? Wang Heng remarked coldly, observing the displeasure etched on Chen Feng's face. Your orders shall be obeyed, brother, Chen Feng replied, his irritation dissipating as he spoke. He rose to dry off the moisture clinging to his body and prepared to leave, yet he etched Wang Heng's smug expression firmly in his memory. Side quest, cleaning. Task description, clean all 156 latrines of Tianyun Mountain to complete the mission. Do you accept the task? As Chen Feng stepped out of the room, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated. He paused, momentarily taken aback, and then felt a surge of excitement as he hastily accepted the challenge. Could this mean that by completing tasks, he could indeed level up? The shadows of despair that enveloped Chen Feng were swiftly dispelled, replaced by an expression of exhilaration. If this were indeed possible, might he possess the means to challenge Ru Zhong? Inside the dining hall, Chen Feng eagerly grasped his food box, advancing with the queue. Time gradually slipped away. Within the hall, nothing untoward transpired. Upon finishing his meal, he made his way toward the exit. Yet, just as he was about to step outside, a foot suddenly soared from behind, striking the unsuspecting Chen Feng with force. Ha, Junior Brother Chen, why are you so careless while walking? Look, Senior Brother Zhang. It seems Junior Brother Chen cannot get up. Shall we assist him? The speaker, in his early 20s, was an ordinary person like Chen Feng, yet to reach the Qi refinement stage. Chen Feng recognized these individuals. The stout one leading the group was named Zhang Chong, who had maintained a close relationship with Ru Zhong since Chen Feng's arrival. The lean one was Zhang Chong's lackey, known as Su Guzi. Excellent. Zhang Chong's eyes gleamed with mischief as he hastily approached with his companions. They encircled Chen Feng, and with a malevolent grin, Zhang Chong unleashed a powerful kick to Chen Feng's face. A spray of blood erupted, yet the assailants showed no signs of halting. Rather, they grew more exhilarated as they rained blows upon the fallen Chen Feng. Fists and feet descended like a torrential downpour, and despite the agonizing pain coursing through him, Chen Feng glared fiercely at them. One day, he vowed, one day he would make them pay dearly for this. Chapter 3 Yang Jingyu Chen Feng collapsed onto the ground, enduring waves of pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, he forced his eyes wide open, fixating on those who were assaulting him. These individuals would, one day, inevitably pay for their heinous actions. Zhang Chong's provocations attracted a throng of onlookers, who gathered eagerly to witness the unfolding spectacle. Wang Chong, strike harder. Beat this wretched being with incomplete spiritual roots to death. Ha, Chen Feng, are you even a man? Fight back. The crowd exhibited a spectrum of emotions: excitement, bloodlust, disdain, and revulsion, but predominantly, they harbored envy and contempt for those with incomplete spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivators, spiritual roots hold immense significance. They are innate attributes that dictate the rate at which one can absorb spiritual energy. Consequently, the greater the spiritual root, the loftier the potential achievements. Between cultivators and mortals, there exists a peculiar demographic known as those with incomplete spiritual roots. These individuals possess the qualifications to cultivate, yet they find it exceedingly challenging to progress, often spending their entire lives without ever attaining the first level of chi refinement. Even when fortunate enough to acquire some precious elixirs, their cultivation remains limited. This inherent characteristic leads to their tragic plight. Cultivators look down upon them, while mortals envy them. Most alarmingly, cultivators, who typically disdain engaging with ordinary people, show no hesitation in attacking those with incomplete spiritual roots. Enough. Do you truly wish to kill him? A sudden, icy voice pierced through the tumult. Zhang Chong paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the newcomer. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man clad in a coarse long robe, his sword-like brows and starry eyes reflecting a demeanor of icy resolve. Yang Jingyu, he declared, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Do not presume that your sister's status as an outer disciple grants you the right to act arrogantly. There are many who surpass her. Zhang Chong clearly had no desire to confront the youth named Yang Jingyu. Although his words were laced with hostility, he had already halted the kick he intended to deliver. Zhang Chong, do you truly believe that I require assistance to deal with a few worthless individuals like you? Yang Jingyu retorted, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. His voice as cold as ice. Humph, so you've merely stumbled into the second layer of the chi refinement stage. What is so remarkable about that? Zhang Chong scoffed, then turned to Chen Feng, spitting dismissively before striding away. Su Guzi and the others, seeing their master depart, hastily followed him into the crowd. Are you all right? I arrived late. Yang Jingyu extended a hand to help Chen Feng rise, his eyes filled with remorse. As Chen Feng beheld the only friend he could recall, warmth flooded his heart, nearly bringing him to tears. It is easy to offer assistance when times are good, yet it is in moments of hardship that true support is rare. Despite Yang Jingyu's strength making it a trivial matter to stand up for Chen Feng, his gesture profoundly touched Chen Feng's heart. Thank you. Chen Feng, battered and bloodied, his wounds mingling with the dirt, managed a faint smile towards Yang Jingyu. Yet, that smile bore more resemblance to a grimace than to joy. Come with me. Ever since I reached the second level of chi refinement, I have secured numerous management positions, and I was just about to seek you out. Alas, I did not anticipate. All right, I will finish my work for today, and then we shall meet Brother Wang Hung together. Given your current state, what are you still lingering for? Come, let us find Wang Hung at once. Yang Jingyu expressed his dissatisfaction with Chun Feng's demeanor. Although he was aware of Chun Feng's timid nature, witnessing him shrink away today was particularly disheartening. No, I must complete my tasks today. To Yang Jingyu's surprise, Chen Feng displayed no intention of leaving. Instead, he was resolute in his stance. Why? Because I have my reasons to fulfill. Trust me, once I finish my work today, I will come to you. With that, Chen Feng did not wait for Yang Jingyu's objections and walked away into the distance. Yang Jingyu stood, momentarily astonished by Chun Feng's retreating figure, a sudden sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. Despite the recent events clearly indicating that this was indeed Chen Feng, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed within him. Bright sunlight streamed through the wooden window, yet Chen Feng felt no warmth. As he walked, his clothes clung tightly to his wounds, and every slight movement brought a wave of tearing pain coursing through his body. Enduring the agony, Chen Feng approached the water tank, filled a wooden bucket with fresh water, and then found a clean handkerchief in the room to gently wipe his body. The icy water gradually soaked Chen Feng's entire body, waves of excruciating pain relentlessly assailing his spirit. He fervently wiped at his wounds, seemingly attempting to cleanse the scars within his heart. Yet, no matter how hard he endeavored, he could not extinguish the flames of anger burning inside him. Even the torment coursing through his body could not deter his fervent desire for strength. Perhaps only blood could soothe the scars that lay within. Suddenly, a tear slipped from the corner of Chen Feng's eye, glimmering with a radiant hue in the sunlight. He clenched his fist and struck the wooden barrel fiercely. A dull thud resonated as pain coursed through his hand. Ignoring the discomfort, he continued to strike the barrel with wild abandon, blood gushing from his hand in torrents. The splintered wood had embedded itself deeply into his flesh. Yet Chen Feng remained oblivious, his eyes blazing with determination as he relentlessly pounded away. With a final resounding crash, the barrel shattered under the intensity of his assault. He abruptly halted his actions, staring intently at the fragmented remains on the ground, a fervent roar echoing in his heart. I must grow stronger. I will not endure this humiliation a second time. I will rise above all. I must become stronger. I must become stronger. Clad in a rough blue robe, Chen Feng swept away the refuse before him into the cesspool, then poured clean water onto the stone floor of the latrine, methodically scrubbing the surface with a broom. This was the final task of the day. Night had fallen, and after a day of delays, he feared he would once again have to satiate his hunger with cold water. As the final sweep concluded, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within Chen Feng's mind, signaling the completion of the cleaning task. At that moment, a rush of energy surged into Chen Feng's body, and he immediately felt a remarkable lightness. Overjoyed, he cast aside the tools he had been using and dashed out of the latrine, settling into a cross-legged position in the open space outside. A faint stream of energy erupted from his dantian, prompting him to examine the spiritual sea within. Indeed, it appeared to have expanded slightly since before. Chen Feng, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly directed the energy flow through his body to his brain. However, to his dismay, he discovered that despite the increase in spiritual power, his spiritual root remained unchanged. This implied that any enhancement in his abilities would necessitate the continuous completion of tasks. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Once he was under Yang Jingyu's guidance, he believed his strength would soon escalate. Perhaps he would even have the chance to enter the outer court and become a true cultivator. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Feng's heart, but after a moment's contemplation, he placed the tools in the storage and made his way to his room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Yang Jingyu seated in his room, seemingly bored. As soon as Yang Jingyu caught sight of the odoriferous Chen Feng, he quickly pinched his nose and exclaimed, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've saved some food for you. Remember to report to me tomorrow." After Yang Jingyu finished speaking, he turned and dashed out of the room, leaving she staring blankly at the food on the table. Chapter 4. Advancement on the bed. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, as the ethereal aura of the heavens and earth gently swirled around him with each breath. Whenever this spiritual energy circled his forehead, a subtle, almost imperceptible force would draw it in, as if attempting to absorb it into his being. However, inexplicably, just as the energy was on the verge of entering Chen Feng's body, the force seemed to falter, causing the energy to dissipate instead. With a sigh, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, disappointment evident within their depths. After a night of cultivation, there was not the slightest improvement in his internal energy, revealing that the notion of refining through his spiritual roots was indeed a fanciful dream. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he rose from the bed, stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, and exited the room. In the early morning, the cluttered courtyard was already bustling with individuals stepping out into the warm embrace of the rising sun. Without delay, Chen Feng made his way directly to Yang Jingyu's room. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of 3 knocks resonated softly, followed by a familiar voice from within. "Is that you, Chen Feng? Come in." Upon hearing Yang Jingyu's voice, Chen Feng pushed the door open and entered, only to find Yang Jingyu sitting cross-legged on the bed, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Chen Feng. "Quite early, aren't we? Didn't you rest a bit longer?" Chen Feng smiled silently as he walked over to a wooden chair at the table and took a seat. Yang Jingyu looked at him with mild surprise, then scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "You rascal! Have you taken some strange medicine? Why does everything seem so strange lately?" Chen Feng said with a shrug, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "It's nothing, merely coming to terms with certain matters. So, what tasks do you have for me today?" Upon mentioning the tasks, Yang Jingyu perked up, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Of course, it's quite an easy one. The alchemy chamber is currently in need of someone to inventory the discarded elixirs, and I intend to assign you to that." Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Yang Jingyu was indeed treating him well. Overseeing the inventory of discarded elixirs was almost a leisurely task. Not to mention there were benefits to be gained. Each evening, he would simply need to tally the quantity of discarded elixirs from the day. Such a position was highly sought after in the miscellaneous department, and Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder how much effort Yang Jingyu had expended to secure this role for him. Grateful for Yang Jingyu's kindness, Chen Feng nonetheless realized that such a minimal workload would hardly contribute significantly to his strength. Jingyu, could you perhaps assign me more tasks? I am in dire need of substantial work. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng finally expressed his thoughts. Yang Jingyu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Feng would have such a self-punishing request. He stared at Chen Feng in disbelief, asking, "Are you saying you want more tasks?" Chen Feng managed a wry smile and nodded. He understood his friend's astonishment, yet he felt powerless. To enhance his strength and prevent others from walking all over him, he had to push himself. Compared to the fatigue of labor, Chen Feng would rather exhaust himself than experience the humiliation he had endured the previous day. Yang Jingyu gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment. Although he was perplexed, upon witnessing the profound anticipation and resolute expression in Chen Feng's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. Chen Feng received several relatively easy tasks from Yang Jingyu, each of which he completed in succession. With every task accomplished, a subtle essence of spiritual energy flowed into the sea of spirit within his dantian. As the tasks progressed, Chen Feng distinctly sensed his transformation. Although he showed no signs of having entered the first level of qi refinement, he realized that his physical prowess had undeniably improved since the morning. After a day's labor, Chen Feng felt somewhat fatigued, yet his spirits soared with exhilaration. Following a day of enhancement, he could vividly perceive the ample spiritual energy within his sea of spirit, and he was confident that it would not be long before he achieved his first upgrade in the realm of cultivation. The alchemy chamber, nestled deep within the cluttered courtyard, bore the name Alchemy Chamber, yet it was somewhat misnamed, for it contained no finished elixirs. Instead, it was filled with the remnants of failed alchemical attempts. These so-called failed pills were devoid of any spiritual energy. Typically, Tianyun sect distributed them monthly to the disciples of the cluttered courtyard. While these pills no longer served to enhance one's cultivation, they possessed remarkable efficacy in promoting health and alleviating ailments. Thus, even these failed pills were highly sought after within the courtyard. Inside the alchemy chamber, Chen Feng meticulously sorted the numerous failed elixirs from that day. Categorizing them as the materials used varied significantly, necessitating a clear classification process. Chen Feng meticulously recorded the details of his gathered elixirs: 134 waste pills, a few purple gold pills, 46 waste pills, 19 foundation building pills, and 3 great return pills. Alongside this, he discreetly pocketed over 10 red flower pills. Such actions were far from extraordinary. They had become an unspoken rule within the Tianyun sect. Disciples hardly paid any heed to the waste pills, while those responsible for inventory often discreetly withheld a few pills for their personal stock. Typically, they would take the least valuable red flower pills, leaving the higher-grade waste pills untouched. Upon completing his tasks, as Chen Feng exited the pill room, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ears. Beep. Inventory task completed. With the sound, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into his forehead, swiftly flowing into his spiritual sea. Once the energy entered, it began to churn violently, startling Chen Feng. Before he could react, a sudden explosion echoed within his spiritual sea, scattering strands of spiritual energy that seamlessly merged into his body, vanishing without a trace. A warm sensation enveloped him, imparting an unprecedented feeling of euphoria that nearly escaped his lips. Yet, before he could vocalize his delight, the electronic voice interrupted once more. Beep. Upgrade successful. Attribute points. 1. Freely assignable to the following attributes: strength, spiritual root, physical endurance. Beep. Character initialization successful. First upgrade allows for the selection of a unique vocational specialty. Options are singular and cannot be duplicated or combined. Alchemist, a master of elixir creation, divided into 3 tiers. The initial success rate is 10, increasing by 30 with each level ascended. Crafting master, a great creator of magical artifacts, also divided into 3 tiers, with an initial success rate of 10, similarly enhancing by 30 per level. Formation master, capable of deploying mystical formations, divided into 3 tiers, with an initial power increase of 10, augmenting by 30 for each level ascended. Spirit infuser, able to infuse the essence of the heavens and earth into mundane items, divided into 3 tiers, starting with an infusion capability of 10 of one's own attributes, increasing by 30 per level. Chapter 5. Job transition. The electronic synthesis sound echoed, leaving Chen Feng in a state of shock. A flicker of thought sent a wisp of spiritual energy into his mind, revealing his character attributes before his eyes. Chen Feng, level 1 of the Qi refining stage. Strength, capable of enhancement. Spiritual root, available for elevation. Physical capability, he could increase. Attribute points, 1. Occupational status, unassigned. Eligible for job transition to alchemist, crafting master, formation master, or spirit infuser. Gazing at the attribute panel, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy, but soon realized that this place was not meant for prolonged stay. He surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming his solitude, resumed a calm demeanor as he made his way to his room. Throughout his journey, Chen Feng maintained an air of composure, betraying no signs of unease, and respectfully greeted any disciples he encountered along the way. Upon returning to his room, a wave of relief washed over Chen Feng as he exhaled the pent-up stress within him. He swiftly closed the door with a wooden stick, then hurried to his bedside, settling into a meditative posture. Just as he found his center, he accessed the attribute panel and allocated his single attribute point directly to enhance his spiritual root. As the attribute points vanished, the surrounding air suddenly trembled, and a green luminescence materialized out of nowhere, swiftly darting into Chen Feng's body like a bolt of lightning. A sharp pain pierced his forehead, and in an instant, the spiritual energy around him became strikingly clear. Had he truly succeeded? Chen Feng's heart soared with joy as he shut his eyes and employed the technique of inner vision. A flash of spiritual energy surged through the air, entering Chen Feng's body. He utilized the newly arrived energy to examine his spiritual root, and there, at the site of the root, he beheld a crystal-clear, emerald sphere, shimmering brilliantly, surrounded by a vibrant aura of spiritual energy, an enchanting sight that bore no resemblance to its previous, broken state. Suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him, Chen Feng realized that although the size of his spiritual root had not changed, the title of incomplete spiritual root no longer belonged to him. From this day forth, he could embark on the journey of cultivation like anyone else. A gentle smile graced Chen Feng's face as he did not linger, channeling the spiritual energy toward his dantian. After the earlier eruption from his spiritual sea, he had yet to assess the situation. Guided by his intent, the spiritual energy navigated effortlessly within him, arriving at the dantian in mere seconds. He found that the once crowded spiritual sea was now completely devoid of energy, yet it remained intact. A sense of calm settled within Chen Feng as he began to comprehend the situation. To him, the spiritual sea resembled a container. As long as he replenished it, it would release the stored spiritual energy, which would then merge with his own essence, rendering him stronger. With both the spiritual sea and the spiritual root in good standing, Chen Feng felt no further trepidation. After directing the spiritual energy into the spiritual sea, he opened his eyes once more. In the realm of cultivation, Lu Zhong has already attained the 3rd tier of the Qi refinement stage, and it is said that he has been accepted as an inner disciple by the sect leader. It seems his progress is surpassing my own. However, since I have already qualified for cultivation, there remains a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng silently lamented the disparity between himself and Lu Zhong, yet a spark of hope ignited within his eyes. What I lack most at this moment is time. Nevertheless, I have found a direction to advance. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon the job transfer options. Yet, upon meticulously analyzing the characteristics of several professions, his brow furrowed in concentration. Alchemist, blacksmith, array master, spirit enchanter. These 4 professions posed an exceedingly difficult choice. Having frequently indulged in online games, Chen Feng understood that the first 3 skills were coveted by cultivators, particularly the attribute that enhances success rates. He believed that mastering any one of these would enable him to traverse the cosmos with ease and pave a smooth path to immortality. Yet, for his present circumstances, these 3 professions appeared to be of little practical value. Firstly, even if he were to learn the ways of the alchemist, he currently lacked the exotic herbs necessary for his craft. As for the blacksmith, although this profession holds great allure, the scarcity of materials renders it unsuitable for his current situation. Turning to the array master, at first glance, this profession seemed ideally suited for him, balancing both offense and defense. However, Chen Feng was acutely aware that all formations require substantial amounts of spiritual energy, which he presently lacked. Furthermore, any decent array is considered a treasure by cultivation sects, and it seemed that a small sect like Tianyunmen possessed no significant compendium of array techniques. Ultimately, the spirit attach emerges as a profession that, in Chen Feng's perspective, ranks as the most inferior among the 4 vocations. This role seemingly lacks any distinctive features and, based on past experiences, has merely served as an auxiliary position. However, it must be acknowledged that, in the face of combating the forces of Luzhong, this profession presently stands as the most effective option. Contemplating this, Chen Feng felt an indifference wash over him. The opportunity to change careers was a singular chance. Thus, choosing to become a spirit attach would equate to relinquishing his potential to become a formidable force. Observing the various professions before him, his expression bore an oddity, for in the realm of stark benefits, anyone would yearn for maximal gain. Yet, when confronted with the duality of life and profit, Chen Feng found himself chuckling softly. If one cannot safeguard their very existence, what right have they to discuss the future? Since fate had bestowed upon him a singular opportunity to thrive, he resolved to seize control of his own destiny. Should others wish for his demise, he would rise against them. Should the heavens seek to erase his memory, he would contest the very heavens. What of the spirit attach? What of this so-called inferior profession? He was determined to prove to everyone that Chen Feng would persevere, and any who dared to underestimate him would pay a grave price. With a surge of ambition ignited within him, Chen Feng directed his thoughts and decisively pressed upon the spirit attach option. In an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, a cascade of luminous energy surged into his being, and he felt a refreshing wave wash over him. Soon thereafter, a melodious electronic voice resonated in his ear. Beep. Career change successful. You are now a level Earth spirit attach. You possess the ability to transmute materials, drawing the essence of the heavens and earth into the mundane, up to a maximum of 10 of your own strength. Mundane materials, indeed? Chen Feng smiled faintly, reaching into his bosom, and soon, more than 10 crimson pills glimmering with a vibrant hue appeared in his palm. He gazed intently at the pills, a spark of brilliance illuminating his eyes as he activated the spiritual roots on his forehead, allowing a wisp of spiritual energy to flow into his body. The energy coursed through him, and, within a matter of moments, it suspended delicately at his fingertips. Sensing the faint trace of spiritual energy at his fingertips, Chen Feng focused his mind and, with a sudden roar, commanded, "Enter." Divine light flashed, and the energy danced in a fluid motion as a bolt of spiritual energy surged into the crimson pills. Moments later, a faint glimmer flickered upon them, releasing a subtle fragrance of medicinal essence that wafted through the air. Beep. Spiritual attachment succeeded. Chen Feng was overjoyed and hastily summoned the celestial energy once more, directing it toward the crimson pills. Beep. Spiritual attachment failed. The target was ineffective, as the attachment technique could only be applied to mundane objects. Chen Feng stood there in a daze, his gaze fixed on the crimson pills, letting out a soft sigh tinged with disappointment. Alas, it seems his spiritual roots were too feeble, unable to draw in an abundance of energy. However, it mattered not. If quality was lacking, then quantity would prevail. With that thought, he consumed the crimson pills, the sound of his chewing reverberating as he fully absorbed the faint spiritual essence within. Chapter 6. My Affairs. I shall handle myself. With his job transition successfully completed, Chen Feng buried his elation deep within and made his way toward Yang Jingyu's chamber. Suddenly, a gust of powerful wind swept through, stirring Chen Feng's instincts to evade, yet he hesitated and steadied himself. Clap! A muffled thud echoed, and Chen Feng was abruptly knocked to the ground, a searing pain radiating from his forehead as warm blood cascaded down, a blood-soaked stone landing beside him. He swiftly turned his head to see Zhang Chong, accompanied by Su Guzi, laughing heartily not far away, with Su Guzi still caught in the act of throwing. What a useless fool, unable to dodge a mere stone, yet daring to dream of cultivating immortality. How utterly laughable! Zhang Chong bellowed with laughter, while those around him pointed and jeered at Chen Feng, their faces contorted with disdain. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He must endure. Before confronting Lu Zhong, he could not reveal even the slightest hint of his resolve, lest it provoke Lu Zhong into action prematurely. Still dare to look? Zhang Chong, sensing the chill in Chen Feng's gaze, erupted in fury. He shoved his corpulent frame forward, lunging towards Chen Feng, raising his foot to deliver a brutal kick to the prostrate figure. In an instant, blood sprayed forth as Chen Feng was sent flying 2 meters away. Strike him! Zhang Chong roared, charging forward, followed by his entourage, who were equally eager to join the fray, rushing towards Chen Feng and unleashing a flurry of blows. Thud after thud resounded upon Chen Feng's body, fists and feet raining down upon him like a relentless storm. Great gouts of blood erupted from his body and face, obscuring his wide-open eyes. Chen Feng bit his lips tightly, remaining silent as crimson droplets of blood fell from his lips like dew. His fists were clenched so firmly that his nails pierced deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Only his blood-soaked eyes burned with a fierce wrath. Patience. I must endure. A true achiever cannot confront such humiliation. What hope can there be? Go ahead and strike me. One day, I shall eradicate you all and turn your bones to dust. Time, laden with agony and struggle, seemed to stretch on for an eternity for Chen Feng. Yet he remained voiceless, burying all his suffering deep within. Little did anyone know that this inhumane torment had sown a wicked seed within his heart. Perhaps fatigue had set in, or perhaps annoyance. Xianxia finally ceased his assault, looking down at Chen Feng, bloodied and battered, with a face full of scorn. You worthless fool, he sneered. Blame yourself for being born into the wrong family and crossing paths with those you shouldn't have. Accept your fate in this life. And when you reincarnate, remember to choose a better lineage. With that, Xianxia delivered a vicious kick to Chen Feng before turning to leave. You, dreaming of cultivating immortality? Huh. Su Guzi, witnessing Chen Feng's plight, felt a surge of satisfaction, spitting on him and mimicking Xianxia's actions with a kick of his own. After reveling in this cruelty, Su Guzi burst into laughter and chased after Xianxia and the others. In his eyes, the ability to inflict such suffering upon one devoid of spiritual roots was undeniably exhilarating. It would surely serve as a point of boastfulness should he descend the mountain in the future. Chen Feng raised his scarred hand to wipe away the blood before him, casting a cold gaze upon the retreating figures, a palpable aura of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Despite the insults hurled at him, he had nearly retaliated several times, yet ultimately restrained himself. With great difficulty, Chen Feng rose to his feet, indifferently surveying his blood-soaked body. He clenched his teeth firmly and made his way toward Yang Jingyu's chamber. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth, elongating Chen Feng's silhouette, which appeared filled with righteous indignation and desolation. As he moved, a trail of blood marked the ground behind him. Those brutes again. A furious roar erupted from Yang Jingyu, his face etched with frost, veins bulging as a faint white glow began to emanate from his palms. Chen Feng nodded slightly and took a seat by the table. The moment his body made contact with the chair, excruciating pain surged throughout him, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his face. Nevertheless, he merely furrowed his brow and sat steadfastly. Such insolence! I shall go and deal with those beasts. Yang Jingyu's expression turned ashen, eager to storm out. But Chen Feng raised a hand and spoke chillingly. Jingyu, this matter does not concern you. I will handle it myself. But, there is no but. As a brother, please trust me. Before Yang Jingyu could finish his sentence, Chen Feng's resolute voice cut him off decisively. Yang Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Chen Feng, only to find him looking back with a defiant expression, an undeniable aura of determination surrounding him. An oppressive silence enveloped the space between them. Chen Feng, observing Yang Jingyu, understood that his brother was troubled on his behalf, yet he felt utterly incapable of divulging his own troubles. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved several discarded elixirs from his pocket, placing them upon the table before rising to leave. The task in the alchemy chamber shall be my responsibility. As for the other assignments, I shall refrain from engaging, Chen Feng stated solemnly as he approached the door. Yang Jingyu remained silent, closing his eyes to commence his meditation. In the midst of this quietude, Chen Feng walked indifferently towards his own chamber, a twinge of guilt lingering in his heart. Brother, it's not that I cannot share my secrets with you. Rather, my experiences are far too extraordinary. If I were to confront Lu Zhong, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Feng could not help but smile wryly, acknowledging the vast disparity in power between himself and Lu Zhong. Could he truly escape unscathed? The future could be contemplated later. For now, the paramount concern was to enhance his own strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Aside from his meals and the inventory of discarded elixirs, Chen Feng scarcely ventured outside. Through this period of arduous training and the consumption of elixirs, he stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Despite his daily cultivation, the spiritual energy that entered his body through his spiritual roots was not entirely absorbed. Only a minuscule fraction was refined and assimilated into his spiritual sea. Through the art of spirit infusion, the elixirs extracted are capable of preserving all spiritual energy intact, although this energy may not be entirely pure. Once it enters the spirit sea, it will swiftly be refined to its essence. With this revelation, Chen Feng's confidence soared. He believed that if he persevered, it would not be long before he would transcend the first layer of the qi refinement stage and attain the strength of the second layer. Suddenly, a series of dull sounds disrupted Chen Feng's meditation. He was taken aback. Was there a collective assembly? Had something gone awry? Why the sudden urgency? In a state of surprise, he hurriedly rose and rushed towards the door. Chapter 7. Journey to the inner courtyard under the blazing sun. Rays cascaded down as thousands of disciples from the miscellaneous courtyard stood in formation on the square, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. Before them stood the Grand Elder, clad in a long azure robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Yet his phoenix eyes scanned the crowd with an air of stern authority rather than serenity. In 3 days, the biennial exchange meeting with Lingyun's sect would commence, where their celestial companions would gather at Tianyun Gate. Disciples of the miscellaneous courtyard, heed this warning. Do not bring shame upon our sect. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards a few individuals standing at the forefront, his expression gravely serious. Wang Heng, Yang Jingyu, Chen Baichuan. The Great Protector called out a series of names belonging to second-layer qi refinement disciples. The individuals promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. The Great Protector nodded slightly and, with a somber tone, instructed at that time. You must diligently oversee your junior brothers and ensure that they do not err in any way. Is that understood? Yes, rest assured, esteemed elder. We shall diligently oversee the actions and words of our junior brother to ensure not a single mistake occurs. Several voices united in a resounding affirmation. The elder nodded in satisfaction and addressed the assembly. Very well. The specifics will soon be conveyed by the steward. You may disperse. With that, he waved his hand, prompting everyone to proceed to their respective quarters. Yet, before they could depart, the elder spoke again. It is undoubtedly Lu Zhong. A fleeting image of Lu Zhong flashed through Chen Feng's mind, yet he revealed no hint of disturbance on his face. Bowing respectfully, he responded, I shall abide by the elder's decree. Having spoken, Chen Feng remained still, his expression placid, devoid of sorrow or joy, patiently awaiting the elder's instructions. You may leave now. Observing Chen Feng's demeanor, the elder stroked his beard, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Though this youth's prowess was modest, his composure was indeed rare. Chen Feng bowed and made his way to his quarters. The elder, with a single hand gesture, summoned forth a radiant yellow light, materializing an ancient long sword that shimmered with a golden hue. Rise. The elder stepped onto the flying sword, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar. With a swift incantation, the yellow light surged forth, akin to a slender boat, soaring into the heavens, vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds. Is it possible that this wastrel is deemed worthy of such a significant task? A senior brother with a horse-like visage exclaimed in astonishment, casting a gaze at Chen Feng that was ablaze with envy. What can he possibly achieve? This trash, I would not even sully my foot with. A captivating woman immediately catered to the horse-faced senior, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Feng. He's struck lucky. The higher he climbs, the harder he will fall. Yet, one could argue otherwise. Perhaps Chen Shidi truly possesses the talent, albeit we have failed to recognize it. A tall, slender man remarked with a sarcastic tone, provoking a chorus of laughter. In an instant, the square was filled with a cacophony of voices, each bearing a distinct expression. Chen Feng remained silent, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of the crowd, a wave of sorrow washing over him. These individuals have had their humanity utterly distorted, sycophantic, and bullying the weak. Their malevolence coursing through their veins like blood. The traces of kindness and compassion are nowhere to be found in this place. What manner of world is this? If this is the path to immortality, I would rather forego the pursuit of transcendence. With this thought, Chen Feng managed a bitter smile. Survival comes first. Observing Chen Feng's desolate figure, Yang Jingyu furrowed his brow slightly, for he was a person of meticulous thought. Sensing something amiss, he pondered briefly and then followed Chen Feng towards the room. Zhang Chong, upon hearing Chen Feng's intention to enter the inner courtyard, felt a flicker of surprise. However, after a moment of contemplation, a sinister smile crept across his face, mirrored by the malicious grin of Su Guzi, who shot a resentful glance at Chen Feng. As the door creaked open, Chen Feng stepped inside, his countenance growing somewhat chill. If the Grand Elder had summoned him to the inner courtyard, devoid of any trace of Lu Zhong, he would not believe it, even under duress. But what, ultimately, does Lu Zhong intend? The matter of hospitality can be significant or trivial. Yet any misstep could jeopardize his very life. What are your thoughts? As Chen Feng was lost in thought, the sudden voice of Yang Zhengyu broke the silence. Chen Feng looked up to see Yang Zhengyu's face etched with a pallor of distress. With a wry smile, Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and replied, "What other options do we have? We can only take it one step at a time." After a moment of silence, Yang Zhengyu seemed to summon an immense resolve. He reached into his robe and produced a yellowed talisman that glimmered faintly in his palm. Gazing at the talisman, he appeared reluctant to part with it. Yet he resolutely extended it towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared in astonishment at the talisman, its weathered surface emanating a faint luminescence. Feeling a wave of emotion swell within him, he understood that while talismans were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, those meant for survival were exceedingly rare. Such talismans were not only difficult to create, but also held significant value. Although he was unaware of how Yang Zhengyu came by it, the gesture alone filled him with profound gratitude. Silently observing Yang Zhengyu, Chen Feng suddenly broke into a smile and reached out to accept the talisman. Seeing the smile on Chen Feng's face, Yang Zhengyu felt an inexplicable sense of validation. Despite a twinge of reluctance, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Perhaps this was what true friendship entailed. As the talisman entered Chen Feng's grasp, a gentle swirl of spiritual energy enveloped him. After a moment of contemplation, warmth surged in his heart. He looked up at Yang Zhengyu and smiled gently. "Go on." With a resounding thud, Yang Zhengyu struck Chen Feng's chest with determination before turning to leave. Yet, as he reached the threshold of the room, he suddenly halted and, with a grave tone, declared, "No matter what happens, we must survive." Having spoken, Yang Zhengyu made no pause and stepped out of the room. Watching his departing figure, Chen Feng's expression suddenly froze, replaced by a visage of solemnity and gravity. "Brother, all that you have done for me, I, Chen Feng, shall forever cherish in my heart. Should fortune favor me and I escape death, I vow to repay today's kindness 1,000-fold. If I were to betray this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the following morning. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of murky breath. His spiritual roots were indeed intact, a stark contrast to before. However, the time was still too brief. If only I were granted a few more days. At this thought, Chen Feng could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head, realizing that his aspirations were nothing but fanciful dreams. Disciples of the miscellaneous courtyard. "Where is Chen Feng?" "Come swiftly to the inner courtyard." A low roar emanated from outside the door. Although the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in Chen Feng's ears. He dared not delay and hurriedly gathered his belongings before stepping outside. In the square, a man in his 30s stood, possessing sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of grandeur, with a gleaming flying sword beneath his feet. A Foundation establishment practitioner? Chen Feng was taken aback. Indeed, the inner courtyard was formidable. This individual, so young yet possessing such remarkable cultivation, was truly extraordinary. Chen Feng hastily took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. The man cast a sidelong glance at Chen Feng, uttering no more words, and with a single hand gesture, drew Chen Feng onto the flying sword, which then transformed into a streak of thunder, soaring through the air. Chapter 8. Turbulence. The wind howled in his ears, and clouds swirled beside him. Chen Feng could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy and longing, wondering when he might also ride a flying sword and roam the vast expanse of the heavens. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Regardless of the peril that lay ahead, he resolved to persevere. Only by enduring this trial could he hope for a brighter future. With this thought, he cast his gaze downward, where the Tianyun Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, its undulating peaks adorned with bizarre rock formations, where tigers lay and dragons coiled. In the depths of the forest, spirit beasts stirred, their roars echoing through the air. Far in the distance, an imposing and magnificent mountain stood proudly against the horizon, shrouded in ethereal mist and swirling clouds. This was the location of the inner sanctum of the Tianyun sect. Within the inner sanctum of the Tianyun sect, the atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy. Lush vegetation flourished, and a myriad of exotic flowers and herbs bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with their heady fragrances. Towering ancient trees rose majestically, imparting a sense of peace and tranquility throughout the surroundings. The young man lightly gestured, and his flying sword gracefully descended onto the square, which spanned several miles and was paved with jade stones, encircled by golden pillars, with grand pavilions and courtyards that exuded an extraordinary elegance. Chen Feng felt a sense of disillusionment. It was often said that those who pursued immortality shed their mundane desires, and it seemed to hold true. The cultivators around him appeared increasingly aloof, and he could not determine whether it was due to his own inadequate cultivation or their overwhelming worldly demeanor. In any case, he found little affinity for their mannerisms. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed several disciples of the Tianyun sect approaching him, led by the ever-smiling Lu Zhong. A pang of apprehension gripped Chen Feng as he inwardly cursed. Lu Zhong was indeed a relentless presence, akin to a ferocious hound that would not release its grip until vanquished. Junior brother Chen, you have finally arrived. Come, come. Allow me to introduce you to my fellow senior brothers and sisters. As they spoke, Lu Zhong and the others had already approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng scrutinized Lu Zhong for a moment, uncertain of the tricks he might be plotting. Yet he steadied his mind, stepped forward, and bowed to the group, saying, "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. I am Chen Feng, a disciple from the miscellaneous courtyard." Humph. A few of them snorted disdainfully, ignoring him and arrogantly lifting their heads, casting a contemptuous glance at Chen Feng. "Lu Shidi, is this the brother you speak of?" A burly young man remarked coldly, his gaze towards Lu Zhong laced with disdain. "Indeed, what a sheer waste of my time," a charming young woman said, her bored eyes fixed on Lu Zhong as if awaiting an explanation. Chen Feng silently observed the group, inwardly reflecting that this behavior was uncharacteristic of Lu Zhong, who had always been protective of himself and would never engage in such self-deprecating antics. "Senior brother Lu, senior sister Lu, you might be misunderstanding. I was orphaned in my childhood and was taken in by the Chen family as a servant. Chen Feng was my master then, although we were in a master-servant relationship. Whenever I felt down, he would mimic small animals to cheer me up. So, I had no idea that junior brother Chen possessed such remarkable talents. What other skills does he have?" The young woman immediately became intrigued by Chen Feng, her face alight with excitement. Chen Feng, feeling a surge of anger, cast a cold glance at Lu Zhong, only to find that the latter was not even looking in his direction. "Hey, I'm speaking to you, kid." Seeing Chen Feng's silence, brother Lu was immediately filled with rage. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through Chen Feng, who felt a chilling sensation envelop his body. Yet, he stood tall and unwavering, locking eyes with Lu without betraying the slightest hint of fear. "You reckless fool, do you seek death?" Lu's fury erupted as he confronted Chen Feng, his face a mask of frost, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "If you kneel and bark like a dog 3 times, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I will shatter your legs and condemn you to a lifetime of servitude." Lu's words dripped with venom, clearly driven mad by his wrath. Beside them, Lu Zhong appeared anxious and restless, while the young girl maintained an expression as cold as ice, whispering, "Lu Shidi, this matter concerns the dignity of our inner courtyard. It would be best if you did not interfere. How can we face our peers if a mere disciple from the miscellaneous courtyard dares to act so audaciously?" The other disciples nearby watched with keen interest, occasionally inciting the situation further, yet none noticed the fleeting glimmer of cunning satisfaction in Lu Zhong's eyes. Chen Feng stood upright, an inferno of wrath coursing through him, an uncontrollable desire for vengeance burning fiercely within. He had his own principles. He could endure insults and beatings, but to be reduced to begging like a dog was an affront he would never accept. This demand had crossed the line he vowed never to breach. Chen Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually resting upon Lu Zhong. His eyes, sharp as blades, seemed capable of tearing Lu Zhong apart. A shiver involuntarily ran down Lu Zhong's spine, yet his desire to eliminate Chen Feng intensified. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Brother Lu's smile turned sinister as he formed a hand seal, conjuring a fierce flame that erupted in his palms, the scorching heat causing the surrounding air to crackle. Chen Feng did not lag behind. Despite the thinness of his spiritual energy, he summoned a faint aura that shimmered before him. Ah, what a lively scene. Suddenly, a harmonious voice resonated, striking the crowd like a thunderbolt. They hurriedly turned to see an elderly man clad in white, his hair and beard ashen, Yet his countenance radiated warmth as he approached with a broad smile. "Greetings, third master uncle." Brother Lu quickly extinguished the flames in his hands and turned to pay his respects, while the others followed suit with reverence. Indeed, the elder nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting toward Chen Feng with apparent intent. "You must be Chen Feng. The senior brother has informed me of your situation. Come with me." With that, he turned and began to walk away, prompting Chen Feng to call out, "I shall obey the third elder's decree." He hastened to follow. "Damn it, you lucky bastard." Brother Lu muttered in anger as he watched Chen Feng's retreating figure, before turning to leave, followed by the others who, feeling the atmosphere grow dull, dispersed as well. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Zhong, who remained standing in place, spoke with a chilling glare in his eyes, filled with resentment. "Boy, I wonder how long your good fortune will last. Now that you've entered the inner court, I shall ensure that you find life unbearable and death elusive." Chapter 9. Seeking a mentor, Chen Feng followed the third elder into a lavish and imposing chamber. The third elder slowly approached the soft couch at the center of the room and seated himself. Chen Feng halted a few meters before the third elder, standing with his hands at his sides, patiently awaiting the elder's words. The third elder gazed at Chen Feng for a moment, a flicker of inscrutable meaning passing through his eyes, but this peculiar glimmer vanished almost instantly. With a slight smile, the third elder spoke gently. "Chen Feng, disciple is here." Chen Feng promptly replied, his demeanor humble, though his mind was preoccupied with contemplating the true purpose behind the higher-ups of Tianyun's sect sending him to the inner court. "Do you wish to learn profound celestial arts and master extraordinary abilities?" Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, a cloud of doubt rising within him. He had never anticipated such a question from the third elder. However, after a brief pause, he respectfully responded, "Disciple certainly wishes to. But I am merely one with incomplete spiritual roots and thus unable to cultivate advanced celestial arts." Incomplete spiritual roots. The third elder seemed to ponder the significance of this statement carefully, while Chen Feng felt a cold sweat break out across his body. Could it be that he had discerned the evolution of my spiritual roots? This thought struck Chen Feng like a bolt of lightning, instilling an overwhelming fear within him. It matters not. I have come to recognize your calm disposition and your understanding of both progress and retreat, which inspires my admiration for your potential. Moreover, as your master, I have relied on my third-grade earthly root to reach my current station. With diligent practice, there is no doubt you will achieve greatness in the future. After the third elder spoke, he smiled gently. A third-grade earthly root? Chen Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It seemed his host was woefully ignorant of many matters. His understanding of the cultivation realm appeared to be alarmingly limited. Noticing the bewilderment in Chen Feng's eyes, the third elder was not surprised. He had never expected a mere waste from the miscellaneous courtyard to possess such knowledge. With a slight smile, the third elder continued. According to ancient tales, the vast expanse of Central Continent was plagued by various demons and ferocious beasts, causing great suffering among the people and spreading despair. The celestial beings, moved by the plight of humanity, descended to vanquish the evil. However, they soon discovered that the demons were numerous and their powers boundless. Instead of eradicating the malevolence, the celestial beings found themselves captured, their divine essence sought by the demons. Alarmed, the celestial beings began to disperse their own divine energy throughout the world. Thus, the concept of spiritual roots was born. Some mortals, by mere coincidence, absorbed this divine essence, forming spiritual roots within themselves, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation. The divine essence scattered across the mortal realm was not evenly distributed, leading to the classification of spiritual roots into 5 grades: the green earthly root, the black heavenly root, the red mysterious root, the white celestial root, and the yellow divine root. Among the 5 categories of spiritual roots, there exists a subdivision into 9 ranks. This implies that within each level of spiritual root, there are distinctions ranging from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The quality of one's spiritual root determines the speed of cultivation progress, and likewise, it dictates the magnitude of future achievements. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. By this reckoning, he must belong to the category of Earth's spiritual roots, and he feared that his rank might be the lowest. A mere 1. Seeing Chen Feng's realization, the third elder smiled gently and said, "Chen Feng, although a weak spiritual root determines one's path to immortality, it is not the sole factor. In the central continent, many have ascended to greatness not through powerful roots, but through fortuitous encounters. Therefore, do not belittle yourself. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the third elder's words. However, after some contemplation, he realized that joining the elder's tutelage would not entail any loss. On the contrary, it would afford him the opportunity to strengthen his abilities under the elder's protection. With this thought, Chen Feng promptly knelt respectfully, bowing his head 9 times. The third elder was elated, descending from his cushioned seat to assist Chen Feng to his feet. Beaming with joy. Excellent, excellent. Now that we have established our master-disciple bond, I shall reveal my Dharma name to you, lest you venture out someday and remain unaware of your master's identity. What a tremendous jest that would be. As he spoke, the third elder seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into hearty laughter, prompting Chen Feng to smile in response. Yet, deep within, he harbored a sense of unease, feeling that today's events were rather peculiar. A pie falling from the sky could either be a boon or a trap, and he remained skeptical of the third elder's seemingly benevolent intentions. After a moment of contemplation, the third elder suddenly appeared taken aback and spoke in a deep voice. I am Yang Wenju, also known as the Dual Exquisite Sage, disciple of the Yellow Robe Fairy of the Heavenly Cloud sect. Do you remember? Your disciple remembers it well and dares not forget a single detail. Chen Feng replied solemnly, bowing without a hint of insincerity. The third elder nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to discuss various trivial matters regarding the upcoming exchange conference and the tasks assigned to Chen Feng by the Grand Elder, before instructing a young gatekeeper to escort Chen Feng out. In the hall, the third elder watched Chen Feng leave with a warm smile. However, just as Chen Feng's figure began to fade from view, the third elder's eyes turned icy cold, his expression chillingly severe. Such a clever disciple, daring to deceive even me. An incomplete spiritual root? That must be a thing of the past. The third elder's voice resonated like the frost of the ninth heaven, exuding an extreme chill. Yet, this frigid demeanor did not linger on his face for long. Moments later, the third elder abruptly smiled lightly, gazing at the spot where Chen Feng had vanished. Our encounter was indeed fortuitous. Were it not for my senior brother's request to fetch you, your aura would have surely been detected soon enough. Your master has gone to great lengths for you, so do not disappoint him. The 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage is my utmost limit. I must uncover the key to the anomaly in your spiritual roots. With that, the third elder let out a faint, ominous laugh. In the simplicity of the room, the young boy said little and turned to leave. After the boy departed, Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in deep thought. What could be the reason the third elder chose to take him as a disciple? Although Chen Feng had only recently ventured into the realm of cultivation, the memories of his previous life and his recent experiences led him to doubt that these arrogant cultivators would ever exhibit kindness. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss and could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Sighing, he realized that understanding was elusive, and it was best to focus on his cultivation. Once his strength reached a certain level, any schemes would inevitably unravel. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng shifted his focus, and the attributes panel materialized in his mind. Name: Chen Feng Cultivation Level, Qi Refining Stage. First Layer Strength, Upgradable Spiritual Root, Upgradable Physical Fitness, Upgradable Professional Status, Earth Level Spirit Master Professional Traits, Transforming Stone into Gold, Channeling the Spirit Qi of Heaven and Earth, Transmuting Decay into the Marvelous. Task Information: Main Task, Eliminate Lu Zhong. Side Task, The Elder's Request, Welcome Guests. As Chen Feng's gaze swept over the task panel, he sighed deeply upon seeing the elder's request. He subsequently closed the panel and shut his eyes, entering a state of meditation. Chapter 10. Second Rank Earth Spiritual Root. Within the room, a mist of spiritual energy enveloped him as Chen Feng practiced the foundational technique of Tianyun sect, spirit drawing technique, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy before him. In the ethereal mist, Chen Feng gently closed his eyes, carefully guiding the threads of spiritual energy into his body. As the energy entered, it flowed through his meridians toward the spiritual sea, dissipating and purifying in the process, before finally settling into the Dantian's spiritual sea. This cycle repeated, and gradually, the spiritual energy within the sea became more abundant. Suddenly, 2 crisp knocks echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to dissipate. Who is it? Chen Feng exhaled the stagnant air from his body and inquired. In the mountains, the passage of time remains elusive, and with the chill of winter, the year fades into oblivion. Chen Feng let out a long sigh, rising from his bed to stretch his weary limbs. He then addressed the young attendant outside his door. Come in. As the door creaked open, a handsome young boy clad in the attire of the Tianyun sect entered, bowing respectfully. He gently placed a food box on the table before taking his leave. Observing the attendant's retreating figure, Chen Feng's understanding of the cultivation world deepened. It was evident that appearances mattered and that status was paramount. The young boy, clearly untrained in the ways of cultivation, was unmistakably a commoner. It seemed that, in the eyes of these so-called cultivators, mortals were merely tools to satisfy their own vanity. With this realization, Chen Feng's resolve to grow stronger intensified. If he remained weak, what difference was there between him and the boy delivering his meal? As he opened the food box, a rich aroma wafted up, revealing 4 exquisite dishes and several soft, white buns arranged neatly within. Chen Feng inhaled the fragrant air and chuckled softly. He had to admit that, in comparison to the slops served in the common quarters, the inner sanctum felt like a paradise. His appetite piqued. He grasped one of the fluffy buns, its smooth texture a delight to the touch. Observing the steam rising from the bun, he bit into it. The taste of the dough burst forth, its richness and the lingering warmth providing an unparalleled pleasure. Alas, the harsh reality of the cultivation world struck him, compared to the disciples in the common quarters. Even a single medicinal pill could not compare to the simple joy of a warm bun. Chen Feng laughed at himself, then proceeded to take out the small dishes from the food box, picking up his chopsticks to savor the meal. Just as the chopsticks were about to make contact with the side dish, Chen Feng suddenly jolted, the chopsticks in his hand producing 2 sharp clinks before falling onto the table. Elixirs, steamed buns? Chen Feng, seemingly entranced, incessantly murmured, his gaze fixated on the bun in his grasp, consumed by thought. After a prolonged moment, he erupted into wild laughter, excitement flushing his face a deep crimson. As the last rays of the setting sun slipped away, darkness enveloped the sky, and within the inner courtyard of the Tianyun Gate, an unusual tranquility prevailed. Yet, inside a modest wooden cabin, a faint light still flickered. Chen Feng sat at the table, meticulously dividing several buns into pieces. His complexion was pale, betraying a sense of weakness, yet his expression radiated an exhilarating fervor. It truly works. To his astonishment, he could indeed employ the spirit infusion technique to channel spiritual energy into food. On the table lay neatly arranged over a dozen segmented buns, each exuding a subtle shimmer, a faint aura of spiritual energy swirling within. Trembling slightly, Chen Feng picked up a piece of bun and placed it in his mouth. With each chew, a thread of spiritual energy entered his meridians, requiring only a simple refinement before flowing directly into his spiritual sea. The brilliance in Chen Feng's eyes intensified. The alchemical transformation was indeed extraordinary. The spirit infusion technique was remarkably potent. If he continued on this path, how could he not achieve greatness? However, his spiritual root was too rudimentary to draw in an abundance of spiritual energy, and the physical stamina required for the infusion was immense. Given his current state, he could only manage a few infusions before reaching his limit. It seemed that enhancing one's physical vitality was equally paramount. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Chen Feng no longer hesitated and consumed all the steamed buns on the table. Subsequently, he concentrated his thoughts upon the sea of spirit within him. At that moment, the sea of spirit appeared increasingly abundant, as if signaling forthcoming benefits. Chen Feng was elated and paid no further heed to the meal on the table. He turned towards the bedside, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation. With his hands forming intricate seals, he began to dance them slowly, causing the spiritual energy within the room to gradually coalesce. After a while, he summoned all the spiritual energy present in the chamber and began to absorb it using his spiritual roots. On Tianyun Mountain, amidst a canopy of stars, a gentle breeze swept through, heralding the slow ascent of the morning sun. A beam of sunlight filtered through the wooden window, casting a golden hue upon Chen Feng's figure. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes fluttered, and his lips moved slightly as he let out a powerful shout. Instantly, the surrounding spirit mist dispersed, and a surge of spiritual light enveloped him, bringing a wave of warmth that washed over his entire being. Beep. Level up successful. Reaching the second tier of the Qi refinement stage. Attribute points increased by 1. Chen Feng's eyes opened slightly, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. He then shifted his focus and accessed the attribute panel, decisively allocating the points to enhance his spiritual roots. A stream of white light surged forth and immediately entered Chen Feng's body, followed by a refreshing sensation flowing across his forehead. To his astonishment, his green spiritual roots expanded slightly with the influx of white light, and simultaneously, an electronic synthesized voice echoed once more. Beep. Spiritual root data initialization successful. Current spiritual root level, 2nd grade, Earth spiritual root. Chen Feng smiled calmly, closed his eyes again, and activated the spirit summoning technique, allowing the spiritual energy to permeate once more. He attentively sensed the speed and magnitude of the energy entering his being. After a period of meticulous observation, Chen Feng discerned that although the rate of energy absorption remained unchanged, the intensity of the spiritual energy being drawn in had increased slightly. This revelation brought him immense relief. It was no wonder that one's spiritual roots could determine the depth of cultivation. Indeed, this was a truth beyond dispute. With this newfound understanding, Chen Feng withdrew from his meditative state, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young attendant with his meal. The enhancement of his spiritual roots signified an increase in the purity of his spiritual affinity. Within a meticulously adorned chamber, spiritual energy surged, and the third elder sat in serene contemplation, absorbing the energy surrounding him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, startled as the energy around him vanished abruptly. Terror gripped him as he gazed toward a particular direction, disbelief etched across his face. 2nd grade, earthly spiritual roots? How could this be? In just one day's time, the spiritual roots evolved once more. Could it be that this youth possesses a technique capable of enhancing spiritual roots? At this thought, a flicker of excitement crossed the third elder's countenance, which quickly morphed into an icy glare. My dear disciple, the shock you have brought me is monumental. It would be wise for you to cooperate fully, otherwise. A chilling laugh reverberated through the third elder's quarters, shaking the entire hall. Chapter 11. The Dual Extraordinary Academy. After a prolonged wait, Chen Feng found himself disappointed, not greeted by the anticipated meal, but rather summoned by the third elder. Following the young attendant, he observed the gravel path beneath his feet, his mind racing with speculation regarding the purpose of the third elder's summons. Earlier, he had exchanged a few casual words with the attendant, but upon witnessing the attendant's respectful demeanor and anxious expression, Chen Feng decided against continuing their conversation. Chen Feng was suddenly roused from his contemplation, turning to behold the 3 resplendent characters, xianxia courtyard, their golden brilliance radiating with vigorous strokes. He recognized this as the abode of the 3 guardians. Thank you, junior brother, for guiding me. Chen Feng offered a warm smile to the young attendant and stepped into xianxia courtyard. Within the courtyard, an expansive area unfolded, dotted with numerous buildings. Several disciples engaged in lively conversation or meditative practices, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Chen Feng entered, a young attendant bowed respectfully and announced, Senior Brother Chen, the third elder has been awaiting you for some time. Please follow me. With that, the attendant led Chen Feng further inside. Observing the young attendant, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The rules of Tianyin sect were quite numerous. Unless one was an inner courtyard disciple, all must address the elders as such, while only those within the inner courtyard could refer to them as Shishu or Shibua. They moved swiftly, and Chen Feng's presence immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Amidst their astonished gazes, the pair arrived at the discussion hall. Haha, let him in. A kind voice resonated. Chen Feng recognized it as that of his master, the illustrious Xuanzhu Zhenren, Yang Mingju. As Chen Feng stepped into the hall, he beheld Yang Mingju seated in the center, a broad smile adorning his face. Flanking him were a young man and woman, both appearing to be in their 20s, yet their aura shimmered with undeniable strength. As Chen Feng entered, the young man and woman turned their gazes upon him. Upon seeing Chen Feng's unremarkable appearance and his cultivation level indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Chen Feng, her eyes suddenly reflecting a look of astonishment. However, after a moment of careful scrutiny, disdain and contempt unmistakably emerged in her gaze. Observing the expressions of the two, Chen Feng maintained his composure. Yet a bittersweet smile tugged at his heart. The world of cultivation was indeed pragmatic. When one realized their inferiority in power, the others could disregard their feelings without hesitation. Come, come, wind, let me introduce you. Yang Mingju beamed, warmly inviting Chen Feng to be addressed as wind. Yes, master. Chen Feng hurriedly returned the greeting, stepping forward to stand before Yang Mingju. Wind, this is your senior brother, Wang Zun, and this is your second senior sister, Zheng Min. Yang Mingju gently gestured toward the two, then turned his gaze back to Chen Feng. Chen Feng scrutinized the pair. The man appeared to be in his late 20s. With ruby lips and pearly teeth, his eyes like bright stars, exuding an innate charisma. The woman, in her early 20s, had long, dark hair and eyes resembling autumn waters. Her plump lips invitingly tempting. Yet, despite her stunning beauty, there lingered a hint of menace in her brow, suggesting she was not one to be trifled with. Chen Feng performed a deep bow to both, respectfully stating, Junior brother Chen Feng pays his respects to senior brother and second senior sister. Wang Zun observed Chen Feng closely. Although he was astonished that his master had taken a mortal as a disciple, upon witnessing Yang Mingju's demeanor, he shifted his gaze and replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. From now on, we are family. Being overly polite might seem a bit distant. Wang Zun laughed heartily, displaying a most generous spirit. However, the young woman beside him clearly lacked the same level of composure as Wang Zun. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Feng before turning her delicate face away, indifferent to his presence. The girl's actions were utterly unreasonable, yet Chen Feng remained unperturbed, offering a serene smile in response. Yang Mingju's gaze was fixed on Chen Feng, and as he observed Chen Feng's complete disregard for the girl's behavior, a shadow of discontent flickered momentarily in his eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. Minner, do not act recklessly. Have I ever taught you to behave this way? Yang Mingju's expression darkened, and his tone grew stern. The girl trembled at his words, utterly taken aback that her master would chastise her for a mere mortal. However, upon seeing Yang Mingju's grim countenance, she reluctantly clasped her hands toward Chen Feng, acknowledging his greeting. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Yet Yang Mingju let out a hearty laugh and addressed Chen Feng. Ah, my boy, this girl has been spoiled by me. You need not take offense. She will improve with time. Hearing her master's words, Zheng Min felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and her little face froze in displeasure. She wished to voice her thoughts, but Wang Zun beside her firmly grasped her arm. Zheng Min looked at Wang Zun in surprise and then huffed quietly, choosing to remain silent. Master, you jest. How could I dare to be angry with my senior sister? I am unaware of the purpose for which you have sent me here, Chen Feng replied with a calm smile, his face betraying no emotion that revealed his inner thoughts. Ah, I see. Tomorrow marks the biennial exchange conference, during which the Lingyun sect will host a multitude of celestial friends. I fear you may be responsible for the reception, and should you falter in your duties, it might lead to some oversight. Thus, I intend to have your senior brother accompany you. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within, anticipating that tomorrow, during the welcoming ceremony, Lu Zhong would undoubtedly devise all manner of difficulties to impede him. However, if Wang Zun were present, it was likely that Lu Zhong's schemes would be thwarted in their infancy. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng promptly declared, I shall follow my master's arrangements completely. Indeed, Yang Mingju nodded in satisfaction, then paused briefly before continuing, My child, from this day forth, you shall no longer reside in the other courtyard. Like your senior brothers, you will dwell within this dual excellence courtyard. This way, should you encounter any issues during your cultivation, I can assist you promptly. A flicker of concern crossed Chen Feng's mind. Yang Mingju's actions today seemed excessively warm-hearted. Was it possible that he possessed some valuable utility? That notion, however, felt misplaced. No need for that. I have already instructed someone to prepare your belongings. Shortly, a young servant will guide you to your room. Yang Mingju waved his hand, beaming at Chen Feng. Yet, a growing sense of unease enveloped Chen Feng. He sensed that a more significant conspiracy was gradually encroaching upon him. The chambers within the dual excellence courtyard were far more elegant than the place he had occupied the day prior. Yet Chen Feng found himself restless. In his previous lodgings, he could use his ethereal techniques without reservation. Here, however, he had to exercise caution. He was acutely aware of the adage that possessing a treasure could invite misfortune, especially considering that the emergence of ethereal techniques could incite fervor in any cultivator. As time slips away amidst a pervasive sense of unease, Chen Feng can only diligently cultivate using his spiritual roots. Although the pace of utilizing these roots is undeniably slower than that of employing spiritual techniques, it is prudent for him to exercise caution. Should any mishap occur within the inner courtyard, he fears he may no longer have the chance to survive. Chapter 12. The Reversal of Fortune. The following morning, clad in a yellow robe with his long hair elegantly pinned up, Chen Feng approached the discussion hall of the Twin Supremes' courtyard with composure. Along the way, disciples of the Twin Supremes' courtyard greeted him respectfully, murmuring, "Third senior brother." Yet, their expressions varied. Some held envy, others jealousy, but most exhibited a palpable disdain. Amused by the insincerity of their greetings, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, continuing his leisurely stride. In the Heavenly Cloud sect, the master, the formidable Jing Zhenren, possessed extraordinary strength and profound celestial skills, having reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Likewise, the 4 elders of the sect had also attained the 7th or 8th level of the same stage. Within the Heavenly Cloud sect, the master and the 4 elders each had several direct disciples, and all remaining inner courtyard disciples were required to pay their respects to the direct disciples as a sign of reverence. Upon reaching the hall, his master, Yang Mingju, and the eldest senior brother had been waiting for some time. Chen Feng approached to pay his respects, and Yang Mingju nodded with a smile. Extending his hand to grasp the air, a dark, lustrous, ancient ring materialized in his palm. "Ah, Fenger, take this storage ring. Use it to carry your daily necessities. Consider it a gift from your master to welcome you into the fold." Yang Mingju's demeanor was serene, his expression as warm as spring. In Chen Feng's heart, joy surged as he received the spatial ring, a coveted treasure he had long desired. However, given his previous status as a disciple of the miscellaneous courtyard, such aspirations had seemed utterly unattainable. He hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully accepting the ring and exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Stealing a glance at Wang Zun, he noticed that the latter also wore a spatial ring on his right hand, which alleviated his apprehensions. As the ring settled into his palm, a refreshing sensation coursed through him. At Yang Mingju's prompting, Chen Feng adorned the ring on his index finger with a mere thought. A space of approximately 3 meters materialized in his mind. Yang Mingju observed Chen Feng's excitement, a gentle smile gracing his lips, before turning to Wang Zun. "Zuner, the time has come. Take your junior brother to the mountain gate to welcome our esteemed guests. Remember, do not compromise our sect's dignity, nor diminish my standing." As he emphasized the latter, he cast a subtle glance towards Chen Feng. Wang Zun was momentarily taken aback, pondering his master's words. Upon noticing Yang Mingju's gaze directed at Chen Feng, understanding dawned upon him, and he hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, master, I comprehend." "Very well, go," Yang Mingju nodded, his demeanor effortlessly graceful as he whisked away into the inner chambers. Once he departed, Wang Zun and Chen Feng exchanged smiles and exited the conference hall. They quickened their pace, but as they traversed the usually serene Tianyun sect's inner courtyard, they were met with a flurry of activity, bustling with life. Chen Feng, slightly taken aback, inquired of Wang Zun regarding the commotion. Wang Zun, undeterred, responded with a demeanor of humility, elaborating on the matter. The Tianyun Gate and Lingyun Gate biannual exchange conference, steeped in centuries of tradition, has evolved from an initial focus on the exchange of immortal techniques to a comprehensive event encompassing both the sharing of magical arts and the trade of various items. Over the years, numerous elite disciples from both factions have brought forth their surplus spiritual tools, talismans, elixirs, and techniques for exchange, greatly enhancing the capabilities of those in dire need of specific items. Thus, this biennial gathering serves not only as an opportunity for disciples to acquire what they seek, but also as a vital avenue for certain minor families or solitary cultivators within the realm of immortality to elevate their standing. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell into contemplation. If what Wang Zun said was true, this exchange conference indeed represented the finest opportunity to augment one's strength. Whether it be spiritual tools, talismans, elixirs, or techniques, all were items he desperately required. Yet, he pondered, what could he possibly offer in exchange? The thought left a bitter expression on Chen Feng's youthful visage. Even as a newcomer to the inner academy, he was captivated by the prospects of this grand event. Surely, Lu Zhong would not let such an opportunity slip by either. It was said that Lu Zhong possessed a 5th-grade earthly spiritual root and had already attained the 4th level of the Qi refining stage. In contrast, Their respective cultivations had not only failed to converge, but had instead diverged further apart, causing Chen Feng considerable distress. Brother Wang. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xun had already led Chen Feng to Tianyan Mountain, where they were met with an unexpected sight at the mountain gate. Lu Zhong, accompanied by Zhang Chong and others, had evidently arrived well in advance. Upon spotting Chen Feng, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Chong's face. But their expressions turned to shock as they recognized Chen Feng clad in the standard attire of the Inner Academy, leaving them momentarily speechless. In the midst of the gathering, Lu Zhong's gaze continuously swept over Chen Feng, his face awash with astonishment. Oh, it is indeed Junior Brother Lu. Who are these individuals? Wang Xun inquired, glancing at Lu Zhong and the newly attired Zhang Chong and his companions. It is as follows. These are the acolytes responsible for welcoming guests. I am tasked with escorting them here, under the guidance of Chen Feng. As he spoke, Lu Zhong seemed to finally notice Chen Feng, his expression one of incredulity. Oh, brother, you have entered the inner courtyard? Lu Zhong's demeanor reflected genuine astonishment, devoid of any pretense. Chen Feng, well aware of Lu Zhong's penchant for theatrics, remained unfazed, offering a calm smile as he addressed him. Junior Brother Lu. This address nearly sent Lu Zhong into a fit of rage. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention back to Wang Xun. Wang Xun, not surprised by Chen Feng's reference to Lu Zhong as junior brother, despite Lu Zhong being the seventh disciple of the sect, acknowledged that it was indeed fitting. Indeed, junior brother Chen has already taken his place under our esteemed master, ranking third. Henceforth, we shall all be under the same banner of Tianyan sect, striving together for our sect's glory. If that is the case, then Lu Zhong extends his respects to senior brother Chen. At that moment, despite the fury boiling within him, Lu Zhong feigned composure and respectfully bowed to Chen Feng. Salutations to senior brother Chen. Zhang Chong and the others found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment, the terror within them gradually escalating. The realization that they would now be under Chen Feng's management left them with a sense of dread, as if they had unwittingly invited their own misfortune. A sudden wave of regret washed over them. Chen Feng observed the reactions of the crowd, a cold smile curling upon his lips. There is no need for fear. Your grievances against my actions cannot be settled in haste. Inflicting torment upon you now serves no purpose. The true tempest lies ahead. With this thought, Chen Feng offered a faint smile, raising his hand in a dismissive gesture. Addressing the assembly, Junior Brother Lu, esteemed fellow disciples, there is no need for excessive formalities. Lu Zhong regarded Chen Feng's composed demeanor, his heart a tumult of emotions. Despite his meticulous schemes, he had never anticipated that his intentions to torment Chen Feng would culminate in such an outcome. In a fit of rage, Lu Zhong could no longer suppress the murderous intent within. He could only console himself as he bid farewell to the two companions and departed hastily. However, as Lu Zhong left, Zhang Chong and the others stood frozen in place, their faces pale, gazing blankly at Chen Feng. Chapter 13. The Lingyun Gate. A gentle breeze swept by as Zhang Chong and the others looked at Chen Feng with palpable anxiety, yet Chen Feng paid them no mind. Time passed, and an hour slipped by in a blur. Just as the group began to feel the weight of tedium, a radiant glow appeared on the horizon, accompanied by the flurry of auspicious birds, heralding the arrival of a colossal wooden vessel atop the sea of clouds. It has come. Wang Xun's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he adjusted his robes and stood at attention. Chen Feng and the others mimicked Wang Xun's demeanor, standing with hands at their sides behind him. The massive ship radiated a mystical light, figures bustling about on deck, exuding an air of authority. As the grand vessel approached the Lingyun Gate, not far from the mountain entrance, Wang Xun unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, proclaiming with a commanding voice, "The arrivals are esteemed seniors from the Lingyun sect, and I am Wang Xun, the eldest disciple of the illustrious Shinran sect." Wang Xun's voice resonated with clarity, echoing through the valleys, his golden robes billowing with the wind. Coupled with his handsome countenance, he exuded an air of formidable authority. "Oh, it appears to be the esteemed disciple of Brother Yang. I am Wang Feng, the grand elder of Lingyun sect, here to accompany the disciples of our sect to this grand assembly." Upon the wooden vessel, an elderly man with a long beard reaching his chest and eyes sparkling with wisdom spoke, his voice soft yet distinctly heard by all. After introducing himself, Wang Xun's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Master Guangling. I pay my respects. Please, enter the mountain. With that, Wang Zun smiled at Master Guangling and gestured invitingly. Master Guangling laughed heartily, lightly tapping the air with one hand, causing the massive wooden vessel to descend gradually. As it touched the ground, with a flourish of his sleeve, the ship vanished, revealing over 100 figures before Wang Zun and the others. Chen Feng marveled silently, contemplating the immense spiritual energy required to control such a large vessel, especially considering the vast distance of several thousand miles between Lingyun's sect and Tianyun Mountain. As the wooden ship disappeared, Master Guangling, accompanied by the Lingyun sect disciples, approached the gates of Tianyun sect. Wang Zun turned to Chen Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Feng signaled for Zhang Chong and the others to guide the Lingyun sect members into the mountain, while he and Wang Zun remained at the mountain gate, awaiting their arrival. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and beyond the Lingyun sect, many familiar with the inter-sect exchange conference began to gather, including renowned immortal families and wandering cultivators. Accompanied by Wang Zun, Chen Feng encountered no significant errors. As for Zhang Chong and the others, upon realizing that Chen Feng showed no inclination to confront them, their fear dissipated. They perceived Chen Feng, despite his entrance into the inner courtyard, as merely the same meek disciple from the storage yard, vulnerable to their bullying. Senior Brother Chen, Master requests your presence. The youthful voice of the gatekeeper echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Frowning in uncertainty about Yang Mingju's intentions, he nonetheless donned his attire and followed the young boy to Yang Mingju's chamber. Inside the lavishly adorned room, illuminated brightly, Yang Mingju sat comfortably on a soft couch, a smile gracing his face. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Feng always felt an unshakable sense of danger in Yang Mingju's presence, as if beneath that seemingly amiable exterior lurked a ferocious beast. Master, have you summoned me? Chen Feng inquired respectfully, hoping to discern the source of his discomfort from Yang Mingju's expression. Indeed, in past exchange conferences, the event is divided into 3 segments. The first part allows both factions a month to collaboratively delve into the study of celestial techniques. The second part involves a month dedicated to the trade of goods. The final segment consists of a month-long trial at the trial cliff. At this juncture, Yang Mingju paused momentarily before continuing. During the celestial technique exchanges, participants may challenge one another to spar. Although casualties are strictly forbidden, the nature of these contests is perilous, and injuries are inevitable. Given your relatively nascent entry into our discipline, I harbor considerable concern for your safety. Thus, I have summoned you today to impart some elixirs to aid your cultivation. Yang Mingju spoke, and with a sweep of his divine consciousness within the storage ring, a dozen crimson pills appeared in his palm. Chen Feng's entire being trembled with exhilaration, for what he lacked most at this moment was time. With these crimson pills in his possession, he firmly believed that the duration required to break through to the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage would be significantly shortened. Disciple thanks, Master. Chen Feng bowed deeply, hastening forward to respectfully receive the crimson pills from Yang Mingju's hand, examining them with great care. The pills glowed with a vibrant red hue, their surfaces shimmering with ethereal light, while a delicate aura of spiritual energy swirled ceaselessly around them, accompanied by a faint fragrant scent that lingered at the tip of his nose. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, lamenting that the counterfeit could never truly compare to the authentic. A glance at the pills he had painstakingly refined from waste materials versus those crafted by a true alchemist revealed a stark contrast. Yang Mingju regarded Chen Feng with a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. Chen Feng responded with utmost respect before turning to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, Yang Mingju, lost in thought, spoke once more. Chen Feng, this is my token. With this, you may enter the library and select the cultivation techniques that suit you. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned around to see Yang Mingju holding a yellow token. With a gentle push, the token seemed to float gracefully, as if supported by an unseen force, and landed steadily beside Chen Feng. His heart swelled with joy. He had long sought to find some cultivation methods, but had been thwarted by a lack of opportunity. Now it seemed, both elixirs and techniques had come to him in abundance. After expressing his gratitude to Yang Mingju once more, Chen Feng exited the room, hastening toward his residence. Meanwhile, Yang Mingju sat comfortably on a soft couch, staring into the distance in a daze. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh, indulging in the theatrics. One hopes for the early mutation of his spiritual roots. Should he attain the 4th grade, or perhaps even surpass it. The prospect of forming a golden core would surely be within reach. With this thought, Yang Mingju carefully retrieved a delicate round box from his embrace. Inside this exquisite container lay a crimson worm, languidly resting. Upon catching sight of the creature, Yang Mingju's eyes ignited with fervor, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. Chapter 14. Book Tower. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chen Feng as he sat cross-legged upon his bed, gradually dispersing the spiritual energy surrounding him. As he opened his eyes, a gleam of joy flickered within them. The red flower pill was indeed no ordinary item. He was astonished to find that merely 15 of them equated to his half-month's worth of cultivation, if he were to acquire 100 or so more. Contemplating this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself, realizing his own avarice. While other disciples received only 3 pills each month, he had consumed 15 at once, yet still felt unsatisfied. Rising slowly, he opened the door to find a food box placed quietly outside, delivered by a young attendant. This arrangement was a rule Chen Feng had set, ensuring no one would disturb him. The attendant would leave the food box at the door, allowing Chen Feng to retrieve it at his leisure. Once the box was inside his room, he divided the steamed bun into several portions. After cautiously glancing out the window and pondering for a moment, he rose to find a piece of black cloth, meticulously covering the window to obscure any view. With everything in place, Chen Feng finally felt at ease and sat down at the table, gazing at the bun with a mischievous grin. Since Chen Feng entered the Dual Extremes Academy, this marked his first attempt at employing the spirit binding technique, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Seated at the table, Chen Feng held his breath and focused his mind, deftly gesturing with one hand in the air. A flicker of ethereal light appeared between his brows as the spiritual energy in the room coalesced and gathered above his outstretched hand. Observing the energy in his palm, Chen Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, as his spiritual roots strengthened, the amount of energy he could summon increased significantly. With a swift motion of his hand, he pointed forcefully at the bun before him. The spiritual energy surged like lightning into the bun, which instantly transformed into a translucent gem, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. A mesmerizing halo flickering above it. As he took a bite of the bun, Chen Feng attentively sensed the spiritual energy within. Although this energy was slightly more potent than before, it paled in comparison to the Honghua pill. With a resigned shake of his head and a smile, he continued to infuse the bun with spirit. On the bluestone path, clad in a yellow robe, Chen Feng ambled leisurely towards the library. Surrounded by gentle breezes and the fragrant blossoms wafting through the air, lifting his spirits immensely. Finally, he could cultivate the celestial arts. Mastering these techniques would undoubtedly bring him closer to Lu Zhong. Contemplating Lu Zhong, Chen Feng clenched his fist tightly, his anticipation for the celestial scriptures within the library mounting. "Ah, is that not Junior Brother Chen?" A peculiar voice echoed from a distance. Chen Feng furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the sound, spotting Lu, the senior who had previously humiliated him in the square, approaching with several disciples similarly attired in Tianyun's sect robes. Lu Senior. Chen Feng had already learned about the disciples under the various elders from Wang Zun. Thus he was quite familiar with this senior brother named Lu Hai. This individual was narrow-minded, arrogant, and had already reached the 7th level of the Qi cultivation stage. Lu Hai approached Chen Feng, sizing him up from head to toe, before reaching out to lightly pat Chen Feng's face a few times, adopting an exaggerated demeanor as he spoke. "I must admit, wearing the attire of our Tianyun sect does make you look somewhat presentable. However, I am genuinely curious to hear how well you can mimic a dog's bark." Chen Jr. I was quite disappointed not to have had the opportunity to hear it last time. Upon finishing his taunt, several people behind Lu Hai erupted into raucous laughter. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he replied in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Lu, if you wish to hear a dog bark, it would be quite simple. Just learn a few barks yourself, and you shall hear them. Why trouble others?" The laughter ceased abruptly at his words. Lu Hai stared at Chen Feng in astonishment, his expression quickly darkening as he could hardly believe that this seemingly powerless mortal dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lu Hai's brows furrowed menacingly as he retorted, "You brat, have the audacity to repeat that?" Standing proudly, Chen Feng met Lu Hai's gaze and articulated each word clearly. "I said, Senior Brother Lu, you can certainly learn to bark like a dog yourself. Do you require me to repeat it?" "You." Lu Hai was infuriated. quickly forming a hand seal as radiant spiritual light enveloped him, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from his palm. Do not. The disciples beside him were immediately taken aback. To slay a fellow sect member was indeed a grave sin, especially when the victim was a direct disciple of the third elder. Should Chen Feng fall to Lu Hai's hands, it was highly likely that Lu Hai would face the dire consequence of having his cultivation crippled, reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Indeed, senior brother, this fellow is nothing but an ordinary person. If you let him hinder your future, it is hardly worth it, exclaimed a man with a horse-like face, urgently grasping Lu Hai's arm, his expression filled with anxiety. Upon hearing the pleas of his companions, Lu Hai glared at Chen Feng, his face contorted with rage, and then gritted his teeth, saying, Chen Feng, you had better tread carefully. Do not let me find an opportunity. With that, Lu Hai bellowed, let us go, and turned to leave. However, before they could depart, Chen Feng seized the shoulder of the man with the horse-like face. The man was taken aback and turned to face Chen Feng, only to see a massive hand hurtling toward him. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed as the man felt a searing pain across his face, sent sprawling to the ground. Remember to call me senior brother in the future, not that fellow. Chen Feng coldly looked down upon the man, then nonchalantly surveyed the astonished crowd before striding away toward the library, his demeanor composed. Lu Hai and the others stood frozen, gazing at Chen Feng in disbelief. They could not fathom where he had garnered such audacity to act so arrogantly. Little did they realize that Chen Feng was acutely aware of his current standing. He was no longer the bullied disciple of the miscellaneous courtyard. He had earned the right to confront them, and thus felt no need to endure any further indignities. The book pavilion, situated on the western side of the inner courtyard, rises majestically over 3 stories, constructed entirely from fine timber, exuding an antique charm. Standing outside the pavilion, Chen Feng reflected for a moment before entering. Inside the grand hall on the first floor, numerous disciples of the Tianyun sect quietly searched for the books they required. After wandering through the first floor and gaining a general understanding of its contents, Chen Feng noted that the collection comprised a variety of discussions, secular martial arts manuals, and introductory texts on weapon forging and alchemy. Finding nothing of interest, he ascended the staircase to the second floor. However, as he reached the stairs, an elderly man from Huangshan raised a hand to halt his progress. This junior brother, he said, access to the second floor is restricted to elders and officially recognized disciples. Aside from scheduled events, the elder, clearly unaware of Chen Feng's identity, scrutinized the seemingly unremarkable disciple of the inner courtyard with curiosity. Chen Feng smiled faintly, extending a hand to reveal a waist token. The elder examined the token closely, his suspicions growing, yet he ultimately stepped aside, granting Chen Feng passage. Ignoring the elder's astonishment, Chen Feng ascended to the second floor with an air of tranquility. After surveying his surroundings, he moved towards a row of shelves housing manuals suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 15. Fireball Technique. The second floor of the book pavilion was exceptionally quiet. Rows of neatly arranged bookshelves displayed a myriad of ancient texts. Upon first encountering the celestial technique manuals, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming excitement, yearning to absorb every single volume, though he realized such an endeavor was impossible. After careful consideration, Chen Feng chose only the fireball technique, for he understood the wisdom of specialization over dilution. Instead of squandering time on numerous spells, he preferred to first master one thoroughly, recognizing that the practice of immortal techniques requires years of dedication, not a fleeting moment. As he emerged from the second floor, the elderly man stationed there smiled softly, his gaze sweeping over the book in Chen Feng's hand. Junior brother, he began, the tomes in this library cannot be taken outside. Do you wish to have a copy made? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, but comprehension swiftly dawned upon him. It seemed the library's collection consisted solely of unique volumes, necessitating a copy from the elder if he wished to practice. Senior brother, may I inquire what is required to make a copy? Chen Feng asked, having entered the inner courtyard without any possessions of value. With a knowing smile, the elder replied, to create a copy, only 1 low-grade spirit stone is needed. Chen Feng understood that a low-grade spirit stone was a mineral imbued with spiritual energy, serving not only to provide practitioners with a modicum of spiritual qi but also functioning as a universal currency within the realm of cultivation. Typically, as an inner court disciple, one would receive 3 low-grade spirit stones each month from their affiliated branch. However, having entered late, He had missed the distribution of spirit stones and medicinal items, and thus found himself without any to offer. Chen Feng's expression reflected his dilemma as he glanced at the fireball technique in his hand, then turned to the elder with an awkward smile before making his way toward the shelves. The elder, evidently familiar with such scenarios, narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile on his face deepening. "Junior brother, if you do not possess a spirit stone at the moment, I can assist you in making a copy now. You may repay me at your convenience, and I shall send someone to retrieve it." The elder pondered for a moment, then glanced at the spatial ring in Chen Feng's hand and spoke. Chen Feng paused, his face lighting up with joy. He hurriedly turned to the elder to express his gratitude and then handed over the fireball technique. The elder examined the fireball technique, then turned and entered a room on the second floor. Inside, he retrieved several pages, arranged them in order, bound them together, and presented them to Chen Feng. Holding the pristine fireball technique, Chen Feng recorded his name and address in the division before bidding farewell to the elder. Yang Ming, showing generosity, directly offered Chen Feng 10 low-grade spirit stones and waved him off, urging him to focus on his cultivation. With 10 low-grade spirit stones in hand, Chen Feng felt elated as he made his way back to his room. However, as he approached, he suddenly halted, staring blankly at the gravel path beneath his feet. A wild idea struck him. Were spirit stones not merely stones imbued with spiritual energy? And his own spirit infusion technique seemed to channel that very energy into mundane objects. The thought of transmuting stone into gold nearly made Chen Feng cry out in excitement. Back in his room, he took out an ordinary stone and employed his spirit infusion technique to infuse it with spiritual energy. He then retrieved a low-grade spirit stone for comparison. After observing it for a while, Chen Feng sighed and shook his head. Although the ordinary stone exhibited the capacity to store spiritual energy, it still paled in comparison to the energy retention of the most inferior spirit stones. Despite the experiment's failure, Chen Feng wore a look of astonishment, for he realized that should he attain a third-grade earth spiritual root, the spirit stones he produced would likely contain spiritual energy comparable to that of low-grade spirit stones. As time gradually trickled away, the night finally descended. Chen Feng consolidated the fireball technique after a day of diligent study, successfully committing its essentials to memory. He raised his hands, delicately extracting a wisp of spiritual energy from his spiritual sea. Then, he commanded the energy to rotate within his body, slowly gathering at his fingertips. A sensation of intense heat began to radiate from his fingertips, culminating in a soft popping sound as a flame, no larger than the tip of a finger, materialized above them. Chen Feng was elated. He had not anticipated such immediate success in his initial attempt at condensation. Although the fireball technique was merely the most rudimentary spell of the foundation establishment stage, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Beep. Skill initialization complete. Fireball technique learned successfully. Fireball technique level, mastered. Proficiency, 1000. Next level, proficient. Chen Feng stood in astonishment, gazing at the minuscule fireball in his hand. A wave of confusion washing over him. Could the fireball technique truly be upgraded? Since the arrival of the Lingyun sect, the Tianyun sect had become a hub of activity, with daily gatherings for the exchange of celestial techniques drawing immense crowds. Even some disciples from the outer court were permitted to attend. However, Chen Feng refrained from participating, preferring to minimize interactions with others. He spent his time either practicing the fireball technique in his room or studying further in the library about the celestial realm. As a fortnight swiftly passed, Chen Feng's proficiency with the fireball technique grew, and the size of the fireball he could conjure expanded from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist. Beep. Fireball technique upgraded successfully. Speed of casting increased, quantity augmented, and power enhanced. Level, proficient. Proficiency, 5000. Next level, mastery. Filled with joy, Chen Feng hastily dissipated the fireball in his hand and once again summoned the spiritual energy from his spiritual sea. With a sudden burst, 2 deep crimson fireballs materialized above his fingertips. Chen Feng felt the intense heat radiating from them, a blend of joy and concern swelling within him. Although he could discern the amplified power of the fireballs without experimentation, he was equally aware that the consumption of spiritual energy from his body had surged dramatically. Previously, with the spiritual energy of his second level of Qi cultivation, he could unleash 10 fireballs. However, at this rate of consumption, he feared he could only manage 6 or 7. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng dissipated the fireballs, straightened his attire, and stepped out towards the library. Zhong, feeling discontent these days, had been particularly unsettled since Chen Mo ascended to the status of an inner courtyard disciple. He felt an insatiable irritation, akin to a thorn in his throat. He had initially intended to leverage the connections with his fellow disciples from Lingyun's sect to eliminate this thorn, but alas, Chen Mo had been elusive. On this particular day, while Zhong was meandering through the inner courtyard with a few close friends from Lingyun's sect, his eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted Chen Mo absent-mindedly approaching them from afar. Elated, Zhong swiftly leaned towards one of his companions and whispered hurriedly. Initially taken aback, the Lingyun disciple cast a surprised glance at Zhong, but upon receiving several pills discreetly pressed into his hand, they exchanged a knowing smile. And Zhong swiftly retreated. The Lingyun disciple, gripping the pills tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering across his face, strode purposefully towards Chen Mo. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, who was preoccupied with thoughts of whether he should learn some practical secular combat techniques suitable for close quarters, his mind was set on enhancing his combat prowess in the short term. As he furrowed his brow, contemplating what knowledge to acquire, an audacious voice resonated nearby. This senior brother, evidently a disciple of some illustrious master, hailed from the Lingyun sect under the tutelage of Changhong Daoist. His name was Zheng Baichuan, and he sought guidance from the senior brother. Chapter 16. The initial confrontation, revised, a notification chimed, sect mission, duel with Zheng Baichuan. Task description, eliminate Zheng Baichuan. Due to the vast disparity in strength, there is no time limit. Do you accept? Chen Mo halted, lifting his gaze to behold a striking young man clad in the garb of the Lingyun sect, who wore a half-smile, his eyes occasionally flickering with malice. A pang of unease gripped Chen Mo, and his brow furrowed deeply, yet instinctively, he chose to accept the challenge. During the inter-sect exchange of celestial arts, free dueling was permitted. The challenge party could not evade, only conceding if they found themselves outmatched. Those who dared refuse a challenge would be deemed a disgrace to their sect, facing severe penalties, ranging from execution to the forfeiture of their cultivation, relegating them to the realm of mortals. Senior Brother Zhang is a new entrant to the inner court. I have yet to acquire even a modicum of skill. Your demand for a duel seems rather unreasonable. Chen Mo assessed Zheng Baichuan, pondering the latter's true intentions. Do you wish to decline? Zheng Baichuan replied with a sinister smile, his mockery unmistakable in his gaze. Chen Mo remained silent, recognizing the intent behind Zheng Baichuan's actions. It was evident that he sought to provoke trouble. With no avenue for retreat, Chen Mo decided to cast aside his facade, his expression hardening as he spoke resolutely. Senior Brother Zheng, it appears that a confrontation today is indeed unavoidable. As Zheng Baichuan exuded an air of arrogance and began to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Chen Mo, who, not far away, deftly gestured with one hand. The swirling aura around him coalesced into two deep crimson fireballs, which suddenly manifested. In an instant, the atmosphere around Chen Mo rippled, and the fireballs hurtled towards Zheng Baichuan with lightning speed. Navi, the fireballs surged forward, reaching Zheng Baichuan in the blink of an eye. Initially taken aback, he soon smirked, a hint of disdain dancing at the corners of his mouth. With a single finger pointed into the void, a small yellow shield materialized before his chest, providing a sturdy barrier. The shield, radiating a faint yellow glow, shimmered with ethereal energy that coiled around it, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. With a resounding impact, the two blazing fireballs collided with the shield the moment it appeared, creating ripples that spread across its surface before the fireballs vanished entirely. A defensive spiritual artifact? Chen Mo was taken aback. In his quest to enhance his own prowess, he had diligently perused numerous texts in the library over the past few days, and what captivated him most were the weapons wielded by cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are classified into 5 categories: spiritual tools, profound tools, treasured artifacts, celestial instruments, and divine implements. Each category is further divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades, with immense disparities in power between them. With your insignificant existence, what can you achieve even by launching a surprise attack? Zheng Baichuan observed Chun Feng's astonishment, a sense of self-satisfaction washing over him. An overwhelming feeling of superiority surged within him, for he perceived Chen Mo merely as a feeble insect that he could crush with ease. Chen Mo was filled with trepidation. The disparity in strength between himself and his opponent was too great. He had hoped to seize the initiative by launching an attack first, But it now seemed that his adversary was protected by a spiritual artifact. It was likely that he would suffer a devastating defeat. "Kid, accept your fate," laughed a disciple from the Lingyun sect, his mirth echoing in the air. "Senior brother Zeng, show him some real power. Yes, let him witness the might of our Lingyun sect." The other disciples of Lingyun's sect cheered excitedly, as if Chen Feng were already a fish on the chopping block. Zeng Baichuan, upon hearing their taunts, wore an even more arrogant expression, the smile on his lips deepening. Chen Feng clenched his teeth, his mind racing with various strategies. Yet every one of them was dismissed without exception. In the face of overwhelming strength, all tactics appeared futile. With a bitter smile in his heart, Chen Feng did not hesitate in his actions. Fiery orbs ignited in his palms, resembling serpents of flame that flickered and danced. "Fireball technique," he shouted with fervor, unleashing the scorching projectiles that soared through the air with a crackling sound, hurtling toward Zeng Baichuan. Zeng Baichuan laughed heartily, nonchalantly gesturing with his left hand. A small yellow shield materialized in midair, seemingly without the need for wind, intercepting the incoming fireballs one by one. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, a fierce gale erupted, conjuring a miniature tornado in his grasp. Wind trace technique. Chen Feng felt a chill run through him. The wind trace technique was a low-level immortal method practiced during the qi refining stage. It was swift and consumed little spiritual energy, making it particularly effective against cultivators of lesser prowess. "Go." Zeng Baichuan wore a smile as he unleashed a swirling tempest from his hand, transforming it into a myriad of wind traces that swept away Chen Feng. As Chen Feng gazed at the sky filled with these chaotic wind remnants, despair engulfed him. For such a dense array of wind traces left him with no means of evasion. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as razor-sharp wind blades carved numerous wounds across Chen Feng's body, causing blood to spurt forth in torrents. The overwhelming sensation of tearing pain made him convulse, a stark reminder of the chasm that lay between him and his adversary. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, and a fierce sense of resentment compelled him to rise, determined to conjure a fireball, yet it was evident that Zeng Baichuan would not grant him such an opportunity. "Brother, you are far too weak. Allow me to enlighten you on what true celestial techniques entail." Zeng Baichuan laughed heartily as he beheld the bloodied Chen Feng, summoning more wind blades that violently struck him, sending chunks of flesh flying. Under the sun's rays, the blood glistened with an eerie crimson hue. With a powerful impact, the wind blades hurled Chen Feng several meters away, where he landed with a harsh cough, blood frothing from his mouth. "How does it feel, brother? Is it painful?" Zeng Baichuan inquired with a grin, watching Chen Feng struggle to rise from the ground. As he summoned more wind blades, they ravaged Chen Feng's body like sharp knives, causing vast portions of flesh to detach painfully. The excruciating torment rendered Chen Feng unable to think clearly, yet he persistently attempted to rise. His cold gaze fixed upon Zeng Baichuan, filled with venomous resentment. The noonday sun cast its warmth upon the earth, yet at that moment, Zeng Baichuan felt not a shred of comfort. He silently observed Chen Feng, who struggled to rise from the pool of blood, his eyes filled with a venomous resentment. And a sudden surge of dread welled up within him. "Master, senior brother, enough. Let us depart," a trembling disciple of Lingyun's sect implored, casting a fearful glance at Zeng Baichuan. "Yes, indeed, senior brother. If this continues, he will perish." Zeng Baichuan turned to his fellow disciples, and in their eyes, he discerned a profound terror. Suddenly, a bloodied hand grasped Zeng Baichuan's foot, and an intense heat surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his spirit, and the small yellow shield materialized before him with a swish. With a muffled thud, two deep crimson fireballs struck the shield, sending ripples through it before dissipating into nothingness. The unexpected assault drenched Zeng Baichuan in cold sweat. He hastily looked down to see a bloodied figure, whose features were unrecognizable. Let out a long sigh and succumbed to unconsciousness, relinquishing its grip on his foot. "Do not blame me." A fierce glint flashed in Zeng Baichuan's eyes. Whether due to the elixir from Ruzhong or Chen Feng's ferocity displayed today, he knew he must eliminate the threat. With that thought, he grasped the air with one hand, conjuring several blades of wind that coalesced in his grasp. Chapter 17, The Great Returning Pill. "Stop." Just as Zeng Baichuan was about to take action, a furious roar echoed from afar like the cry of a dragon. Suddenly, the horizon was illuminated by a brilliant glow as Yang Mingjiu, resembling a formidable deity, descended with wild hair and an imposing demeanor, soaring towards Zheng Baichuan and his companions. Zheng Baichuan felt a jolt throughout his body and hurriedly dispersed the wind blades from his hands, quickly retreating on one foot to create distance between himself and Chen Feng. With a resounding crash, Yang Mingju landed like a cannonball, causing the stone-paved ground to erupt in a shower of debris and dust. Emerging from the swirling mist, Yang Mingju approached Chen Feng in just a few strides, disregarding the blood that covered Chen Feng's body. He swiftly lifted Chen Feng into his arms and, with lightning speed, grasped Chen Feng's mangled hand, pressing his index finger against the pulse point, his expression filled with urgency. After a moment of examination, Yang Mingju exhaled deeply, his demeanor gradually softening. With a flick of his hand, a golden, circular pill appeared in his palm. The moment the pill manifested, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and a dense mist of spiritual energy coiled around it. Yang Mingju gazed at the pill in his hand, a fleeting look of anguish crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he promptly placed the pill into Chen Feng's mouth. As the pill was consumed, a surge of powerful spiritual mist enveloped Chen Feng, infusing him with pure spiritual energy. Visible layers of fresh flesh began to regenerate on Chen Feng's body. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the disciples of Lingyun's sect stood in stunned silence, filled with envy and jealousy. Realizing that such a divine medicine had been bestowed upon a seemingly worthless individual of low cultivation, a true travesty of fate. In stark contrast to the others' reactions, Zheng Baichuan felt cold sweat soaking his clothes as he was gripped by an inexplicable terror. Who, after all, was this seemingly ordinary youth? How could the esteemed dual-realm master be willing to go to such lengths, employing such miraculous medicine for assistance? Zheng Baichuan had been a disciple of the Lingyun sect for several years and was acutely aware of the harsh realities within the realm of cultivation. If this youth did not share an extraordinary bond with the dual-realm master, he could not fathom such generosity being extended to him. A sense of having struck an iron plate quietly arose within Zheng Baichuan's heart. While inwardly cursing Lu Zhong, he pondered how best to confront Yang Mingju. As Yang Mingju observed the gradual improvement of Chen Feng's injuries, he gently set Chen Feng down and turned his gaze toward Zheng Baichuan, his elderly eyes brimming with murderous intent. The dual-realm master, Jr., sensing the ominous glint in Yang Mingju's eyes, Zheng Baichuan trembled violently and hastily bent in an attempt to explain. However, before he could utter a word, Yang Mingju's figure flickered, and he appeared before Zheng Baichuan, unleashing a flurry of resounding slaps that left Zheng Baichuan dazed, collapsing to the ground. The Lingyun sect disciples surrounding Zheng Baichuan had never witnessed such a spectacle. They stood rooted in shock, too frightened to plead on his behalf. Once Zheng Baichuan lay on the ground, resembling a beaten pig, Yang Mingju's fury began to dissipate slightly. He cast a cold glance at the other Lingyun disciples and spoke in a grave tone. My disciple is but a mere mortal, yet you treat him thus. Is this the conduct of the Lingyun sect? Should anyone dare to humiliate my disciple again, I shall demand an explanation. With that, Yang Mingju snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and swept up Chen Feng, transforming into a shooting star as he soared toward the dual-realm courtyard. The scene left behind was one of Lingyun disciples, their faces ashen, and the unconscious Zheng Baichuan. In a distant, secluded spot, Lu Zhong stood quietly, observing the entire battle with clarity. When he witnessed Chen Feng's unexpected display of celestial techniques, his brow furrowed tightly, and doubts began to cloud his mind. How could this seemingly useless individual, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, possibly wield such divine powers? The arrival of Yang Mingju intensified Lu Zhong's skepticism. Could the third elder truly come to the aid of a mere waste? This seemed utterly implausible. When Lu Zhong saw the third elder produce a yellow pill, his mind went blank, nearly causing him to exclaim in surprise. As a disciple of the sect leader, Lu Zhong was acutely aware of the significance of that yellow elixir. It was indeed the great rejuvenation pill. After a moment of contemplation, a cold glint flashed in Lu Zhong's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Feng must be eliminated. Although he posed no immediate threat to Lu Zhong, the third elder's attitude towards him suggested that there were undisclosed secrets binding the two. Chen Feng's very existence had already disrupted Lu Zhong's peace of mind. With this thought, Lu Zhong snorted disdainfully and turned to walk away. Meanwhile, Yang Mingju gazed upon the figure of Chen Feng lying on the bed, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Chen Feng's emergence had rekindled a flicker of hope within him. The formation of the core was a coveted aspiration for every cultivator, offering both extended life and a tremendous surge in power, drawing countless practitioners like moths to a flame. With a third-grade earth root, and currently at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage, Yang Mingju had reached his limit. Any further advancement would necessitate years of accumulation. Yet, his lifespan did not permit him to traverse such a lengthy path. The arrival of Chen Feng had, however, breathed life into his withering ambitions. Whether for the sake of prolonging his own life or enhancing his cultivation, he could not allow Chen Feng to perish. Not even the faintest glimmer of hope would be disregarded. Upon the comfortable bed, Chen Feng slept with remarkable tranquility, a sweetness of slumber he had never experienced since his arrival in this world. Each day was consumed by endeavors to elevate his strength or to safeguard his secrets. Living in constant trepidation. Am I still alive? Chen Feng opened his tousled eyes, initially bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon realizing that he was in his own abode, his confusion deepened. He lifted the covers, glancing down to find that the scars that had once marred his body had vanished, and his skin had transformed to a softness akin to that of an infant. Creak. Just as Chen Feng was enveloped in a haze of questions, the door was gently pushed open, revealing the handsome visage of Wang Xun before him. Junior brother, you are awake? Upon seeing Chen Feng's dazed expression, Wang Xun's face blossomed into a warm smile. Senior brother, I recall losing to a disciple of the Lingyun sect during our duel. How? Chen Feng's words trailed off, his face a canvas of confusion as he awaited Wang Xun's explanation. With a chuckle, Wang Xun recounted the events of Chen Feng's deep slumber over the past days. Chapter 18. Mundane Techniques. After bidding farewell to Wang Xun, Chen Feng slowly pushed open the window. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling his hair, while the radiant sunlight graced his face, enveloping him in warmth. As he gazed outside at the flourishing flowers and towering ancient trees, a sense of bewilderment enveloped his heart. What brings me here? Am I merely a lamb to be led to slaughter? I possess formidable capital, yet endure relentless humiliation. Is this the life I desire? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing deeply into his skin, as an unprecedented surge of fury welled up within him. This fiery wrath blazed uncontrollably, gradually consuming the last remnants of his rationality. Indeed, this is the realm of cultivation, where the immortal thrive in eternal splendor while the weak exist in abject humility, surviving only through true strength that can shatter all conspiracies. It was at this moment that Chen Feng finally liberated himself from past constraints, gaining a profound understanding of the fundamental law of survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. To exist, one must gaze down upon the masses like the scorching sun, resplendent and radiant. In the expansive chamber, spiritual energy swirled, while the fragrant incense wafted gently through the air. Upon a soft couch, Yang Mingju sat cross-legged. As strands of spiritual energy entered his body through his spiritual roots, refining gradually into purity before flowing towards his dantian. Master, the third junior brother has awakened. Wang Xun entered the room with measured steps, bowing respectfully 5 meters in front of Yang Mingju. Indeed, Yang Mingju slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of impatience crossing his face as he gestured for Wang Xun to withdraw. Wang Xun, unfazed by Yang Mingju's demeanor, returned the gesture with indifference, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Yang Mingju suddenly stirred, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a flush of exhilaration contrasting sharply with his earlier impatience. Disciple, do you harbor doubts regarding my use of the great rejuvenation pill? Just as Wang Xun was about to exit the room, Yang Mingju suddenly spoke. Wang Xun's expression momentarily froze, halting his steps. He swiftly turned around and chuckled. Master, you worry too much. My third junior brother and I share the same lineage, and I believe that should we encounter such a situation, even I would unhesitatingly utilize the grand return pill. Indeed, Yang Mingju gazed at Wang Xun with a faint, inscrutable glimmer in his eyes, before breaking into a smile. Zuner, focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking. Your innate talent is unparalleled, and I am confident your future achievements will rival my own. As long as I can attain even half of your accomplishments, Master, I shall be entirely satisfied. Upon hearing Yang Mingju's words, Wang Xun's countenance turned anxious, and he promptly bowed deeply. Haha, you may go now. Yang Mingju did not respond further, but merely laughed heartily, dismissing Wang Xun. Wang Zun hurriedly exited the room, while Yang Mingjiu, lost in thought, lingered for a moment before casting his gaze towards Chun Feng's chamber, his face suddenly alight with fervor. It has truly succeeded. A third-grade Earth spiritual root. My dear disciple, you have indeed not disappointed your master. In the library, Chen Feng was engrossed in perusing one ancient tome after another. Illusory Luo Steps? Curiosity piqued. Chen Feng picked up a volume and began to leaf through it. The illusory Luo Steps requires a tremendous expenditure of true energy, channeling it into the legs and utilizing bodily movement to create afterimages, thus confounding the enemy's vision. When mastered to perfection, one could slay a foe every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Reading the description of the illusory Luo Steps, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The martial arts of the mundane world seem excessively exaggerated. Even the mightiest of foundation-establishing cultivators would hardly dare claim to leave no trace over such vast distances. Yet, despite his thoughts, Chen Feng could not help but feel a burgeoning interest in this ancient tome. In his view, even if he were to be outmatched in his duel with Zheng Baichuan, there remained a glimmer of hope. Should he rely on swiftness to maneuver before his opponent and wield a fine spiritual artifact, he might yet possess the strength to contend. With the opportunity to enhance his agility laid before him, Chen Feng wasted no time and turned towards the management of the library. Junior Sister Huang, do you not find the swordsmanship of the mundane world to be overly exaggerated? They speak of the wrathful sword, claiming it can pierce through the ages. Just as Chen Feng was about to reach the entrance, a low voice reached his ears. He, Brother Zhang. It is well known that the things of the secular realm are often like this. Do you believe a frog at the bottom of a well can glimpse the vastness of the sky? Chen Feng paused and turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a young man and woman sharing a book, chuckling softly. The wrathful sword, swift as thunder, a sword like a rainbow, channels all one's true energy into its blade. With its rapidity, the wrathful sword is unleashed, transcending the ages, wielded without fear of life or death, for life and death hinge upon a single stroke. As Chen Feng perused the description of the wrathful sword, he found himself both amused and perplexed, scratching his head in disbelief. Was it truly wise to place one's entire existence upon a single strike? Lacking true energy at present, he pondered whether spiritual energy could serve as a substitute. However, if he were to combine the illusory Luo step with the wrathful sword, it might just yield a desperate yet potent attack. After contemplating the feasibility of his thoughts, Chen Feng approached the library management with the 2 books in hand. Back again to borrow books. Are we, junior brother? Due to Chen Feng's frequent visits to the library, the elderly caretakers managing it had grown quite familiar with him. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, they greeted him with smiles. Chen Feng nodded and said, Indeed, Brother Liu. Could you please assist me in copying these 2 books? Secular Cultivation Methods? The elder named Liu paused slightly upon seeing the 2 volumes. But after Chen Feng confirmed with a nod, he sighed with a hint of resignation and proceeded to a nearby room. Before long, the elder emerged, holding 2 pristine volumes, which he handed to Chen Feng. Is this xianxia? The elder was taken aback, astonished as he accepted the 2 stones from Chen Feng's hands, scrutinizing them carefully. Indeed, they were low-grade spiritual stones. However, in his several decades of life, he had never encountered such a material. After a prolonged moment of careful examination, the elder realized that although the texture resembled ordinary xianxia, the energy contained within was indistinguishable from that of other low-grade spiritual stones. He chuckled lightly and stowed the 2 stones away. Chen Feng smiled softly, his expression betraying no sign of emotion, yet he was already sweating profusely. This was his first time utilizing synthetic spiritual stones, and to his astonishment, it had truly succeeded. Chapter 19. 3 days. The ability to create low-grade spiritual stones implied that at the upcoming item exchange conference in 3 days, he would possess the means to barter or purchase. If he could effectively leverage the resources at his disposal, he believed his strength would undoubtedly soar. Deep in thought, Chen Feng hastened towards his chamber. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Feng did not hastily commence the crafting of spirit stones or the perusal of cultivation tomes. Instead, he leisurely sat for a moment, then proceeded to drape the windows with a dark cloth, followed by securing the door with a sturdy bolt. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng cast a sweeping gaze around the room, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Satisfied, he turned to the bedside, reached into his spatial ring, and retrieved 2 books, placing them gently beside him. He then extracted over 20 ordinary blue stones from the ring, examining them with great care. As he observed the variably sized stones in his hands, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. In just 3 days, the item exchange conference will commence. Whether I can procure valuable items rests entirely upon you, he mused with a chuckle. With that, Chen Feng activated his spirit infusion technique, channeling the room's spiritual energy into the blue stones. Time passed gradually, and after 2 hours of diligent effort, he successfully infused all 20 stones. Letting out a sigh, he wiped the perspiration from his brow. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, and fatigue was evident in his demeanor. Yet, the thrill in his eyes was undeniable. Spirit infusion truly demands physical stamina. When I enhance my abilities next, I must bolster my endurance. With a wry smile, Chen Feng carefully stored the 20 inferior spirit stones back into his spatial ring. He then closed his eyes, drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth to restore his vigor. When Chen Feng finally reopened his eyes, night had fallen, and the room was engulfed in darkness, save for the luminous glint in his agile eyes, which flickered as if immersed in contemplation. Before long, Chen Feng suddenly smiled, his hands forming intricate seals as the spiritual energy within him surged fervently. A wave of intense heat enveloped the surroundings, and 2 deep crimson fireballs materialized in his palms. As the fireballs appeared, a torrid gust swept through the pitch-dark room, illuminating it with a vivid scarlet glow. Merge, Chen Feng bellowed, gazing intently at the fireballs. With a swift motion of his hand, the 2 orbs, seemingly imbued with sentience, collided violently. A muffled thud resonated as the fireballs merged, their color transforming into a hue reminiscent of fresh blood. A gleam of determination flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he infused his will into the fireball. With a mere thought, the sanguine orb shot forth like lightning towards a nearby table. With a crack, the fireball whizzed by, igniting the candle atop the table and illuminating the room in brilliant light. Disperse. A faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he gestured towards the air, causing the fiery projectile to dissolve into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Earlier that day, while in the library, Chen Feng had pondered a question. Since the fireball technique was a manifestation of his spiritual energy, could he not manipulate its quantity? For instance, if his proficiency in the fireball technique allowed him to conjure 2 orbs each time, could merging them not enhance their potency? This realization prompted his recent actions, and now it appeared he had indeed succeeded. Elated by the outcome of his experiment, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward the 2 tomes resting on his bedside. Gently lifting the Huanluo step, Chen Feng meticulously examined the text, committing all the key points and essential notes to memory. Upon completing the reading, he descended from the bed, pondering whether spiritual energy could be utilized as true energy. From the materials he had perused over the past few days, he deduced that for ordinary individuals, practicing martial arts and cultivating true energy was essentially a method of storing the energies of heaven and earth within oneself. However, most worldly practitioners lacked spiritual roots and systematic methods to absorb and refine spiritual energy. Thus, they could only rely on continuous practice to assimilate the murky energies of the cosmos, which they referred to as true energy. If his conjecture held any merit, then spiritual energy could indeed serve as true energy, and the techniques executed with pure spiritual energy would undoubtedly surpass those of mere mortals. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He silently recited the principles of the Huanluo step and drew forth a strand of spiritual energy from his dantian, directing it towards his legs. Beep beep, the system announced the successful acquisition of the Huanluo step. Huanluo step level, mastery proficiency 0-1000 next level, proficient. Chen Feng's heart leapt with joy at the system's notification. It appeared his hypothesis was correct. Spiritual energy could indeed be wielded as true energy. However, he was curious about the manifestation of the Huanluo step when executed with spiritual energy. With this thought, he moved his legs, allowing the spiritual energy to swirl around them. Chen Feng diligently recalled the footwork's principles, and in an instant, he began to dart about, creating a spectacle in his room where 2 figures of Chen Feng emerged. The 2 silhouettes intertwined, dodging and maneuvering, making it nearly impossible to discern the true body among them. The breeze was refreshing as Chen Feng gracefully traversed the space, employing the ethereal steps of the illusory Luo technique while channeling his internal energy into his feet. With the increase of energy, his figure accelerated, and before long, There were 3 apparitions of Chen Feng flickering within the room, followed by 4, and then 5. It was only after the 5th figure emerged that Chen Feng's manifestation ceased, leaving him to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. The illusory Luo technique was indeed formidable, yet it was excessively draining on both spiritual energy and physical stamina. With a deep sigh, Chen Feng reclined on the floor. Were his sentiments to reach the ears of the venerable creator of this technique, it would surely provoke their ire. Originally, the illusory Luo technique was conceived by a powerful individual from the mundane realm as a whimsical endeavor. Despite the technique's grandiose description, the elder could ultimately only manage to conjure a mere 2 manifestations through sheer prowess, and even then, the technique was more suited for evasion rather than combat. As his stamina and spiritual energy gradually replenished, Chen Feng, filled with anticipation, approached the bedside and picked up another tome, The Furious Sword, before delving into its pages. 3 fleeting days passed in an instant. During this time, Chen Feng dedicated himself to absorbing spiritual energy, diligently practicing the illusory Luo technique and the Furious Sword. He found solace in the fact that, when fueled by pure spiritual power, the Furious Sword exhibited astonishing destructive capability, significantly bolstering his confidence. He believed that if he were to face Zheng Baichuan now, while victory might not be assured, merely closing the distance to Zheng Baichuan would suffice to give him a run for his money. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the window as Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes for meditation. He accessed his attributes and examined the spirit stones within his storage ring before gracefully making his way towards the door. Name: Chen Feng Cultivation Level. 3rd layer of Qi Refining Strength. Upgradable Spiritual Root. Upgradable Current Spiritual Root. 3rd rank Earth Spiritual Root Physical Fitness. Upgradable Occupational Status. Earth Level Spirit Master Occupational Traits. Transmutation of Stone to Gold. Channeling the Spirit Qi of Heaven and Earth Character Skills. Fireball Technique. Illusory Steps. Wrathful Sword Skill Levels. Fireball Technique. Proficient. Proficiency 888-5000 Next Level. Mastery. Illusory Steps. Mastered. Proficiency 322-1000 Next Level. Proficient Wrathful Sword. Mastered. Proficiency 182-1000 Next Level. Proficient Main Quest. Eliminate Lu Zhong. Incomplete Sect Quest. Challenge from Zheng Baichuan. Incomplete. Chapter 20. The Exchange Conference. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying the fragrance of blooming willows. After stepping out, Chen Feng did not head directly to the Exchange Conference. Instead, he proceeded to Yang Mingju's chamber. Ever since Chen Feng learned that Yang Mingju had risked using the exquisite Xian Dangrate rejuvenation pill to save him, he harbored a newfound respect for this nominal master. Though he remained uncertain as to why Yang Mingju treated him with such kindness, the debt of gratitude for saving his life was more than enough to elicit profound appreciation. Sunlight filtered through the towering ancient trees, casting dappled shadows upon the pristine bluestone path of the Xuanjua courtyard. The door to Yang Mingju's room creaked open, revealing Chen Feng, his face alight with joy as he emerged, accompanied by the serene figure of Wang Zun, who wore a gentle smile. Junior brother, at every exchange conference, there are always numerous treasures to be found. If the 20 low-grade spirit stones your master bestowed upon you are insufficient, I have a few more to spare. Ah, splendid. Should it prove inadequate, I trust my elder brother will be generous. Chen Feng jested, sharing a light-hearted laugh with Wang Zun as they strolled towards the Falling Sunset Peak. Falling Sunset Peak, situated on the western side of the inner courtyard of the Tianyun sect, had burgeoned significantly due to the increasing scale of the exchange meetings, attracting a plethora of wandering cultivators and families of immortal practitioners. Consequently, Tianyun sect decided to vacate the entire Falling Sunset Peak, transforming it into a dedicated venue for the exchange of goods. After all, it is quite unsettling to have a throng of unknown individuals frequently entering the inner sanctum of the sect. Beneath Falling Sunset Peak, shadows flitted about in a vibrant display of activity. Disciples from Tianyun sect and Lingyun sect, along with various wandering cultivators, exchanged pleasantries with joyful expressions, ascending the stone steps towards the summit. As Chen Feng arrived at the base of the peak, he surveyed the bustling crowd around him, a sly smile creeping onto his face. It was clear that the allure of elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and secret manuals held considerable sway over cultivators. The sight of so many practitioners gathered in one place was unprecedented for him, igniting his anticipation for the exchange conference even further. Senior brother. A sweet voice resonated from a distance, causing Chen Feng and Wang Xun to halt simultaneously and turn towards the source. There stood Zheng Min, clad in a yellow robe, approaching them accompanied by several female disciples. Second senior sister. Chen Feng greeted Zheng Min with haste. However, she paid him little mind. Her enchanting gaze fixated entirely on Wang Xun as she teasingly remarked, "Senior brother, did you not promise to accompany me? How did you break your promise?" At this moment, a flush of crimson swept across Zheng Min's face, and she promptly disregarded Chen Feng, seizing Wang Xun and striding towards the stone steps ahead. Witnessing this scene, the accompanying female disciple stifled a giggle, also ignoring Chen Feng, and followed suit. The majestic Luoxia peak loomed magnificently, shrouded in mist. Its entire structure pierced by thousands of azure stone steps that ascended like a colossal azure dragon spiraling into the sky. Flanking the steps were 1-meter-high, sturdy blue stone cliffs, complemented by a pristine pathway and azure walls, which perpetually evoked a sense of solidity and reassurance. Chen Feng meandered leisurely among the throng of disciples, admiring the breathtaking scenery of Luoxia Peak while progressing at a relaxed pace. After an hour, he finally reached the summit, engulfed by the vibrant atmosphere. The vast peak was alive with chatter and the sounds of vendors calling out, as countless stalls shimmered with brilliance, illuminating the entire summit with a radiant glow. Dear disciple, to participate in the item exchange, please submit 3 low-grade spirit stones. Just as Chen Feng marveled at the grandeur of Tianyun's sect, a hoarse voice broke through beside him. Taken aback, he turned to see a person clad in the attire of Tianyun's sect, grinning warmly at him. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng observed that others who ascended to the peak also paid their spirit stones without delay. Thus, he reached into his storage ring, retrieved 3 spirit stones, and handed them over to the attendant. Upon seeing the azure spirit stone presented by Chen Feng, the individual initially appeared taken aback. However, once he ascertained the stone's authenticity, he produced a wooden token from within his robes and handed it to Chen Feng with a smile. "Esteemed junior brother," he said, "this token grants you access to the item exchange fair. For the duration of this month, as long as you possess the token, you may freely enter and exit the fair without incurring any fees." Chen Feng nodded, feeling a significant sense of relief. Had he been required to pay 3 lower-grade spirit stones each time he attended, few would be able to afford such a cost. The venue for the item exchange was vast, sprawling over 1,000 square meters, with rows of stone platforms meticulously arranged, each separated by a few meters to allow passage. As Chen Feng strolled past the various platforms, his eyes scanned the items displayed, though he refrained from inquiring about prices or making purchases, seemingly wandering aimlessly. Yet, whenever someone engaged in haggling with a vendor, Chen Feng would quietly stand aside, attentively listening to their exchange. After several hours of exploration, he had nearly perused all the stalls and had familiarized himself with the prices of the majority of items before finally approaching one particular stall. "Dear friend, this blazing sun diamond sword seems rather exorbitant, does it not? For a lower-grade spirit weapon, you dare to ask for 50 lower-grade spirit stones," exclaimed a young man in his 30s, dressed in the attire of the Lingyun sect, as he scrutinized a massive broadsword. "Exorbitant?" the vendor retorted. "You must see clearly. Although this sword is indeed a lower-grade spirit weapon, it is on the verge of being classified as middle-grade. Wielding this weapon in battle would undoubtedly amplify your strength significantly. Furthermore, it is said that the addition of the fengxiang technique enhances the agility of one's movements during combat." The vendor is a robust man clad in fitted garments, who immediately defended himself upon hearing the remark about the sword's high price. "My esteemed friend, is it not the case that battles among cultivators primarily involve the use of celestial techniques rather than mere brute force?" He continued, "I have just entered the foundation establishment stage and am in need of a flying sword that I can wield. Would you consider selling it for 20 low-grade spirit stones?" The man from Lingyun sect could not help but flush at the vendor's words. Indeed, cultivators typically engage in combat through spells and techniques. However, as a blacksmith, he could only employ the fengxiang technique, a rather rudimentary formation. Thus, during the forging process, he could only inscribe the fengxiang technique upon the spiritual energy. 23 stones. And that is my final offer. With a cold snort, the young man returned the Liang Vajra sword to the vendor and made to depart. 38 low-grade spirit stones. If you choose not to buy, then I am at a loss. The vendor, clearly lacking in business acumen. Panicked at the sight of the young man, turning to leave, and hastily lowered his price. The young man hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately shook his head and continued on his way, muttering under his breath, a mere low-grade spiritual weapon, and he treats it as a treasure. Ridiculous. Just then, as the robust vendor sighed in resignation, Chen Mo, who had been observing from a distance, approached with measured steps. The vendor pondered for a moment, calculating his options. While the profit was meager, it was still somewhat acceptable. Resolving himself, he clenched his teeth and stated, "Very well, 34 it is. Consider it a bargain." Upon finishing his words, the burly man grasped the broadsword with one hand while extending the other towards Chen Mo. Understanding the intent behind the man's gesture, Chen Mo, with a pained expression, retrieved 34 low-grade spiritual stones from his storage ring, meticulously counting them several times. Observing Chen Feng's demeanor, the man realized that his opponent lacked considerable strength and that acquiring such spiritual stones was no trivial matter. Thus he remained patiently silent as Chen Feng continued his counting. After repeating the count 4 or 5 times, Chen Feng reluctantly handed the spiritual stones to the man, his eyes brimming with reluctance. The man accepted the stones while simultaneously presenting the blazing sun golden sword to Chen Feng. He then carefully sensed the 34 spiritual stones before placing them into his storage ring. With the sword now in his possession, Chen Feng did not linger any longer and turned to depart from the man's stall. Just as he was about to leave, however, a strong arm seized his shoulder. Chapter 21. Entering the inner courtyard, feeling the powerful hand behind him, Chen Feng's heart tightened, prompting him to instinctively shake off the grip and retreat sharply, creating distance between himself and the individual. Turning to face the person, he was greeted by the sight of Yang Jingyu. A smile of joy illuminated Chen Feng's face upon recognizing the newcomer. "Brother Chen, quite alert, I see," Yang Jingyu teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Enough of that. Despite his seasoned demeanor, Chen Feng felt a flush of embarrassment in the presence of his friend. His earlier reaction had indeed been somewhat excessive. However, given the precarious environment of Tianyun's sect, where enemies lurked at every corner, he felt justified in his caution. With that, Chen Feng stepped forward, delivering a hearty punch to Yang Jingyu's chest. Thud! A muffled sound resonated, causing Yang Jingyu to stagger back a step. Yet, he bore no trace of anger. With a swift stride, he rushed to Chen Feng, enveloping him in an embrace, their laughter echoing and drawing curious glances from those around them. "You've entered the outer courtyard?" Chen Feng inquired, surveying Yang Jingyu, who was clad in a yellow robe, though devoid of the inner courtyard insignia. "Of course. Is it only permissible for you, who stumbled upon good fortune, to enter the outer courtyard while I, a diligent cultivator, am denied?" Yang Jingyu chuckled, brimming with confidence. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at Yang Jingyu's demeanor, as a sense of long-lost brotherhood began to blossom within him. "By the way, upon spotting you earlier, I hurried over. My sister is waiting for me over there. Come, let me introduce you." With that, Yang Jingyu turned and walked back, to which Chen Feng readily accepted the invitation, hastening to follow. The two exchanged brief updates on their recent endeavors before arriving at a row of stalls on the western side of the square. "Sister, not far off." A slender young woman clad in a yellow robe was lost in thought. Upon hearing the call, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her, prompting her to glance in Yang Jingyu's direction. With excitement, Yang Jingyu dashed to her side and grinned playfully. "Sister, this is my good friend whom I often speak of, Chen Feng." He then turned to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, this is my sister, Yang Jingting. Shall you, do not be impudent." The young woman furrowed her brow and cast a reproachful glance at Yang Jingyu, before turning to Chen Feng with respect, saying, "Junior sister Yang Jingting pays her respects to senior brother Chen." Yang Jingyu, feeling somewhat vexed, murmured under his breath, yet he still smiled brightly at Chen Feng. "Sister Ting, there is no need for such formality. During my time in the miscellaneous courtyard, I often received care from Jingyu. Your calling me senior brother Chen is truly a burden for me." Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, politely bowing his hand toward Yang Jingting. Yang Jingyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight and cast Chen Feng a knowing look, then deftly shifted the topic, and the three began to converse. Chen Feng, filled with joy at seeing his long-lost friends, couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Jingting seemed somewhat uncomfortable speaking with him. At times, her gaze flickered, avoiding direct contact, which puzzled Chen Feng. Yet, he dismissed it, attributing it to the significant disparity in their status within the Cloud Gate's inner and outer courtyards. After a brief exchange, Chen Feng invited the two to his residence in the Twin Extremes courtyard for a small gathering. They readily agreed, and thus the trio descended from the falling sunset peak, making their way toward the inner courtyard. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had been intently watching their every move. After they departed, the owner of those eyes approached a nearby stall to inquire about the conversation they had just had, a sinister smile creeping upon their face as they reveled in the success of their schemes. As the three continued their banter, they soon arrived at the inner courtyard. After Chen Feng presented his identification, they encountered no obstacles and made their way to the Twin Extremes courtyard. "Kid, you're doing quite well, aren't you? This room is far superior to our accommodations in the outer courtyard." Upon entering the room, Yang Jingyu surveyed his surroundings, showering praises with an exuberant smile that reflected his joy for his dear friend. Yang Jingting stood by, smiling gently, quietly appraising the decor of Chen Feng's quarters, though a complex expression occasionally flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Jingyu, please don't make me shiver. I too have merely been fortunate to earn my master's regard. Otherwise, I would still be languishing in the storeroom. Sigh, when will I ever reach the inner courtyard?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yang Jingyu's countenance dimmed slightly. His spiritual root was not particularly exceptional, merely a first-grade earth root. Just a few days prior, had it not been for his sister discreetly providing him with several precious purple gold pills, he might have required an additional 6 months of cultivation to attain the third layer of qi training. Achieving the standards to enter the inner courtyard seemed a distant dream, likely taking 10 or 20 years. However, the speaker's casual remarks sparked an idea in Chen Feng, who, upon hearing Yang Jingyu's lament, swiftly thought of a plan. "Jingyu, wait here for me. I shall visit my master for a moment." Without waiting for a response, Chen Feng hastily exited the room, making his way toward Yang Mingju's quarters. "Sister, why do I feel that something is off with you today?" After Chen Feng departed, Yang Jingyu unceremoniously sat on the bed and turned his gaze toward Yang Jingting. Yang Jingting hesitated, her expression peculiar as she replied, "What do you mean?" "It's simply that I am happy to see you so close with Brother Chen." "Hee. Sister, you need not worry too much. Chen Feng and I share a very good relationship. In the future, please refrain from addressing him as Brother Chen. It makes me feel quite uneasy." Yang Jingyu listened to his sister's explanation, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. It was hardly surprising. Whether in the miscellaneous courtyard or the outer courtyard, those who could forge connections with the inner courtyard disciples would receive special treatment. Not to mention that Chen Feng was currently the direct disciple of the third elder. Understood. My sister knows." Yang Jingting replied with a faint smile, her rosy lips revealing a row of pearly white teeth, akin to exquisite jade, translucent and radiant. As time slowly passed, approximately an hour later, Yang Jingyu began to grow somewhat impatient, yearning to step outside for a stroll, yet fearing to breach the inner courtyard's regulations. In his boredom, he found himself cursing Chen Feng for his lack of loyalty and for vanishing without explanation. Just then, the door creaked open, and Chen Feng entered with a broad smile plastered across his face. "What mischief have you been up to? My sister and I traveled a great distance to see you, and this is how you treat us? Speak, how shall I punish you?" Upon seeing Chen Feng, Yang Jingyu's spirits lifted, and he regarded him with a mischievous grin, playfully shaking his strong fist. If I told you that you could reside in the Shuangjua courtyard from now on, would that atone for my misdeeds?" Chen Feng chuckled, feigning a pitiful expression as he looked at Yang Jingyu. "What?" Yang Jingyu exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. Even Yang Jingting, standing beside him, had her alluring mouth form a na shape in astonishment. The selection of disciples for the inner courtyard of Tianyun Gate was notoriously stringent. They had never imagined that Chen Feng could devise a way for them to live within its confines. Seeing the astonished look on Yang Jingyu's face, Chen Feng laughed heartily, then briefly explained his earlier whereabouts before leading the two toward a few nearby rooms. Once all the arrangements were made, Chen Feng deliberately instructed a young attendant to bring several exquisite dishes. The three indulged in a sumptuous meal and then agreed to meet the following day to visit Luoxia Peak before parting ways. As night descended, Tianyun Gate was eerily quiet, and the Shuangjua courtyard was so silent that not even a whisper could be heard. Such a tranquil night seemed destined for turbulence, for a shadowy figure stealthily entered Yang Jingtong's chamber. Chapter 22. The frame-up the following morning. The trio convened at Chen Feng's abode as previously arranged and set out for Luoxiao Mountain. Throughout the day, due to the Yang siblings' scarcity of spirit stones, they did not procure many items, while Chen Feng utilized a considerable number of spirit stones to acquire several low-grade talismans. Observing Chen Feng's abundant haul, the Yang siblings feigned indifference, but it was a falsehood. Nonetheless, Chen Feng generously shared a portion of his talismans with them, resulting in a harmonious conclusion for all three. From that day forth, Chen Feng dedicated his spare time to crafting lower-grade spirit stones, for he understood that the exchange period was fleeting, lasting merely a month. The more talismans he could amass, the greater his assurance of survival. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On this day, as Chen Feng returned from Luoxiao Mountain, his heart brimmed with joy, not for any trivial matter, but because, by sheer coincidence, he had acquired a mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Hunyuan Mirror. Typically, even on quiet days, the Shuangjua courtyard would host a few wandering junior disciples. However, today, not a single soul was in sight. In this desolate courtyard, Chen Feng sensed an undercurrent of danger, prompting him to furrow his brow tightly as he proceeded towards his room. Before Chen Feng could take more than 2 steps, the Grand Elder approached him with a frostbitten countenance. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the Grand Elder momentarily froze. But then his eyes sparkled with intensity. In a swift motion, he appeared at Chen Feng's side. Observing the Grand Elder's series of actions, Chen Feng felt a sense of bewilderment, yet he still proclaimed aloud, "Disciple Chen Feng pays his respects to Master Uncle." "Excellent, you have arrived just in time, saving me the trouble of searching for you." The Grand Elder's gaze was fierce, and Chen Feng's confusion deepened. Clearly, the Grand Elder's demeanor suggested ill intent. Yet he could not fathom what wrongdoing he had committed. "Come with me," the Grand Elder commanded imperiously, extending his gnarled hand to firmly grasp Chen Feng's shoulder. A surge of force coursed through him, nearly eliciting a cry of pain from Chen Feng. He furrowed his brow tightly, but remained silent, allowing the Grand Elder to lead him away. In a brief moment, they reached the vicinity of Chen Feng's quarters, where he was met with the sight of over 100 disciples from the inner court gathered around. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Enter," the Grand Elder barked, releasing his grip on Chen Feng's shoulder and gesturing towards the door. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Feng's forehead. He surmised he had been ensnared in a plot, but was uncertain of the matter that could provoke such severity from the Grand Elder. With a steely resolve, Chen Feng pushed open the door and stepped inside. Within the room, 4 elderly figures, including Yang Mingjiu, regarded the shimmering pills laid upon the table with grave expressions. Particularly Yang Mingjiu, whose countenance was the most somber of all. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, several elderly men turned their gazes towards the newcomer. When they realized it was Chen Feng and the Grand Elder, their expressions became quite peculiar. Chen Feng scanned the room and felt his heart plummet. He never anticipated that the master of Tianyun's sect, Master Miaoji, along with the 4 Grand Elders, would all be present. Clearly, the events of the day were of grave significance. The Grand Elder slowly shut the door with a cold huff and pushed Chen Feng forward, causing him to stumble a few steps into the center of the room. Master Miaoji, with his flowing white hair and clad in a pristine white robe, bore a serene countenance, yet there was an unmistakable hint of anger in his expression. "Are you Chen Feng?" "Indeed, I am. I have the honor of meeting the master," Chen Feng replied. Though tumultuous waves churned within him, he forced himself to maintain a semblance of composure. "Do you know what lies upon the table?" Master Miaoji's piercing gaze bore into Chen Feng, causing him to feel a chilling dread seep into his very being. "Very well. Are you aware of the origin of these elixirs?" "This, I do not know." Chen Feng's cold sweat poured forth. In any sect, matters concerning elixirs were never trifling. "Unaware, you say?" The Grand Elder scoffed, his voice grave. "Since your arrival in the inner court, there have been frequent incidents of elixirs going missing, and today, these very elixirs were fortuitously discovered in your room. If you claim ignorance, how will you explain this?" The Grand Elder's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Chen Feng rooted to the spot, as his greatest fears had materialized. In the realm of cultivation, it was always better to err on the side of caution. Today, he found himself in an utterly indefensible position. A wave of despair gradually enveloped Chen Feng's heart. While he felt he could still contend against the disciples within the sect, facing these formidable foundation establishment cultivators was an entirely different matter. Observing the pallor of Chen Feng's face, the Grand Elder solemnly declared, "Brother sect leader, one can defend against external threats. Yet it is the treachery within that is most insidious. It seems there is no need for further inquiry. He must be eliminated. Without awaiting a response from the real person of the second foundation, the Grand Elder raised a hand, summoning a vast surge of spiritual energy that surged towards Chen Feng with great ferocity. With a swift motion, Yang Mingju firmly grasped the Grand Elder's hand. His demeanor grave as he stated, "My disciple would never resort to thievery of any elixirs. Spare us your coercive tactics." "What do you mean, Third Elder?" The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Mingju would defend a perceived waste. "My meaning is clear. My disciple would not engage in such actions." Yang Mingju glared fiercely at the Grand Elder, his voice resonating with conviction. Though this matter is indeed peculiar, the evidence of the stolen goods in his quarters is irrefutable. Why make a stand for someone? The second elder, seated beside the real person of the second foundation, interjected hastily. "I have stated it clearly, he is not my disciple. Anyone who dares to harm him today will find themselves at odds with me, Yang Mingju." Yang Mingju's unexpected defense astonished everyone present, and even Chen Feng felt a surge of gratitude welling within him, deeper than before. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as all eyes shifted between Chen Feng and Yang Mingju, ultimately resting upon the real person of the second foundation. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, the esteemed Master Miaoqi cleared his throat and addressed Yang Mingju, enunciating each word with gravity. "Third brother, this matter requires a clear explanation. If Chen Feng can reveal who orchestrated this, then we shall consider it resolved. If not, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yang Mingju, a tempest of anger and disbelief, was evidently intimidated by Master Miaoqi. He turned to Chen Feng, his eyes brimming with expectation. Chen Feng surveyed the faces around him, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Given that someone had stealthily placed the elixir in his room, it was clear that all avenues for retreat had been closed off. Even if he spoke, it would likely lead to humiliation, leaving him with no escape. With a heavy sigh, Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Master Miaoqi, allowing a serene smile to grace his features. Whether he spoke or remained silent, the outcome was destined to be fatal. He resigned himself to his fate. If he must face death, he would prefer to do so with composure. Observing Chen Feng's acceptance of his predicament, Yang Mingju turned pale, weakly releasing the grip he had on the elder, who let out a sinister chuckle, raising his hand to strike Chen Feng. At that moment, the door burst open, and a robust, handsome young man strode confidently into the room. He scanned the surroundings and declared loudly, "This matter is the doing of me, Yang Zhengyu, and has nothing to do with Chen Feng." Yang Mingju's heart soared with relief as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Feng. Locking his gaze onto Yang Zhengyu, and queried in a low, intense voice, "Is what you say truly so?" Chen Feng gazed at Yang Zhengyu, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although their relationship was strong, to assert that Yang Zhengyu would sacrifice his life for him seemed somewhat exaggerated. There must be hidden truths beneath the surface. Nevertheless, Chen Feng was certain that the one who conspired against him could not be Yang Zhengyu. "The matter of the elixir was orchestrated by me. It has nothing to do with Chen Feng." "Nonsense. As an outer court disciple, how could you possibly steal elixirs from the inner court?" The Grand Elder's expression hardened, clearly doubting Yang Zhengyu's words. Yang Zhengyu's demeanor grew grave, his mouth opening to speak. But at that moment, Yang Zhengting burst in, disheveled, her beautiful eyes swollen from tears, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. "Master, do not heed my brother's falsehoods. I am the one responsible for all of this. I intentionally framed senior brother Chen. Do you think this is a child's play?" Master Miaojing interjected with a cold snort. Upon hearing Yang Zhengting's declaration, the others in the room frowned, and Yang Zhengyu's face turned ashen. "Speak." Yang Mingju disregarded the opinions of others. As long as it meant saving Chen Feng, he cared not how convoluted the situation was. "Disciple Yang Zhengting, an outer court disciple." "Silence." Yang Zhengyu bellowed in anger, attempting to prevent Yang Zhengting from continuing. Yet, Yang Mingju flicked his sleeve, releasing a wisp of spiritual mist that ensnared Yang Zhengyu tightly, casting him aside against the wall. Yang Zhengyu's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed, pleadingly looking at his sister, but Yang Zhengting averted her gaze, slowly unfolding the truth of the matter. Originally, a month prior, as was her custom, Yang Zhengting was engrossed in her cultivation within her chambers. As night descended, a disciple from the inner courtyard stealthily entered her room, presenting her with several purple gold pills. beseeching her assistance in aiding her brother to attain the third level of qi refinement, thus enabling him to enter the outer courtyard and qualify for participation in the exchange conference. Yang Jinting found herself perplexed. She could not fathom the existence of something for nothing, and thus she hesitated to acquiesce. However, the disciple candidly revealed her ulterior motive, to harm Chen Feng. Should Yang Jinting refuse to cooperate, she would not hesitate to eliminate both siblings. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinting was momentarily torn. She frequently visited the storeroom to see Yang Zhanyu and was aware of his amicable relationship with Chen Feng. Yet, after careful contemplation, she ultimately conceded to the demands. For the comparison between Chen Feng and the lives of the siblings was utterly incomparable. Consequently, Yang Jinting initially utilized the elixirs to forcibly elevate Yang Zhanyu to the third level of qi refinement, subsequently facilitating his entrance into the inner courtyard. On the very first day of the exchange conference, they arrived at Luoxiao Mountain, awaiting Chen Feng's appearance. Of course, throughout this entire scheme, Yang Zhanyu remained blissfully unaware, rendering the plan seemingly flawless. Yet, as the adage goes, even the most meticulously crafted plans can harbor flaws. Yang Jinting, inherently kind-hearted, inadvertently revealed her unease in daily interactions due to her guilt towards Chen Feng, which aroused Yang Zhanyu's suspicions, given his familiarity with his sister's character. After several probing inquiries, Yang Jinting ultimately succumbed to her brother's pressure, compounded by her own feelings of guilt towards Chen Feng, and divulged the entire affair to Yang Zhanyu. However, he did not anticipate that upon hearing this, Yang Jingyu would be overcome with both shock and fury, utterly refusing to accept the notion that his dear brother was slain by his own sister. Ignoring her numerous pleas, Yang Jingyu resolutely stormed into the room where Chen Feng resided. Once Yang Zhengting finished her account, a profound silence enveloped the group. All of them, having lived for over a century, were astute enough to recognize that the young girl's words bore an 80% likelihood of truth. "Do you recognize the person who sought you out?" Yang Mingju inquired, his eyes darting with resolve to eliminate the threat before it could bloom. Unbeknownst to the disciples, that senior brother always donned a mask upon each visit, deliberately altering his voice to a hoarse rasp, and his attire was excessively baggy, clearly a meticulous disguise. With a choked voice, Yang Zhenting glanced at her brother, only to find Yang Jingyu ensnared by ethereal mist in a corner of the room, his silver teeth clenched tightly, veins protruding on his face, yet his eyes resembled those of a lifeless fish, devoid of vitality. "Now that the matter is clear, I trust that our master will have a plan in place." Although Yang Mingju had failed to ascertain who intended to harm Chen Feng, it was evident that this affair was no longer his concern, and a slight smile crept upon his face. Every door has its rules, and every family has its laws. Though the Yang siblings are not the masterminds, the law shows no mercy. Let them face death. The venerable master Miaojing pondered for a moment before speaking in a measured tone. Chen Feng felt a surge of panic, although he knew his words carried little weight. There was no time for contemplation. He hastily bowed and spoke. "Is this a matter for your discourse?" The Grand Elder cast a cold gaze towards Chen Feng, his frustrations from repeated obstructions boiling within him, and thus he reprimanded Chen Feng with ire. However, Chen Feng paid no heed to the Grand Elder, and instead fixed his gaze upon Master Miaoji. Words were futile. Death was decreed. Master Miaoji's pronouncement echoed like a verdict from the netherworld, sealing the fate of the Yang siblings. Yang Zhengting's countenance turned ashen, and with a bittersweet smile, she glanced at her brother in the corner, only to find Yang Jingyu seemingly oblivious, staring blankly at those around him. Master of the sect, Chen Feng appeared poised to express further thoughts, yet the expression on Master Miaoji's face grew increasingly stern. Observing this, Yang Mingju interjected, gently interrupting Chen Feng. With a smile, he addressed Master Miaoji, speaking softly, "Though my disciples' words may not be entirely accurate, they hold some merit. In my humble opinion, Yang Jingyu is the most blameless in this matter. Why not spare him?" It must be noted that Yang Mingju was indeed a pivotal figure within Tianyin's sect. Even Master Miaoji was reluctant to disregard Yang Mingju's dignity over the affairs of two junior disciples. "Since the third has spoken, let us proceed thus." The second elder's eyes flickered as he recognized that this was no moment for the sect leader to assert his opinion. He hastily sought to mediate. "Yang Zhenting's transgressions are unforgivable. She must be executed. As for her brother, let his cultivation be stripped and cast out from Tianyin's sect, reduced to a mere mortal." Upon uttering these words, The second guardian glanced towards Master Miao Ji and then at Yang Mingju, noting their silence, which confirmed that this decision was final. Chen Feng, in a state of urgency, attempted to speak once more, but Yang Mingju swiftly struck the side of Chen Feng's neck, inducing a wave of dizziness that caused Chen Feng to collapse to the ground. Upon hearing the grim news of her impending demise, Yang Jinting's soul erupted with tumultuous waves, only to settle into tranquility. The torment of good and evil granted her a momentary release, and she smiled. Her disheveled hair framed her pale cheeks, creating an exquisite visage. The wind stirred while her heart remained serene. Her murky gaze, at that instant, grew ever clearer, radiating a brilliance that captivated the soul. Those uncontentious eyes suddenly emanated a fervent light, locking onto the faces of the lofty elders. She smiled again, as if encountering the most beautiful moment of her existence. Yang Jinting's gaze swept across the faces of the esteemed Master Ji and the assembly of elders. What she perceived was but indifference, accompanied by the unique coldness and arrogance inherent to cultivators. Is this the path of cultivation she had aspired to? Beyond their formidable power, what more did they possess? To her, they seemed merely formidable shells housing their might, and it was laughable that only today did she truly perceive the reality of the cultivation path. Nothing more than this. Her gaze, akin to a merciless blade, ferociously tore through the virtuous facade of these haughty cultivators. The Grand Elder, under the weight of Yang Jinting's scrutiny, suddenly felt a wave of terror wash over him, a sensation of being laid bare, leaving him momentarily speechless. Death. The Grand Elder, like a wounded beast, felt a surge of murderous intent rise from the depths of his soul. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a long sword, which flew forth and plunged directly into Yang Jinting's body. In an instant, blood splattered profusely, the vivid crimson cascading in the sunlight, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. The scarlet liquid resembled drifting blossoms, falling gently upon Yang Jingtian's chest. She quietly gazed at the sword embedded in her, then offered a haunting smile before collapsing to the ground. The deep red blood slowly seeped from her body, coalescing before her into a beautiful tableau, akin to a pool of crimson water, enveloping her graceful form. The Grand Elder watched in horror at the sight of Yang Jintian amidst the blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat drenching him. Why? Why do I feel such fear? Yang Mingju glanced at the unconscious Chen Feng, sighed softly, and closed his eyes. Yang Jingyu, in disbelief, stared at his sister so close, his mouth agape in silent anguish. It was as if he screamed, yet no sound escaped his lips. A silent inferno of rage ignited and surged within him. He struggled madly within the ethereal mist, rolling and writhing in a futile attempt to break free and reach his beloved sister, but all was in vain. Blood continued to flow profusely from Yang Jingtian's chest, a solitary tear of blood sliding down Yang Jingyu's cheek. Chapter 24. The dark light steals away as the sun descended. The clouds at the horizon resembled an endless sea of blood, slowly drifting through the sky. The afterglow cast a somber pall over the earth, and a gentle breeze stirred fallen leaves, reminiscent of a lover's tears cascading down. In the waning light of the sunset, a stooped figure, burdened with a cloth bag, trudged wearily towards Tianyan Mountain, approaching the mountain gate. Jingyu. The sound drifted from a distance, and the stooped figure paused momentarily before slowly turning around, revealing a visage marked by pallor and exhaustion. At this moment, Yang Jingyu had long lost his former handsomeness, resembling an aged candle, frail and weary, with hollow eyes that seemed devoid of any trace of vitality. Chen Feng approached Yang Jingyu, gazing at this dear friend who had always looked after him, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. An intense guilt pierced his heart like countless steel needles, leaving it battered and bruised. The overwhelming sensation of despair nearly rendering him breathless. The two stood in silence as a tear slipped from Chen Feng's guilt-ridden eyes, mingling with the gentle breeze and dissolving into countless droplets. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his mouth opening in vain, left only to stare blankly at Yang Jingyu. Maintaining his turned position, Yang Jingyu fell silent for a while before finally forcing a faint smile onto his pale face, rasping, "I am leaving. I do not blame you." The words "I do not blame you" echoed like a silent scream, and Chen Feng could no longer contain the torrent of tears that flowed forth. He yearned to rush forward and embrace Yang Jingyu tightly, yet his hands remained suspended in the air, the space between them a mere meter. yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm that paralyzed his resolve. Yang Jingyu quietly regarded Chen Feng's outstretched hand, and a few tears escaped his murky eyes as he silently turned away, descending the mountain path. As the waning sun cast a blood-red hue, the silhouettes of two figures elongated against the tranquil mountain gate, leaving only the faint sound of receding footsteps. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The exchange conference continued to unfold with fervor. During this period, Chen Feng remained secluded in his chamber, avoiding all visitors, even dismissing Wang Xun, who had come to check on him multiple times, with a mere whisper that kept him at bay. On this particular morning, a beam of white light flickered through the room, accompanied by the familiar synthetic electronic voice that resonated in Chen Feng's ears. Beep. Level up successful. Entering the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, reward attribute point. 1. Slowly, Chen Feng opened his eyes, dispersing the surrounding spiritual energy, and summoned his attribute panel, allocating the point to his physique. With the announcement of an increase in physique, a surge of crimson light flashed, and an intense pain surged through Chen Feng's entire being. Startled by this unexpected sensation, he gritted his teeth against the agony and employed introspection to examine his internal condition. Within him, a swirling mass of red mist roamed, nourishing every muscle and bone. As this crimson vapor fortified his skeletal structure and musculature, it gradually dissipated, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Though only a mere quarter of an hour passed, it felt to Chen Feng as if a century had elapsed. Finally, when the red mist vanished entirely, he lay on his bed, utterly drained, akin to a parched soul. Simultaneously, a copious amount of thick, black substance expelled from his body, oozing through his pores like grease, exuding an unbearable stench that threatened to overwhelm him, nearly causing him to faint. After half a stick of incense, the sensation of pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a refreshing wave that enveloped Chen Feng's entire being. Filled with delight, he quickly rose from his bed, stretching his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that both his strength and physical coordination had significantly improved. Even his movements had become noticeably lighter. After a brief bout of exercise, Chen Feng prepared water and cleansed the impurities from his body, replacing the bedding on his bed before turning to exit the room. During his days of seclusion, Chen Feng had pondered extensively. Rather than languishing in despair, he resolved to strive for greater strength, believing that once he attained it, he could find a way to compensate Yang Jingyu. Stepping out of his room, Chen Feng headed towards Master Yang Mingju's quarters. This mentor had been incredibly kind to him. Not only had he saved Chen Feng's life with the precious Great Pill of Return, but he had also stood up for him under immense pressure. It was clear that he owed his master a heartfelt thank you. Reflecting on the Great Pill of Return, Chen Feng felt a wave of gratitude. Since consuming it, he had not only advanced to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, but had also accumulated a significant amount of spiritual energy within him. This accumulation was a key factor in his ability to break through to the 4th level in less than a month. As he approached Master Yang's room, Wang Xun hurriedly emerged, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach at a leisurely pace, Wang Xun paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Third junior brother, you have finally come out. I was just about to look for you. There has been an incident." Without delay, Wang Xun swiftly approached Chen Feng. "An incident?" Chen Feng exclaimed, startled. It seemed that troubles were never far behind him. What could have happened this time? Let us discuss it inside. Wang Xun observed Chen Feng's expression of astonishment, choosing not to elaborate further as he grasped Chen Feng's arm and led him towards Yang Mingju's chamber. Inside the room, Yang Mingju, with a countenance as cold as frost, was deep in contemplation, seemingly pondering something of great import. It was only when Wang Xun and Chen Feng entered that Yang Mingju lifted his gaze towards Chen Feng, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Disciple pays respects to the master," Chen Feng declared, equally perplexed, sensing that this matter bore a connection to himself. "Chen Feng, just now, the sect leader conveyed a message indicating that following the exchange conference, you are to partake in the Trial Cliff expedition." A sense of trepidation enveloped Chen Feng as he comprehended Yang Mingju's intent. The Trial Cliff, a perilous precipice located 500 miles northeast of Tianyun Gate, was notorious for being the prison of countless low-tier beasts. After each exchange conference, both sects typically dispatched numerous disciples to the Trial Cliff for rigorous training. However, Chen Feng appeared utterly devoid of any notable strength, yet the sect leader, Master Ji, insisted on his participation in the trials, suggesting that there lay deeper motives at play. As Chen Feng pondered the implications, he discerned a troubling realization. It seemed that the faction led by Lu Zhong was eager to eliminate him. Although the official decree stated that no harm should come to one another within the trial cliff, the history of past conferences revealed a grim truth. Many a cultivator had perished at the hands of their own comrades over the years. Yang Mingjiu, observing Chun Feng's fluctuating expressions, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The sect leader's actions were evidently aimed at bringing Chun Feng to ruin. Yet Chen Feng had only reached the 3rd rank of Earth's spiritual roots, far from the requisite standards. What could be done in such a predicament? After a prolonged silence, Yang Mingjiu clenched his teeth in determination, and with a swift motion of his hand, a small sword, entirely black in hue, materialized in the air before them. As the small sword emerged, a radiant aura filled the room. In that fleeting moment, even Wang Zun could not help but reveal a hint of envy. Yang Ming hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. "Do not be afraid, my disciple. I have already informed your elder brother and second sister. They will do their utmost to protect you. As for this inferior-grade mysterious artifact, the Shadow Caesar, I shall lend it to you for the time being. Although your current strength may not allow you to unleash its full potential, utilizing even a fraction of its power should suffice for your self-preservation." Chapter 25. Before the trial indeed, it was worthy of being an inferior-grade mysterious artifact. Merely activating it once nearly drained all my spiritual energy. It seems prudent to use such treasures sparingly. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a trace of fatigue, and then stowed the Shadow Caesar into his storage ring, a bitter smile playing on his lips. After meditating to restore a modicum of spiritual energy, Chen Feng opened his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a palm-sized, ancient mirror, entirely resplendent in golden hues, materialized between his hands. With a shift of thought, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the mirror. The mirror trembled, instantly enlarging to 1/2 meter, emitting a dazzling golden light. Having completed this, Chen Feng formed a hand seal, causing the air around him to tremble violently. With a muffled thud, 2 deep crimson fireballs appeared before him. "Combine," Chen Feng bellowed, and the 2 fireballs collided with ferocity, merging into one. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet fireball began to burn steadily, its searing heat quickly enveloping the room. "Go." Gazing upon the seething fireball, Chen Feng let out a low chuckle. In an instant, he flicked his sleeve, and the scarlet fireball surged forth, racing through the air for several meters, distorting the atmosphere around it with a crackling sound. The fireball moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it approached the doorway. Just as it seemed poised to burst through, a surge of consciousness resonated within Chen Feng's mind, causing the fireball to trace an elegant arc in the air, turning to strike directly back at him. The Hunyuan mirror, sensing the rushing fireball, began to spin, its golden radiance intensifying, forcefully intercepting the fireball at its surface. A resounding crash echoed in front of Chen Feng as the fireball collided with the mirror, erupting into a flurry of red sparks that scattered through the air before vanishing. The Hunyuan mirror paused momentarily, its brilliant golden glow dimming slightly before returning to normalcy. Chen Feng stowed away the Hunyuan mirror, examining it closely before breaking into a grin, placing it within his spatial ring and lowering his head in contemplation. Currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he noted that Lu Zhong had already attained the 6th level, and it was likely that he possessed formidable weapons as well. Clearly, a significant gap remained between them. With a 5th-grade Earth Spirit root, Lu Zhong was undeniably powerful, having achieved such formidable strength in just over a year. Reflecting on this, Chen Feng grimaced, feeling a sense of frustration. It seemed that it was not only Lu Zhong who sought to bring him harm. Many within the Tianyun sect appeared to regard him with disdain. This upcoming trial at the Cliff of Trials indeed promised to be fraught with peril. He would not only need to navigate the treacherous intentions of these adversaries, but also contend with the ferocious beasts that would undoubtedly add to his troubles. As Chen Feng pondered the source of his troubles, his countenance darkened with frustration. He could not fathom why misfortune seemed to shadow him, nor why he attracted the disdain of those around him. With a heavy sigh, he quelled his tumultuous thoughts and rose to push open the door, making his way toward the falling sunset peak. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Many cultivators had yet to emerge from the fervor of their transactions, and the trading conference was nearing its conclusion. With a resounding announcement from a disciple of the Tianyun sect, the mountain was declared closed, compelling the cultivators to descend in resignation. Over the course of the month, emotions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented, but all shared a common anticipation for the upcoming exchange conference. Once the exchange conference concluded, a day of rest followed, and the resounding chimes echoed through the inner sanctum of the Tianyun sect. Chen Feng understood this to be a summons from the sect, likely heralding the announcement of those selected to enter the trial cliff by the esteemed Master Miaoji. As Chen Feng exited his chamber, he spotted Wang Xun, Zheng Min, and several dozen fellow disciples, all heading toward the entrance of the xianxia courtyard. He hastened to join the throng as they departed the courtyard. The Tianyun Hall, resplendent with jade and gold, featured lifelike statues standing majestically at its entrance. The grand hall, built with azure bricks and emerald tiles, exuded an air of magnificence. Led by Wang Xun, the disciples of xianxia courtyard entered the Tianyun Hall, taking their positions on the left. Chen Feng surveyed the scene, noting that hundreds of disciples were already assembled within the hall, standing in solemn silence. Master Miaoji, clad in a flowing white robe, sat regally in the center of the hall, flanked by 4 elders who smiled warmly as they gazed upon the gathered disciples. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, the congregation was complete. Master Miaoji cleared his throat, rose with an air of immense authority, and commanded the attention of all present. The biennial exchange conference is drawing to a close. According to the customary proceedings of previous years, tomorrow marks the day when the elite within the sect will proceed to the trial cliff. Are you all adequately prepared? The voice of Master Miaoji, though soft, resonated with clarity, as if he were whispering directly into the ears of the crowd. We are ready, responded the hundreds of disciples from the Tianyun sect in unison. Bowing respectfully. Good. Master Miaoji nodded with a smile, stroking his beard with one hand. Following that, he uttered some platitudes about refraining from harming fellow disciples and not neglecting those in peril. He then instructed the 4 elders to announce the names of their respective disciples who would be heading to the trial cliff. One by one, the elders called out the names of their disciples, and when Chen Feng's name was mentioned, the previously quiet hall erupted into a murmur. Hundreds of gazes turned toward Chen Feng. A bitter smile crept onto his face. It seemed he was indeed notorious within the Tianyun sect. The astonished and gloating expressions of his peers revealed that they all understood he was merely a waste, destined for demise. As night descended, Chen Feng practiced the Huanlua step and angry sword technique a few more times in his room before sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Awaiting the arrival of the morrow, a ray of sunlight pierced through the morning mist, casting warmth into his room. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes in the gentle morning light, feeling the influx of spiritual energy. He then directed his consciousness toward the spatial ring. Inside, he beheld hundreds of low-tier talismans, neatly arranged, alongside the fierce sun diamond sword, the Hunyuan mirror, and the Wuguang dagger. Gazing upon his ample fortune, Chen Feng clenched his fist with determination. Although he remained unaware of the formidable weapons wielded by others, the several hundred talismans and 3 weapons he possessed afforded him a modicum of security. Third junior brother, the time has come. Let us depart. The voice of Wang Xun echoed from outside the door. Has the moment finally arrived? A serene smile graced Chen Feng's lips, quickly replaced by a glint of fierce resolve in his eyes. Lu Zhong, you have made repeated attempts on my life. Now, your opportunity has finally arrived. Chapter 26. The formation of the array amidst swirling mists and the echoes of beastly roars. Hundreds of disciples clad in the attire of Tianyun sect and Lingyun sect stood solemnly atop a vast precipice. With heads bowed, they gazed ahead, while several elders engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally uttering nostalgic remarks from years past. Chen Feng stood among the throng, his eyes frequently scanning the cliff before him. Within its depths, the fog surged like boiling waters, incessantly shifting forms, intensified by the distant growls of monstrous creatures, adding an air of the uncanny. The trial cliff, indeed a peril of Tianyun sect, raised the question in Chen Feng's mind. What divine power could possibly confine these countless roaring beasts? As he pondered, a sense of longing filled him. Among the crowd, Lu Zhong was equally captivated by the astonishing scene, yet after a fleeting moment, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Lu Hai, evidently a seasoned visitor to the trial cliff, had not once diverted his hate-filled eyes from Chen Feng since his arrival. Zheng Baichuan stood quietly among the ranks of Lingyun Gate, his expression serene, as if he had forgotten the unpleasantness with Chen Feng. However, when his gaze occasionally flickered towards Chen Feng, a faint glimmer of menace could be discerned in his eyes. Wang Xun stood beside Chen Feng, seemingly engaged in idle chatter with several junior disciples, yet he keenly observed the expressions of Lu Zhong and others, silently lamenting the situation. Alas, it appears that the junior disciple has indeed offended quite a number of people. I fear that troubles will incessantly pursue him once they enter. After this unvoiced sigh, Wang Xun resumed his conversation with the disciples nearby, occasionally revealing a touch of nonchalant smile. Before long, Master Miaoji ceased his discourse, turning to survey the gathered disciples. He exchanged nods with the elders of Lingyun Gate before raising his voice in anger. The time has come. Elders within, heed my command and assist me in activating the formation. Upon uttering these words, Master Miaoji soared into the air as if carried by an unseen wind, ascending directly to the precipice. With a roar akin to a dragon's, he emanated a radiant aura, unleashing a vast and formidable spiritual energy from within. Vast mirror. Master Miaoji waved his hands in the air, conjuring a series of runes that erupted from his fingertips, arranging themselves methodically before him. In mere moments, all the runes coalesced into a perfect circle from which silvery light began to emanate. At the center of this circle, a crystalline white mirror materialized. The instant the mirror appeared, a brilliant beam of light surged forth from its center, shooting straight down towards the perilous cliff's base. Heavenly Thundersword, arise. The Grand Elder, his beard bristling with fury, grasped a silver-white longsword that radiated an aura of ethereal energy, occasionally flickering with flashes of lightning. As his voice fell, a surge of blue spiritual energy coalesced around the blade, hurtling towards the real person Miaoji. Fiery Wheel. The second elder, clad in a flowing yellow robe with hair billowing around him, summoned a brilliant light in his hand, revealing a blazing circular wheel. As it materialized, a torrid wave of heat surged forth, unleashing a torrent of crimson spiritual energy. Wind God Slash. Yang Ming, his expression grave, formed a hand seal. As he spoke, a dark light flickered around him, and over a dozen slender swords appeared, floating in the air and conjuring powerful gusts of wind. Subsequently, a faint black radiance surged skyward, racing towards the real person Miaoji. Falling Moon Bow. The fourth elder rapidly gestured with both hands before him, conjuring a finely crafted golden bow in his palm. He then drew the bow with one hand, channeling green light into an arrow of pure energy. With a swift motion, he released the green arrow, which sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, darting directly at the real person Miaoji. For streams of spiritual energy simultaneously entered the real person Miaoji's body, causing him to tremble violently. In his hands, the Howren mirror shone brightly, resembling a divine sword of righteousness, tearing through the dense mist of the cliff. The white light erupted explosively, transforming into countless shards of white sword rain, thoroughly dispersing the thick fog and revealing an unfathomable abyss before all present. The disciples were momentarily dazed by the spectacle. Even the elders of Lingyun sect nodded in agreement, extolling the celestial arts of Tianyun sect. Chen Feng gaped in astonishment. Is this truly the celestial arts? It seems rather excessive, yet in his view, the formidable power of the seconds-based reality was akin to the very act of creating the heavens and the earth. This was merely the collaboration of a few peak foundation establishment cultivators. One could only imagine the prowess of those at the golden core or nascent soul stages. Chen Feng found it arduous to swallow, daunted by the thought. All disciples of Tianyun sect and Lingyun sect, follow me. With a thunderous roar, Master Guangling of Lingyun sect leapt forward, his foot propelling him over the precipice. Chen Feng was momentarily bewildered. Was he truly jumping? It felt exceedingly perilous. Below lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, accompanied by the incessant roars of beasts. However, it soon became clear to Chen Feng why Master Guangling dared to act with such audacity. At the moment of Guangling's leap, an elderly woman from Lingyun sect clasped her hands together, summoning a dark green longsword into her grasp. Wind Feather Technique. She cried out hoarsely. The sword erupted with spiritual radiance, a surge of energy shooting into the air, exploding into a myriad of verdant light that rained down, transforming into countless transparent wings that danced with the wind. One dark green wing, swift as lightning, instantly reached Master Guangling's back, merging into his body. In an instant, A pair of vibrant green wings, infused with spiritual energy, sprouted from behind him, flapping gracefully. Haha, we embark, laughed Wang Zun, who, despite having undergone several trials, was continually awed by such spectacles. Yet, he responded promptly, leaping fearlessly into the abyss. As he soared, a green wing surged into his being, propelling him downwards with great speed. With Wang Zun leading the charge, several seasoned disciples, having faced trials before, joined in the laughter and leapt into the chasm. However, some who joined later remained indecisive, yet ultimately, being elite disciples within the sect, they steeled themselves and leapt into the abyss. In a brief moment, hundreds of disciples from both sects had vanished, leaving only a few dozen still hesitating, among them Chen Mo. While he feared death in battle, the notion of taking his own life weighed heavily upon him. Yet, seeing Wang Zun and the others jump, he realized he could not hold back any longer. With clenched fists and closed eyes, he let out a piercing scream and plunged into the chasm. The sensation of falling and the rushing wind shattered his heart. As he gazed in terror at the pitch-black depths below, engulfed in despair, for he felt no spiritual energy entering his body. Just as panic overwhelmed him, a sudden chill coursed through his back, followed by an inexplicable lightness, as a pair of dark green wings sprouted from behind him. Overjoyed at the sight of these wings, Chen Mo quickly stabilized his form in midair, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and soared into the abyss. Chapter 27. The trial at the bottom of the abyss and endless darkness seemed to envelop the entire world, with only a myriad of faintly shimmering lights ahead, guiding his path. The sound of the wind gradually faded, yet the low growls of the beasts grew more intense, their roars akin to invisible blades, relentlessly squeezing Chen Mo's heart, causing him to furrow his brow deeply. Time passed without his awareness, until at last, the lights ahead came to a halt, and the voice of Master Guangling echoed from the depths. The disciples from both sects paused in unison, awaiting Master Guangling's next instruction. In the pitch darkness, nothing else could be seen, save for hundreds of floating specks of light, resembling distant stars, enchanting in their beauty amidst the endless abyss. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted beneath the feet of the onlookers, and within this radiance, an ancient figure materialized. It was the venerable Guangling, his white hair billowing, dark green wings fluttering behind him, grasping a massive staff that glowed crimson. Flames of the inferno, Guangling bellowed, and in an instant, a surge of red light ascended. Flames erupted from the staff, swirling like enraged serpents, illuminating the entire abyss in a brilliant crimson hue, as waves of searing heat surged like a tempest. Shatter! The voice of Guangling resonated like a dragon's roar, and with a sharp crack, the darkness before him fragmented as if it were glass, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood in at that moment of rupture. A colossal opening, several meters wide, quietly emerged before him. Gazing through this aperture, one beheld a vibrant scene of trees casting shadows, sunlight streaming down, and numerous insects and creatures frolicking outside the cave. If it were not for the occasional roar of beasts, Chen Mo could scarcely believe his eyes. How can this be? Shouldn't we be at the cliff's base? How is there sunlight? Exclaimed a fellow disciple of Lingyun's sect, also experiencing the trial for the first time. Indeed, it appears to be an entirely different realm. How extraordinary! Is this the power of celestial magic? Voices filled with wonder arose, as many newcomers cast curious glances at the seasoned disciples surrounding them. Do not be astonished. I, too, was filled with curiosity during my first visit. The so-called trial cliff is a concept embraced by many sections. It merely involves selecting a relatively untouched ancient mountain range, sealing it with celestial techniques, and establishing a connection through potent spiritual energy. A disciple from the Lingyun sect, appearing to be around 40, explained to his junior with an air of self-satisfaction. How profound must one's abilities be to accomplish such a feat? A disciple inquired, drenched in perspiration. Not necessarily as daunting as it seems. With a skilled formation master and a few formidable golden core cultivators, the array can be established, he replied. My heavens! Golden core! Several newcomers exclaimed, their minds reeling. The golden core realm seemed akin to divine beings. They could hardly fathom the immense power such cultivators possessed. Chen Mo, too, wore an expression of envy, marveling at the extraordinary strength of an array capable of connecting to distant realms. As he pondered, a wave of regret washed over him. Why had he not chosen the path of a formation master? Had he done so, He might have wielded considerable influence within the sect by now, rather than living in constant trepidation. Enough. You must descend at once. If you delay further, the formation will close, and you shall have to wait another 2 years for it to reopen. With that, Master Guangling stowed away his crimson staff. Fatigue etched across his face and descended into the sky. The mist above began to show signs of healing, prompting the crowd to hasten toward the cave's entrance without a moment's hesitation. Emerging from the cavern, the group found themselves momentarily ensnared in a state of stupor. Before them hung a radiant sun, casting gentle warmth, while an endless expanse of primordial forest unfurled, vibrant with life and vitality. Bathed in sunlight, it resembled a breathtaking masterpiece. Not far beneath their feet stood a colossal platform, towering hundreds of meters high, surrounded by entwining vines. A dozen massive stone pillars, weathered and mottled, rose majestically at the corners of the platform, each emitting a faint luminescence that kept all creatures at bay. As the group descended onto the platform and gazed around, they noted that although the surface appeared pristine and unblemished, the myriad of wear and tear hinted at its long history, weathered by countless storms. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, prompting the group to turn towards the source. They beheld that the massive opening from which they had emerged had sealed shut, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the expanse of the azure sky above. This trial, like those in years past, required them to step beyond the barrier and survive for 2 months at the base of the treacherous cliffs teeming with ferocious beasts. Remember the teachings of our elder brother. Indeed, Wan Hai nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with a female cultivator leading the Lingyun sect before continuing. As Wan Hai spoke, laughter erupted among the group, dispelling much of their inner trepidation. After Wan Hai finished, disciples from both sects gravitated towards those with whom they shared camaraderie or had established close ties during their interactions. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, Wang Zun approached him first, wearing a wry smile. Alas, it appears that the two of us, as formidable men, have been together for 2 months. Chen Feng awkwardly smiled without uttering a word, yet Zheng Min hastily approached, grasping Wang Zun's arm with an affectionate gaze and inquiring, "Senior brother, are you truly going to let me depart with the other sisters?" Wang Zun scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile as he replied, "Junior sister, we must not jest. This is the arrangement of our master." Upon hearing the mention of their master, Zheng Min pouted slightly, her beautiful eyes shooting an indignant glare at Chen Feng. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng smiled at Wang Zun, saying, "Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own matters to attend to." Both Wang Zun and Zheng Min were taken aback. Wang Zun was about to say something, but Chen Feng laughed heartily, leaping beyond the barrier, his figure vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Just as Chen Feng disappeared, numerous gazes converged in that direction. Chapter 28. The Art of Stealth. Upon entering the forest, Chen Feng did not venture far, but rather cautiously concealed himself near the stone platform. He was acutely aware that he was merely at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. Should he recklessly plunge into the primordial forest, he would inevitably face the dual perils of ferocious beasts ahead and pursuing adversaries behind. Therefore, he resolved to steady his position, seeking a safe haven nearby to rest. This strategy would deter individuals like Lu Zhong from troubling him, while allowing him time to acclimate to the forest environment. Only when he had fully adapted to the wilderness would he be ready to counterattack. Ferocious beasts are defined as creatures that can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their cultivation, possessing a hierarchical classification akin to that of humans. According to ancient texts, the classification of demonic beasts is divided into various levels, including cultivation of body, cultivation of soul, demon core, and demon infant, among others. Each level comprises 9 tiers. Thus, a demonic beast at the 9th tier of cultivation of body, upon further evolution, would ascend to the 1st tier of cultivation of soul. Any demonic beast reaching the 1st tier of cultivation of body possesses a degree of intelligence, and upon attaining the 5th tier, it can imitate human speech and engage in communication with humans. Chen Feng wandered through the forest and soon discovered a concealed tree hollow. After surveying his surroundings, he promptly entered the hollow. The ancient forest's colossal trees are so massive that it often takes several individuals to encircle them, which renders the interior of the tree hollow remarkably spacious, devoid of any sense of confinement. Upon entering, Chen Feng swiftly summoned his attributes panel and directed his gaze towards the taskbar below, having heard a series of synthesized electronic tones earlier on the platform. However, due to the overwhelming number of individuals present, he was unable to pay close attention. As Chen Feng focused his mind, a list of tasks materialized in his consciousness. Main quest: eliminate Lu Zhong. Faction quest: escape task. Hint: survive at the trial cliff for 2 months to complete. Faction quest: dual task. Hint: defeat Zheng Baichuan with no time limit. Plot task: annihilation task. Hint: survive while being pursued and eliminate the enemy. Battlefield task: slay demonic beasts. Hint: kill 100 demonic beasts to complete. Gazing at the array of tasks, Chen Feng furrowed his brows deeply. Previously, his quests had solely pertained to plot tasks, yielding only spiritual energy. Given the system's categorization of tasks into such diverse types, it stands to reason that the rewards would also vary accordingly. Upon the platform, the disciples were still seeking partners for their trials. Some had already formed groups and were gathered in a circle, discussing the allocation of tasks for their venture into the forest. In the left corner of the platform, 6 disciples clad in yellow robes from the Tianyun sect surrounded Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong cast a sidelong glance at a short, unattractive middle-aged man. Noticing Lu Zhong's gaze, the middle-aged man quickly smiled ingratiatingly and whispered, "Rest assured, 7th senior brother, the tracking technique was implanted in Chen Feng the moment we entered. He cannot escape." Upon hearing the man's words, a sinister smile crept across Lu Zhong's face as he nodded. To the left, Lu Hai emanated a palpable aura of menace as he conversed with the horse-faced disciple whom Chen Feng had previously confronted. After a brief exchange, Lu Hai chuckled sinisterly, waved his hand, and departed the platform with several fellow disciples from the Tianyun sect. In the face of the unpredictable trials ahead, Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Seated cross-legged within a tree hollow, he reveled in the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. He then activated the spirit-gathering technique, channeling the ambient spiritual energy into the hollow to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. 2 hours later, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside the tree hollow, jolting Chen Feng awake. He hastily dispersed the spiritual energy around him, held his breath, and strained to listen. Could it be that Lu Zhong was so eager to take action? Were they not wary of him escaping and reporting to Wan Hai? Given how close they were to the platform, with vigilant caution, Chen Feng slowly retrieved the Liang Vajra sword and the Hunyuan mirror, prepared to make a sudden breakout, if necessary. The footsteps halted abruptly within a 10-meter radius of his hiding place, causing Chen Feng's heart to race. Were they about to strike? As time ticks away, the footsteps that had just echoed seem to vanish like a mere figment of Chen Feng's imagination. The world around him is enveloped in the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant, low growls of beasts. Cold sweat gradually seeps through Chen Feng's entire being with the passing moments. He is uncertain of the intentions of the presence nearby. If they were merely passing adventurers, it would be inconceivable for them to silently linger by the tree hollow. Could it be that the individual is intent on tormenting him, biding their time? Chen Feng grips his blazing sun sword tightly, daring not to even breathe. Before him lie 2 choices: to confront the unknown figure and charge forth, or to patiently wait in the hope that they might eventually depart. After much contemplation, Chen Feng resolves to remain cautious a while longer. Yet, it seems the newcomer is determined to test Chen Feng's resolve, neither leaving nor uttering a word, instead continuously applying psychological pressure upon him. An hour passes, and Chen Feng can no longer endure this inexplicable dread. He understands that if this continues, even should he emerge, his fighting spirit would be severely compromised. In light of this, he resolves to fight with unwavering determination. With this thought, he grits his teeth, his mind stirring as the celestial mirror emanates a brilliant light, expanding suddenly to half a meter, swirling around him. Then, with a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, he bursts forth from the tree hollow like a cheetah, sword in hand and poised at his chest, gazing intently at the figure before him. To his astonishment, standing not far ahead is Wang Zun Zhengmin, accompanied by over a dozen disciples from the Twin Extremes Academy, all of whom gaze at Chen Feng with amused smiles. Zhengmin's lovely face beams with delight, causing her features to blossom like flowers in the breeze. "Master brother Yu." Chen Feng was nearly shocked into unconsciousness. It was truly a frightful experience. Although Chen Feng was oblivious to how Wang Zun had discovered his presence, their expressions clearly indicated that they had long contemplated this fright. Wang Zun observed Chen Feng's flustered demeanor and let out a hearty laugh, then cast a mildly reproachful glance at Zhengmin before speaking. "Junior brother, do not be upset. Your second senior sister merely intended to play a little joke on you. After all, she often monopolizes master brother, humph. Zheng Min chuckled softly, while still managing to shoot an annoyed look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Zheng Min truly was a romantic at heart. As a grown man, what did it mean to be monopolized? Even a man as jealousy? The situation before Chen Feng was utterly beyond his control. He fully comprehended the truth of the saying that one cannot strike or scold. Wang Xun seemed to notice Chen Feng's helplessness, paused momentarily, cleared his throat, and then spoke with gravity. Junior brother, we have come to seek you for an important matter. Seeing Wang Xun adopt a serious demeanor, Chen Feng felt a jolt of surprise. Though Wang Xun usually exuded a jovial spirit, he was unmistakably composed when it came to serious matters. Master brother, please proceed. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your solitude, I trust that you possess your own rationale. However, if I am not mistaken, you may have fallen prey to the machinations of some nefarious individuals, leaving your current whereabouts entirely under their control. You now face two choices: to join the others or to allow me to discreetly eliminate the tracking spell that binds you. Chapter 29. The emergence of a special mission in a low-lying crevice of the mountains. Chen Feng sat with his eyes partially closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having resolutely declined Wang Xun's proposal the previous day, he opted for solitary cultivation. This choice stemmed from the awareness that within the inner courtyard, his incomplete spiritual roots were common knowledge, rendering interactions with others rather inconvenient. Furthermore, he feared that any inadvertent display of his true abilities might lead to undesirable consequences. Ultimately, Wang Xun, with no other recourse, employed a celestial technique to dispel the tracking spell affixed to Chen Feng, granting him the freedom to depart. However, as Chen Feng prepared to leave, Wang Xun approached him with an air of secrecy, whispering exhilarating news that sent Chen Feng into a state of ecstatic delight. To facilitate Chen Feng's endeavors and to prevent any unwanted encounters, Wang Xun had skillfully embedded tracking spells upon each individual in the square without leaving a trace. With that, Wang Xun channeled his spiritual energy outward, infusing it into Chen Feng's mind, and in an instant, several luminous points appeared within Chen Feng's consciousness, revealing the locations of others within a radius of several miles. Within a mere day, Chen Feng transformed from the hunted into the hunter, an exhilarating metamorphosis that filled him with unparalleled joy. Having completed all of this, Chen Feng cast a grateful smile at Wang Xun before bidding farewell to everyone. To Chen Feng's surprise, after scaring her once, Zheng Min's attitude towards him transformed significantly. Although she refrained from uttering any polite phrases, the disdain and contempt had vanished from her gaze. Unlike Chen Feng's exuberance, the teams that had initially implanted the tracking technique were enveloped in frustration. They had not anticipated that Chen Feng would be so cunning as to discover the tracking method and erase it. This predicament left them in considerable distress, though they were not overly concerned. After all, Chen Feng was inherently a useless individual, surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts in the forest. Even if he managed to escape death by sheer luck, the probability of being found by several teams after 2 months of searching was quite high. In their eyes, it was merely a matter of whether Chen Feng would perish sooner or later. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and Chen Feng opened his eyes, cautiously rising to his feet and peering outside. He beheld a large, gray wolf leisurely carrying a leopard in its jaws as it ambled by in the distance. The gentle breeze stirred the wolf's gray fur, and its massive, powerful paws made it appear majestic. Its crimson eyes, as striking as they were fearsome, made it resemble the sovereign of the forest, exuding an aura of dominance. Chen Feng felt a surge of trepidation. This wolf was undoubtedly a mystical beast, though he was uncertain of its strength. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng resolved to assess the beast's power and stepped cautiously out of the mountain crevice. The wolf's ears were exceedingly sharp. The instant Chen Feng emerged, it sensed his presence, turning warily to face him. Its blood-red eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, locked onto Chen Feng with unwavering intensity. However, upon discovering the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations from its opponent, the colossal wolf initially paused in surprise. Then, with a flick of its head, it discarded the lifeless leopard onto the ground, its eyes suddenly ablaze with a glimmer of greed. Huh! Who would have thought this beast to be so astute? Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment, simultaneously deepening his understanding of the demonic creatures. Although the giant wolf remained oblivious to Chen Feng's musings, it clearly disdained the smile that adorned his face. With a low growl, the wolf opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs and a long, slimy tongue, greedily licking its lips. Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the encounter. Despite it being his first confrontation with a demonic beast, he reasoned that this was merely the outskirts of the primeval forest, where formidable creatures were unlikely to roam. Moreover, with his considerable resources, he possessed ample means for self-preservation, including the protective talisman and numerous low-tier charms at his disposal. Seeing Chen Feng exude such confidence only fueled the giant wolf's fury. Its fur bristled, and its bloodshot eyes narrowed menacingly as it lunged toward Chen Feng, its massive claws poised to strike. Chen Feng's expression turned icy. He propelled himself off the wall, soaring several meters away while reaching out with both hands. The surrounding spiritual energy shimmered, and two deep crimson fireballs materialized between his palms. "Go!" Chen Feng bellowed, and the fireballs surged forth, trailing a wave of heat as they hurtled toward the colossal wolf. The beast, fierce and unyielding, attempted to evade but, upon realizing the fireballs were upon it, let out a furious roar as it swung its massive paw to swat them away. A dull thud resonated as the two fireballs were struck down, dissipating into a faint curtain of flames. Chen Feng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Although the fireball technique was merely a rudimentary celestial art, it should not be so ineffective. Before he could fully contemplate this, a dark shadow erupted from within the fiery curtain, lunging towards him with the swiftness of lightning. A massive black claw sliced through the air, crashing down upon Chen Feng. Caught between shock and fury, he had not anticipated such ferocity from this beast. It was too late to evade. In desperation, Chen Feng let out a fierce roar, and the celestial mirror materialized before his chest. As the celestial mirror manifested, it radiated brilliance, expanding in an instant to shield Chen Feng, its diameter growing to half a meter. Just as the mirror took shape, the colossal wolf's claw struck it with tremendous force. A resounding clang echoed through the air, piercing his ears painfully. Chen Feng felt as if he had been struck by a massive truck, sent flying several meters away, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he coughed up blood. This monstrous beast was undeniably formidable. Wincing from the pain, Chen Feng hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rolled to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the giant wolf. With a ferocious howl, the wolf roared again, its eyes gleaming with excitement and bloodlust. Upon seeing Chen Feng rise once more, it surged forward, its immense form resembling a small mountain. This time, Chen Feng cast aside any underestimation. Channeling his spiritual energy into his feet, he moved with agility. And in an instant, 3 identical Chen Fengs appeared before the giant wolf. The trio moved with remarkable speed, darting around the battlefield, while simultaneously launching fireballs that crackled and exploded in the air. Stunned, the giant wolf halted, bewildered by the spectacle it had never encountered before. It rubbed its blood-red eyes with its massive claw and, with a furious roar, began swatting away the incoming fireballs. However, 3 figures and 6 fireballs appeared. Although 4 of them were merely illusions conjured from spiritual energy, they effectively obscured the giant wolf's perception. In a brief moment, the once sleek gray fur of the wolf became charred and singed, with numerous burns marring its form. Enraged, the giant wolf lunged fiercely at Chen Feng, its claws striking against him, yet Chen Feng merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed. At the same time, the wolf felt a sharp pain as 2 fireballs collided with its back. As time passed, the once ferocious demeanor of the giant wolf gave way to sheer terror. It began to flee in a frenzy, but Chen Feng, employing the illusory steps technique, demonstrated a speed far superior to that of the wolf. The 3 figures, like phantoms, encircled the beast while fireballs continued to barrage it. Ultimately, with a thud, the giant wolf collapsed to the ground, emitting a mournful cry before succumbing to its fate. Beep. Beast slain, spiritual energy increased. Beep. Special mission initiated. Blood path. Eliminate spiritual life 1. Reward. Special skill. Detection technique. As the system prompt resonated, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into Chen Feng's body, filling him with delight. He had not anticipated that slaying a beast could yield such spiritual benefits. However, before Chen Feng could examine the exploration technique, fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to sit on the ground, gasping for breath. He couldn't help but smile wryly, relieved that upon reaching the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, he had enhanced his stamina. Otherwise, he would have been unable to employ the illusory steps any longer. After a brief respite, Chen Feng accessed his attribute panel and discovered the addition of an exploration technique in his skills. To his surprise, he found that this exploration technique could not be cultivated. Out of curiosity, he silently recited the exploration technique and scanned his surroundings, yet yielded no results, leaving him bewildered. Logically, one would expect a special skill to be more effective. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng once again channeled his spiritual energy and directed the exploration technique at the massive wolf on the ground. Demon Wolf, peak of the 4th level of the body refinement stage, distinguished by its 4 exceptionally hard claws. Status: deceased. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine. No wonder the creature's claws were capable of shattering fireballs with ease. They were indeed formidable. After some contemplation, he drew the radiant sun diamond sword and proceeded to dismember the giant wolf, carefully wrapping the pieces and placing them into his storage ring. This would serve as his provisions for the future. Although he had brought along ample food, there was a distinct absence of meat at Tianyun's sect, which had stirred his appetite upon encountering the wolf. Completing this task, Chen Feng reflected for a moment before turning back to dissect the leopard. As he mused, he realized he had never tasted leopard meat in his life. Today was surely an opportunity for a grand feast. As night descended, a crescent silver moon hung high in the sky, casting an endless silver glow upon the earth, rendering the entire forest even more enigmatic. Amidst the crevices of the mountains, a campfire flickers gently, its warm glow distorting the surrounding air. A drop of golden liquid descends above the flames, causing the fire to momentarily swell, crackling with a lively sound. Chen Feng sits before the fire, his gaze fixed on the roasting meat above, yet his mind is consumed with thoughts of a peculiar task. In his understanding, a special task is often unique and richly rewarding. However, this particular assignment is shrouded in mystery, offering no hints. And it seems that merely slaying a single beast would suffice to earn a reward, which appears rather implausible. After much contemplation, Chen Feng manages a bitter smile. Recognizing that his very existence is an enigma that defies explanation, in comparison, the oddity of the task pales in significance. With this thought, he shakes his head in resignation. The hidden mountain crevice, bathed in the fire's crimson light, casts the silhouette of a youthful figure elongated by the flickering glow. The boy's ordinary face is flushed with excitement as he voraciously devours the fragrant roasted meat, punctuating the air with occasional bursts of silly laughter. The warm sunlight dispels the chilling darkness as Chen Feng gradually opens his eyes, rising to stretch his somewhat stiff limbs. He surveys the surrounding mess and chuckles softly to himself. Yesterday, he had indulged with childlike abandon, losing track of hunger and satiety, consuming an excessive amount of wolf meat, leaving his stomach slightly bloated. After tidying his attire, Chen Feng ambles out of the crevice, gazing toward the dense forest not far ahead. Within the depths of the primordial forest, Chen Feng navigated cautiously, striving to avoid other practitioners. After a confrontation with a fierce beast, he realized that his own strength was still insufficient. Encountering someone like Lu Zhong would undoubtedly lead to his demise. As he pondered this, a series of furious roars suddenly echoed in the distance. Chen Feng paused, straining to listen intently, and soon discerned several glimmers appearing nearby. Racing towards the source of the roars, momentarily taken aback, he deduced from the sounds that 2 beasts were locked in combat, while those glimmers were evidently headed in their direction. Concluding this, he resolved to retreat. However, just as he prepared to move, he halted. He had yet to witness the battles of other cultivators. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Why not take the opportunity to observe? Yet, a flicker of hesitation crept in. What if he encountered an adversary? After a brief contemplation, he clenched his fist resolutely, muttering, "One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. If I remain cautious, I should be fine." With that, Chen Feng launched himself forward, swiftly approaching the glimmers. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble as a powerful gust surged forth from the battleground ahead. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chen Feng became increasingly cautious. Upon nearing the site of the clash, he swiftly ascended a towering tree, shrouding himself among its dense foliage, and gazed into the distance. In the distance, a robust white-haired tiger and a towering gray bear glared fiercely ahead. Before them stood several attendants dressed in the garb of Lingyun's sect, their expressions grave as they regarded the 2 formidable beasts. The demon bear, at the pinnacle of the 7th level of cultivation, possessed the ability to enhance its limbs, utilizing rudimentary spiritual energy for attack. "Begone, you vile humans!" The tiger roared, and the massive bear took a bold step forward, aligning itself with the tiger. Though the vivid red claw mark on its chest was strikingly conspicuous. "Impudent creature, I am King Watsi of Lingyun's sect. How dare you address me in such a manner? Do you not fear death?" A middle-aged woman at the forefront of the Lingyun sect, her brows furrowed, exclaimed in a commanding tone. "Senior sister, why waste words on these beasts? Let us eliminate them at once." A handsome disciple of the Lingyun sect suggested, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Indeed, senior sister, let them witness the might of Lingyun's sect." The influence of King Watsi within the sect was evident as her words incited a chorus of agreement from her fellow disciples. "Old bear, let us set aside our grievances for the moment. What do you say?" The white-haired tiger rasped, evidently recognizing the strength of its adversary. "Foolish and unknowing creature." King Watsi replied, a serene smile gracing her lips. With a swift motion, she summoned a slender sword into her delicate hand, proclaiming, "Disciples of Lingyun's sect, retreat at full speed. Leave these abominations to me." As she spoke, King Watsi's form surged forward, transforming into a streak of white light, and the surrounding air erupted into a tempest, sending flowers and foliage swirling wildly. In an instant, blossoms danced and tender grass fluttered, with King Watsi resembling a celestial being among the flowers, wielding a long sword, moving gracefully amidst the blooms. The flashes of her sword resembled the wind and mist, weaving through the light and shadows, emanating waves of chilling brilliance. "Be cautious, old bear. This woman is no ordinary foe." The demon tiger let out a mighty roar, golden light radiating from its body as it charged toward King Watsi like a colossal machine forged of gold, while flames surged from its mouth in scorching torrents. The giant bear, observing the shower of petals, felt its ferocity intensify. With a thunderous roar, it struck the ground fiercely with one hand, causing numerous earth spikes to erupt violently, each resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at King Watsi. Chen Mo, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with sweat, and simultaneously, a message entered his mind. "Human, peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, possesses various elementary, immortal techniques." Chapter 31. Watching the battle in that moment, sword shadows flickered, and the intent to kill filled the air. Clad in a blue robe, King Watsi appeared as an ethereal spirit gliding through the flowers. The icy sword light, imbued with potent spiritual energy, swept across several meters, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding trees and flora were reduced to fragments, raising clouds of dust. The demon tiger evaded and maneuvered, its golden aura radiating outward, as its massive claws generated fierce gales, dispersing the sword shadows around it with resonant metallic clashes. The demon bear relentlessly struck the earth, sharp earth spikes erupting continuously, yet failing to harm King Watsi in the slightest. Ultimately, in desperation, the demon bear let out a fierce howl and joined the fray. A woo. The demon bear joined the fray, significantly alleviating the pressure on the demon tiger. Yet, despite the relentless efforts of the two beasts, they could not withstand the fierce onslaught of King Huazi, who was adept at offense while maintaining a solid defense. Although nearly 40 years of age, King Huazi retained her allure. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement at the corners of her lips, indicating that she was not exerting her full strength in this battle. Several disciples of Lingyun's sect had retreated several dozen meters at the onset of the conflict, and upon witnessing King Huazi's formidable prowess, they erupted into cheers of excitement. From a distance atop a tree, Chen Mo observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, contemplating the disparity between himself and King Huazi. The more he pondered, the greater his sense of shame grew. For if he were to engage in combat with her, it seemed that even employing the technique of shadow capture would afford him no chance of survival. As time slipped away, half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Both demons were now covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, yet King Huazi remained graceful and unburdened by fatigue. With a crisp sound, King Huazi executed a sweeping strike with her sword, generating a powerful gust that forced the two demons back several steps. She then gracefully retreated from the battlefield, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The two demons were momentarily taken aback by her withdrawal, but after a brief exchange of glances, they turned and fled into the surrounding woods. Did they think they could escape? King Huazi had evidently anticipated their move. With a single hand, she lightly tapped her sword, which began to float before her without the need for wind. With a smile in her eyes and her lips slightly parted, she commanded, "Go." As the word "go" was uttered, the air between heaven and earth seemed to freeze instantaneously. A vast ethereal energy coalesced upon the long sword, which soon unleashed a fierce gale, causing the slender blade before him to tremble incessantly. In the next moment, the long sword spun rapidly, its resonant cries echoing across the sky. After the sound of the sword faded, the blade transformed into myriad beams of resplendent light, hurtling towards the two demons with a sharp, whistling sound. Boom! A series of piercing explosions erupted, and the two demons barely had time to let out a roar before they were reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. "Sister, you are amazing!" exclaimed a young girl from the Lingyun sect, rushing a few steps to stand before Xianxia, her face alight with admiration. "Sister, you are so powerful! Was that the 10,000 sword technique just now?" Gazing at the awestruck faces of her fellow disciples, Xianxia offered a faint smile. With a single hand, she summoned the long sword back into her storage ring. "Let us go. Next time, it will be your turn to take action. I shall merely stand guard, understood?" She murmured softly before turning to depart, leaving a flurry of disciples to hastily follow in her wake, amidst the chaos left behind. Chen Feng stood atop a tree, patiently waiting for the others to leave before quietly descending. His brow was furrowed with a serious expression. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. The disciples entering the trial cliff were all elite members of the sect. The sect would not remain indifferent, and every team would likely have individuals of profound strength to provide protection, especially for someone like Lu Zhong, who possessed a 5th-grade Earth Spirit root. It seemed that in order to defeat Lu Zhong, he must urgently focus on enhancing his own abilities. Since the last encounter with the battle between the Blue Flower Child and the demon beasts, Chen Feng has been deeply affected, growing increasingly cautious of all the teams around him. No matter the time, whenever someone approaches, he swiftly retreats. Time has flown by, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Chen Feng's daily routine has consisted of relentlessly slaying demon beasts and meditating to enhance his cultivation. Today, however, his opponent is a colossal blue python, several meters long and as thick as a barrel. Before the giant serpent, Chen Feng conjured 4 doppelgangers, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that disoriented the beast. Just as he was reveling in his assault, a series of synthesized electronic sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! The level of illusory steps has risen. Reducing energy expenditure and increasing speed, the current level is proficient, with mastery at the next tier. Chen Feng's expression brightened, and he paused in place, causing the 4 doppelgangers to vanish. The enraged python continuously spewed venom, its crimson forked tongue flicking in and out, while its green scales had already been battered away in disarray. Just as it found itself at a loss, the detestable man before it suddenly ceased his assault, leaving the serpent momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, excitement flickered in its triangular eyes, and with a swift motion, it lunged at Chen Feng, unleashing a foul green liquid from its maw. "Vile creature, behold my power," Chen Feng declared, conjuring 6 doppelgangers. This time, he sheathed his fireballs and drew the radiant sun diamond sword. The 6 figures danced around the giant python, gradually forming a wall to encircle the beast. The python's expression turned grave, its monstrous eyes scanning anxiously among the doppelgangers, striving to discern which was the true body. As the shadow drew ever closer, the colossal serpent emitted a disquieting hiss, its venomous saliva spraying wildly in all directions. Yet, Chen Feng moved with such remarkable swiftness that the noxious liquid proved utterly ineffective. Angry sword. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng stood beside the giant python, letting out a low growl as he met the creature's panicked gaze. With his growl, the Sunfire Vajra sword in his grasp expanded exponentially, accompanied by an immense force that seemed to drain the very essence from Chen Feng. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the sword in a resplendent glow. In an instant, the blade surged several meters in length, radiating a magnificent beam of white light that appeared poised to consume the entire cosmos, illuminating the area in a blinding brilliance. In the wake of the blinding light, a muffled thud echoed as the massive python shattered into countless fragments, its anguished cries silenced before they could escape, dissolving into the void. Only a few scattered shards of its broken scales remained upon the ground. Chapter 32. The night of the hunt. The chilling wind rustled through the dense foliage, producing a symphony of whispers that rendered the forest beneath the night sky somewhat desolate. In a sunken clearing, the earth was churned up, revealing the carcasses of 3 monstrous beasts, their hides stripped away, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of crimson blood, mangled flesh, and disheveled flora. Even more astonishing, amidst this sanguinary scene, a cluster of campfire flames flickered gently, illuminating the surroundings, where 7 individuals clad in the garb of the Tianyan sect sat in attendance. The flames danced within the fire pit, occasionally crackling as the night breeze swept through, resembling serpents of fire writhing in fury, casting a brilliant light that revealed the faces of the 7. Brother, I truly employed the tracking technique on Chen Mo, but upon hearing Lu Hai's grievances, the man with a horse-like face immediately expressed his indignation while mimicking Lu Hai by picking up a twig and snapping it. However, brother, that cunning rascal Chen Mo has evaded us for so long. He has not shown himself at all. A square-faced man in his 30s interjected, wearing a look of frustration. As soon as he spoke, silence enveloped the group. They were well aware of the animosity between Lu Hai and Chen Mo. As Lu Hai's loyal companions, they were undoubtedly inclined to assist in eliminating Chen Mo. Yet, over the past month, they had not even caught a glimpse of him, let alone succeed in slaying him. Brother, do you think that worthless Chen Mo might have perished in the forest? After all, he is nothing but a good-for-nothing, and his chances of survival in this wilderness are exceedingly slim. The horse-faced man pondered for a moment before speaking. Lu Hai considered this and then shook his head. Despite his inability to gauge Chen Feng's strength, he harbored an unshakable intuition that Chen Feng was still alive. Indeed, brother, we have reviewed the records on that fellow. The people from the miscellaneous courtyard mentioned that he is merely a cultivator with incomplete spiritual roots, who, through sheer luck, has garnered the attention of the third master. I remain skeptical. The third master is a person of exceptional discernment. I've heard that he even dared to confront the grandmaster for Chen Feng. I sense there is more to this situation than meets the eye. The group began to discuss animatedly, much to Lu Hai's growing irritation. Enough. Rest well. We shall continue our training tomorrow. Lu Hai, with a cold snort and a grim expression, rose abruptly to his feet and retreated to a corner where he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. Observing Lu Hai's fury, several junior disciples ceased their chatter and dispersed to find their own space for cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked silently in the shadows not far away, its gaze fixed intently upon them, not a sound escaping its lips. As time slipped away quietly amid the disciples' practices, a chill breeze swept through, extinguishing the last flicker of the campfire with a soft puff. The remnants of charred wood, reduced to ashes, stirred briefly in the wind before delicate gray embers settled upon the dry timber. The man with the horse-like face trembled, opened his eyes wide, dissipated the aura surrounding him, and strode deeper into the forest. As the man with the horse-like face rose, the others simultaneously opened their eyes, casting only a fleeting glance before shutting them once more. Dismissing him entirely, the man, adjusting his trousers, hurried away, then unfastened his belt and removed his pants, squatting down in the underbrush. At first, he was taken aback, then panic-stricken. Just as he was about to call for help, it was too late. A searing pain struck the back of his head. As a sharp sword pierced through his mouth with a muffled thud, the tip emerging still adorned with a writhing fragment of his tongue. As the sword withdrew, crimson blood gushed forth, and the man's face contorted in terror, his eyes filled with despair as he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the sword and its master melted back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. With the sound of his voice, the other disciples of Tianyunmen also opened their eyes, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual ignorance of the unfolding tragedy. Zhuang, you should take a look. Lu Hai directed his gaze toward a young junior brother, who nodded in acknowledgement before rising and venturing into the depths of the forest, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Senior brother. Not long after, a startled cry echoed from within the forest, causing Lu Hai and the others to be taken aback. They hurriedly sprang into action and dashed into the woods, where they soon beheld Ma Teng sprawled on the ground, his bare back pressed against the earth, while his once pristine upper body was now marred with unsightly stains, emanating a most foul odor. Wang Zhe trembled, murmuring, I am not sure. When I arrived here, I found senior brother Ma in this state. Lu Hai's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Ma Teng's body. Upon noticing the ghastly wound at the back of Ma's head, a sense of dread gripped him, and his mind began to race with calculations. Wang Zhe, Zhao Chong, Wang Nuo, Lu Fei, you shall split up and search. If you encounter anyone, signal immediately. Upon seeing the signal, The rest shall rush to provide support. Lu Hai surveyed the surroundings before assigning tasks to the group. The others appeared somewhat hesitant. It was the dead of night, and the notion of acting alone, especially after the recent death of a comrade, left them all feeling uneasy. Sensing their apprehension, Lu Hai spoke in a firm tone. There is no need for alarm. The adversary's strength should not be formidable. Otherwise, they would not resort to such despicable tactics. Moreover, you are all at the 6th or 7th level of Qi training. Even if you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you can hold out for a moment. Senior brother, do you believe this was the work of Lingyun's sect? A man following Lu Hai inquired softly. Lu Hai shook his head, remaining silent. At that moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the northern direction where Wang Zhe had gone, followed by a chilling scream. Lu Hai and his younger disciples halted abruptly and raced towards the source of the cry. Chapter 33. Brother Lu, are you looking for me again? When they arrived, Wang Zhe was already dead, utterly and completely. The only remnant on the ground was a head, frozen in terror, while the rest of his body had been reduced to mere shreds of flesh. The sight of Wang Zhe's tragic demise left the group gasping in shock, and Lu Hai's pupils constricted sharply, his palms slick with cold sweat. Who could have done this? What was their intention? Why target him? A barrage of questions detonated in Lu Hai's mind like a series of heavy explosives. Brother, what shall we do? Zhao Chong trembled, anxiously gazing at Lu Hai. His eyes filled with hope. At that moment, Lu Hai was equally flustered. The assailant had managed to kill Wang Zhe with a single strike, indicating their power far surpassed that of the others. Yet, if that were the case, why did they not reveal themselves, instead opting to remain hidden? As Lu Hai pondered, his attention was suddenly drawn to some yellow scraps of paper nearby. He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the fragments, and thoughtfully squeezed them in his hand. Casting a glance back at the silent head of Wang Zhe, the others exchanged puzzled looks but ignored the decapitated Wang Zhe, following Lu Hai closely. The bonfire was rekindled, its fervent flames relentlessly dispelling the surrounding chill, yet failing to bestow any warmth upon the gathered souls. In merely a few fleeting hours, 2 companions had perished in this place, and the sensation of loss gnawed at their sanity like an unrelenting tide, propelling them toward the abyss of fear. Indeed, Master, if we wish to eliminate Chen Feng, there are ample opportunities. Why gamble with our lives? Wang Nuo echoed in agreement. Lu Hai lowered his gaze in contemplation, his fingers incessantly drumming upon his thigh. After a moment, he abruptly lifted his head and spoke. The others, taken aback by his words, gazed at Lu Hai in astonishment. Wang Zhe, possessing limited cultivation at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement, was already the bare minimum standard for entering the inner academy. So Lu Hai's assertion that he lacked the strength to vanquish Wang Zhe was perplexing. Upon this realization, their mouths fell agape in surprise, with Zhao Chong exclaiming, Master, are you referring to Chen Feng? How is that even conceivable? Zhao Chong, Wang Nuo, you shall keep watch tonight. Do not succumb to slumber. For the trials ahead, we shall take turns on watch. Lu Hai instructed, casting a glance at Zhao Chong and Wang Nuo. Nodding in agreement, the two acknowledged that sleep was not an option, and the notion of keeping watch became inconsequential. With their consent, the remaining 3 closed their eyes, yet found it impossible to steady their minds. Thus, they forsook their cultivation. Leaning against the great tree and feigning slumber, in the depths of darkness, a figure stood like a specter, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, the figure suddenly moved, vanishing into the shroud of night. As the morning sun illuminated the earth, the forest seemed to awaken with renewed vitality. The harmonious symphony of chirping insects and singing birds eased the tension in the hearts of the group. Lu Hai opened his eyes, instructed his companions to partake in a meal, and prepared for their departure. Without further ado, they retrieved their pre-packed provisions and began to eat. Suddenly, as they savored their food, an enraged roar echoed through the air, followed by the arrival of 6 massive figures descending from above, surrounding Lu Hai and his companions. The thud of their landing sent a tremor through the ground, startling the group, who quickly rose to their feet and summoned their spiritual weapons, gazing at the intruders. Not far in front of them stood 6 grotesque, red-furred giants, their eyes glistening with greed. To their astonishment, the largest among them wielded 2 weapons that shimmered with spiritual light: the dragon coiling staff of Ma Teng and the yellow Ming sword of Wang Zhe. Zhao Chong gasped, staring in disbelief at the giant. Lu Hai, upon seeing the monstrous apes, was equally taken aback, yet he felt no fear. They had encountered such creatures before. typically not surpassing the 7th level of Qi training. However, the weapons they bore were unmistakably those of Ma Teng and Wang Zhe. Could it be that it was not Chen Feng who had ambushed them yesterday, but these formidable apes? Despicable humans, surrender your spiritual weapons, bellowed the giant, its excitement palpable as it brandished the weapons in a show of intimidation. Fury welled within Lu Hai. How dare these mere beasts exhibit such arrogance? Surrender our weapons, or face death, he declared defiantly. The colossal ape roared once more, taking several powerful strides forward, while the other giants glared ferociously, their excitement palpable in low growls, with fierce glints in their eyes. Kill! Lu Hai bellowed, wielding a radiant blue longsword. Suddenly, an ice flower materialized, and Lu Hai thrust his sword down upon it. A crisp crack echoed as the ice flower shattered, scattering into countless crystalline shards, each gleaming with lethal icy brilliance, hurtling towards the leading giant ape. The lead giant ape did not lag behind, unleashing a thunderous roar as its form swelled, flames flickering across its body, intensifying around its 2 spiritual artifacts. With a mighty stomp, the giant ape charged at Lu Hai, sending forth a wave of scorching heat that obliterated the ice flowers in front of it with a series of sharp cracks. These monstrous beasts, born from the mutation of countless wild creatures, harnessed the essence of the heavens and earth through the demon crystals within their minds to forge their physical forms. Unlike lower-tier demon beasts, which could not rely on an abundance of elixirs and spiritual artifacts to enhance their strength as humans do, they often found themselves at a disadvantage in battles of equal rank. This disparity drove all demon beasts to covet human spiritual artifacts and elixirs, while conversely, humans were equally eager to acquire the demon crystals, pelts, and blood of these creatures, as they were essential for crafting various celestial treasures and elixirs. Indeed, the demon crystals from higher-tier beasts could incite bloody turmoil within the realm of cultivation. Among the combatants, several were disciples at the 6th or 7th level of Qi training, with Lu Hai having ascended to the 8th level. Thus, despite the numerical superiority of the demon beasts, he remained confident that, given sufficient time, he could slay a few giant apes. Yet, a lingering unease whispered in Lu Hai's heart, suggesting that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The battle raged fiercely, with several colossal apes roaring incessantly, their bodies engulfed in flames. Their massive claws reduced the surrounding vegetation to charred remains, sending plumes of soil into the air. Lu Hai smirked with a hint of amusement, despite the ferocity of the giant apes' attacks. Their strength was merely at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, rendering the conflict utterly predictable. Frostfall, Lu Hai bellowed, as the spiritual energy around him surged violently, akin to boiling water rushing into his body. His expression sharpened as he formed a hand seal, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy that erupted from within. A chilling aura, penetrating to the very marrow, suddenly manifested, followed by a towering ice pillar that shot into the sky, transforming into a deluge of icy rain that descended upon the ground. Countless shards of ice, imbued with tremendous power, seemed poised to engulf the entire realm. Yet, at that moment, a streak of dark light shot forth from an uncanny angle, carrying with it an overwhelming divine radiance that pierced Lu Hai's back, pinning him firmly to the ground. A figure clad in black attire materialized behind him, and a chilling voice echoed, "Are you looking for me, Senior Brother Lu?" Chapter 34, Alliance. The title has been corrected. The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, exuding an icy malevolence. All present were momentarily stunned, their spirits shaken by the ferocity of the assault. Could it truly be Wu Guangdua? Wang Nua's anguished cry resonated with despair, if even the formidable Lu Hai, at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, had met his demise here, the fates of the others were grim indeed. Chen Feng, Zhao Chang's jaw dropped, his face a canvas of disbelief, swiftly followed by a fleeting glimmer of terror in his eyes. He exclaimed loudly, "Brother Chen, we bear no grudge against you. Spare us." Although Chen Feng appeared to them at that moment as merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any spiritual aura, the label of waste had evaporated from their minds, supplanted by an aura of mystery and menace. "Indeed, Brother Chen, we shall remain silent about today's events. Please, let us go." Lu Fei, pale as death, hurriedly echoed his plea. "If you were to slay us, the master would undoubtedly ensure your demise." Draped in dark attire, Chen Feng slowly reached down to retrieve the black, light-absorbing artifact from the ground, followed by the spatial ring that had fallen after Lu Hai's demise. He then turned, revealing a pair of bloodthirsty eyes, his voice dripping with menace as he declared, "Those who humiliate others shall inevitably face humiliation themselves. Perish." Caw-caw. Chen Feng's words served as the clarion call for battle. The leading great ape greedily eyed the black artifact and spatial ring in Chen Feng's grasp before emitting a strange cry and charging towards Zhao Chong and his companions. Spells soared and spiritual energy filled the air. Chen Feng chose not to engage in this beastly conflict. With a single leap, he soared above the fray. Leaning against a tree, leisurely observing the chaos below. Unbeknownst to him, a leaf had found its way into his hand, which he gently held in his mouth, exuding an air of utmost tranquility. A series of explosive sounds echoed as 6 colossal apes furiously swung their massive claws in combat with 4 disciples of the Tianyan sect. Despite the formidable prowess of the disciples, the absence of Lu Hai, who was at the 8th level of qi refinement, left them at a disadvantage, particularly with Chen Feng lurking nearby like a predator. Whenever an ape found itself on the brink of defeat, Chen Feng shamelessly hurled a talisman. Although these talismans contained sealed low-level celestial spells, their offensive power was astonishingly potent, leaving the disciples in a state of despair. They had considered eliminating Chen Feng first, but each time they attempted to break free, the apes would frantically intercept them. Thus, the relationship between Chen Feng and the giant apes grew increasingly intricate. It was evident that this sudden assault by the apes was intricately intertwined with Chen Feng's machinations. As time passed, Zhao Chong, while fending off one of Chen Feng's talismans, was accidentally struck down by an ape behind him, his skull shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Nuo succumbed to the relentless assault of 2 apes, becoming yet another victim beneath their claws. The remaining 2 disciples of the Tianyan sect, overwhelmed by the 6 towering apes, managed to hold out for only a few fleeting minutes before being reduced to mere pulp. After their demise, the 6 apes collected the fallen disciples' spatial rings and turned their gaze toward Chen Feng. "Human, our agreement has been fulfilled. Surrender that spatial ring, and you may depart," declared the lead ape, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen Feng as it extended a hand covered in a thick coat of red fur. The other 5 apes stepped forward, resembling 5 small mountains, as they loomed over Chen Feng. With a calm smile, Chen Feng casually tossed a spatial ring towards the leading giant ape. The giant ape seized the ring in its hand, and as it probed the ring with its consciousness, a flicker of excitement crossed its face. Meanwhile, Chen Feng paid no heed to the giant ape and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. "Boss, why not eliminate that fellow? He must possess numerous valuable items." One of the apes exclaimed, "That black dagger is beyond our capability, and this human harbors formidable strength. Even if we could slay him, the cost would be exorbitant." The leading giant ape sighed deeply, turning away in the opposite direction of Chen Feng. It longed for the treasures in Chen Feng's possession, but it understood that some things are only worth pursuing if one can survive to claim them. The other giant apes exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads in confusion. Subsequently, they shifted their attention to the spatial rings they had received, their faces lighting up with joy as they followed the leading giant ape into the distance. In truth, over the past month, Chen Feng had been fervently enhancing his strength, taking advantage of the abundant spiritual energy in this area, coupled with the ability to level up by slaying demon beasts. This had led to a remarkable surge in his abilities within this short span. Just a few days ago, he successfully attained the 6th level of the qi refinement stage and coincidentally discovered that several light spots nearby belonged to Lu Hai and others. Unable to contain his restlessness, Chen Feng plotted an ambush. He first took advantage of Ma Ting's negligence to ascertain his life force, and then unleashed a plethora of talismans to reduce Wang Zhi to mere fragments. After he had slain 2 individuals, Chen Feng did not depart. Instead, he continued to observe the movements of several others. Upon realizing that they had become wary of him, he was filled with distress, as he understood that he could not confront them head-on with his current abilities. While he was lost in thought, the memory of a beastly clan he had encountered a few days prior suddenly illuminated his mind, filling him with elation. He hurriedly made his way to the territory of the beastly clan. Upon his arrival, his presence immediately drew the hostility of several giant apes. However, relying on his illusory steps and shadow snatch, he managed to subdue the beasts and promised that any spiritual artifacts and storage rings obtained from slaying Lu Hai and the others would belong to them. Enticed by the prospect of spiritual treasures, the giant apes eventually acquiesced to Chen Feng's request and accompanied him, leading to the earlier scene. Over the past few days, Chen Feng had located the team of Lu Zhong, but to his dismay, he discovered that a ninth-layer Qi refinement senior was protecting the team, which dampened his spirits considerably. Glancing at his attributes, he could only smile wryly. Name: Chen Feng Cultivation. 6th layer of Qi refinement strength. Spiritual root. 4th rank Earth spiritual root physique. Enhanced 2nd layer occupation. Spirit binder characteristics. Transmutation of stone to gold skills. Spirit summoning technique. Fireball technique. Proficient. Illusory steps. Skilled. Rage sword. Skilled. Exploration technique main quest. Eliminate Lu Zhong sect quest. Duel. Survive plot quest. Annihilation battlefield quest. Slay beasts 93 100 special quest. Blood path 96. Alas, it would be prudent to complete the battlefield quest before contemplating other matters. With a sigh of frustration, Chen Feng lightly pressed his foot against the massive branch, propelling himself like an arrow into the depths of the forest. Chapter 35. The Cave Boom. The colossal corpse of the lizard crashed to the ground, and a familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in response. Beep beep. Lizard killed. Battlefield mission accomplished. Rewards: spiritual energy, low-grade xiandan, and cleansing marrow pill. Xiandan? Chen Feng was taken aback, his consciousness sweeping through the spatial ring, revealing a silvery white pill resting in his palm. The pill felt frigid to the bone, its entire surface shimmering with a radiant glow, a faint layer of spiritual energy slowly swirling around it like a delicate mist, enhancing its exquisite beauty. The fragrance of the pill filled the air, causing Chen Feng's spirit to tremble. He hastily employed a probing technique to examine the pill. Cleansing marrow pill, low-grade xiandan. Characteristics: when consumed by mortals, it reconstructs the physical body with a chance of generating a spiritual root, the quality of which is random. For cultivators, it reconstructs the physical body, enhancing physique with a chance of mutation in the spiritual root. A chance to generate a spiritual root? Chen Feng's heart stirred, his gaze instantly igniting with fervor as a familiar figure flickered before his eyes. In a flurry, he searched through his spatial ring and soon held a thin piece of paper in his hand. With urgency, he glanced at the paper. Yang Jingyu, place of origin: Central Continent, Longai City, Yang Family Village. Upon perceiving the script upon the paper, Chen Feng clenched his fist, a wave of secret delight coursing through him. Although he remained uncertain whether this cleansing elixir could aid Yang Jingyu in restoring his severed spiritual roots, the mere existence of hope was invigorating. If one pill proved insufficient, then 10, or even 100, would suffice. Chen Feng was undeterred in his quest to scour the world for cleansing elixirs that might assist Yang Jingyu. As the sun descended in the west, the horizon was bathed in a sanguine glow, the remnants of daylight casting the entire forest in a shimmering golden light. The gentle breeze rustled through the dense foliage, producing a soft whisper reminiscent of countless golden leaves dancing in a mesmerizing display. Perched upon a branch of a colossal tree, Chen Feng adeptly concealed himself amidst the lush greenery. Suddenly, as he meditated, a tempest erupted in the distance, accompanied by a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, followed by a surge of crimson light that obscured the fading sunlight. Chen Feng's eyes flew open, surprise flickering within him at the formidable wave of spiritual energy. He pondered whether it was a clash between the formidable disciples of Tianyun Gate or Lingyun Gate. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze inward, surveying his boundless sea of spiritual energy, and a slight smile graced his lips. Regardless of the adversaries, he resolved to observe the encounter. Since ascending to the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, Chen Feng's confidence had surged. He believed that even if he were to be outmatched, he possessed the means to escape through the illusory Luo step. After all, he was not seeking a confrontation but rather wished to witness the clash of titans. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng gracefully descended from the tree, channeling his spiritual energy into his feet and darting toward the source of the commotion like a swift leopard. Meanwhile, at the foot of a mountain, a white serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length, lay sprawled before the rocky slope. Behind the serpent, a gaping black hole, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, loomed ominously. In front of the serpent stood dozens of disciples from Lingyun's sect, their expressions grave as they summoned their spiritual energy. Among them was Zheng Baichuan. The white serpent glared fiercely at the crowd, its malevolent aura rising as its crimson eye seemed poised to rend the onlookers to shreds. Zeng Baichuan, are you certain that treasure lies within that cavern? Qing Huazi asked sternly, flanked by two men standing before the assembled disciples. Second sister, I am certain. A few days ago, I ventured here with several junior brothers and discovered an ethereal glow emanating from within, compelling us to investigate. Unfortunately, this serpent proved too formidable. Aside from myself, all my companions perished in this encounter. Qing Huazi furrowed his brow and cast a glance at a burly man beside him. Senior brother Yan, this serpent is no ordinary beast. Indeed, have the others fall back. Lu Shidi and I will attempt to distract the serpent while you lead the others into the cavern to seek the treasure. Yin spoke solemnly, his expression grave. Qing Huazi cast a worried glance at Yin before surveying the group behind him. They immediately understood and nodded discreetly in agreement. The white serpent, noticing the crowd, appeared increasingly agitated, its body twisting incessantly, its forked tongue flickering as it emitted a series of hissing sounds. Yet, no matter how it writhed, it remained steadfastly anchored before the cavern, an unmistakable air of mystery enveloping the scene. As Brother Yin observed the actions of the white serpent, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, he produced two spirit artifacts resembling bronze gongs, which appeared between his palms. As the gongs emerged, Brother Yin let out a furious shout, and in an instant, he struck the gongs together with a force akin to lightning. Instantly, a blue sound wave transformed into an intangible shock wave, enveloping the white serpent within its grasp. The serpent let out a piercing roar as its body surged several meters in size, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of frigid air, shattering the shockwave. The cold air, relentless in its advance, surged towards Brother Yin, who, taken aback, swiftly dodged and bellowed, "Everyone be cautious. It is a soul-refining stage beast." The icy blast moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of rending air, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the gathered crowd, leaving them in stunned silence, astonished that a soul-refining stage beast lurked at the forest's edge. At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth, appearing to be in his 30s, unsheathed his sword with one hand and pointed skyward, flames erupting around him. A majestic fire dragon emerged, colliding fiercely with the onslaught of cold, resulting in a resounding explosion that dissipated the icy assault. The youth staggered back several paces, his complexion slightly pale. "Brother Lu." The crowd rejoiced upon witnessing the youth dispel the icy threat. With a soft exclamation, the young man grasped his sword with one hand, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged towards the white serpent, his sword flickering in the wind, igniting a burst of flames. Hearing Brother Lu's command, the crowd wasted no time and rushed towards the cave. The white serpent, in a state of panic, attempted to rise and obstruct their advance, but was forcefully repelled several meters by the ferocious attacks of brothers Yin and Lu. Seizing the opportunity, the crowd hastily approached the cave entrance. Just as they intended to enter, a sudden, dense hissing noise erupted, and over a dozen white snakes slithered out from within the cave. However, these serpents appeared far less formidable than their predecessors. "Zeng Baichuan, take a few disciples inside. The rest of you shall assist me in vanquishing these fiends," commanded King Watsi with a commanding voice. Instantly, more than 20 disciples nodded in agreement and engaged in battle with the white snakes. "The rest, follow me." Zeng Baichuan did not lag behind. He shouted to his disciples behind him and led the charge into the mountain cave. The remaining 10 disciples, upon witnessing Zeng Baichuan's advance, promptly followed suit, disappearing into the cavern. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood atop a towering tree, quietly observing the fierce struggle below. After a brief moment, he noticed that over half of the Lingyun sect disciples battling the white snakes had suffered casualties, yet all the serpents had been eradicated. Panting heavily, King Watsi gazed at the fallen and injured disciples, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. But when he turned to look at his senior brother Yin and the others, he was taken aback. He saw that Yin and Lu had lured the white snakes into the depths of the forest. However, they were no match for the serpents. Facing perilous circumstances, gritting her silver teeth, King Watsi's chest heaved as she resolved, "Everyone, follow me to assist Brother Yin." With that, she sprang forward towards the forest, and the remaining Lingyun sect disciples, weary yet determined, surged after her. However, just after they departed, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped into the cave. Chapter 36. The cave. At this moment, dusk was falling, and the pitch-black cave was devoid of any light. Chen Feng cautiously entered the cavern but did not proceed further. He first stood quietly in the darkness, listening intently to the sounds within. Then he extended his hand to explore the wall. The cave walls were meticulously smooth, lacking any roughness. Upon touch, there was a subtle undulation in the structure. Chen Feng felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that the cave, guarded by the white serpent, was not constructed by itself, but held some profound mystery? With this thought, Chen Feng took a few slow steps forward and waved his hand, conjuring 3 fireballs that appeared in his palm. He lightly tapped the fireballs, infusing them with a trace of spiritual energy. With a whoosh, the 3 fireballs soared to his side, gently floating and illuminating the surrounding scenery. What is this? Chen Feng, using the light, gazed at the walls and saw them adorned with numerous inscriptions, yet he could not decipher a single one. Scratching his head, he pondered for a moment before venturing deeper into the cave. The cavern was immense, resembling an endless black corridor, occasionally filled with gusts of wind that swept through the entrance, sounding eerily like the wails of restless spirits, sending chills down one's spine. A quarter of an hour passed, and Chen Feng still had not glimpsed the figures of Zhang Baichuan and the others, yet before him appeared a fork in the path. Chen Feng scrutinized the 2 divergent paths before him, his heart filled with a sense of trepidation. The cave was evidently steeped in enigma, and if he were to proceed recklessly, he feared the consequences would be dire. Yet, the thought of retreating was equally disheartening. As he pondered this dilemma, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from one of the paths. Instinctively, Chen Feng extinguished the fireball before him and concealed himself at the entrance of the other passage, waiting to observe the unfolding events. Before long, 2 young disciples clad in the tattered robes of Lingyun's sect emerged from the corridor, their appearances disheveled and worn. "Brother Huang, what should we do?" exclaimed a female disciple, her body smeared with blood and her face etched with terror as she trembled before the young man. "Let us find Brother Yin and the others." The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, had a small blue shield swirling protectively around him, emanating a soft azure glow that illuminated the cave's interior with clarity. "But what about Brother Zhang?" The girl seemed hesitant, glancing anxiously toward the concealed path where Chen Feng was hidden. "This cursed place has exceeded our wildest imaginings. If Brother Zhang encounters the same fate we did, the outcome could be grim. We must go." The young man's face was clouded with worry, a deep gash visible on his left cheek, bleeding profusely, indicating he had recently sustained a severe injury. However, the girl appeared to wish to add something further, but the young man abruptly interrupted her. "No more words. We must leave. We shall entrust everything to Brother Yin and Brother Lu to decide." Having spoken, the young man turned and strode towards the mouth of the cave. The girl hesitated for a moment, casting a helpless glance at the fork in the path where Chen Feng stood, before swiftly following him. After a brief contemplation, Chen Feng quietly concealed the dark glow, his expression grave as he surveyed the passage ahead, grappling with uncertainty. From their conversation, it was evident that a formidable presence lurked within the cave, one that he could not contend with. Moreover, he suspected that once the 2 had departed, they would swiftly return with reinforcements, placing him in a precarious position of being beset from all sides. Yet, the thought of retreating was equally intolerable to him, for he understood that often, danger and reward are inversely proportional, meaning that the greater the peril, the more substantial the potential gain. After a moment's reflection, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, cursing his own recklessness, and charged towards the passage where Zhang Baichuan had vanished. His decision was not one of sheer audacity. Rather, he had meticulously analyzed the situation. He had witnessed the power of the white serpent with his own eyes, and he surmised that the so-called senior brother Yin and senior brother Lu could hardly pose a threat to it. At best, they might serve as a temporary distraction. Furthermore, he had already spent some time within the cave, and Qing Huazi, accompanied by several less experienced disciples, would undoubtedly suffer casualties in their attempt to provide aid. Thus, the likelihood of reinforcements arriving was slim, and even if they did, it was improbable that they would be Yin and Lu. Should Qing Huazi lead a rescue, the available disciples from Lingyun's sect would be quite limited. With the dark glow and various talismans at his disposal, even if he could not prevail, he still had a chance to escape. Given the opportunity for escape, Chen Feng discarded his reservations. He was inherently a person of action. Once an idea took root, he was bound to pursue it. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black corridor, a flicker of flame illuminated the surroundings as Zhang Baichuan, accompanied by 4 junior disciples, navigated cautiously through the passageway. "Brother Zhang, do you think we might have taken a wrong turn? We've been walking for half an hour and have yet to reach the end." inquired a plump disciple of Lingyun's sect in a hushed tone. It should not be the case. Although this fork appears unchanged, I can sense that the surrounding air is increasingly infused with spiritual energy. Before Zheng Baichuan could respond, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion interjected. The others, upon hearing this, attuned their senses and nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Brother Zheng, do you think there could be treasures inside? If there are abundant high-grade spiritual tools and elixirs, our Lingyun sect would surely ascend in status among the lesser sects of Zhongzhou. The chubby disciple, evidently naive and still enraptured by youthful fantasies, spoke eagerly. Stop dreaming. Do you think treasures are simply lying about? Zheng Baichuan chuckled, bemused by the notion. But how can you be certain there isn't? Protested the chubby disciple, his face flushing slightly from Zheng Baichuan's rebuke. Following this exchange, the group's pace noticeably quickened. As they ventured deeper, the spiritual energy around them grew increasingly potent, and they understood they were drawing closer to the cave's end. Amidst the dense spiritual aura surrounding them, even if there were no treasures to be found, there certainly existed remarkable wonders beyond the imagination of outsiders. Their excitement intensified, and their footsteps quickened, just as they believed victory was within reach. A deep voice suddenly resonated ahead, infusing the air with a palpable sense of lethal intent. How dare you intrude upon my lair? Are you seeking death? Chapter 37. The emergence. The voice was frigid and piercing, akin to ancient ice, freezing the entire space in that moment. Several disciples of the Lingyun sect abruptly halted, their expressions tense as they gazed forward, simultaneously summoning their spiritual weapons to hover protectively before them. The dark passage loomed like an unfathomable abyss, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, akin to a vast, black ocean, encasing them in its grip. Under such immense pressure, they felt like a fragile boat, perilously close to being engulfed by the boundless darkness. I am Zheng Baichuan, a disciple of the Lingyun sect. May I inquire as to your identity, esteemed elder? Zheng Baichuan furrowed his brow, peering into the unknown. Despite the figure's absence, the aura emanating from it indicated that it was no feeble adversary, prompting him to adopt a more courteous tone. What nonsense is this about the Lingyun sect? I have never heard of it. Do not disturb my tranquil cultivation. Leave at once, or face death. The voice remained icy, its murderous intent unmistakable, instilling a sudden surge of fear into the hearts of Zheng Baichuan and his companions. Zheng Baichuan felt a jolt of shock, striving to maintain the dignity of the Lingyun sect and his position as a master to his disciples. Yet, in the presence of such a formidable being, he found himself at a loss. As his gaze shifted, he sensed something peculiar. Typically, cultivators of the immortal path are cold-hearted and merciless, quick to unleash slaughter at the slightest provocation. However, today, despite inadvertently trespassing into another's domain, their adversary merely urged them to retreat. Such leniency was indeed unusual. Ha, Junior, all who have laid eyes upon me are already dead. Do you truly wish to meet me? A cold sweat cascaded down Zheng Baichuan's face as he struggled to swallow, gripping his sword tightly, the blade emitting a creaking sound. His heart was a tumultuous storm of contradictions. Should he misjudge the situation, only death awaited them. The passage was enveloped in a suffocating silence, where the only sounds that pierced the stillness were the rapid thumping of their hearts and the rhythmic dripping of sweat onto the ground. As if an eternity had passed, Zheng Baichuan finally clenched his jaw, forcing out a hoarse plea. I humbly request the esteemed elder to reveal themselves. Upon uttering these words, he felt utterly drained, while several of his junior disciples stared wide-eyed into the encroaching darkness, as if striving to dispel it with the sheer force of their gaze. No sooner had Zheng Baichuan's voice faded than the ominous sound of footsteps echoed through the darkness. The steps were agonizingly slow, yet to the ears of the group, they resonated like the call of death, circling incessantly around them. The sound of footsteps finally ceased, and an elderly man clad in a white robe appeared before the crowd. His silver hair flowed like silk, a gentle smile graced his face, and his deep-set eyes gazed intently at the onlookers. Amidst his tranquil smile, an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a towering mountain engulfed them in an instant. Perish! As the old man manifested, a surge of pale blue mist erupted around him, which then dispersed with a crackling sound, transforming into countless resplendent blue flying swords. The luminous blades illuminated the entire passageway in an ethereal azure glow. Under the intensity of the light, the flying swords wielded by Zheng Baichuan and his companions appeared pale and insignificant. A cataclysmic energy emanated from the swords, accompanied by a chorus of sharp ringing. Zhang Baichuan wept, questioning the identity of his formidable elder. Among the myriad of flying swords, he perceived death itself. Such overwhelming power was likely beyond even the sect leader's grasp. Senior, spare us. We shall retreat at once and vow never to disturb your serene cultivation again. In a state of panic, Zhang Baichuan fell to his knees, prompting his fellow disciples to follow suit. The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he hesitated for a moment. Very well. Today marks my 3000th birthday, and I wish not to unleash my wrath. However, should you linger any longer, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Yes. Esteemed elder, please quell your anger. I am most grateful for your mercy. Zhang Baichuan and his companions, drenched in cold sweat, sensed a glimmer of hope and bowed repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. They hurriedly turned to exit the passageway. Yet as they did, they were startled to find a figure in a black robe standing silently behind them, their features obscured. The figure clad in black let out a sinister smile. Without waiting for the others to react, he raised a hand, causing over 20 yellow talismans to explode before them like thunder on a clear day. In an instant, the channel was suffused with spiritual energy. Wind, fire, thunder, and water unleashed various celestial arts, their formidable power resembling an enraged beast intent on devouring its prey. Defend, cried Zhang Baichuan in alarm, summoning a small shield that materialized before him with a whoosh. However, the incident was abrupt, and with several individuals caught off guard. Despite their utmost efforts, they were overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of talismans, their vital energies surging uncontrollably. Among them, the stout young man and the dark-faced man were tragically obliterated on the spot, while the remaining 3 suffered devastating injuries, their defensive artifacts shattered, and they were sent flying several meters, battered and bruised. The elder in white observed the distant battle, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he cast a meaningful glance at the figure in black. Child, he spoke solemnly, is my cave dwelling a place for your rampage? Do you seek death? The man in black paid no heed to the elder, instead advancing slowly towards Zhang Baichuan and the 2 disciples of Lingyun's sect who lay incapacitated on the ground. Elder, save me. Zhang Baichuan, having sustained grievous injuries from the earlier explosion, was unable to continue fighting and could only plead for the elder's assistance, hoping for his intervention to vanquish the dark-clad assailant. Yet, to the astonishment of those present, the elder showed no inclination to intervene, merely fixing an intense glare upon the figure in black. The man in black approached the disciples of Lingyun's sect, and with a swift motion, a long sword materialized in his grasp. In an instant, with a swift stroke, there was a muffled thud followed by a spray of blood, as one disciple could only emit a scream before his head was severed from his body. Zhang Baichuan and the remaining disciple of Lingyun, filled with terror, gazed at the approaching figure. Despite their grievous injuries, they forced themselves to rise, retreating hastily. A piercing scream echoed as another disciple of Lingyun fell victim to the cloaked man. In the arena, only Zhang Baichuan, the elderly man, and the black-robed figure remained alive. Who are you? I bear no grudge against you. Why must you do this? Zhang Baichuan's hands were mangled from the effort to push himself up. Yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the cloaked figure. Xianxia, have you forgotten your little brother so soon? I have longed for you dearly. As he spoke, the cloaked figure removed the black cloth from his head, revealing a familiar face before Zhang Baichuan. Chen Feng. Upon seeing Chen Feng's visage, Zhang Baichuan's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in horror, Junior brother Chen, you misunderstand. I did not wish to kill you. It was Lu Zhong. He bribed me with elixirs. I only intended to teach you a lesson. I had no intent to harm you. Does that matter? A slight smirk appeared on Chen Feng's lips, his eyes glinting with malice as he brandished the blood-soaked flame gold sword, slowly advancing towards Zhang Baichuan. He then raised his sword, intoning gravely, Perish, Zhang Xixiao. A chilling scream shattered the darkness, the sound of metal slicing through bone resonating through the passage, producing a deafening clamor. Little one, quite impressive. The elderly man gazed indifferently at the scene before him, yet his profound eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Old man, do not feign authority. Such theatrics are lost on me. Chen Feng disregarded the elder's presence, bending down to collect the spatial rings and spiritual artifacts from the disciples of Lingyun Gate, placing them into his own ring. Child, do you think I truly hesitate to end your life? The old man's fury ignited as he observed Chen Feng's actions. A brilliant blue aura enveloped him, and countless flying swords transformed into a torrential rain of blades, hurtling toward Chen Feng. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine as he realized the formidable spiritual energy contained within those azure swords. Could it be that his probing technique had failed? The mere thought of such a failure sent his heart plummeting into despair. When the elder had first appeared, Chen Feng had felt a bone-deep chill from the man's overwhelming power, yet the data retrieved from his probing technique had left him bemused. The system's database was incomplete, rendering it incapable of identifying the elder's race or assessing his strength, characteristics, or offensive capabilities. Faced with this bewildering information, Chen Feng was momentarily dazed. But one thing was certain. This elder was a mere paper tiger. However, as the multitude of flying swords surged toward him, Chen Feng understood that his fate was sealed. To his astonishment, when the swords were mere meters away, they suddenly halted, suspended in midair, ceasing their advance. "Child, vacate my dwelling." The elder's ire was unmistakable. His long beard swaying of its own accord, his expression grave. Yet, it was precisely this display of fury that allowed Chen Feng's anxious heart to suddenly find solace. A resolute expression manifested in Chen Feng's eyes as he disregarded the formidable flying swords before him, boldly advancing without a hint of retreat. "Are you seeking death?" The elder fumed, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of invective. With Chen Feng's approach, the flying swords, under the elder's command, began to retreat. Witnessing the elder's actions only reinforced Chen Feng's suspicions. With a sudden, decisive step, he propelled himself like an arrow into the midst of the countless flying swords. Emerging unscathed before the elder, "You little rascal, have you lost your mind?" The elder exclaimed in exasperation, gesturing dismissively, causing the myriad swords to vanish into nothingness. "Elder, I've told you, this trick is ineffective against me," Chen Feng replied with a calm smile, though his garments were thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. The elder, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, stared at him intently for a long moment before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, young one, a mere sixth layer of qi refinement dares to be so audacious before me, displaying such fearlessness. It is a testament to your potential. Spare me the platitudes," Chen Feng retorted, not even glancing at the elder as he circumnavigated him, heading towards the space behind. While he was indeed puzzled by how the elder discerned his strength at a glance, he deemed it irrelevant. The pressing concern was that King Watsi could arrive with company at any moment. "You dare to disregard me so? If it were back in my day." The elder began, but Chen Feng interrupted him. "Speak of the present, not the past. It serves no purpose." Instantly, the elder, as if deflated, lost all semblance of anger. He found himself utterly at a loss against this obstinate young man. Chen Feng paid no heed to the elder, instead charging deeper into the passage. Moments later, a stone door materialized before him. Chen Feng scrutinized the door intently, and with a swift motion, the blazing Sun King's sword appeared in his grasp. Following this, a fierce roar escaped his lips. Raging sword. A flash of white light enveloped him, and an abundance of spiritual energy converged upon the longsword. The blade radiated brilliant white light, surging forth like a silver dragon towards the stone door. The formidable spiritual energy seemed poised to rend the very air as it emitted a sharp whistle, crashing violently against the door. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated through the passage, causing it to tremble under the force of such a powerful assault. Yet, the stone door remained unscathed, not even a fragment of stone dislodged. "Huh." Chen Feng found himself momentarily dazed, staring incredulously at the stone door, then glancing at the longsword in his hand, frozen in place. "Go on, young one." The elder, resembling a wraith, hovered behind Chen Feng, a mocking smile etched upon his face, as if he found great amusement in Chen Feng's predicament. "Silence, old man," Chen Feng retorted casually, but upon reflection, he realized that, at least for the time being, he could not breach the stone door. Perhaps this elder possessed knowledge on how to unlock it. Contemplating the potential treasures that lay beyond the door, Chen Feng suppressed his unwillingness and turned to the elder with a forced smile. "Elder, might I inquire how this stone door may be opened? I would be most grateful for your guidance." The elder regarded Chen Feng with a bemused smile, tauntingly replying, "Why should I divulge that information? Besides, your time is running short." "What do you mean by that?" Chen Feng asked, momentarily taken aback, only to have a realization dawn upon him, his expression darkening ominously. "Ah, do you not yearn to unlock the stone gate? Very well, let us strike a bargain. Should you manage to survive through your own strength, I may consider revealing the method to enter the stone gate. As for if you perish," the old man chuckled ominously, his form gradually fading until, In an instant, he vanished without a trace. "You old wretch, if I survive, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed." Chen Feng seethed, cursing inwardly. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer, for two figures were gradually materializing before him, the foremost being the bloodied and fierce-eyed Qinghuazi. Qinghuazi, accompanied by a disciple of Lingyun's sect, approached the stone gate, her piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, her voice icy as she inquired, "Were you the one who harmed Zheng Baichuan and the others?" Chen Feng, with a wry smile, regarded the peak ninth layer of qi refinement, Qinghuazi, and the injured youth behind her, and reluctantly admitted, "Indeed, I was the one who killed them." Chapter 39, Blood Battle with Qinghuazi. As Chen Feng's words echoed, a palpable tension enveloped the scene. A glint of fury ignited in Qinghuazi's eyes, her gaze sharp as a serpent's, locking onto Chen Feng. The Lingyun sect disciple behind her, his face marked with trepidation, drew his weapon with urgency. Chen Feng met their stares, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He had witnessed Qinghuazi's prowess firsthand, and should a confrontation arise, he feared he stood no chance. However, with his escape route sealed, he had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. "Are you a disciple of Tianyun sect?" The voice of Qinghuazi was as frigid as ice, her eyes ablaze with a murderous intent akin to a surging inferno, seemingly intent on reducing Chen Feng to ashes. Indeed, Chen Feng met her gaze without a trace of trepidation, though his mind raced with strategies to confront Qinghuazi. "Why must you slay the disciples of the Lingyun sect? Are you not aware of the mutual prohibition against such bloodshed between our sects?" Qinghuazi, with her keen intellect, discerned that despite Chen Feng's apparent lack of spiritual fluctuations, his ability to eliminate Zheng Baichuan and others in swift succession without sustaining any injuries revealed a formidable power skillfully concealed. This realization compelled her to exercise utmost caution. "If I were to claim that he seeks to eliminate me out of necessity, would you believe it?" Chen Feng replied with a serene smile, observing Qinghuazi in silence. With a flicker of her eye, Qinghuazi remained silent, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, yet the spiritual energy around her began to coalesce gradually. A fireball materialized, distorting the air with its searing heat, producing a series of crackling sounds. Without waiting for Qinghuazi to act, Chen Feng seized the initiative, launching the fireball with a sharp whistle directly towards her. The fireball raced forth with astonishing speed, generating a scorching wave as it approached Qinghuazi, its momentum awe-inspiring. Fireball technique. Qinghuazi furrowed her delicate brows, issuing a dismissive exhalation. With a slight flick of her finger, a slender sword shot forth, shattering upon its emergence and transforming into three swirling vortices that roared upward, consuming the three fireballs in the tempestuous winds. Qinghuazi felt a sense of astonishment. Although the man before her wielded fireball techniques that surpassed those of an ordinary practitioner, his strength suggested he was merely at the 6th or 7th layer of the qi refinement stage. How could such an individual have slain Zheng Baichuan and others, then withdrawn unscathed? As she pondered, a brilliant golden light enveloped Chen Feng, the Hunyuan shield radiating a dazzling glow, suspended before him. In an instant, Chen Feng moved with lightning speed, conjuring an array of yellow talismans. Water curtain technique, ice shield, thunder armor, earth wall. Each talisman was crushed in his grasp, and soon a kaleidoscope of colors surrounded him, ethereal energies swirling about. In mere moments, 6 or 7 protective spells materialized before him. Qinghuazi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this youth was a talisman enthusiast, adorning himself with such an extravagant array of defensive spells. In contrast to Qinghuazi, the disciple from Lingyun's sect behind her gaped in disbelief. This was indeed overwhelming. Given that defensive talismans were already scarce, the opponent had unleashed 7 or 8 in one go, which was extraordinary. Unlike the two of them, despite being surrounded by a dense array of protective spells, Chen Feng felt a void within. Had he not exhausted his resources, the defenses before him would likely have multiplied. With a focused thought, Chen Feng gathered spiritual energy beneath his feet, executing the illusionary Luo step, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged toward Qinghuazi, all the while unleashing fireballs that summoned numerous silhouettes, creating an endless sea of flames. Qinghuazi gazed in astonishment at the several figures of Chen Feng charging towards her. A sense of calm settled within her. Despite the peculiarity of this young man's celestial techniques, his strength had become clear to her. He was merely a low-level cultivator relying on talismans. With this understanding, a faint smile graced King Wazi's lips as she gripped her slender sword tightly, plunging herself into the midst of the barrage of fireballs. Wind spirit. A delicate cry escaped King Wazi's lips as a tempest erupted within the passageway. A multitude of fierce winds transformed into a myriad of razor-sharp wind blades, coalescing into a formidable wall that obliterated all the fireballs. King Wazi appeared like a celestial being amidst the gusts, gracefully dancing in the air, her sword radiating a sword energy as delicate as falling feathers, unparalleled in beauty. With a series of muffled thuds, Chen Mo was struck with profound terror. King Wazi's movements were astonishingly swift. Her slender sword danced with impenetrable precision, slicing through the defenses of his celestial techniques, severing two of them in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mo braced against the sword energy, conjuring several clones once more, fearlessly charging towards King Wazi. Navi. Although King Wazi was unaware of Chen Feng's intentions to draw closer, she felt no concern. In the face of absolute power, any scheme was destined to fail. Myriad sword technique. With a single footstep in the air, King Wazi released her slender sword, her delicate fingers gently flicking it. Clink. The moment her fingers met the sword, a crisp and melodious sound resonated, and the sword momentarily paused before beginning to spin violently. In an instant, a hurricane, imbued with vast spiritual energy, enveloped the passage. Chen Mo gazed at the hurricane, cold sweat instantly drenching his body. He had witnessed this technique before. It was a formidable celestial art capable of annihilating two formidable beasts at the 7th or 8th level of cultivation. Transform into swords. King Wazi exclaimed softly. And with a thunderous roar, the whirlwind erupted, scattering countless gusts that morphed into an innumerable array of white flying swords, suspended in midair. The swords trembled gently, emitting a chorus of sword cries, and an overwhelming pressure of devastating might enveloped Chen Mo completely. As he stared at the multitude of flying swords, determination filled his eyes. If he could not surmount this challenge, death awaited him. His fate hung in the balance of this final struggle. With this thought, Chen Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. His features contorted, and he resolutely charged toward the myriad of flying swords. Go! King Wazi's expression remained serene as she hovered in the middle of the passage, her flowing black hair swaying with the wind. Her enchanting figure appeared breathtaking amidst the myriad swords, yet her cold eyes harmonized ominously with the storm of blades. At her command, countless flying swords transformed into a torrential rain of blades, whistling toward Chen Mo, each sword accompanied by a low hiss, resembling an army of silver dragons intent on burying him within the dark passage. Chen Feng's eyes widened in terror. It was only upon facing this onslaught that he comprehended its true horror. Yet, there was no escape within the passage, and he had no choice but to fight with all his might. His mind raced as he swept through his storage ring, a flurry of talismans materializing in his hands. Undeterred, he dashed toward the sword storm, shattering the yellow talismans as he went. A massive cloud of spiritual mist enveloped him instantly, and over 100 talismans were unleashed, illuminating the entire passage in a kaleidoscope of colors before colliding violently with the flying swords. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable flying sword collided fiercely with the vibrant spiritual mist, producing a series of muted thuds. Chen Mo, amidst the vast expanse of mist, braved the torrential rain of swords as he pressed forward towards King Wazi. With each impact, he emitted pained groans, yet he gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his wounds, resolutely advancing step by step towards her, fully aware that halting would mean certain death. As time slowly passed, the spiritual mist began to wane. When the last of the flying swords finally vanished, the entire passageway was enveloped in dust, obscuring everything from view. King Wazi observed the swirling dust, her expression grave. She had never anticipated that this disciple of the Tianyun sect, merely at the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, could exhibit such ferocity, enduring a torrential downpour of swords and covering several dozen meters. However, none of this mattered now, for he was destined to perish. A disciple at the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, even with an abundance of talismans to assist him, could not hope to rival her. As the dust began to settle, a bloodied man was revealed, crouching on the ground, his body a gruesome sight. He coughed, expelling crimson liquid, yet he lifted his head, his dark eyes gazing steadily at King Wazi. Those who wish to kill me must pay with their lives. Are you prepared? His voice sent a shiver through King Wazi. She could not fathom the source of his audacity to address her in such a manner. However, the man paid no heed to xianxia's astonishment. With his bloodied and mangled hand raised, a voice of unparalleled dominance thundered forth, "Anger sword." Chapter 40. Ruthlessness. Xianxia gazed at the man before her. Her eyes filled with terror. She could scarcely believe that a mere disciple at the 6th or 7th level of qi cultivation could withstand her 10,000 sword technique. Even with an abundance of talismans, such an outcome was utterly inconceivable. Little did she know that Chen Mo, having undergone 2 physical enhancements, possessed a body stronger than that of an ordinary person. His resilience and self-repair capabilities had markedly improved, which was the principal reason he dared to risk everything. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. Chen Feng's face contorted in agony, his features twisted by excruciating pain, as blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, rendering him a terrifying specter, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Accompanied by Chen Feng's roar, the Li Ying Jing sword erupted in a brilliant white light, radiating like countless stars, illuminating the entire passageway. The white light intensified, coalescing into a silver dragon that soared through the sky, carrying immense spiritual energy as it sliced toward Xianxia with an earth-shattering force. Xianxia stared in horror at Chen Mo, her heart racing not only from his ferocity, but also from the overwhelming energy contained within the sword. Yet, being a peak 9th level qi cultivator, her battle experience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Despite her inner trepidation, her reflexes remained remarkably swift. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression tightened as she deftly flicked her fingers, unleashing a burst of crimson flames from her fingertips. With a delicate cry, she expelled a mouthful of her essence blood, which struck the flames directly. The moment the blood met the fire, a brilliant blaze erupted, and waves of scorching heat surged forth. In the midst of the conflagration, a massive flaming shield began to spin, enveloping Xianxia with formidable spiritual energy. Refining a spiritual weapon? Gasped the disciples of Lingyun's sect behind her, their eyes alight with excitement. The process of refining a spiritual weapon involves infusing it with one's own essence blood, allowing for greater control and enhanced power compared to ordinary weapons of the same rank. However, this method comes at the expense of an immense drain on spiritual energy. As the flaming shield manifested, Xianxia's delicate face paled slightly, her body swaying unsteadily. Yet she gripped her slender sword with unwavering determination. With a thunderous crash that resonated like celestial thunder, a powerful beam of white light struck the fire shield, creating a fierce clash of white luminescence and flames, neither yielding to the other. Waves of energy rippled before them, transforming into cascading bursts of air. It felt as though time froze in that moment, the passageway consumed by an endless expanse of white light and a colossal wall of fire, rendering everything else invisible. As time slipped away, a soft crack echoed, and the white light dissipated, revealing Chen Feng's silhouette before the now dim fire shield. In a gentle sigh, the blazing Vajra sword in his hand shattered into countless iron shards, making it unmistakably clear to all that Chen Mo had met with failure. The fire shield has dimmed, yet flickers of flames still dance within it. Xianxia's face is as pale as paper, gasping for breath, evidently drained of immense spiritual energy. In the moment when Chen Feng's sword shattered, a bitter smile graced his lips as he gently closed his eyes, resigning himself to the reality that, given the overwhelming disparity in power, there was little more he could do. Xianxia gazed at the man before her, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This young man, so fierce and brave at such a tender age, posed a potential calamity for Lingyun's sect if allowed to mature. Thus, he must perish. With his eyes tightly shut, Chen Mo strained to stand tall, anger and reluctance flickering across his face. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not evade Xianxia's thunderous onslaught. The long sword finally approached Chen Mo, and just as it pierced his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. The unwillingness vanished, replaced by a fierce determination and a sinister smirk that signified a plot coming to fruition. With a dull thud, the slender blade punctured through his chest, crimson blood cascading forth in its wake. Chen Mo gritted his teeth in pain, cold sweat pouring down him, but Xianxia, with keen perception, noticed that at the moment the sword entered, Chen Mo had subtly shifted his body, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Startled, Xianxia attempted to retract her sword, but it was too late. Chen Feng's powerful hand seized her wrist, and with a fierce shout, he lunged forward. A resounding crack echoed as he forcefully wedged his body against the slender sword, allowing it to drive deep into the hilt, positioning himself before King Watsi. Stunned, she had never encountered such ruthlessness. He had used his own body as a means to hinder her escape. Death. Chen Feng widened his eyes and let out a thunderous roar, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. A beam of black light shot forth from before him, striking King Watsi directly in the forehead. Without hesitation, it burst forth, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood and white brain matter, hurtling towards another disciple of Ling Yun's sect. The events transpired with astonishing rapidity. The disciples, who had believed victory was within their grasp, barely had time to gasp in astonishment before the black light penetrated their bodies, resulting in a resounding explosion that scattered them into a mass of flesh. A synthesized electronic voice announced, "Kill confirmed. Chi refining stage level 9 human, spirit energy acquired. Upgrade successful. Current strength, Chi refining stage level 7. Reward attribute point. 1. Kill confirmed. Chi refining stage level 7 human, spirit energy acquired." A series of electronic notifications echoed, followed by a warm surge enveloping Chen Feng's entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated his attribute point to enhance his physical capabilities. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he drew the long sword from his chest, still lying on the earth. The immense sensation of tearing nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet he continued to spasm while sitting cross-legged, fervently absorbing the surrounding spirit energy in a desperate attempt to nourish his battered body. "Haha, little one, you possess remarkable tenacity. I find it quite delightful." The figure of an elderly man suddenly materialized, observing Chen Feng with keen interest. After a brief moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in the elder's eyes, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "How intriguing! Clearly a human. Yet the speed of self-repair is comparable to that of a level 3 beast in the cultivation phase. Just moments ago, I noted only level 2. How has it escalated to level 3 in such a short span?" Having spoken, the elder fell into another silence. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Chen Feng without a moment's deviation. Chen Feng's eyes were tightly shut, and his body gradually regained strength. However, he absorbed the elder's words with utter clarity. Although he appeared outwardly calm, an immense storm brewed within him. The old man had discerned his secret, and thus he must be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. As time slipped away, a quarter of an hour passed, and Chen Feng, feeble, managed to rise from the ground. Though his injuries had not significantly healed, he understood that he could not linger any longer. If even a single disciple from the Ling Yun sect were to appear, his fate would be sealed. "Elder, reveal to me the method to unlock the stone door." Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the elder. The elder chuckled softly and replied, "Why would I divulge a secret to one who seeks to eliminate me?" Chapter 41. Blood Oath. Chen Feng regarded the elder for a moment before suddenly smiling and bending down to gather the items belonging to King Watsi, including his delicate sword. The elder's expression remained unchanged, still smiling faintly, yet a glimmer of admiration and regret flickered in his eyes. This young man was unflappable in his dealings, possessed both courage and cunning, and most notably, an unyielding spirit. He was merciless towards his enemies, acting without hesitation. Yet, the elder lamented the young man's insufficient cultivation and talent, fearing he could not be entrusted with significant responsibilities. With a quiet sigh, the elder chose to remain silent. "Child, are you departing?" Upon witnessing Chen Feng gather his belongings and turn to leave, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Even with his extensive experience, he had not anticipated that Chen Feng would choose to abandon the situation so decisively. Chen Feng smiled faintly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as if jesting with an old friend, unabashed by the murderous intent he harbored for the elder. The old man was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, admiration gleaming ever more brightly in his eyes. "Young lad, you truly pique my interest. But alas, your spiritual roots are woefully inadequate. Even with my assistance, you will never ascend to the ranks of the powerful. In the end, you would remain but an insignificant insect. What a pity, what a pity." At this, the elder paused slightly, seemingly lost in contemplation, before continuing. With a serene smile, he flicked his white robe lightly, gesturing for Chen Feng to depart. Yet, Chen Feng stood still, his gaze flickering, as if deep in thought. Observing this, the elder furrowed his brow, suspecting that Chen Feng might be concocting some mischievous scheme upon hearing his words. With a hint of displeasure, he admonished, "Young lad, one must understand the balance of advance and retreat, always act within one's means." though I cannot bring about your demise with your feeble celestial arts. It is but a fool's errand to think you could harm me. Depart before I change my mind." Chen Feng appeared oblivious to the elder's admonitions, remaining in a daze, which incited the elder's ire. With a cold snort, he dissipated into the air, leaving no trace behind. It was only then that Chen Feng, his body jolting, declared aloud to the empty corridor, "Old man, if I have not misinterpreted your words, you seek an individual of exceptional talent to assist you in fulfilling some mission, or perhaps to resolve a particular difficulty. Perhaps I am that person. Young one, since I have declared that your aptitude is insufficient, it is indeed lacking. Do not waste your breath, just depart." The voice of the elder resonated through the air, laden with the weight of experience, yet he remained unseen, his tone hinting at growing impatience. Chen Feng, however, remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile as he responded, "Old man, spare me your talk of aptitude. If you were aware that merely half a year ago I was but a flawed spirit root, I dare say you would fall silent immediately." Though the elder's voice was low, a flicker of anger was palpable, and the favorable impression he once held of Chen Feng dissipated in an instant, prompting thoughts of dismissal. Yet Chen Feng remained calm, sitting cross-legged to mend his own wounds while engaging the elder in a leisurely discourse. The elder's voice fell silent once more, enveloping the corridor in an eerie stillness, while Chen Feng seemed to forget the pursuers at his back, quietly channeling the spirit technique to restore his strength. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's length of time, a sudden flash of azure light illuminated the corridor, revealing a pale blue figure suspended in midair. The elder appeared like a phantom, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his long robe gently swaying. "Child, is what you say truly the case? Just months ago, you were merely a flawed spirit root?" The elder gazed intently at Chen Feng for a long while, inquiring. Yet, Chen Feng paid him no heed, continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, as if the elder's question was not directed at him at all. The elder, exasperated, thought to himself, "This lad is indeed like a stone in a latrine, both foul and stubborn." However, the other party had just ascended, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Although there have been many who have broken through in battle throughout history, the enhancement of one's physical constitution was unheard of. Could it be that what the other party claimed was true? If that were the case, perhaps the hopes of millennia would indeed rely on this young individual. After a moment of contemplation, the elder suddenly fixed his gaze and spoke softly, "Young one, if I were to bestow upon you the treasures within the stone door, would you be willing to assist me in completing a task?" Chen Feng opened his eyes and smiled nonchalantly, "Old man, the task you wish for me to undertake must surely be as daunting as climbing the heavens. Pray tell, what is it?" The elder chuckled lightly. If Chen Feng were to agree immediately, he would harbor some concerns. The fact that the young man wished to hear what the task entailed indicated that he still valued promises, which eased the elder's mind somewhat. However, he did not disclose the nature of the task, but instead said, "I can assure you that there is a mid-grade treasure behind the stone door, and the others will not be inferior." Chen Feng could scarcely believe his ears. A treasure? Such artifacts were legendary, and hardly anyone in the entirety of Zhongzhou possessed one. Moreover, from the elder's implication, there were other items behind the stone door, which only served to reinforce the notion that the elder's request would be no small feat. Just as Chen Feng was pondering this, the elder suddenly smiled and said, "Young one, you do not have the luxury of time to deliberate. For dozens have already entered the passage. To live or to die, the choice is yours." Chen Feng was taken aback, then gazed into the dark passage. Finally, with a firm clench of his teeth, he declared, "I will fight for it. A blood oath is still preferable to succumbing here." Upon uttering these words, Chen Feng's expression grew resolute as he turned to the elder, presenting himself as if to be savored. The elder burst into hearty laughter. As his laughter gradually subsided, a wave of divine consciousness penetrated Chen Feng's mind, and an ancient voice resonated in his ear. Chen Feng then began to softly chant, "With heaven as my witness, and blood as my vow, I, Chen Feng, shall dedicate my life to fulfilling this promise. Should I break this oath, may I endure 1,000 torturous deaths, my spirit shattered and my soul extinguished, never to return." As soon as his words fell, thunder roared, and a torrent of blood mist erupted from within Chen Feng, swirling around him before engulfing him entirely. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Chen Feng opened his eyes to find the stone door before him ajar, though he could not recall when it had opened. Suddenly, a synthesized electronic voice echoed, "Warning, curse attack detected, unresolvable." Chapter 42. The clouds shift in all directions within the stone door lay an atmosphere saturated with spiritual energy and radiant light. Without hesitation, Chen Feng stepped forward, charging into the stone portal. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted as the door sealed shut, plunging the passage back into darkness. Before long, heavy footsteps approached the stone door, and a group of several individuals arrived. Leading the way, alongside the battle-scarred Yen Lu, were formidable members of the Tianyan sect, with Lu Zhong also among them. Sister Qinghua, gazing upon the chaotic scene, Brother Yin immediately spotted the decapitated body of King Watsi. Ignoring his own pain, he hurried to the corpse and embraced it, tears welling in his eyes. The disciples of Lingyun's sect, clad in tattered garments stained with blood, had evidently just survived a fierce battle. They looked upon Brother Yin in silence, fully aware of the bond shared between the two. Brother Lu, observing Brother Yan's actions, let out a helpless sigh and slowly approached King Watsi, reaching out to grasp her delicate arm. "What are you doing?" Brother Yin exclaimed, pushing Brother Lu away with fervor, his eyes wide with indignation. The others were taken aback and turned their gazes toward Brother Lu. Unperturbed by the shove, Brother Lu replied in a solemn tone, "Brother Yin, I just checked Sister Qinghua's temperature and found that there is still warmth, which indicates that the murderer has only recently departed. If the culprit is not here, then they must have taken one of the previous pathways." With that, Brother Lu gestured towards the stone door, prompting a realization among the group. Even Brother Yin, upon hearing this, seemed to awaken from a dream, swiftly checking King Watsi's temperature before looking towards the stone door. The door stood firmly closed. The disciples gathered before it, examining it closely, yet they could find no way to enter. In their frustration, they began to unleash their spiritual tools against the stone door, but to their astonishment, it withstood their assaults unscathed. "Brother Huang, this door cannot be opened." After a prolonged period, the group ceased their attacks. Lu wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the foundational disciple leading the Tianyan sect. Brother Huang nodded, contemplating something within his heart. He then gestured to Brother Lu, who understood the cue and, accompanied by several disciples from the Tianyan sect, turned to exit the passageway. Brother Lu glanced at the increasingly frenzied Brother Yin and sighed inwardly. He then turned to whisper a few words to an injured disciple of the Lingyun sect. The disciple nodded in agreement and, along with several others, proceeded towards the exit as well. Watching the Lingyun disciples depart, Brother Huang clenched his fist, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Yet, moments later, his fist gradually relaxed as he settled into a meditative posture before the stone door. The other disciples of the Tianyan sect followed suit, entering a state of cultivation. The warm midday sun cascaded down, filtering through the dense foliage, casting a myriad of shimmering patterns upon the platform. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, Wan Hai and Sister Zhao sat cross-legged, their breaths intertwining with the lingering spiritual energy. Although the trial cliff had been devoid of significant events for centuries, this tradition persisted. For the disciples present were the elite of the sect. A heavy blow to either faction would be unbearable. "Wan brother," a voice called out. Brother Lu emerged from the forest, leading several disciples from the Tianyan sect, followed by a few blood-soaked disciples from the Lingyun sect. Wan Hai and Sister Zhao simultaneously opened their eyes, a flicker of concern crossing their gazes. They promptly rose and approached Brother Lu and the others. "Brother Lu, the trial has not yet concluded. What has transpired?" Wan Hai initially scrutinized Brother Lu and then turned his attention to the Lingyun disciples, his brow furrowing with an unsettling premonition. As Lu Zhong recounted the events, Wan Hai and Sister Zhao were both taken aback, with Sister Zhao's expression growing icy as she inquired in a grave tone, "Have you located Junior Sister Qinghua?" Wan Hai gently steadied Sister Zhao with a wave of his hand. Then, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved an object from within his robe and cast it skyward. With his motion, a spherical object was released, whistling through the air before erupting with a thunderous bang, transforming into myriad crimson clouds that illuminated the surroundings. In the depths of the forest, Wang Zun gazed at the demonic beast beneath him, raising his sword to strike, when suddenly a resounding noise echoed from afar, followed by a swirl of red mist. Wang Zun, astonished, halted his attack and turned to Zheng Min and the others, exclaiming, "The sect has issued a summons. Something has transpired." Concurrently, all disciples from the two factions at the trial cliff ceased their activities, hastening towards the platform. In stark contrast to the tumult outside, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The moment he stepped through the stone door, he was struck by a wave of dizziness at the sight before him. Inside the stone door lay a rudimentary dwelling, its walls barren and empty, save for a square stone pedestal in the center, upon which rested a weathered skeleton, devoid of any other presence. Where are the mid-grade treasures? What of the artifacts that radiated spiritual energy moments ago? A sudden sense of betrayal surged within him as Chen Mo glared at the elder. If the old man had deceived him into swearing a blood oath without providing any explanation, he would face destruction rather than allow the elder to escape unscathed. The elderly man seemed to sense Chen Mo's thoughts, yet he remained silent. Instead, he approached the skeletal remains, gently stroking them for a moment. His eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. After a deep sigh, he pressed his finger against the forehead of the skeleton, and a muffled explosion echoed through the air. The entire skeleton shattered in response, and a vibrant array of colors surged upwards, releasing an abundance of spiritual energy that enveloped the room. Chapter 43. The new and the old. The five-colored brilliance illuminated the room, leaving Chen Mo in awe. His mouth agape as he absorbed the spectacle before him, swallowing hard in disbelief. In midair, a pale blue jade pendant floated serenely, its gentle radiance rippling softly across its surface, while refreshing breezes wafted from it, stirring his spirit profoundly. Beside the pendant, a red elixir slowly rotated, emanating waves of warmth like a dazzling crimson star, captivating and radiant. In contrast to the former two, a seemingly inconspicuous black stone lay beside the elixir, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations or peculiarities, piquing Chen Mo's curiosity. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that this black stone was far from ordinary. The old man's gaze flitted between the three items, his once deep-set eyes gently closing, a solitary tear cascading down the corner of his eye. After a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply, his sleeves fluttering slightly as the three objects appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gliding gracefully towards Chen Mo. Awakening from his reverie, Chen Mo extended his hand to receive the three items, preparing to employ his probing technique for further examination. Soul Shard, a medium-grade treasure. When worn by the bearer who encounters misfortune, allows the residual soul to linger within. The Soul Shard gradually absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the lingering spirit. Additionally, it possesses the ability to create a mirror image of the user, indistinguishable from the original, albeit with only a fraction of the creator's power, while still capable of being equipped. Upon reading the description of the Soul Shard, Chen Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, the treasure could nourish the residual soul, and once the soul is fully restored, should the physical form be remade, resurrection would be possible. However, the most remarkable feature was the creation of the mirror image. What does a mirror image signify? Previously, he had only heard of ancient beings at the nascent soul stage who could project their souls outward. With this treasure, would he not be on par with such formidable entities? Although, with his cultivation at the chi refining stage, the mirror image he could produce would likely be easily defeated. The potential for growth with increasing levels made this treasure immensely beneficial for his future endeavors. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo eagerly directed his consciousness towards the elixir. Great Transformation Pill, a low-grade elixir, capable of defying destiny, forcibly enhancing the quality of one's spiritual roots, with a random increase of 1 to 3 grades. Usable only once in a lifetime. Current system incompatible with the elixir. Temporary consumption ineffective. Damn it, Chen Mo nearly cursed aloud, feeling as though he were using an outdated operating system. Was this elixir only compatible with a Vista system? What a ridiculous predicament. Observing Chen Mo's frustrated expression, the elder was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Chen Mo's reaction. Sensing the elder's astonishment, Chen Mo suppressed his inner turmoil and once again employed his probing technique to scan the black stone. Stone, database loading failed. Characteristics unknown, functions unclear. Please conduct further inquiry after system upgrade. Chen Mo wept, utterly perplexed. He had believed that upon entering the realm of cultivation, armed with a system, he could traverse the world with ease. Yet, it became evident that his assumptions were misguided. The system was not omnipotent. However, through his recent observations, Chen Mo discerned certain clues. Firstly, the elder before him was certainly not an inconspicuous individual, as evidenced by his possession of two extraordinary treasures. Whether it was the soul-splitting blade or the grand celestial creation pill, the mere appearance of either in central continent would likely incite a tempest of bloodshed, potentially altering the very fabric of the region. Secondly, regarding his proud gaming attributes, it became apparent through his earlier probe that his system was incomplete and could indeed be enhanced. This implied that if he could not discover a means to elevate his system, he would remain no different from an ordinary person, devoid of any advantages. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. The system had accompanied him during his rebirth, and the notion of leveling up in this world seemed utterly fantastical. Was he to casually approach a senior cultivator and inquire, "Hey, my friend, how many spirit stones for a system? Oh, and could you toss me a motherboard as well?" Such thoughts left Chen Feng in a state of utter confusion. The elder's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Feng, and upon witnessing the glimmer of delight in his eyes as he scrutinized the soul-splitting blade, the elder smiled in satisfaction, gently stroking his bearded chin with his wrinkled hand. However, when he observed Chen Feng's expression of despair directed at the grand celestial creation pill, the elder was taken aback. Finally, as the elder caught sight of Chen Feng holding the black stone, on the verge of expletives, he felt a wave of frustration, inwardly lamenting the lad's lack of discernment. Chen Feng steadied his mind, forcing a faint smile as he raised his gaze to the elder and inquired, "Senior, since I have already pledged my blood oath, it seems we are no longer strangers. Please enlighten me regarding your title and the purpose of these items." Chen Feng was not naive. He would not reveal to the elder that he possessed the ability to uncover secrets. Thus, he spoke with utmost respect. The elder, however, did not believe that Chen Feng could truly comprehend the significance of the three treasures. In his eyes, Chen Feng could only discern a semblance of their essence from the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. With a slight cough, the elder replied gravely, "It is best not to mention my title from years past. Even if I were to disclose it, I doubt you, as a young one, would grasp its meaning. Henceforth, you may refer to me as New Elder." As he spoke of his title, the new elder fell into a moment of contemplation, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Chen Feng could tell that this so-called new elder had undoubtedly experienced numerous tales in his lifetime. However, what Chen Feng was most eager to learn about was the nature of the black stone. After a brief pause, the new elder, wearing a serious expression, meticulously explained the uses of the soul-splitting artifact and the grand heavenly transformation pill to Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng was already aware of their applications, he feigned excitement. Yet, when the new elder began to address the black stone, his words faltered. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "As for this black stone, it would be prudent not to inquire further at this time. Its utility is minimal for you at present. When the moment is ripe, I shall reveal its purpose to you." Chen Feng was taken aback, realizing that he had wasted his emotions in vain. Just as he was about to voice his questions, the new elder spoke once more. Upon hearing the words of the elder and the younger, Chen Feng grew increasingly curious about the true nature of the black stone. However, he was also acutely aware that this matter was akin to handling a scalding hot potato. Although he remained unaware of the elder's and younger's prior capabilities, it was evident that, with his meager skills, he must tread carefully. "Very well, you should commence the refinement of the soul fragment. I have already erased the divine consciousness upon it. Any weapon above the rank of a treasured artifact must be refined using one's own blood essence. Moreover, your time is limited. If I am not mistaken, upon your emergence, a multitude will be awaiting you at the entrance." With that, the elder offered a faint smile before vanishing from sight, leaving Chen Feng to comprehend the implications of their conversation, which sent chills coursing through him. Chapter 44. The impenetrable fortress at midday. The sun blazed fiercely, yet Wan Hai and Sister Zhao's expressions turned grim. As they surveyed the assembly of over 100 disciples before them, Wan and Sister Zhao exchanged a glance, revealing their shared dismay over the significant losses incurred during this trial. With everyone gathered, they refrained from further discourse, briefly recounting the events that had transpired before leading the group toward the cave. Meanwhile, Wang Zun was also searching for Chen Feng's figure. He harbored a profound curiosity about his junior disciple. However, upon realizing Chen Feng was absent, he felt little anxiety, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Many disciples of Ling Yun's sect were familiar with Chen Feng, and they regarded his absence from the ranks as inevitable, in a forest rife with monstrous beasts. It would indeed be a miracle if that useless Chen Feng were to return alive. After several hours of vigorous travel, Wan Hai and Sister Zhao, accompanied by disciples from both sects, arrived at the entrance of the cave. The remnants of the fierce battle from a few days prior remained starkly visible: shattered spirit weapon fragments, bloodied garments, decomposing corpses, and voracious insects feasting upon the remains, all testaments to the harrowing violence of that day. Witnessing such a scene, many disciples could not suppress their nausea. Although accustomed to combat after more than a month of trials, they clearly struggled to confront the aftermath of war's devastation. Wan Hai furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings before addressing a disciple behind him. Lu Feng, lead the disciples in burying the fallen and establish a campsite. Yes, responded a tall, slender youth, clasping his fists. Though reluctant in spirit, he displayed no outward signs of dissent. He gestured to a few individuals behind him and declared, "Join me in attending to our fallen brethren, while Lu Zhong and his team maintain vigilance around us, eliminating potential threats." A series of commands were issued with remarkable clarity, indicating that Lu Feng frequently managed such routine tasks and was well-versed in this regard. As soon as he finished speaking, the group sprang into action. Sister Zhao, not wishing to burden the Heavenly Cloud sect alone, instructed the Lingyun sect disciples to assist in the efforts. She then exchanged a glance with Wan Hai and moved aside. Sister Zhao, this cave is fraught with danger and shrouded in mystery. I shall lead the Heavenly Cloud disciples to investigate further. What do you think? Wan Hai's expression was grave and his tone serious, exuding an air of unwavering determination. However, Sister Zhao paused slightly, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with a thoughtful spark, before she chuckled lightly and said, "Junior brother Wan, just as you mentioned, this cave is fraught with peril, and I am genuinely concerned for your safety if you venture in alone. How about we enter together? It would be wise to look out for one another." Wan Hai pondered for a moment and then nodded. Prior to this, he had already received a report from Lu Zhong regarding the situation inside. According to Lu Zhong, at the site where the corpse of Qing Huazi was discovered, there were signs of a struggle, abundant bloodstains, and numerous fragments of spiritual artifacts. This indicated that Qing Huazi had been slain by a practitioner of the Tao, albeit one of not particularly profound skill. If that were the case, then the likelihood of acquiring treasures was significantly higher if he led a group inside. Naturally, he did not wish for Lingyun's sect to meddle in their affairs. Nevertheless, Wan Hai understood that Sister Zhao was no fool. If he were too obstinate, it would only lead to complications. Thus, he refrained from further discussion on the matter and began to gather the disciples, preparing to enter the cave. Within the passage, shadows flickered, and soon they arrived at a fork in the road. There, 5 or 6 disciples from the two sects were seated cross-legged, awaiting something. Wan Hai felt somewhat reassured and turned to one of the Tianyun sect disciples, asking, "Have you seen anyone escape through the passage?" Upon hearing this, Wan Hai's heart soared with joy. As long as the other party had not departed from this passage, it would be manageable. Now that the inside and outside of the passage resembled an iron barrel, with his presence, the treasures within would undoubtedly belong to Tianyun sect. Regardless of who the adversary might be, he was resolute in his intention to vanquish them. In haste, he commanded several individuals to reinforce the defenses at the fork in the road, while Wan Hai and Senior Sister Zhao, accompanied by the others, continued their swift journey toward the stone gate. Upon reaching the stone gate, Brother Huang, alerted by the sound of footsteps, opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Wan Hai, a look of joy flickered in his gaze. He approached Wan Hai and whispered a few words in his ear. Simultaneously, Brother Lu made his way to Senior Sister Zhao, recounting the circumstances. Upon learning that the stone gate could not be opened, both Wan Hai and Senior Sister Zhao furrowed their brows slightly. Yet their faces were predominantly adorned with excitement. As long as the adversary remained inside, there was hope. The two approached the stone gate, channeling their spiritual energy and striking forcefully against it. Within the stone chamber, Chen Feng sat cross-legged, his hands dancing in intricate motions as he opened his mouth, releasing streams of essence blood that flew forth and struck the soul rending in front of him. The old and new figures, clad in white robes, floated serenely in midair, their hands clasped behind them, observing Chen Feng with a mixture of approval and a tinge of melancholy. Time passed, and suddenly, a series of thunderous impacts resounded from the stone gate. The old and new figures exchanged a subtle frown, then raised a hand slightly, releasing a beam of blue light that enveloped Chen Feng and the soul-rending, isolating the sound from the outside world. Alas, while the soul-rending was indeed formidable, its absorption of spiritual energy was excruciatingly slow, and this place was hardly a spiritual spring. It seemed that restoring any semblance of power would be quite a challenge. With a sigh, the old and new figures turned their gaze toward the now dimming light of the stone gate. With a single gesture, the light surged once more. Yet the figures of the old and new appeared to have dimmed slightly in the process. Young one, I hope you will hasten the refinement of the soul splitter. Although your current strength renders the process of refining a treasure somewhat arduous, I truly lack the energy to sustain the stone door much longer. A sigh, tinged with melancholy, escaped the elders' lips as their figures gradually faded, plunging the chamber once more into silence. Just moments ago, there had been a hint of movement. How had it ceased? Outside the stone door, one high, tracing the cold surface, felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, after a brief moment, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and joy surged within him. Behind this stone door, someone must be using spiritual energy to uphold its defensive capabilities. The earlier tremor was likely a sign of their dwindling energy. With this realization, a fierce flush spread across Wan Hai's face, and he became increasingly fervent in his assault against the stone door. In an instant, the passageway surged with spiritual brilliance, the air reverberating with thunderous roars that refused to dissipate. Chapter 45. The Temptation of Treasures. The clash time slipped away, second by second. Since Wan Hai uncovered the secret of the stone door, his attacks intensified, and the door shifted more frequently. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, ensconced within the stone chamber, remained utterly oblivious, diligently refining the soul splitter. For Chen Feng, who was merely at the 7th level of qi training, this refinement was an exceedingly time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Over the span of 5 days, Chen Feng remained in a state of continuous refinement, the entire room appearing to stand still, save for the soul splitter before him, which pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Chen Feng's tightly shut eyes suddenly fluttered open. A brilliant glimmer erupted from within, and in an instant, he struck with lightning speed. His hands danced through the air, creating ephemeral shadows, while streams of spiritual energy, akin to countless silver dragons, gracefully swirled around him before delving into the soul-splitting token. Cease! Chen Feng bellowed, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy swept through the stone chamber. Under this overwhelming spiritual pressure, the soul-splitting token trembled violently, its brilliance fading until it transformed into an unremarkable jade medallion, quietly hovering before Chen Feng. Ecstatic, Chen Feng reached out and grasped the token, threading it onto his person. A chill coursed through the jade, penetrating his body and enveloping him in a refreshing sensation that nearly elicited a cry of joy. This was a mid-grade treasure, a rarity even in the central continent. And now he was the fortunate owner of such an extraordinary artifact. How could he not be exhilarated? However, before he could compose himself, the voices of the elder and the newcomer slowly echoed around him. Little one, this does not seem to be the moment for celebration, as in half an hour. You might very well be reduced to pulp. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, shock coursing through him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurriedly inquired of the elder and the newcomer, "What is the situation outside? How many are there, and what are their strengths?" "I've observed," the elder replied. "There should be over 100 qi refinement practitioners and more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators outside." Chen Feng fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the stone door were to break and the disciples from both factions discovered that he was the one who had obtained the treasure, the consequences were all too clear. Contemplating this, Chen Feng glanced towards the old and the new. "Is there any other passage leading outside?" The old and the new exchanged a bitter smile and shook their heads, causing Chen Feng's heart to plummet into despair. With over 100 qi refinement stage practitioners and more than a dozen foundation establishment stage experts, he doubted he could even escape. He feared he would be captured the moment they laid eyes on him. In this moment of crisis, Chen Feng felt like an ant on a hot stove, his mind racing frantically, yet no solution emerged despite his desperate efforts. The stone door quaked violently, and the figures of the old and the new dimmed, casting anxious glances at Chen Feng. They knew Chen Feng possessed a precious treasure, and if discovered, no one could resist the allure of a mid-grade magical artifact. Even if they cloaked the aura of his treasures with their spiritual sense, he would still be unable to evade disaster. The long sword of Qing Huazi and the great heaven creation pill would undoubtedly be recognized by others. It seemed that his only chance of survival rested solely upon himself. With a long sigh, the old and the new transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing into the jade pendant. Chen Feng, like an ant on a hot stove, frantically searched for an exit, but within the stone chamber, there were only the barren walls surrounding him. After fruitlessly seeking a way out, he reluctantly retrieved the teleportation talisman gifted by Yang Jingyu from his storage ring, silently acknowledging that it was time to utilize it. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of the great tree that was the Tianyun sect and the opportunity to personally eliminate Lu Zhong and Zhang Chang. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Feng let out a wry smile. If he lost his life, what was the point of discussing avenging them himself? Upon this realization, Chen Feng clenched his teeth tightly, poised to shatter the teleportation talisman. However, at that moment, a previously unseen yellow talisman in his storage ring captured his attention. Chen Mo paused momentarily, then retrieved the talisman. "Everyone, exert yourselves. The stone door is about to open," Wan Hai exclaimed, his voice resonating loudly, as his fellow disciples displayed expressions of exhilaration, intensifying their attacks threefold. Junior brother Wang Zun, lead the disciples of Tianyun's sect in preparation. Capture anyone we encounter alive. Wan Hai shouted towards Wang Zun, who nodded in response, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the stone door. The remaining disciples of Tianyun's sect summoned their spiritual artifacts, readying themselves for battle. The disciples of Lingyun's sect stood poised for immediate action. Yes, the dozens of Lingyun's sect disciples shouted in unison, their expressions grave. They understood that should a precious treasure truly emerge, their adversaries may not be limited to those within the stone chamber, but could also include formidable members of Tianyun's sect. The atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. All eyes were fixed not only on the crumbling stone door, but also on their allies nearby. The disciples from both sects subtly distanced themselves from one another, a precaution to thwart any surprise attacks while ensuring ample time for counteroffensive maneuvers. A thunderous roar echoed as the stone door was obliterated by a surge of spiritual energy, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As they awaited the dissipating dust, Wan Hai bellowed, adeptly shielding Sister Zhao behind him, and then transformed into a streak of white light, plunging into the haze. As Zhao Shiji was about to dash into the smoke, she was momentarily halted by Wan Hai's obstruction. However, a surge of murderous intent surged in her eyes, and with a sharp cry, she charged in right after him. The disciples from both factions did not hesitate and attempted to rush into the stone chamber. Yet, Wang Zun planted one foot firmly before the stone door, standing tall like an iron tower, blocking everyone's path. The members of Tianyunmen, quick and agile, positioned themselves protectively in front of Wang Zun, preventing the Lingyunmen disciples from entering the stone chamber. "Wang Zun, what is the meaning of this?" Brother Lu's expression was stormy, his long sword gripped tightly in hand. Unfazed, Wang Zun replied solemnly, "Brother Lu, do not be anxious. The stone chamber is too confined. With Brother Wan and Sister Zhao inside, it is more than sufficient. Let us wait outside." Wang Zun's voice, though not loud, pierced the hearts of those present. As both factions began to circulate their inner spiritual energy, the atmosphere tense and ready for conflict, with the slightest misstep likely to ignite a fierce battle. Suddenly, two exclamations erupted from within the stone chamber. How could this be? This is impossible. There was clearly a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. How can it be? These cries seemed to serve as a signal for battle. Before Brother Lu could intervene, the already frenzied Brother Yin took the initiative to strike, and in an instant, flames surged outside the stone chamber, spiritual artifacts whirled, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread across the heavens and earth. Chapter 46. Design. Inside the empty stone chamber, there was only a solitary stone platform, with nothing else remaining. Wan Hai and Sister Zhao were momentarily stunned. In contrast to their frustration, Chen Mo was remarkably at ease. As the stone door was on the verge of shattering, Chen Mo suddenly noticed a talisman within his storage ring that he had never before observed. Intrigued, he extracted the talisman and employed a probing technique to examine it. To his astonishment, he nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, where there is a will, there is a way. This was a soil escape talisman. Soil escape talisman, a mid-grade talisman that allows the user to burrow into the earth and traverse freely for a duration of 2 hours. A smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he crushed the talisman, a surge of spiritual energy erupting from it. Instantly, he felt the ground beneath him soften, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the stone chamber. Enveloped by the earth, Chen Feng curiously surveyed his surroundings. The soil around him resembled an endless expanse of ocean, and he felt akin to a fish swimming freely within that watery domain. After some playful exploration, a sudden thunderous noise reverberated above him. Startled, he looked up to see the stone door crack open, revealing the figures of Wan Hai and senior sister Zhao emerging into the chamber. As soon as they appeared, chaos erupted outside the stone chamber. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine as he realized that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the cave's exit. Amused, he reflected on the peculiar occurrence. To his recollection, he had never possessed such a unique soil escape talisman. He remembered that during the exchange event, all the talismans he acquired were solely offensive and defensive ones, all of which were of the low-grade variety. So, Where had this mid-grade soil escape talisman come from? If one acquires something for oneself, it is certainly unforgettable. However, as Chen Feng pondered, he suddenly recalled that when he vanquished Zheng Baichuan, there had been a system notification. At that moment, he was too exhilarated to pay attention, but reflecting on it now, he surmised that this talisman must have been a reward for completing a sect mission. With this thought, Chen Feng focused his mind and summoned the character attribute panel. Upon looking down, he found that the challenge involving Zheng Baichuan had indeed vanished from the sect mission list. Understanding this brought Chen Feng immense joy. He now comprehended that storyline missions rewarded spiritual energy, special missions granted skills, battlefield missions yielded elixirs, and sect missions bestowed talismans. If that were the case, what could the main storyline mission reward? Perhaps weapons, formations, or something else entirely. Intrigued by this notion, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the main storyline mission, where the golden-yellow objective of vanquishing Lu Zhong suddenly gleamed brilliantly, causing his heart to leap. A sinister smile crept across Chen Feng's face, his eyes glinting with malice as he made his way through the cave's passage, meticulously searching for Lu Zhong's figure. An hour later, following the cave's contours, he emerged outside, only to be astonished that he had not encountered Lu Zhong along the way. Chen Feng scratched his head, filled with doubt. Logically, Lu Zhong's spiritual root was considered superior within the Tianyun sect, and they would never allow him to encounter any mishaps. Yet, if he was not within the cave, where could he possibly be? With this query in mind, Chen Feng chose not to emerge from the ground, but rather remained underground, meticulously searching the periphery of the cave. Before long, a party of 10 appeared before him, among whom stood the unmistakable figure of Lu Zhong. Chen Feng felt an exhilarating rush, yet he refrained from acting hastily, instead employing his probing technique to scrutinize the individuals before him. After a thorough examination, Chen Feng felt a twinge of frustration. In just over a month, Lu Zhong had ascended to the formidable 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, while the other 9 were similarly formidable, hovering around the 7th and 8th levels. Resolving himself with a clenched jaw and a glint of determination in his eyes, he drew forth the slender sword acquired from King Watsi. Lu Zhong, feeling somewhat bored, accompanied a few fellow disciples in a reconnaissance of the surroundings. Although he understood that his senior brother, Lu Feng, had assigned him to patrol for his own safety, the thought of potential extraordinary treasures within the cave left him feeling uncharacteristically glum. "Brother Lu, shall we take a break? The lower-level monsters in the vicinity have long been cleared away," suggested a disciple clad in the attire of the Tianyun sect, his voice barely above a whisper. Lu Zhong nodded in agreement and waved his hand, signaling for the group to halt. A diminutive yet astute man among them swiftly seized the moment, as the others paused. He waved his hand to conjure a refreshing breeze that cleared a patch of ground. With an obsequious expression, he turned to Lu Zhong and said, "Brother Lu, this area is clean. Please sit here." Gesturing toward the pristine patch of earth with an eager demeanor, Lu Zhong chuckled lightly and replied, "Brother Wang, you are too kind. Everyone, please take a seat." Lu Zhong wore a gentle smile, speaking with utmost courtesy, yet a trace of delight flickered in his eyes. Without further ado, he slightly lifted his yellow robe and settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. Observing Lu Zhong's settled demeanor, the others gradually took their seats, engaging in conversation. Lu Zhong, surrounded by the group, maintained a wholly humble expression, and the atmosphere quickly became relaxed, filled with laughter. However, amidst the cheerful chatter, Lu Zhong suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed ahead. His expression went unnoticed by the others, who continued their lively discussions, quickly concealing his astonishment. Lu Zhong's peripheral vision remained focused on that direction. Soon, he shuddered again, rising with an apologetic smile towards his fellow brothers before moving in a specific direction. Upon seeing Lu Zhong stand, the others instinctively rose as well, but he gestured for them to remain seated, then hastily vanished into the depths of the forest. Lu Zhong could scarcely believe his eyes. During their casual exchange, a figure had unexpectedly emerged from the dense thicket in the distance. The positioning of this figure was remarkably fortuitous, falling precisely within his line of sight, while the others remained shielded by the trees, oblivious to the unfolding scene. After appearing, the figure scanned the surroundings before quietly crawling out and swiftly heading into the distance. The moment this figure appeared, Lu Zhong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, for he recognized this person all too well. It was Chen Feng, the individual he had been desperately searching for. Upon this realization, Lu Zhong's expression darkened, halting his fellow disciples from advancing. In a flash, he vanished into the dense forest. Chapter 47. Malady. Lu Zhong moved with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the trees, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he approached his target with the ferocity of thunder. Unbeknownst to him, a resplendent, ancient broadsword had manifested in his grasp. As Lu Zhong discerned the identity of his opponent, a wave of certainty washed over him. This individual could not be anyone but Chen Feng. All the resentment he had harbored surged within him, for despite his numerous schemes to eliminate Chen Feng, fate had brought them together in this vast forest today. If he did not slay him now, how could he justify the labor he had invested? Lu Zhong erupted into a maniacal laughter, a ghastly flush blooming on his visage, transforming his previously handsome face into a grotesque mask. He sprinted with utmost speed, eager to conclude this encounter swiftly. However, Chen Feng, too, was not idle. His feet shimmered with newfound agility, and his speed surged dramatically as he fled. The disparity in their strengths was stark, even with all his might. Chen Feng could only allow Lu Zhong to close the distance. Half an hour later, Lu Zhong beheld Chen Feng within arm's reach, and a murderous intent surged within him. He twirled the golden broadsword, creating a flurry of blade blossoms, unleashing a scorching wave of heat that surged skyward and crashed down upon Chen Feng with ferocity. Startled, Chen Feng turned to face the oncoming inferno. In a moment of desperation, he split into three, each copy darting away in different directions. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the fiery wave struck one of the Chen Fengs, yet to Lu Zhong's astonishment, the figure that had been hit merely flickered and vanished without a trace. What? Lu Zhong was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze towards the other two Chen Fengs. To his dismay, he found that the remaining two had seized the opportunity to escape a considerable distance away. Filled with urgency and frustration, Lu Zhong clenched his teeth and cursed them as worthless before resuming his pursuit. Time flew by in an instant. Hours had passed, and within this span, the chase had led them far apart. As Lu Zhong observed Chen Feng ahead, he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Although Chen Feng's speed was inferior to his own, his erratic movements rendered him unpredictable. Every time Lu Zhong attempted to unleash his celestial techniques, the other two Chen Fengs would slip away. At that moment, Lu Zhong felt as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. This wretched Chen Feng was as elusive as an eel, defying all attempts at comprehension. Nevertheless, Lu Zhong refused to abandon the chase, for he noticed that Chen Feng's speed was gradually diminishing, clearly indicating that he was exhausting his spiritual energy. It would be long before Lu Zhong had the opportunity to strike him down. Amidst the dense forest, the sounds of explosive clashes echoed as two figures darted through the trees, their footsteps resonating like thunder. Lu Zhong, why do you pursue me with such fervor? Chen Feng, slumped against a mountainside, gasped for breath, yet his eyes glinted with a sharp intensity as they fixed on Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong, observing Chen Feng's demeanor, felt a fierce glare ignite in his eyes. He despised the calm, unyielding expression Chen Feng wore, even when faced with imminent death. Chen Feng, do not feign indifference before me. You are nothing but a pitiful insect in my presence. If you plead for mercy, I might just spare your life. As Lu Zhong contemplated the prospect of Chen Feng seeking his favor, an unexpected glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He even dreamed of a day when Chen Feng would bow before him, living a life of utter subservience. Lu Zhong, I cannot fathom the depths of your hatred towards me. However, you are gravely ill. Should you continue down this path, even if you were to become a formidable force, it would lead to devastation and countless corpses strewn about. Spare me your lofty ideals. What right do you, a mere waste, have to speak to me? Throughout my life, in what aspect have I fallen short of you? In every conceivable manner, I am no less than you. So why must I greet you with a smile each day? Why do you reside atop your lofty perch, basking in adoration, while I languish in the shadows, subjected to disdain? By what right? With this, Lu Zhong strode purposefully towards Chen Feng, his dark eyes ablaze with fury. The hand gripping his sword trembled violently, veins bulging as he unleashed a primal roar. Chen Feng, let me make this abundantly clear. You are nothing but a failure. I, Lu Zhong, shall not only keep you beneath my heel, but shall ensure you remain in eternal misery. I will make it known to all that I, Lu Zhong, am the true epitome of excellence, while you, Chen Feng, are merely a buffoon. I demand to hear the praises of all, and I will make everyone tremble beneath my feet. With that declaration, Ru Zhong threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his visage growing increasingly grotesque. The chilling sound of his laughter sent an involuntary shiver down Chen Feng's spine. Chen Feng gazed quietly at Lu Zhong, his brows tightly knitted. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of Lu Zhong's plight. To Chen Feng, Lu Zhong was merely a child yearning for warmth. His actions were but a desperate attempt to affirm his existence. Was he truly in the wrong? With this thought, Chen Feng let out a deep sigh. Indeed, in this world, the dichotomy of right and wrong often bears little significance. Each individual harbors their own way of life. Lu Zhong simply chose a path that he himself deemed unworthy. Furthermore, Lu Zhong's gravest error lay in his relentless desire to extinguish Chen Feng's life. One's fate resides solely within their own grasp, and though Lu Zhong may evoke pity, he must still face the consequences of his actions. Lu Zhong, it is time to relinquish your past grievances and dedicate your heart to the pursuit of cultivation. Perhaps a glimmer of hope still awaits you. Chen Feng rose slowly, regarding Lu Zhong with an air of calmness, his voice imbued with solemnity, as if imparting a final piece of counsel. Nonsense. Lu Zhong's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his crimson eyes ablaze with boundless fury. Do you believe you still hold the title of young Master Chen? You are nothing but a wretch. Not only do I intend to kill you, but I shall also eliminate every individual who has mocked me. If people stand in my way, I will slay them. If gods obstruct me, I will annihilate the divine. I will. Lu Zhong had succumbed entirely to madness. With each piercing word, tendrils of dark energy began to emanate from his countenance. This youth was beyond redemption. As I mentioned earlier, to kill him is the only solution. Why waste breath on such an ignorant child? An aged voice suddenly resonated behind Lu Zhong, causing him to halt mid-sentence. He turned to behold an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, gazing at him with disdain. Beside the old man stood Chen Feng, whose expression was one of profound regret as he held a slender silver sword that emanated an ethereal glow. Chapter 48. The encounter of Chen and Lu as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting its waning light like a peculiar blood orb. The faint green leaves were tinged with a delicate crimson hue. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the fallen leaves to sway gracefully, invoking a sense of impending doom. Enveloped in the slanting rays of the setting sun, Lu Zhong's blood-red eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Chen Feng and the elder behind him, anxiety and unease flickering across his otherwise darkened visage. The elder's presence sent a jolt of alarm through Lu Zhong, although he was unaware of the elder's true strength. The oppressive aura radiating from him was unmistakably beyond what he could confront. As the figures of Chen Feng and the elder faded into the background, Lu Zhong anxiously positioned his golden broad sword across his chest, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, apprehensive of any ulterior motives they might harbor. Chen Feng, with a calm smile, gradually lifted his sword as a gentle breeze began to swirl around the blade, producing a symphony of ringing sounds. Rest assured, Lu Zhong, the resolution between us does not require the intervention of others. Today shall witness a fair contest. Lu Zhong momentarily staggered, then resolutely suppressed the trepidation within. He was a sagacious individual, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Feng had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, if the elder harbored intentions of intervention, it was unlikely that Lu Zhong would have survived this long. Upon this reflection, Lu Zhong was consumed by a fiery rage. He could not comprehend why Chen Feng, a mere wastrel, consistently enjoyed such extraordinary fortune, while he himself, having relied solely on innate talent and tireless effort, had only attained his current standing. The intense envy and jealousy gnawed at Lu Zhong's sanity, and the dark aura around him grew ever denser. Chen Feng, you insipid fool. Do not dare present that absurd visage before me. Today, I shall ensure every strike pierces flesh, every sword silences your cries, leaving your remains to rot in the wilderness. Your bones to be ground to dust. Only then can I quell the hatred that festers within me. Upon hearing Lu Zhong's words, Chen Feng's expression hardened, and he replied in a somber tone, Lu Zhong, I recall the days when my Chen family treated you with kindness. Though we are master and servant, I have always regarded you as a brother. Yet, as we both joined Tianyun's sect, your exceptional talent earned you the favor of the sect leader, while I, lacking in spiritual roots, was relegated to menial tasks. This is an undeniable truth. However, your narrow-mindedness has birthed murderous intent towards me, repeatedly seeking my demise. Fortunately, divine providence and the assistance of benefactors have spared me from calamity. Very well, let us settle our past grievances today. Let us fight. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, yet it pierced Lu Zhong's ears like thorny steel needles. Lu Zhong's face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "Nonsense! Chen Feng, if you wish to beg for mercy, simply say so. There is no need for your meaningless prattle." "Humph! Incorrigible!" Chen Feng retorted coldly as his slender sword emitted a resounding cry, radiating a brilliant light. Dressed in a yellow robe, Lu Zhong's figure swayed violently, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with ferocity. In tandem, he brandished his broadsword, conjuring a tempest of flames that surged through the air, transforming into a raging inferno that barreled towards Chen Feng. The scorching waves of fire surged mercilessly, leaving a trail of cracked earth and scorched land in their wake, as if the very essence of moisture had been siphoned from the surrounding space. Emitting a sound of agony, Chen Feng sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Lu Zhong was indeed a prodigy of a century. In less than 2 years, he had unleashed such a formidable force. If he were to continue his cultivation, he might very well ascend to the ranks of great masters in the future. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Chen Feng waved his hand, conjuring a crimson fireball that erupted from his palm. As the fireball materialized, the air around him began to distort and warp. Observing the fireball in his grasp, a faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips, and he proceeded to tap on the fireball in rapid succession. The flames roared to life, and in an instant, a massive fire shield materialized before him. What is this?" Lu Zhong was taken aback, his heart racing with shock. How could Chen Feng possess such a powerful protective spiritual artifact? Noticing Lu Zhong's astonished expression, Chen Feng smiled nonchalantly and turned his attention to the fire shield. This shield was crafted from the essence of blood by Qing Huazi. Although Chen Feng's use of it did not match Qing Huazi's prowess, it remained a high-grade spiritual artifact, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Boom! The ferocious waves of fire crashed against the giant shield, sending a torrent of heat radiating outward. As the heat dissipated, Chen Feng stepped forward, and multiple phantoms appeared in an instant, revealing 7 identical Chen Fengs. Lu Zhong's expression hardened, dismissing any underestimation he had held. He began to move his hands in a flurry, summoning a green copper mirror that emerged around his body. With a soft exclamation, "By Guangjing!" A beam of light shot from the mirror, illuminating the surroundings with a vibrant green glow. Small serpents coiled around him, encircling Lu Zhong closely. A high-grade spiritual artifact? Chen Feng was taken aback. It appeared that Lu Zhong had indeed invested considerable effort in his endeavors. In the Tianyun sect, high-grade spiritual weapons were a rarity, and even the chief disciples at the Foundation establishment stage were not guaranteed such privileges. "Ha! Chen Feng, receive another blow from me." With a protective green light surrounding him, Lu Zhong's confidence surged. Over the past 2 years at the Tianyun sect, he had meticulously gathered numerous treasures, and with the spiritual weapon in his possession, he believed that defeating Chen Feng would not pose a significant challenge. Ignoring Lu Zhong's demeanor, Chen Feng directed several avatars towards him, while simultaneously flicking his fingers against his delicate sword. A dragon's roar erupted, and a fierce wind began to swirl around him, transforming the sword into several whirlwinds that violently charged towards Lu Zhong. Observing the approaching whirlwinds, Lu Zhong hastily swung his golden broadsword, unleashing flames that erupted from its blade to collide forcefully with the whirlwinds. The swirling winds dissipated, and Lu Zhong chuckled, perceiving such an attack as mere childish play. Fury Sword. A wicked smile curled upon Chen Feng's lips. All of his previous assaults had merely been a ruse to capture Lu Zhong's attention. It was only at this moment that he unveiled his true lethal move. Although Lu Zhong was protected by a high-grade treasure, Chen Feng's autumn wind sword was not to be underestimated. He had unwavering confidence that if he could close the distance, he would breach Lu Zhong's defenses. As the Fury Sword was unleashed, a blinding white light surged into the heavens, illuminating the world around them. A vast, overwhelming force reverberated through the earth, as the slender sword sliced through the air, emanating boundless power, and forcefully pierced into the green light. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as scarlet blood, accompanied by fragments of emerald light scattered through the air. A slender sword pierced directly into Lu Zhong's body. Chapter 49. The Slaying of Lu Zhong. The sword, imbued with a sharp glimmer, thrust through Lu Zhong's chest, emerging on the other side with a crack akin to shattering bones. Streams of blood oozed from Lu Zhong, trickling down the blade. Chen Feng gazed at the long sword in his hand, letting out a deep sigh. Lu Zhong stared at the sword embedded in his chest, his mouth agape, disbelief overwhelming his features. "It is over." Chen Feng sighed softly, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the sword. Just then, an aged voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Little one, something is amiss. Take cover." The urgency in the voice startled Chen Feng, and he looked up to see Lu Zhong's astonished face contort into a grotesque grimace, his bloodthirsty eyes glinting with the triumph of a devious plot. "You shall perish, Chen Feng." Lu Zhong cackled maniacally, extending his left hand, from which a small red seal, the size of a die, levitated into the air. Upon its emergence, a golden radiance erupted, rapidly expanding to about 1/2 meter in size, unleashing a potent surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a beam of yellow light, hurtling toward Chen Feng. His mind blanked. All that remained was the blinding golden glare. The proximity between them, coupled with the seal's lightning-fast speed, left Chen Feng no time to evade. He instinctively raised the flame shield before his chest. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the massive fire shield shattered, disintegrating into countless red sparks that dissipated into the air. Chen Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by an overwhelming force surging through him. Blood gushed forth, and Chen Feng was sent flying several meters like a kite severed from its string. In the air, a mist of crimson spread, shimmering with an eerie red glow in the dying light of the setting sun, a sight both captivating and alarming. "Chen Feng, I have long suspected your peculiarities. How does it feel to have taken my heaven-shattering seal head-on?" Lu Zhong coughed lightly twice, grasped the slender sword still embedded in him, and with a fierce pull, he grimaced as he extracted it. After this, Lu Zhong casually tossed the sword into his spatial ring and retrieved a yellow elixir, which he swallowed without hesitation. Before Chen Feng, his garments lay in tatters, sprawled on the ground, his face ashen and horrifyingly pale, torrents of blood ceaselessly flowing from his mouth. Cough, cough. "Indeed, a clever scheme, Lu Zhong. It seems I have underestimated you." Chen Feng struggled to rise, yet the agony coursing through his body rendered him utterly powerless. Waves of excruciating pain tormented every nerve, compelling him to futilely grasp at the earth beneath him, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "Heh, now you realize my strength? Chen Feng, it is not that you underestimated me. Rather, it is you, a mere waste, who has overestimated yourself." Lu Zhong laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he strode toward Chen Feng, the heaven-shattering seal swirling menacingly before him, emitting a low, ominous hum. Overestimating oneself? Chen Feng managed a bitter smile, astonished by Lu Zhong's ruthlessness. In such a brief span, he had not only discerned Chen Feng's feigned weakness, but had also meticulously orchestrated the series of actions that had just transpired. However, your response is indeed remarkably swift. In such a brief distance, you managed to employ a low-grade spiritual artifact to deflect most of the attacks, though it is a pity about that fire shield. Lu Zhong teased Chen Feng while gently gesturing towards the heavenly seal. The heavenly seal soared once more, instantly enlarging by 1/2 meter, resembling a small mountain suspended above Chen Feng's head. Ahem, ahem. Lu Zhong, do you truly believe you can kill me? Chen Feng gazed at the heavenly seal hovering in the air, suddenly bursting into laughter as the surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically. 7 duplicates of Chen Feng appeared simultaneously, hastily fleeing in all directions. Lu Zhong, can you guess which one is me? The 7 fleeing Chen Fengs and the one lying on the ground erupted into laughter, their tone filled with mockery. Lu Zhong was taken aback, hastily scanning his surroundings, but all the fleeing Chen Fengs looked identical, rendering him unable to discern the genuine from the false. Frustration welled up within him, followed by a sinister grin. Chen Feng, do you believe such a trivial trick can deceive me? My heavenly seal is a low-grade mysterious artifact. Once struck, how could it still possess the ability to escape? That one must be you. With that, Lu Zhong's expression grew serious, and with a swift motion of his hands, the heavenly seal whistled upward, crashing down towards the Chen Feng on the ground. The Chen Feng below remained silent, still grinning at Lu Zhong, as if the heavenly seal posed no threat to him whatsoever. Chen Feng, you have revealed your true self once again, haha? The heavenly seal descended with incredible speed, emanating a dazzling golden light, striking towards the Chen Feng who had turned to flee, whose eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Boom! The treading seal came crashing down upon Chen Feng, yet the anticipated splatter of blood did not materialize. Instead, Chen Feng merely paused for a moment before vanishing into thin air. Lu Zhong was taken aback, his eyes resembling lifeless fish as they fixated on the encroaching darkness. A flicker of despair igniting within his gaze. In an instant, the dark energy pierced Lu Zhong's throat, and before he could utter a cry of alarm, his entire head was obliterated into a fine mist. His lifeless body plummeted to the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth from the gaping wound in his neck, while his headless hands flailed helplessly in the air before ultimately succumbing to stillness. Beep. Main mission accomplished. Lu Zhong has been slain. Reward granted in spiritual energy. Beep. Mission completed. Military merit value received. 100. Beep. Subsequent mission cannot be initiated due to insufficient level. Ah, little one, your acting is quite commendable. The elder chuckled, his discerning gaze as sharp as ever. You are destined for greatness. The figures of the elder and the newcomer floated nearby, their laughter echoing as they regarded the fallen Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the elder's face, which resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, feeling utterly speechless. Not long ago, the elder had lamented that he would never join the ranks of the strong. It seemed this old fellow was indeed a fickle character. Disregarding the elder's remarks and the nature of military merit, Chen Feng turned his attention inward, rummaging through his spatial ring for healing elixirs. He ingested them and then closed his eyes to meditate and recuperate. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as Chen Feng focused on his breathing, a nearly imperceptible black speck of light quietly emerged from within Lu Zhong and silently vanished into Chen Feng's spatial ring. In this pivotal moment, the significance of his body, having undergone 3 enhancements, became evident. Under the astonished gazes of the old and new, Chen Feng's form gradually began to mend itself at a deliberate pace. Throughout his journey, Chen Feng meticulously pondered the military merit points awarded for the main quest, yet after much contemplation, he found himself devoid of any clues. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, he abandoned his inquiry and proceeded towards the platform. Finding a secluded corner of the platform, Chen Feng seated himself, simultaneously circulating the spirit absorption technique to draw in the celestial energies while communicating with the old and new through his consciousness. What lies down the other path within your cave? He inquired. Curiosity piqued as he wondered about the purpose of the alternate passage set by the old and new. The other path? The old and new sighed softly, then fell into silence. After a considerable pause, the old and new finally spoke again. In truth, that is not my cave. It is a concealed location. Oh, Chen Feng immediately felt invigorated, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the old and new's revelations. The cave, situated in Lanzhou, was discovered by me during a time when I was gravely injured and had fled here. At that moment, I lacked the strength to explore further. Now, I am left pondering what truly lies within. I only know that the deeper one ventures, the more formidable the guarding beasts become, and the paths within are numerous. I merely vanquished one of them. I do not hesitate to inform you that the grand celestial creation elixir you possess inside the stone chamber is indeed what resides beyond that stone door. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous cave harbored such a treasure. If it were to be discovered by the Tianyan sect, the treasures inside would be at risk. Seemingly having deciphered Chen Feng's thoughts, the elder chuckled heartily and declared, "Fear not, young one. Not only your so-called Tianyan sect, but even all the formidable beings from the entirety of Zhongzhou would be compelled to retreat from this cave." Why is that? What manner of existence lies within? Chen Feng's face reflected skepticism. To him, the elder's words seemed somewhat exaggerated. Considering the multitude of immortal sects and countless powerful individuals in Zhongzhou, could a mere cave truly possess such significance? Ah, the frog at the bottom of the well. Perceiving Chen Feng's disbelief, the elder snorted disdainfully and continued arrogantly. You in Zhongzhou are merely an external realm of the cultivation world. What true strength can you possibly possess? To put it bluntly, the cultivators of Zhongzhou are, in our eyes, nothing more than ants. The dialogue between the new and the old exudes an air of authority, filled with a certain bravado that stirs Chen Feng's blood, igniting a fervent passion within him. However, he could not restrain himself from inquiring. What is the realm of cultivation beyond our domain? It turns out that the world of cultivation is not as confined as Chen Feng had imagined. It is, in fact, vast and expansive. According to the elder's words, the cultivation realm is divided into internal and external domains, with external realms like Zhongzhou being exceedingly plentiful. In the eyes of the new and the old, External cultivators hardly qualify as true cultivators. They are merely amateurs, slightly stronger than ordinary mortals. Within the internal domain, spiritual energy far surpasses that of the external, and there exists a multitude of sects, with powerful figures emerging from every corner. Even the smaller sects regard external cultivators with disdain, akin to viewing them as worthless. Some genuine powerhouses within the internal domain not only dominate numerous states, but also wield unparalleled strength, sweeping through the universe with invincibility. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words, as if his mind had short-circuited. The powerful factions of Zhongzhou, perceived as mere ants in the eyes of the others, left him feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, he remained speechless. Do not be disheartened, young one. Although I cannot ascertain the truth behind your claims of potential enhancement, if indeed what you say holds any merit, there remains a glimmer of hope. The elder gently reassured Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng discerned a subtle implication in the elder's words. He did not affirm that success was guaranteed, but rather suggested that hope still lingered. This indicated that even if one's spiritual roots could be elevated, it would not necessarily lead to joining the ranks of the powerful. Realizing this, Chen Feng's eyes widened in sudden clarity, and he exclaimed, "Elder, does your implication suggest that one does not need to possess formidable spiritual roots to become a powerful cultivator?" The old and the new fell into a moment of silence before slowly speaking. Little one, while a spiritual root is indeed significant, the path of cultivating immortality is fraught with trials and tribulations. Beyond the spiritual root, there exist numerous demonic obstacles. Only by overcoming each one can great achievements be realized. What demonic obstacles? Chen Feng inquired. Knowing these too early will only instill fear regarding the path of cultivation. It is best not to dwell on such matters for now. Focus on your training. Rest assured, when the time comes for you to know, I shall reveal it to you bit by bit. With that, the old man fell silent once more, and Chen Feng closed his eyes again. Although he still harbored curiosity about these matters, he understood that, for the time being, both he and the old man were like grasshoppers on the same thread. The old man would not harm him. Since the old man had promised to divulge information in due course, all he could do was wait patiently. With this thought, Chen Feng dismissed distractions and immersed himself fully in his training. Within the spatial ring, a black dot lay hidden in a corner. As Chen Feng entered a state of cultivation, the dot gradually expanded, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that swirled within the ring. The smoke grew larger, and within the span of an incense stick burning, it morphed into a size of half a foot. As the black mist thickened, a distorted human face slowly emerged within it. The visage became increasingly distinct. Should Chen Feng catch sight of it, he would likely be unable to suppress a scream. For the twisted face belonged to the malevolent Lu Zhong. At that moment, Lu Zhong lacked a body, his presence reduced to a shrunken head. His complexion was pitch black, and from the corners of his mouth protruded two elongated tusks. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings of the spatial ring, emanating a chilling malevolence. After a brief survey, Lu Zhong, enveloped in dark mist, made his way towards the grand celestial transformation pill. As he approached the pill, a sinister smile crept across his face, and he prepared to immerse himself within its essence. However, at the very moment of contact, an intense heat emanated from the grand celestial transformation pill, halting Lu Zhong in his tracks and eliciting a terrified scream. The dark mist surrounding him dissipated significantly in an instant. Startled, he retreated, his eyes wide with horror. What had once been half a foot of mist was now reduced by more than half in the blink of an eye. Learning from this experience, Lu Zhong dared not approach the grand celestial transformation pill again, instead shifting his gaze towards the side, where the cleansing marrow pill quietly hovered within his spatial ring, emanating a gentle white glow. Cautiously, he circled around the cleansing marrow pill for a moment, discovering no unusual phenomena. After a while, a frown creased his brow, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he boldly charged towards the cleansing marrow pill. With a resounding thud, he unexpectedly found himself unscathed by the scorching wave of energy. Although the pill did offer some resistance, it was far less daunting than he had anticipated. Encouraged by this revelation, Lu Zhong boldly unleashed the dark mist, consuming the resistance of the cleansing marrow pill entirely, and with a sinister grin, he plunged into the pill's essence. Chapter 51. The more lice, the less it itches under the blazing sun. The scorching rays beat down upon the earth, rendering the temperature unbearable. The once lively forest now lay silent, stripped of its former vibrancy. Even the energetic little creatures had succumbed to lethargy, languidly sprawled on the ground, seeking refuge beneath the shade of trees. A warm breeze swept through, and the faint blue figure of the old and the new appeared before Chen Feng, frowning as they gazed into the distance. Indeed, attempting to probe the cave with mere foundation-building cultivators was tantamount to courting death. With a disdainful snort, the new and old turned to Chen Feng and smiled. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle, although the old and the new had not disclosed the contents of the cave. Their serious demeanor regarding it was enough to indicate that it was anything but ordinary. Over the past few days, Chen Feng had shared most of the happenings within the sect with the old and the new. In his eyes, they were undoubtedly trustworthy companions for the time being. And given their cunning nature, sharing matters with them seemed a prudent choice. Chen Feng pursed his lips in silence, yet within, he was already cursing the arrogance of the old and the new. In the presence of these inner domain powers, the central state was hardly worthy of consideration. And their methods were, of course, crude. Little one, you need not wear such an expression. When I say their methods are crude, they indeed are. I have already concealed your power with my spiritual sense. Rest assured, as long as you do not encounter anyone stronger than me, your strength will remain undetected. The old and the new assumed an air of superiority. Chen Feng, with a glint in his eye, playfully inquired, "What realm do you occupy, esteemed one?" The old and the new cast a sidelong glance at Chen Feng, resting their hands behind their back, and sighed with an air of arrogance. "Ah, those are but tales of the past." Chen Feng nearly burst into expletives. If they chose not to speak, so be it. But why the need to feign the demeanor of an unparalleled sage? Paying no heed to Chen Feng's disgruntled expression, the old and the new waved their sleeve, transforming into a faint blue radiance that dissipated into the air. Before long, shadows flitted through the dense forest, and a group of 40 to 50 individuals materialized before Chen Feng. As he lifted his gaze, he inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sight before him. The individuals appeared haggard, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Mud and gore smeared their faces and bodies, revealing the toll of a fierce battle they had endured. Upon spotting the leisurely Chen Feng, they were momentarily stunned, only to be consumed by a surge of rage. Wan Hai's expression darkened as he vehemently questioned, "Junior brother Chen, why have you come again? Did you not see the sect summons I issued days ago?" At Wan Hai's words, the members of Tianyun's sect glared at Chen Feng with fury, their eyes ablaze as if they might incinerate him on the spot. Observing their reaction, Chen Feng felt unsurprised. While they had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle within the cave, he had been wandering outside as if nothing were amiss. Who could blame them for their ire? Humph! How could Tianyun's sect allow such a worthless individual to enter the trial cliff? Scoffed a man from Lingyun's sect, whose left arm was severed. Yet, curiously, his gaze toward Chen Feng bore a hint of envy and jealousy. Wan Xixiao, this waste brings disgrace to the dignity of Tianyun's sect. It would be better to eliminate him. Another chimed in. Indeed, if such a worthless person existed within Lingyun's sect, I fear the sect master would have long since dealt with him. It is a shame. The members of Lingyun's sect had long harbored grievances against Tianyun's sect, and Chun Feng's appearance served as the perfect outlet for their pent-up frustrations. The disciples of Tianyun Gate, already harboring resentment towards Chen Feng, felt their humiliation deepened by Lingyun Gate's taunts. This only intensified their perception of Chen Feng as a significant disgrace to their sect. Wan Hai furrowed his brow, a flash of malevolence crossing his face. The past few days in the cave had been unbearable for him, and with nearly 200 disciples brought along, fewer than 30 remained. This fueled Wan Hai's fury, prompting him to declare, "Chen Feng, regardless of your reasons, your blatant violation of our sect's ancestral teachings and failure to arrive within the designated time frame is your fault. Do you plead guilty?" His voice was as cold as ice, brimming with murderous intent, while the members of Lingyun Gate reveled in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyun Gate glared at Chen Feng with gritted teeth. Chen Feng stared at Wan Hai in astonishment, taken aback by the latter's genuine intent to kill him. Although he acknowledged his transgression against the sect's rules, he believed it was not a crime deserving of death. However, while they took pleasure in his predicament, Chen Feng was resolute not to be a mere pawn in their game. After all, his life was his own to command, and anyone wishing to take it would have to face severe consequences. With this thought, Chen Feng's expression hardened, his demeanor growing icy as his gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Wan Hai. Enraged by Chen Feng's fearless stare, Wan Hai summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring several ice arrows that sliced through the air. At that critical moment, a similarly tattered man stepped forward, his figure transforming into a blur as he blocked Chen Feng, a black shield materializing in his outstretched hand. Master Wan, my junior brother possesses limited strength, a fact universally acknowledged. If you intend to take advantage of this to eliminate him, it seems rather excessive. The speaker was Wang Xun, who, despite bearing numerous wounds and a pallid complexion, stood tall like an iron tower, resolutely shielding Chen Feng behind him. Strangely, amidst his ashen visage, a hint of regality emerged, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Chapter 52. The concerns of Yang Mingju. Gazing at Wang Xun before him, Chen Feng felt a surge of emotion. In the realm of cultivation, genuine connections are rare. In the eyes of cultivators, love and friendship are mere shackles of the journey, mere sentiments of the weak. Yet, Wang Xun, unaware of his own prowess, had repeatedly stood up for him, shielding him from humiliation. This pure bond of brotherhood moved Chen Feng profoundly. Wan Hai observed Wang Xun, his brow furrowed, fists clenched tightly. Wang Shidi, do you wish to defend Chen Shidi? Wang Xun remained silent, offering only a serene smile. He then raised one hand, summoning his sword, which emerged with a soft chime, an aura of spiritual pressure suddenly emanating from within him, gradually enveloping his form. Zheng Min, standing amidst the crowd, looked at Wang Xun with confusion, unable to comprehend why her senior brother repeatedly intervened on behalf of Chen Feng, a seemingly incapable cultivator. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Xun's earnest demeanor, she bit her lip and resolutely stepped out of the crowd, standing firm alongside him. Meanwhile, several disciples from the Dual Excellence Institute stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Wang Xun and presenting their spiritual artifacts, exchanging glances with Wan Hai. Wan Hai furrowed his brow deeply, silently lamenting. Wang Xun's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, and should he wade into this murky water, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Furthermore, the act of killing Chen Feng and that of slaying Wang Xun represented entirely different concepts. While the former could potentially be justified, the latter, should he take Wang Xun and Zheng Min's lives, would be tantamount to annihilating the Dual Excellence sect. The wrath of Yang Mingju would surely be beyond what even his master could endure. Brother Wan, as the leader of the Tianyan sect, your performance leaves much to be desired. A disciple from the Lingyun sect jeered, observing the scene. Indeed, it seemed that Brother Wan's status within the sect was rather tenuous. Echoes of agreement reverberated through the crowd, and the disciples of Tianyun frowned in discontent. Wan Hai's ire surged, yet after weighing his options, he suppressed his rage. Casting a fierce glare at Sister Zhao, with a cold snort, he dissipated the ice arrows by his side and spoke. Chen Feng regarded Wan Hai with indifference. But in his heart, he had already marked Wan Hai for elimination. This was not merely due to Wan Hai's unabashed animosity, but because he had recently received a new sect mission that involved Wan Hai's enmity. Sister Zhao smiled subtly, feigning a reprimand to the two disruptive disciples. Yet her insincere demeanor was evident to all, eliciting hearty laughter from the Lingyun disciples. Chen Feng found the situation somewhat amusing. Perhaps this was the essence of human nature. Those who have failed often resort to their meager successes to affirm their own worth. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wang Xun turned to Chen Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little junior brother, it brings me great solace to see you here. In response to Wang Xun's dry humor, Chen Feng offered a subtle smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. Senior brother, thank you. The simple expression of gratitude felt like a gentle breeze on a winter's day, stirring their hearts, prompting them to burst into hearty laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Wang Xun stowed away his spiritual weapon and strode towards the platform alongside the disciples of the Dual Excellence Academy. Kid, if you dare to cause any more trouble for senior brother, beware, or I shall have your skin. Zheng Min approached Chen Feng with a huff, her alluring lips pouting, her expressive eyes ablaze with ire. Clearly, the change in her attitude from over a month ago had vanished once more. To Zheng Min, Chen Feng was nothing but a source of trouble, consistently bringing complications to Wang Xun's life, and she was utterly exasperated with this useless wretch. The disciples of the Dual Excellence Academy exchanged smiles with Chen Feng, yet in their gazes, he only detected a sense of resignation. Chen Feng understood that had it not been for Wang Xun's intervention, they would never have come to his aid. After everyone departed, Chen Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering whether he should seek to lift the restrictions imposed upon him, as this feeling of being regarded as worthless was truly disheartening. As the day swiftly passed, the following morning brought an unexpected disturbance in the sky above. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the atmosphere, causing the onlookers to awaken and gaze upward. With a resounding boom, the air above them shattered like a broken mirror, and a colossal black hole emerged directly overhead. As the black hole manifested, the Grand Elder, Yang Mingju, and 2 elders from the Lingyun sect slowly descended within its depths. The moment the 4 elders from the 2 factions touched the ground, they gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the platform before them. What had once been a throng of several hundred now dwindled to merely a handful of individuals, a phenomenon unprecedented in centuries. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, his aged eyes sparking with intensity as they fixed upon Wan Hai, who trembled at the gaze and hurriedly approached him. The 2 elders from the Lingyun sect, witnessing this scene, wore grave expressions as they turned their attention to Sister Zhao. Not daring to delay, Sister Zhao hastily rose to meet them. Yang Mingju's purpose for coming this time was distinct, though he too was taken aback by the seriousness of the situation. His heart was wholly consumed with thoughts of Chen Feng. Upon his arrival, his eyes incessantly scanned the crowd, and upon discovering Chen Feng unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, moments later, a frown returned to his brow, lost in contemplation. Several days prior, as was his daily routine, Yang Mingju had been meditating at the Shuangjue courtyard when the mark he had left on Chen Feng inexplicably vanished, igniting a mixture of shock and fury within him. Regretting his prior inaction, he lamented why he had not vehemently opposed the decision of his master brother to allow Chen Feng to venture to the trial cliff. Should anything have befallen Chen Feng, he would be forever deprived of the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. In Yang Mingju's estimation, the likelihood of Chen Feng encountering a mentor was slim. It was far more probable that he had met with an unforeseen calamity at the trial cliff. Over the course of more than 10 days, Yang Mingju found himself unable to focus on his cultivation, resembling a forsaken widow, his eyes reddened and his spirit utterly worn, as he languished in a state of despair, endlessly wandering above the trial cliff. The protracted wait had caused Yang Ming to lose considerable weight. When he finally reached the point of breaking the seal, he fervently disregarded the objections and followed the Grand Elder into the depths of the dark trial cliff. Chapter 53. Return to the mountain. Listening to the accounts of Wan Hai and senior Sister Zhao, several elders furrowed their brows in deep concern. Even Yang Ming, upon hearing words like cave and powerful beasts, diverted his attention to Chen Feng. After the elders completed their discussions with the 2 narrators, they exchanged glances, issued a few instructions to Wan Hai and Zhao, and then ascended into the black hole. Yes, the disciples of both factions shouted in unison. Subsequently, several Foundation establishment disciples summoned their flying swords and ascended upon them. Chen Feng stood on the platform, gazing enviously at his fellow disciples perched upon their swords. Alas, only those with strength above the Foundation establishment stage could master the art of object manipulation. If he wished to soar with such grace, he would need to practice diligently. With this thought, Chen Feng shook his head with a rueful smile and slowly approached Wang Zun. Upon noticing Chen Feng's approach, Wang Zun offered a faint smile, extended his hand, and with a swift motion, his long sword shot forth with a whoosh. Then, with a subtle shift of his mind, a stream of spiritual light infused the sword, causing it to emanate a brilliant radiance, swelling in power. Wang Zun lightly leapt onto the sword, landing steadily upon it. Filled with envy, Chen Feng smiled at Wang Zun, preparing to leap onto the flying sword himself, but at that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared, and Zheng Min unexpectedly leaped onto Wang Zun's sword before him, her large eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Feng. The look was unmistakable. If you dare to come up here, beware that I shall throw you down. Chen Feng felt his scalp tingle under Zheng Min's piercing gaze, prompting him to emit a foolish chuckle while remaining rooted to the spot. Wang Zun observed Zheng Min's antics, torn between amusement and exasperation. Yet he understood that if it were not for him, no one on the platform would dare to support Chen Feng. He cleared his throat twice and turned his attention to Zheng Min Jr. Sister. Do not act recklessly. Our junior brother is of the same lineage as us, and he deserves our care, not constant harassment. Master brother. Zheng Min pouted reluctantly, casting a resentful glance at Chen Feng before huffing and turning her head away, choosing to ignore him. Witnessing Zheng Min's sulky demeanor, Wang Zun could only smile helplessly, while Chen Feng shot him a grateful yet exasperated look. They exchanged a knowing smile as Chen Feng leapt onto his flying sword. With a fierce roar, the sound reverberated across the expanse as Wan Hai's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of yellow light soaring into the sky. As Wan Hai moved, the platform erupted in resplendent radiance, and over 20 sword shadows ascended, morphing into vibrant rainbows that plunged into the ominous black hole. Within that abyss, the multitude of lights flickered, casting an enchanting glow against the darkness. Chen Feng, standing behind Wang Xun and Zheng Min, cautiously maintained a safe distance from Zheng Min, aware that she was akin to a ticking time bomb. He feared that amidst her many adversaries, he might unwittingly become a casualty in this precarious situation. As time passed, half an hour later, a beam of blinding light pierced the darkness, dispelling the shadows surrounding them. It was then that they beheld the solemn expression of Master Miao Ji above them, his aura irradiating with white light. With a flourish of his sleeve, Master Miao Ji transformed into a streak of white brilliance, vanishing into the heavens. As the figure of the elder swiftly departed, the remaining elders followed closely behind, transforming into streaks of radiant light that hurried towards the inner courtyard of Tianyan Gate. Wan Hai trembled all over, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He realized that his fate was sealed, although his transgressions did not warrant death. Regaining the former glory he once enjoyed was utterly impossible. After a moment's contemplation, Wan Hai could only manage a bitter smile, stepping onto his flying sword and retreating into the distance. Upon entering the Dual Extremes courtyard, the few remaining disciples expressed their lamentations. This trial journey had indeed been fraught with adversity. They could hardly believe that a calamity, which had not manifested for centuries, had unexpectedly befallen them. Yet, what they found most regrettable was the loss of Lu Zhong, a disciple possessing a 5th-grade earthly spirit root. The wooden door creaked open, revealing exquisite wooden furnishings and a tranquil arrangement within the room. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, warming the space. Chen Feng approached the table, gently caressing its surface, only to discover that it was pristine and spotless, as if newly polished. It was evident that his master had ensured the room was kept tidy while he was engaged in the trial cliff. Reflecting on this, Chen Feng felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. His master and senior brother treated him like family. Should he achieve success in the future, he vowed to repay their kindness generously. Yang Ming had been in a meeting at Tianyan Hall, leaving Chen Feng with little to occupy his time. He thus directed his consciousness into his spatial ring. Inside the ring lay a great celestial transformation pill, a bone-cleansing pill, and a medium-grade pill, the purple gold pill. Chen Feng retrieved the purple gold pill, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his mouth to consume it, only to be suddenly struck by a realization. Although the purple gold pill was merely a medium-grade concoction, within a modest sect like Tianyan Gate, it was a rare treasure. Furthermore, with his mastery of spirit affinity technique, he found himself in no need of such a pill. Although consuming a single golden purple pill may equate to ingesting over 100 enchanted foods, one can certainly substitute quantity for the spiritual essence of the pill. In other words, Chen Feng's current wealth is rather meager, and the items he possesses for exchange are exceedingly scarce. Why not retain the golden purple pill for future trade with others? Since the newcomers have been following him, he has refrained from consuming any spiritually infused foods or crafting spiritual stones. He is reluctant to reveal his secret to the newcomers, yet if they continue to accompany him, how can he keep it hidden? After much contemplation, Chen Feng remains deeply troubled. The secret of the attachment technique is overwhelmingly significant, although the newcomers presently seem harmless. Should they discover this secret, there is no guarantee they would not divulge it to others. What should he do? He cannot simply abandon such an extraordinary profession. Lost in thought, Chen Feng suddenly experienced a spark of inspiration, as if grasping something elusive. His eyes gleamed with determination, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile as he swiftly directed his consciousness into the soul-splitting technique. With a soft crack, a mirror image identical to Chen Feng appeared before him. Chapter 54. I shall extract souls. Chen Feng gazed at the mirror image that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself and found it intriguing. Although he had previously utilized the image to lure and eliminate Lu Zhong, he had never scrutinized it as closely as he did today. After a moment of observation, Chen Feng's thoughts shifted, and he cast a probing technique upon the mirror image. Human, mirror image Qi refinement stage 3, indistinguishable from the real entity. Can be used as a substitute. Chen Feng chuckled softly, manipulating the mirror to navigate around the room with great delight. However, amidst his amusement, he observed an intriguing detail. Despite the mirror's ability to follow his commands seamlessly, prolonged interaction revealed a certain rigidity in its movements, lacking the fluidity characteristic of a living being. Moreover, when not under his explicit control, the mirror's gaze appeared rather vacant. Xianxia. Chen Feng directed his consciousness into the soul splitter, which quivered slightly as a pale blue light emanated from within, gradually morphing into the likeness of Xianxia. What is it? Xianxia inquired, glancing at Chen Feng before surveying the mirror with a puzzled expression. Scratching his head, Chen Feng conveyed his thoughts to Xianxia, his face brimming with anticipation as he awaited a response. It was evident that Xianxia was familiar with the matter at hand. After a brief pause for contemplation, he spoke, "Do you wish for the mirror to move freely, without your oversight?" Taking a contemplative look at Chen Feng, Xianxia's demeanor shifted, causing Chen Feng's heart to tighten in uncertainty regarding the implications of Xianxia's words. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he fervently nodded in affirmation. While granting the mirror self-awareness seemed feasible, Xianxia's expression grew gravely serious, as if he were deliberating the wisdom of revealing certain information to Chen Feng. With keen eyes, Chen Feng urged, "Xianxia, there is no need for hesitation. Please speak plainly." Ignoring Chen Feng's insistence, Xianxia furrowed his brow, weighing the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged silence, he let out a heavy sigh and spoke in a somber tone. "Little doll, though the soul splitting is indeed a medium-grade treasure, it is not as flawless as you may envision. While it can serve as a second essence for its wielder, this ability is somewhat superfluous, as its power does not even reach half of that of its master. Consequently, throughout history, the owners of the soul splitting have regarded it primarily as a means of escape or a safeguard for their lives." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind analyzing the implications of the old and new words. Before he could pose a question, the elder continued, stating, "It is not impossible for the mirror image to develop self-awareness, but for you at this moment, the risks are far too great. Should the mirror image be vanquished, the repercussions for you would be considerable." "Oh." Chen Feng felt a surge of confusion. During the trial at the cliff, he had previously conversed with the elder, who had assured him that if the mirror image were lost, it could simply be summoned anew. Why had the narrative changed so suddenly? Sensing Chen Feng's bewilderment, the elder smiled faintly and clarified, "Indeed, I have previously mentioned certain aspects regarding the mirror image, but now you wish for it to fully transform into your doppelganger, which is an entirely different concept." Chen Feng was not inclined to engage in circumlocution with the elder. He needed to discover a way to evade the elder's scrutiny, or he would never be able to wield the spirit-imbuing technique with peace of mind. Resolving this, Chen Feng's expression hardened, and he inquired, "Elder, please tell me, how can I make the mirror image transform into my doppelganger?" Observing Chen Feng's unwavering resolve, the elder sighed softly, resigned. "In truth, one merely needs to extract a fragment of the soul and then embed the residual essence into a mirror, transforming it into a true reflection of oneself. However, the process of soul extraction is excruciating, and should the mirror be destroyed, your strength would diminish significantly." Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, and Chen Feng's breathing grew increasingly labored. The soul, originally an ethereal concept, became undeniably tangible to Chen Feng since his arrival in the realm of cultivation. He recognized it as an essential element for cultivators. During the qi refinement stage, the focus is on the physical form, transforming the body into a conductor capable of attracting the surrounding spiritual energy. The various mystical arts, in essence, involve manipulating the body to orchestrate the arrangement of spiritual energy, yielding extraordinary effects. The process of refining the soul aims to enhance its potency, as all bodily functions are governed by the soul. Thus, a more robust soul enables the practitioner to wield more formidable magical abilities. Ultimately, the path of cultivation is a relentless endeavor of self-refinement, striving for greater strength. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, any damage to the soul is undeniably a grave loss. The room remained steeped in silence as the elder and the newcomer gazed intently at Chen Feng, who stood motionless, engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Chen Feng finally exhaled deeply, steadied his emotions, and lifted his gaze towards the elder, his expression gravely serious as he inquired, "Elder, what are the specific consequences of soul damage?" If one suffers damage to their soul during the Qi refinement stage, they will be unable to resonate with the ethereal energies in the air, which implies a lifelong inability to wield celestial arts. Such individuals find it exceedingly difficult to advance to the foundation establishment stage, and in severe cases, they may even regress to a state of idiocy. Conversely, if the soul is damaged during the foundation establishment stage, the situation is somewhat more manageable. Depending on the extent of the damage, recovery through cultivation is possible, albeit at the cost of diminished strength. However, once one reaches the core formation stage, the soul attains a formidable state, making resolution considerably easier. It is worth noting that cultivators tend to safeguard themselves diligently, striving to avoid harm, for when faced with heavenly tribulations, even the slightest flaw could lead to the obliteration of one's primordial spirit. Chen Mo finally comprehended why the elder had previously mentioned his potential to ascend to the ranks of the powerful. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could result in irrevocable consequences. After all, cultivation entails seizing the celestial path with mere mortal strength, compelling cultivators to tread cautiously, wary of crossing forbidden boundaries. Yet, he found himself in a different predicament. Without employing the mirror technique, the true strength of a spirit binder would remain unmanifested, in a realm where power reigns supreme. What right does he have to defy fate if his own abilities are so meager? Must he continue to endure the slights of the past? Is it his fate to cower in the shadows, concealing his true capabilities from the world? Lost in these thoughts, Chen Mo gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, gazing at the elder with a faint smile before softly speaking. Chapter 55. The bond between master and disciple. The old and the new gazed at Chen Mo, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet predominantly confusion. They could not fathom what Chen Mo was truly contemplating. Despite having clearly articulated that such actions would yield nothing but harm, he persisted in his reckless endeavor. "Are you out of your mind?" The elder's fury surged, his spiritual pressure erupting instantaneously, his white hair billowing as if caught in an unseen gale, a testament to his profound agitation. It was understandable, for Chen Mo was the one he had chosen. Should anything happen to him, the elder's meticulously crafted plans would be irrevocably shattered. Having lived for years in a state that straddled the realms of the living and the dead, he sought to find a suitable successor to fulfill his mission. Yet, the very individual he had selected seemed intent on courting danger, provoking the elder's ire. Chen Mo met the elder's gaze with calm determination, fully aware of the tumultuous thoughts racing through the elder's mind. However, he did not waver. Instead, he stood tall under the immense weight of the elder's spiritual pressure, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. What nonsense! Attempting to extract a soul at the Qi refinement stage is tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, even if I were to teach you the method of soul extraction, what could a mere third-layer Qi refinement stage mirror possibly accomplish? The elder's rage boiled, and had he not been stripped of his powers, it was likely that he would have struck down this insolent youth with a single blow. Aware of the elder's unresolved anger, Chen Mo refrained from further explanation, resolutely maintaining his stance as he continued to lock eyes with the elder. Time seemed to freeze in the aftermath of the elder's roar, the room enveloped in a chilling silence. "Chen Mo, take care of yourself." Gazing at the information before him, Chen Mo chuckled foolishly for a moment before settling cross-legged on the ground, beginning to regulate his breathing. Time flowed like water. Having mastered the art of soul extraction, he felt no urgency. He understood that both Tianyun sect and Lingyun sect would inevitably take action upon discovering the cave during this trial. Thus, attempting to extract his soul at this juncture would only invite trouble. Chen Mo patiently awaited the moment when everyone would be preoccupied, allowing him to attempt the extraction without hindrance. On one particular day, while Chen Mo was in his room, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he was suddenly interrupted by a gentle knocking on the door. Quickly dispersing his cultivation, he called out, "Who is it?" Although the others could not yet regard Chen Mo with the same reverence as they did Wang Xun and Zheng Min, they had gradually come to accept the reality of their once derided senior brother. Within the Hall of Dual Extremes, the atmosphere was vibrant, illuminated by bright lights and enveloped in fragrant incense. Yang Mingju sat comfortably on a soft couch, deep in contemplation. The sect leader had already issued a summons, and the two factions had reached a consensus to keep this secret, dispatching their elite members to jointly explore the treasures. Despite Yang Mingju's keen interest in the treasures hidden within the cave, he was reluctant to depart, for Chen Feng lingered in his thoughts like an unresolved ailment. At the trial cliff, Yang Mingju had previously scanned Chen Feng several times with his spiritual sense, yielding no results, which only reinforced his belief that Chen Feng had encountered some fortuitous event at the bottom of the cliff. Armed with this information, Yang Mingju became increasingly cautious, fearing that any misstep might alarm the very forces he sought to investigate. Thus, during the meeting, he discreetly employed a secret technique to awaken the ancient, extraordinary insect, the soul-devouring worm, that had long lain dormant within Chen Feng's body. As the soul-swallowing insect awakened, Yang Mingju promptly assessed Chen Feng's spiritual root condition and discovered that it had indeed ascended once more, now reaching the 4th rank of Earth's spiritual roots. This revelation provided a modicum of solace to Yang Mingju's previously restless heart. As long as there was progress, he believed he could afford to indulge in Chen Feng's spiritual root for another 2 years. With the soul-swallowing insect residing within Chen Feng, this peculiar disciple would forever remain within his grasp. Lost in contemplation, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside, followed by the youthful voice of the gatekeeper. Yang Mingju responded with a slight sound, momentarily pausing, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Chen Feng entered the grand hall with measured steps, and upon seeing Yang Mingju's fatherly smile, he felt a sense of relief and promptly addressed him with utmost respect. "There's no need for such formality between us, teacher. Come, let me show you if I have lost any weight over these past 2 months." Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, hastening to Yang Mingju's side, inviting him to observe him closely while embellishing tales of his experiences on the trial cliff. Yang Mingju listened with a fatherly warmth, his demeanor radiating joy as if he were hearing an intriguing story. Each time Chen Feng recounted a perilous encounter, a subtle concern flickered across Yang Mingju's face. Yet when he learned that Chen Feng had managed to escape each time, he chuckled heartily. As dusk descended, Yang Mingju instructed the attendant to summon Wang Zun and Zheng Min. The 4 of them gathered at the twin Absolute Hall, sharing a sumptuous feast, exchanging cups in a convivial manner, embodying a familial bond that radiated harmony and camaraderie. After a few individuals finished their meal, Wang Zun broached the subject of the cave, prompting Yang Mingju to relay the recent developments within the sect to his companions. Upon hearing Yang Mingju's words, Chen Feng felt a surge of delight. As his suspicions were confirmed, it appeared that the 2 factions would soon venture into the cave once more. However, due to his relatively modest strength, his name was conspicuously absent from the list of those who would be participating. "Zuner, you must refrain from joining this time. The Dual Absolute Academy shall temporarily be entrusted to your stewardship. Remember, do not diminish the prestige of our esteemed academy." As he spoke, Yang Mingju cast a meaningful glance at Chen Feng, which Wang Zun immediately understood, nodding in agreement. Chen Feng was deeply moved. The master's words clearly indicated a desire for Wang Zun to look after him and ensure he was not bullied by others. Contemplating this, Chen Feng felt a lump in his throat, wanting to disclose the dangers lurking within the cave. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he chose to remain silent. The secrets of the cave were far too significant, and besides, his master, being a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, could likely navigate the perils with caution and return unscathed. In the following days, the Tianyun sect initiated an extensive mountain sealing operation, strictly prohibiting anyone, whether mortal or cultivator, from entering Tianyun Mountain. Any trespassers would face immediate execution without exception. A fortnight swiftly passed, during which the elite of the Tianyun sect mobilized over 70 Foundation establishment experts for this operation, while the Lingyun sect, unwilling to be outdone, dispatched around 50 or 60 of their own. The disciples of both factions consciously refrained from mentioning the previous unpleasantness at the trial cliff, which left Chen Feng somewhat astonished. However, Chen Feng, after a moment of contemplation, found solace in the realization that, in the face of immense profit, the minor frictions between small sects were of little consequence. At noon, the sun poured its golden rays upon the earth, bathing the vast jade platform in a resplendent glow. Upon this grand jade expanse, a multitude gathered, over 100 individuals densely packed, while on either side of the stone platform stood thousands of disciples from the inner sanctum of Tianyun sect. Chen Feng surveyed the scene from within the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the platform. There, the foundation-building disciples stood tall and proud, their long robes gently swaying, brilliance flickering in their eyes, flushed with excitement. This expedition was led by the second elder, Yang Mingju, along with the fifth elder, who surveyed the assembly with a palpable thrill. This was an unprecedented spectacle, even in his century of existence. Should this venture prove successful, the strength of Tianyun's sect would surely ascend to new heights. Disciples below, heed my command. The second elder, clad in striking attire, stood imposingly upon the high platform. Yes, the disciples of both sects responded in unison, dozens of eyes fixated upon the second elder. Although this was not the first collaboration between the two sects in treasure hunting, it was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. The perils of this quest were substantial. Does anyone wish to withdraw? The second elder's voice was steady, yet the gravity of his words resonated deeply with the crowd. A hush fell over the assembly, their gazes upon the second elder filled with boundless excitement and devoid of any hint of trepidation. Excellent. Since no one wishes to withdraw, all shall follow my command and proceed to the trial cliff. The second elder's voice resonated like the roar of a dragon, akin to a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hand, a jade measuring stick materialized within his grasp. As the jade stick appeared, a tempest surged around him, and with a sharp command, the stick instantaneously expanded several meters in length. The second elder deftly leapt onto the jade stick, propelling himself towards the trial cliff with great urgency. As the second elder took flight, the platform was ablaze with radiant hues as hundreds of disciples summoned their spiritual artifacts, transforming into streaks of light that soared into the sky. Chen Feng and his companions stood at the sides of the platform, their hearts swelling with fervor as they beheld the myriad of brilliant lights slicing through the firmament. Some disciples in the Qi refinement stage gazed wide-eyed with excitement, their fists clenched in fervent longing, wishing fervently that they could join in the spectacle. The sect leader, Master Gigi, observed the departing figures with a shadow of concern crossing his face. From the words of Wan Hai, it was evident that the cave was teeming with ferocious beasts, and it seemed that the second elder's warnings were indeed warranted. Peril loomed heavy. Yet, this course of action was unavoidable. To delay would only invite greater calamity, and thus they could do nothing but hope for a prosperous return with treasures in hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Zun cast a surprised glance at Chen Feng, yet chose to remain silent, merely instructing the disciples of the Twin Extremes Academy to refrain from disturbing Chen Feng's cultivation. With all preparations in place, Chen Feng shifted his focus, channeling spiritual energy into the soul-splitting technique. An identical mirror image of Chen Feng materialized before him, its expression vacant and seemingly dull-witted. Are you truly prepared to commence? The figures of the old and new appeared in the air, their expressions grave. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, casting a reassuring glance at them that conveyed, rest assured. I shall handle this. Humph. The old and the new exchanged a cold snort, fully aware that they could not alter Chen Feng's resolve. With a solemn tone, one of them remarked, the process of soul extraction is excruciating, yet no matter the agony, remember to persevere. To falter would not only render your efforts futile, but could also jeopardize the integrity of your soul. Chen Feng, having recognized the peril inherent in soul extraction upon receiving the message from the old and the new, smiled reassuringly and replied, rest assured, I shall not falter. Amused by the old man's feigned indifference, which belied his evident concern, Chen Feng observed the two in silence. He then focused his internal energy, optimizing it to its utmost potential, while softly reciting the incantation imparted by the old and the new. His hands began to assume various peculiar postures in the air. As Chen Feng's movements accelerated, an inexplicable force of attraction emanated from his palms. After completing this sequence, the old man's form swayed weakly in the air, becoming increasingly dim and indistinct. Engaged in the soul-splitting process, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the old man's actions, having entered a peculiar state. The pulling force in Chen Feng's hands intensified, and an overwhelming sensation of his consciousness being drawn from his body enveloped him. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he endured not merely physical pain, but an unnerving feeling as if someone were attempting to extract every essence of his being through his skin, piece by piece. A pain that defied description enveloped Chen Feng, overwhelming him to the brink of fainting. Yet, he understood that this was an inevitable step in the soul extraction process. A moment's lapse could spell his eternal doom. Resolved, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony while striving to maintain a semblance of consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, crimson blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. As time inexorably passed, Chen Feng felt as though he were enduring the torment of countless lifetimes. Waves of immense pain clouded his consciousness, yet the pulling force in his hand persisted relentlessly. Enough. Let it cease. A frail and aged voice suddenly echoed. And then a colossal blue shield abruptly surged into Chen Feng's forehead. At that moment, having nearly succumbed to shock, he felt a surge throughout his body as the blue light penetrated him, swiftly restoring his awareness. Startled, Chen Feng halted his actions and glanced at his palm, where a wisp of white mist swirled gently. Above the mist, a sensation intertwined with his very being began to wrap around his heart. Chapter 57. The mirror image gazing at the white mist in his hand, Chen Feng let out a soft chuckle. After immense effort, he had finally succeeded in the soul extraction. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the fragment of the soul directly into the mirror image. As the remnant soul entered, the mirror trembled, and a glimmer of intelligence ignited in its eyes. Curiously, it began to survey its surroundings. Upon noticing Chen Feng, its expression shifted, and it murmured, "Master." A gentle breeze enveloped Chen Feng, and at that moment, he felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, fully aware of his own thoughts and desires, even possessing the ability to control them. "You reckless child." A feeble voice echoed once more. Chen Feng hurriedly turned towards the elder, only to find that the elder appeared to have aged several decades, his form dimmed and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could shatter him. Gratitude welled up within Chen Feng. Although he was unaware of the elder's predicament, it was evident that the elder had expended considerable energy to help him regain clarity from his previous state of chaos. "Elder, are you all right?" Chen Feng inquired with concern. "I am fine. For now, you have absorbed a portion of my spiritual energy, which is why your mind is so clear. However, remember that my spiritual essence is not yours. Take care to rest and recuperate properly over the next few days to avoid any lasting ailments. I, too, require some time to enter seclusion." Although the elder could not fathom Chen Feng's insistence on this course of action, he felt a measure of respect for Chen Feng's formidable will, especially considering that not everyone could endure the agony of soul extraction. Given Chen Feng's current strength, the pain of such an experience was exponentially magnified. Chen Feng sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought regarding the elder's advice on proper recuperation. Yet he was assured that the elder would not lead him astray, and it was wise to heed the elder's counsel. As dusk descended, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting silvery rays that illuminated the earth, enveloping the inner courtyard of Tianyun Gate in an extraordinary tranquility. Chen Feng gazed at the flickering candle on the table, his complexion a ghastly yellow, resembling an ailing elder on the brink of demise. At this moment, he finally comprehended the words of the old man. The detachment of one's soul bore such significant repercussions. Since dusk, the spiritual energy of the old man had gradually waned, and Chen Feng felt an increasing weariness enveloping him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness coursing through his entire being. At that moment, even the thought of extinguishing the candle seemed a luxury beyond his reach. This sensation was not pain, but rather an indescribable frailty, akin to possessing limbs that refused to obey his commands, causing him immense discomfort. Yet, despite the distress, Chen Feng was not fearful, for he understood that with a few days of rest, this condition would likely dissipate. With nothing to occupy his mind, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward the mirror, where he observed the reflection idly wandering about the room. Occasionally, when the reflection glanced in his direction, it would smirk playfully, its demeanor exceedingly pious. This infuriated Chen Feng. How was it that the reflection appeared so carefree while he found himself in such a predicament? It was no wonder that piracy thrived. The following morning, after a sleepless night, Chen Feng had regained a modicum of strength, and the sense of weakness had lessened somewhat. He slowly straightened his posture and contemplated the reflection before him, feeling a twinge of concern. Previously, he had solely focused on creating the reflection. Now it seemed that the complications had multiplied. Should two ineffectual versions of Chen Feng materialize at Tianyun Gate, one could only wonder if the esteemed Master Ji would suffer a cardiac arrest. How absurd it seemed. "Old man, is there a method to conceal the reflection?" Pondering fruitlessly, Chen Feng directed his thoughts toward the soul rift. The soul fragment can inhabit a mirror image. When needed, you may summon it forth. The voices of the old and new gradually emerged, yet they sounded remarkably frail. Chen Feng yearned to exchange a few words with them, but they remained silent, evidently exhausted from the previous day's exertions. However, having grasped the method, Chen Feng felt no lingering anxiety. Instead, he pondered another matter. Gazing at the distant, listless mirror image, he projected a thought, causing the image to momentarily pause before hastily exiting the room. It sought out an isolated spot, quietly retrieving an ordinary piece of green stone from its spatial ring. Upon the stone's appearance, the mirror image cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Once assured of solitude, it deftly gathered the surrounding energy to its fingertip. With a swift motion, the mirror image unleashed the concentrated spiritual energy upon the green stone. Beep beep. The binding of spiritual energy was successful, yielding a low-grade spirit stone. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind, eliciting great joy. He had not anticipated such a result. If this were feasible, he could subsequently utilize the mirror image to fabricate spirit stones. With this revelation, Chen Feng momentarily forgot his fatigue, contemplating further potential uses for the mirror image. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. What transformations might occur if the mirror image consumed food imbued with spiritual energy? This thought ignited an insatiable curiosity within Chen Feng. Without delay, he dispatched a thought into the soul fragment. Old and new, I understand your fragility, yet I have a request. Speak. The exchange between the old and the new was succinct, as if uttering even a single word to Chen Feng was a waste. Chen Feng, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and stammered. Could you possibly help me conceal the true strength of my mirror image? A moment of silence ensued, leaving the old one speechless. Chen Feng's absurdity was beyond comprehension. After enduring immense hardship to create a feeble mirror image, he now seemed dissatisfied with its insignificance, seeking to render it even more pathetic. Was there something amiss with this child? After a brief pause, the old one experienced a sense of unfortunate companionship. However, since the situation had already unfolded, there was no turning back. With a deep sigh, he silently granted his permission. Chen Feng gazed contentedly at the mirror image before him, secretly delighted. Thinking to himself how fortunate he was, this malleable reflection undoubtedly possessed an unforeseen potential. With no one able to discern the difference between himself and the mirror image, Chen Feng once again commanded the reflection to leave the room. He then sought out a secluded area, quietly retrieving some food from his spatial ring before infusing it with spiritual energy. Once this was accomplished, he eagerly instructed the mirror image to consume the food. But at the very moment the reflection ingested the enchanted sustenance, Chen Feng suddenly leaped up from the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed out the window. Chapter 58. Collecting debts. How could this be? Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing with astonishment. He could scarcely believe what he had witnessed. It turned out that after the mirror image consumed the food imbued with spiritual energy, his own essence had experienced a surge in spiritual power. In the beginning, Chen Feng held great hopes that the mirror could enhance his cultivation through the consumption of food. However, it soon became evident that the results exceeded all expectations, as he found himself to be the direct beneficiary. After the initial excitement, Chen Feng quickly realized that he had lost composure within his fractured soul. Both the old and the new were concealed, and his actions would undoubtedly be scrutinized by both. Until he uncovered the true nature of the old and the new, Chen Feng was determined to keep his secret hidden from them. With this thought in mind, he once more seated himself on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate, while internally strategizing how to divert the attention of the old and the new, allowing the mirror to hasten the cultivation process. 3 days later, Chen Feng's body had nearly fully recovered. The creation of the mirror had proven to be immensely fruitful. Not only had he successfully produced a doppelganger, but he could also cultivate stealthily through this avatar, which brought him immense joy. As night fell, the inner courtyard of Tianyuan Gate was eerily quiet, with the twinkling stars resembling the bright eyes of children, playfully glimmering across the darkened earth. A figure emerged from Chen Feng's small abode, darting into the inky darkness of the night. A barrier lay ahead. An elderly voice suddenly echoed, causing the figure to halt abruptly, seeking refuge behind a massive stone shrouded in shadows. Just as the figure vanished, a flash of blue light erupted, and a blurred silhouette burst forth from behind the stone, swiftly advancing a short distance ahead. Subsequently, the shadow reached out with one hand, unleashing a burst of blue mist that enveloped an otherwise ordinary-looking stone. As the shadow darted past the stone cloaked in blue mist, a youthful voice whispered, "Thank you, old and new." The pale blue figure offered a faint smile, and with a sharp sound, transformed into countless sparkling lights that dissipated into the air. A shadow flitted between the towering mountains, its form agile and movement swift. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir, causing its long, dark hair to flutter slightly, revealing an unremarkable visage. However, this seemingly ordinary face would undoubtedly elicit gasps of astonishment from the disciples of the Tianyan sect, for he was none other than the widely regarded waste of the sect, Chen Mo. Little one, there are patrols ahead. Take care to conceal yourself. The voice of the elder echoed once more. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, gracefully leaping to grasp a sturdy branch. With a subtle exertion of strength, he contorted his body into an unusual position, effortlessly flipping upwards. He then pressed his foot lightly against the branch, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the towering tree, leaving no trace behind. Before long, the area ahead was illuminated, revealing over a dozen disciples of the Tianyan sect, armed with long swords and surrounded by fireballs, leisurely passing beneath the trees. Concealed among the branches, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he silently observed their departure. Once they had moved on, he descended from the tree, murmuring to himself. It appears that the Tianyan sect's mountain closure is indeed thorough. In this short distance, I have encountered 7 patrols and 3 areas of restriction. Chen Feng felt a surge of relief, grateful for the presence of the elder. Otherwise, his cunning escape plan would have faltered. With this thought, he cast a glance at the soul-splitting blade at his waist, a sly grin emerging on his face as he melded into the shadows, propelling himself forward once more. Little one, what are you up to with all this secrecy? The elder's voice, tinged with curiosity, resonated in Chen Feng's ears. The old man shook his head in resignation. This young lad, Chen Feng, was indeed a peculiar character, often engaging in actions that left others bewildered. However, the old man was not overly concerned, for he was ever present by the boy's side, and whatever Chen Feng undertook would inevitably come to his attention. After the passage of 2 hours, a row of lowly houses emerged before Chen Feng, their dilapidated and shabby appearance starkly illuminated by the moonlight, contrasting sharply with the opulence of the inner courtyard. The old man was increasingly puzzled, unable to fathom Chen Feng's purpose for being there. Yet, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. It was time to settle some debts that had long been owed. Xianxia was recently engulfed in frustration, never having anticipated that the unremarkable Chen Feng would capture the attention of the elders within the inner courtyard and even become a disciple. Despite his vexation, Xianxia harbored no fear of Chen Feng, for he had the support of the exceptional talent from Tianyan sect, Lu Zhong. Even if Chen Feng sought to confront him, he would need to carefully consider the ramifications. After much tossing and turning, Xianxia finally succumbed to a sense of drowsiness and drifted into a hazy slumber. However, he was abruptly awakened by a chilling sensation, as if someone were standing at his bedside. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and scanned the area, only to find a man clad entirely in black, coldly regarding him from the edge of the bed. The slight curl of the man's lips resembled a scythe, freezing Xianxia's blood in an instant. "See Chen Feng?" He gasped in terror, his eyes widening with dread. Just as he attempted to cry out, a sharp pain surged through his forehead, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Chen Feng gazed upon the corpulent Xianxia sprawled upon the bed, a torrent of animosity surging within his eyes. With a swift motion, he grasped Xianxia, lifting him effortlessly under his arm as if he were a mere chick. With a single step, Chen Feng propelled himself out of the room, heading towards a distant location. In the narrow mountain crevice, Zhang, Su Guzi, and Zhang Hong, the caretaker of the cluttered courtyard, lay languidly on the ground. Chen Feng observed the trio in silence before slowly drawing forth his slender sword. At that moment, the crimson sun began to ascend, painting the sky with vibrant hues as a shaft of red light cascaded down from the summit of the mountain crevice, enveloping the entire area in a sanguine glow. Deep within the crevice, flora thrived, filling the air with a fragrant aroma, which, illuminated by the rosy dawn, emitted an otherworldly crimson hue. A fierce wind surged into the depths of the crevice, causing the blood-like flowers to sway violently, as if they too sensed Chen Feng's wrath, dancing in unison with the flames of his fury. "Little one, what purpose do you serve in capturing these worthless beings?" inquired the elder with a bemused expression, observing Chen Feng with keen interest. "I seek to collect a debt from them," Chen Feng replied with a sinister smile, a torrent of murderous intent welling up in his eyes. "Oh," the elder chuckled heartily, well aware that these individuals had surely offended Chen Feng. Yet, he could not fathom how they dared to provoke someone of Chen Feng's caliber. Ignoring the elder's astonished demeanor, Chen Feng's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin as he advanced step by step towards the trio. wishing all readers a joyous new year, and taking a moment to promote Xiao Fan's earlier work, The Mystical Martial Fantasy. This book marks Xiao Fan's inaugural literary endeavor. Though the initial chapters may leave something to be desired, I implore you to trust in Xiao Fan, as the subsequent narrative is quite commendable. However, do note that this tale contains elements of lewdness. Proceed only if it piques your interest. Chapter 59, The Collection of Debts, Part 2. A chilling scream suddenly pierced the air, a crimson arrow of blood slicing through the sky, starkly illuminated by the morning sun. Wang Heng was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, letting out a cry as he instinctively reached for his left arm, only to find naught but the overwhelming agony and the gushing of blood. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he gazed forward. But before he could discern the identity of the assailant, a flash of sword light severed his other arm, sending it soaring into the heavens. Another scream escaped Wang Heng's lips as he writhed on the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, mingling with the earth beneath him, creating a grotesque tableau. Zhang Chong and Su Guzi were startled awake by Wang Heng's anguished cries. Both men shivered simultaneously and turned their gazes to Zhang Chong, who was already reduced to a mere stump, his screams echoing in the air. The one responsible for Wang Heng's mutilation approached them with a subtle smile, advancing step by step. Chen Feng, is it you dog? Do you seek death? Upon recognizing the figure, both men momentarily froze. Then a flicker of realization ignited within them, bolstering their courage slightly. In their minds, Chen Feng had always been perceived as a worthless being. Despite their ignorance of how he had incapacitated their companions, their long-standing sense of superiority swiftly regained dominance. After reducing Wang Heng to a state of utter helplessness, Chen Feng paid him no further heed, allowing him to writhe on the ground as he awaited the inevitable arrival of death. Although Wang Heng had repeatedly insulted him during their time in the cluttered courtyard, most of it had been verbal. This time, capturing him was merely a matter of convenience. Since he had taken action, he would leave none unscathed. Want to die? Indeed, I wish for your demise. Dressed in a black robe, Chen Feng approached the two with a smile, yet the juxtaposition of his gentle expression and the bloody longsword in his hand created a dissonance that was unsettling. Chen Feng, you were seeking death. Su Guzi, tall and lean, sprang to his feet, his triangular eyes fixated on Chen Feng like a venomous snake, burning with envy and jealousy. Ever since Chen Feng had entered the mountains, Su Guzi had discovered an unprecedented thrill. Whenever he felt downcast or sought amusement, Chen Feng became his outlet for venting frustrations. In Su Guzi's eyes, Chen Feng was merely a tool for the amusement and release of others. However, the fact that this young man had inexplicably entered the inner courtyard drove Su Guzi to the brink of madness. It was worth noting that individuals like Chen Feng, who lacked complete spirit roots, were few and far between in the cluttered courtyard, and the others had aligned themselves with some second-tier management personnel in the Qi training phase. With Chen Feng's presence absent, Su Guzi, a mere mortal, found himself devoid of a target for his bullying, leaving him particularly vexed. Yet today, not only had he once again encountered Chen Feng, but he had also been captured by him, which incited his fury. In a fit of rage, Su Guzi cursed loudly, picked up a sharp stone from the ground, and charged at Chen Feng. In his memory, whenever he rushed forward, Chen Feng would glare at him in anger, clenching his fists tightly. However, today seemed rather different. Before him, Chen Feng gazed calmly, his eyes seeming sharper than ever, a peculiar discomfort slowly spreading within Su Guzi. Zhang Chong furrowed his brow tightly. Although he harbored disdain for Chen Feng, he was acutely aware that Chen Feng was no fool. The resolute actions he exhibited today surely stemmed from some form of confidence. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chong refrained from rushing towards Chen Feng alongside Su Guzi, instead opting to maintain a cautious distance, meticulously observing every move of Chen Feng, hoping to uncover some clue. Su Guzi strode forward, brandishing a sharp stone, which he swung forcefully towards Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng's actions had already violated the rules of Tianyin sect, and it was evident that this young man had resolved to eliminate his opponent. Today, it would be either his demise or Chen Feng's. With a shift in his resolve, Su Guzi summoned even greater strength, the pointed stone slicing through the air, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed directly at Chen Feng's visage. Seeing Chen Feng remain motionless, Su Guzi's face blossomed into a triumphant smile. It appeared this young man was merely a paper tiger, though he lacked the ability to cultivate. Years of hard labor in the mountains had endowed him with considerable strength. He poured every ounce of his might into this strike, convinced that a direct hit would either incapacitate Chen Feng or leave him gravely wounded. The more Su Guzi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, vividly imagining the moment the stone made contact with Chen Feng's face, envisioning the mingling of warm blood and white matter. Just as Su Guzi's stone was about to strike Chen Feng's face, the smile on Chen Feng's countenance suddenly froze. In that instant, an enormous fist loomed before Su Guzi like thunder. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed clearly. Su Guzi felt as if he had been collided with by a colossal beast. His entire face seemed to cave in, and the stone he had clutched so tightly vanished, leaving only a few yellowed teeth and a streak of crimson blood suspended in the air. Thud! Su Guzi fell heavily to the ground, the sharp pain causing tears and snot to flow freely, his visage disfigured by the earlier blow. On the ground, he wailed in agony, yet his slanted eyes struggled to open, casting a venomous glare at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, with a smile, glanced at the blood on his knuckles before weighing the stone he had seized from Su Guzi's grasp. He chuckled softly, "Su Guzi, I am truly grateful to you. I had yet to decide how to deal with you, but now I am enlightened." Without paying heed to Zhang Chong, who was attempting to flee, Chen Feng strode directly to Su Guzi's side, pressing down on one of his hands with his foot, and raised the stone to smash down upon Su Guzi's hand. Ow! The fingers are connected to the heart. As the stone crashed down onto Su Guzi's hand, the clear sound of bones fracturing and the excruciating pain caused his body to convulse violently. Yet, even in such torment, Chen Feng's foot remained steadfast like a mountain, preventing him from moving an inch. "Su Guzi, I once vowed in my heart that the suffering you inflicted upon me would be repaid 100-fold. Today marks the day of your reckoning. Relish the banquet of death." As Chen Feng spoke, he seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty fiend. His eyes glowed crimson, his features contorted, and the veins on his face writhed like serpents. "Die! Ha! Perish!" he bellowed. "Anyone who has insulted me shall meet this fate." His screams gradually faded, as Su Guzi was mercilessly reduced to a pulp beneath the stones, blood, flesh, shattered bones, and earth merging into a grotesque amalgamation, indistinguishable from one another. Xian Lao furrowed his brow, gazing silently at Chen Feng. He pondered what kind of hatred could provoke such a transformation in a typically composed individual. Regardless, if Chen Feng continued down this path, it seemed inevitable that he would succumb to his inner demons. The sun began to rise slowly, warm rays filtering through the mountain crevices. Yet Zhang Chong felt no warmth, for not far from him, the blood-soaked figure was slowly lifting his head, eyes devoid of humanity, fixating upon him. Chapter 60. The inner demon Zhang Chang watched as Chen Feng approached him step by step, struggling to swallow, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Blood and flesh dripped slowly onto the jagged stones, staining the floor beneath in a crimson hue, the air thick with a nauseating metallic scent. An unbearable sense of oppression enveloping Zhang Chang. Why does he appear merely human, yet instill such immense dread within me? Beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Chang's forehead as he repeatedly reminded himself that Chen Feng was but a mortal. Yet, inexplicably, no matter how hard he tried, the fear within him only intensified. What are you contemplating?" A hoarse voice emanated from Chen Feng, imbued with a long-suppressed fury and a morbid thrill. His voice resembled a demonic summons, ultimately consuming the last remnants of rationality within Zhang Chang. Under the immense weight of pressure, Zhang Chang let out a primal roar, charging toward Chen Feng with the ferocity of a beast. As a disciple of the miscellaneous courtyard, Zhang Chang lacked the qualifications to learn celestial arts. He could only rely on the meager spiritual energy of the first layer of the Qi refinement stage to augment his physicality and speed. This would suffice against ordinary opponents. Yet Chen Feng now stood as an insurmountable force. Witnessing Zhang Chang's advance only heightened Chen Feng's excitement. Memories of Zhang Chang's past transgressions against him flickered like a myriad of images before his eyes. With each recollection that flashed through Chen Feng's mind, a shadowy aura manifested upon his visage. By the time Zhang Chang reached him, Chen Feng's countenance had morphed into an expression of sheer malevolence, akin to the reincarnation of a vengeful spirit. The new leader, alarmed, swiftly dashed towards Chen Feng, for his greatest fear had materialized, the emergence of Chen Feng's inner demons. Should these mental afflictions remain unvanquished, he would forever be barred from ascending to the ranks of the formidable. With a twisted visage and eyes ablaze, Chen Feng directed a single finger toward Zhang Chang as he approached. In an instant, a stone flew from his hand with a whoosh. transforming into a crimson streak that pierced through Zhang Chong's left arm. The force of the impact sent Zhang Chong hurtling backward. Chen Feng laughed heartily, a deeper shade of darkness enveloping his visage. With a sudden stomp of his feet, his form transformed into a shadowy silhouette, racing toward Zhang Chong. However, just as Chen Feng was about to reach Zhang Chong, a flash of blue light appeared, and the elder and the youth stood resolutely before him. Chen Feng, enough. The elder's expression was grave, radiating a brilliant blue aura, a vast spiritual pressure surging forth like a tidal wave. Chen Feng momentarily halted, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the elder. Elder, are you attempting to obstruct me? A surge of malevolence erupted from Chen Feng, and with a swift motion, he conjured a slender sword that whizzed forth from his grasp. The elder and the youth locked gazes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Feng, your inner demons have come to life. If this continues, the thunderous wrath of heaven will surely lead you to eternal damnation. The elder's voice was somber, deep as the still waters. Chen Feng, consumed by rage, displayed an arrogant demeanor, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly overtaken by fury. You. The elder seemed poised to utter more, but Chen Feng abruptly interrupted. Old fool, I have shown you respect and reverence, yet today you choose to challenge me. I have long suspected you of harboring ill intentions, seeking to manipulate me. Today, I shall disregard our blood oath and sever your existence with my sword. With that declaration, spiritual light erupted around Chen Feng, dark mist swirling violently in his vicinity, as his slender sword sang, producing a series of whirling winds. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the elder furrowed his brows tightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Yet he understood that Chen Feng's current actions were entirely governed by his inner demons. He could hardly blame him. The sound flowed like a gentle stream, ceaselessly washing over everything upon the peaks, seemingly intent on purging all malevolent thoughts. Chen Fengming suddenly halted in his tracks, as countless melodies transformed into soft blue lights, gradually extracting the dark energy surrounding him. Chen Fengming knelt upon the ground, agonizingly covering his ears. Yet the song persisted, morphing into a cerulean ocean that enveloped him entirely. Zhang Chong, who had been lying on the ground in pain, ceased his lamentations as the melody resonated, quietly listening, as if the anguish within him diminished under the soothing embrace of the song. He sat serenely upon the earth, immersed in tranquil contemplation. In the air, the figure of Xianxia appeared, clad in a flowing robe, exuding an air of tranquility. His waist-length hair danced like silver threads, while his white garment gently swayed amidst the blue waves, emanating an aura of sanctity. As the song grew increasingly resplendent, the darkness surrounding Chen Feng began to dissipate. Yet his expression twisted in deeper agony. He clamped his hands tightly over his ears as crimson droplets trickled from them, while his sharp teeth sank desperately into his lower lip, piercing the flesh. Time drifted slowly, and after half an hour, the melody finally ceased. Chen Feng, weakened, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The dark energy that had enveloped him vanished at last, and his once blood-red eyes gradually regained their former hue. Xianxia, thank you. Chen Feng looked up at Xianxia, his voice hoarse yet imbued with profound remorse, indicating that he had not forgotten the events that had transpired. Alas, with a deep sigh, the old master turned solemnly to Chen Feng and said, though I have purged the demonic aura from your being, the inner demons remain entrenched within your heart. The path ahead may prove treacherous. At this point, the old master fell silent, while Chen Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He vividly recalled his recent actions, having succumbed to a frenzy of bloodlust, akin to a beast ravenous for blood. Following this incident, Chen Feng's murderous intent began to wane. Yet the prospect of letting Zhang Chong go unpunished was not in his nature. Thus, he looked to the old master, yearning for guidance. The old master, understanding Chen Feng as turmoil, pondered briefly before softly advising, employ the soul extraction technique to seal his soul within a spiritual artifact. This not only allows the karmic fire to cleanse his transgressions, but also augments the power of the artifact. However, tread carefully, for this method is a double-edged sword. It is only justifiable against those of profound malevolence, lest it contravene the laws of the universe. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the dazed Zhang Chang and nodded slowly. While Zhang Chong may not be considered profoundly malevolent, his narrow-mindedness indicated he was no paragon of virtue. Thus, refining him into a spiritual artifact seemed a feasible option. Contemplating this, Chen Feng approached Zhang Chong, yet the old master sighed wearily and shook his head, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 61. The significance of martial merit points in the Tianyan mountain range, where lush vegetation flourished and ancient trees towered. A series of anguished cries suddenly erupted from a secluded ravine. After a short while, the cries began to fade, as a blood-soaked youth clad in black robes agilely ascended to the summit. The youth ascended to the summit, pausing momentarily to survey the surroundings, before leaping forth with a swift motion, vanishing into the vast sea of trees. The peculiar rocks loomed steeply, and the resounding roar of water cascaded down, as the rushing waterfall resembled an enraged white dragon, howling as it plunged towards the mountain's base and converged into a crystalline lake. Surrounding the lake were melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, with a gentle mist enveloping the area. Within this delicate veil of vapor, the figure of Chen Feng gradually emerged. He shed his garments and plunged into the lake, fervently cleansing the bloodstains from his body. The ethereal forms of the past and present floated gently above the water's surface. Gazing around, releasing a collective sigh of nostalgia. Curiously observing the two, Chen Feng inquired, "What thoughts occupy your minds, old and new? Why such melancholy?" Upon hearing this, the figures slowly bent down, attempting to scoop a handful of lake water. Yet, when they raised their hands, they found them empty. Chen Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Though he could not truly fathom the anguish of residing in a single place for a millennium, he understood that such torment was likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary souls. "Is there a way to help you restore your physical form?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment before looking toward the two figures. "Thank you, Chen Feng. Though I am constantly preoccupied with the thought of reconstructing my corporeal existence, this endeavor is as daunting as scaling the heavens. I do not harbor extravagant desires. My only wish is for you to fulfill the promise we made, which would be the greatest boon for me." Chen Feng gazed intently at the figures. Yet within him burgeoned an insatiable curiosity regarding the task that the old and new must undertake. What could possibly compel them to forsake the chance to relish life anew? The two individuals fell into a profound silence, their gazes, both new and old, cast into the distance. Chen Feng stood there, dazed in the lake, and in the eyes of the elder, he discerned a deep infatuation and an endless nostalgia. It seemed this elderly man harbored secrets he could never fully articulate. The scorching sun hung high in the sky as Chen Feng slowly emerged from the lake, retrieving a set of clean garments from his storage ring before making his way toward the forest. Recently, a peculiar incident had transpired at the Twin Extremes Academy. For reasons unknown, the third senior brother, Chen Feng, had experienced a remarkable increase in appetite, necessitating that a young attendant deliver copious amounts of food to him daily. In light of this, Wang Zun had visited twice, yet Chen Feng merely smiled and assured him that he was simply craving food, with no ulterior motives. Thus, the moniker of Big Eater was once again whispered among the disciples of Tianyun's sect, becoming a topic of light-hearted banter during their meals. However, Chen Feng himself remained unfazed by this gossip, continuing his daily practice of remote mirroring and incessantly utilizing his spirit attachment technique, consuming the food without hesitation. Yet, as a disciple, Chen Feng calmly concealed himself within a cave nestled in the Tianyun Mountains, devotedly honing his skills. Inside the arid cavern, his eyes were tightly shut, and the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated, with a considerable influx of energy penetrating his forehead. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed had slightly increased compared to 8 months prior. Alas, why was he still unable to establish a solid foundation? Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, letting out a deep sigh of frustration. The spiritual energy within his spiritual sea was exceedingly abundant. Over the past 8 months, he had been relentlessly cultivating, and with the intermittent influx of spiritual energy from his mirror image, he should have, by all accounts, successfully laid his foundation by now. However, nearly a month had passed without a hint of breakthrough. Indeed, it was quite perplexing. The figures of both the old and the new gradually materialized, with the aged hands gently stroking their beard, gazing at Chen Feng with a look of curiosity. Chen Feng, with a bitter smile, regarded the two apparitions, suspecting that the issue might lie with the system itself. He recalled an instance during his trials at the base of the cliff when there had been a problem with insufficient system level. Could it be that he needed to elevate the system's level in order to advance? The thought filled him with dismay, for he had no idea how to enhance the system's level. After a fruitless contemplation, Chen Feng helplessly summoned his attribute panel to examine his status. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation level: 9th layer of Qi training strength, spiritual root. 6th grade Earth spiritual root constitution. Enhanced 3rd layer occupation, spirit affinity master characteristics. Transmutation of stone to gold skills, spirit attraction technique. Fireball technique, mastered. Furious sword, mastered. Exploration technique, main quest. Insufficient level to activate story quest. Hatred of One high special quest. Blood path 997 military merit value. 100 gazing at his character profile. Chen Feng shook his head in disappointment. Aside from the inexplicable 100 points of military merit, there seemed to be nothing else of note. Could it be an issue related to the military merit value? However, it should not be the case. For one only receives the merit points awarded by the system upon completing the main quest. Yet now, he found himself unable to accept any main quests. The more Chen Feng pondered, the more frustrated he became. Just then, an astonishing radiance erupted from the direction of the trial cliff, accompanied by the resounding bells from within the inner courtyard of the Tianyun sect, indicating that a significant event was unfolding within. Chen Feng sprang to his feet, leaping out of the cave with a single bound, gazing intently towards the distant trial cliff. With this thought, he swiftly dashed towards the Tianyun mountain. However, before he could take more than a few steps, 5 ravenous wolves suddenly lunged forward, blocking his path. With a cold snort, Chen Feng flipped his hand, and a slender sword materialized, firmly grasped within his grip. In an instant, he struck like lightning, transforming into a mere shadow. And with a burst of crimson light in the air, the 5 hungry wolves emitted a chorus of mournful cries before being cleaved beneath his blade. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed once more, leaving Chen Feng momentarily stunned. Beep. Special mission Blood Path first stage completed. Reward: 300 merit points. Reward: Skill Book Mist Formation. Beep. Merit points have reached the upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade the system? The first upgrade requires a consumption of 300 merit points. Chapter 62, System Upgrade. Chen Feng listened in astonishment to the synthesized electronic voice. Rendered speechless for a long time, it turned out that it was not that he could not accept tasks, but rather that he had strayed from the correct path from the very beginning. Had he completed the special mission earlier, he would have likely upgraded long ago. As Chen Feng contemplated, a wave of frustration washed over him. In gaming, the most dreaded misstep is allocating points incorrectly and selecting the wrong upgrade path. And he had just committed this rookie blunder. Fortunately, he had not squandered too much time. Had this realization dawned upon him years later, despair would surely have seeped into his soul. With a bitter smile, Chen Feng resolutely opted for an upgrade. Beep. The system upgrade commenced. A process that would require 3 minutes. Patience was advised. Taken aback, Chen Feng settled upon a pristine bluestone, waiting patiently for the transformations that would accompany the system upgrade. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly halt and don an unusual expression, the spirit of the soul flew out, piqued by curiosity. Chen Feng paid it no mind, feigning closed eyes, while inwardly he anxiously awaited the conclusion of the upgrade. Beep. The upgrade was complete. Level 1 game configuration, world map loaded successfully. Beep. Equipment loaded successfully, quests initialized, and the game store opened. Beep. Main quest received, unresolved grievance. A series of crisp, synthesized electronic tones resonated, prompting Chen Feng to focus his consciousness and bring up his attributes for examination. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation, 9th layer of Qi refinement soul, strength without roots root. 6th grade earth root physique, enhanced to 3rd layer profession, spirit conjurer traits, transmutation of stone to gold skills, spirit summoning technique, mastery. Fireball technique, mastery. Fury sword, mastery. Detection technique, skill can be deleted. For each skill deleted, based on skill level and strength, merit points will be deducted. Main quest: unresolved grievance, no hints, story quest, hatred of one high, defeat one high to complete. Special mission, blood path level 2 1000, non-spiritual beings are not included, military merit, 100. Chen Feng gazed at his attributes, blinking in bewilderment. What was all this? The power that could once be enhanced had transformed into a mere soul. Skills could be exchanged for military merit. Yet the main quest offered no guidance on what he should undertake. Furthermore, the special missions had also altered. It seemed that with each system upgrade, the difficulty increased significantly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng retrieved the mysterious black stone from his spatial ring and employed his detection technique to investigate it. The result was system level insufficient, unable to detect. Sighing, Chen Feng produced the Great Heavenly Creation Pill, only to encounter the same system restriction, though this time there was no indication of an inadequate level. It appeared that the system forbade him from consuming substances that could enhance his spiritual roots. Little one, what is this? He thought. I'm fine, really. Don't worry. Chen Feng forced a smile, though the expression was scarcely more cheerful than a frown. Striving to maintain his composure, he placed the black stone and the Great Heavenly Creation Pill back into his spatial ring and silently invoked the game shop in his mind. With a flash of white light, a square interface manifested in his consciousness, exuding an ancient and dignified aura, adorned with several resplendent golden characters. Game shop. Chen Feng's frustration dissipated instantaneously. Without needing to examine further, he knew that the items within were anything but ordinary. As he gently tapped the game shop with his spiritual consciousness, the interface creaked open like a heavy stone door, producing a resonant sound that caused Chen Feng's heart to race with anticipation. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The mysterious sensation was truly breathtaking. Chen Feng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of shouting, yet restrained himself due to the presence of his companions, patiently awaiting the opening of the stone gate. As the gate creaked open, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him, billowing white clouds and soaring celestial cranes. A gourd hovered in front of him, inscribed with the words elixirs. Beside it floated a shimmering yellow talisman, labeled talismans. Adjacent to the talisman, a hefty ancient tome drifted quietly, its title classics glowing with an ethereal light. Next to the book, a resplendent golden sword levitated, its blade engraved with the robust characters denoting weapons. Unable to contain his eagerness, Chen Feng channeled his spiritual essence into the elixirs. Instantly, a row of exquisitely carved wooden racks materialized before him, displaying 5 meager elixirs. The first was the Red Flower Pill, a low-grade elixir that could enhance spiritual energy, requiring 100 merit points. Next was the Purple Gold Pill, a mid-grade elixir for increasing spiritual energy, demanding 300 merit points. The third was the Washing Marrow Pill, a low-grade profound elixir capable of randomly generating or altering spiritual roots, necessitating 2,000 merit points. The fourth, the Great Recovery Pill, a high-grade profound elixir renowned for its healing properties, required 6,000 merit points. Lastly, the Great Creation Pill, a mid-grade precious elixir that could forcibly enhance spiritual roots, called for a staggering 20,000 merit points. Little one, are you all right? Your face has turned green. The elder, with concern etched in his eyes, gazed anxiously at Chen Feng, who now exhibited a myriad of colors, his expression wavering. I feel utterly despondent, Chen Feng lamented, casting a glance at the other shops before surveying his meager 100 merit points, a wave of despair washing over him. The system has become exceedingly perverse. Everything cataloged within it is something I have encountered before, and the prices are frightfully exorbitant. To redeem anything from it seems nothing short of a fantastical dream. After toiling for over a year, I can barely afford a single Red Flower Pill. What a jest! The more Chen Feng pondered, the more infuriated he became, never expecting the system upgrade to be this outrageous. However, as he gradually calmed down, a realization struck him. The system could not possibly torment him without reason. In other words, if it dared to set such prices, there must be a rationale behind it. This led him to conclude that military merit points should be relatively easy to acquire. With this thought, Chen Feng's spirits lifted slightly, for he distinctly recalled from the character attributes panel that deleting skills would yield military merit points. This meant that if he continuously learned skills only to delete them afterward, could he amass a significant number of military merit points? Yet, would the system really permit such a glaring loophole? After ruminating without resolution, Chen Feng accessed the attributes panel once more. Gritting his teeth, he decided to delete the Rage Sword skill, and the electronic synthesis sound resonated again. Low-level skill, Rage Sword. Deleted, permanently lost, cannot be mastered again. Redeemed for 20 military merit points. A mouthful of blood erupted from Chen Feng's lips, and with a tilt of his head, he fainted. Chapter 63, The Underlying Threat. The heavenly cloud hall was ablaze with light and adorned in resplendent gold and jade. The esteemed Master Shuji sat solemnly in the center of the grand hall, his expression shrouded in frost as an unprecedentedly grave atmosphere pervaded the space. In the grand hall, the esteemed Master Miao Ji sat on the left side, accompanied by the second protector, Yang Mingjiu, and several disciples in the foundation building stage, their bodies marred by injuries. To his right, a number of wounded cultivators from the Lingyun sect were seated. Outside the hall, all inner courtyard disciples stood in rigid formation, anxiously awaiting news from within. Their expressions fraught with worry. The second elder, once brimming with vigor at the moment of departure, was now replaced by a visage of terror and profound regret. Master Miao Ji's gaze was icy, his demeanor erratic. The Tianyun sect had suffered severe losses in this recent conflict, and if word of this were to spread, calamity would surely befall them. After a moment of contemplation, Master Miao Ji's expression hardened as he turned his eyes toward the formidable Lingyun cultivator, subsequently bursting into laughter as he spoke. Master Guangling, the recent treasure hunt between our two sects has resulted in considerable losses. Should this information reach others, it could jeopardize the very foundations of both our sections. He paused, his piercing gaze fixed on Master Guangling. With a grave expression, Master Guangling nodded in understanding, responding solemnly. Master Miao Ji acknowledged him with a nod, stroking his long beard. Master Guangling, comprehending the gravity of the situation, promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and reiterated his sentiments. With a smile, Master Miao Ji rose to bid farewell, but Master Guangling quickly interjected. Accompanied by several surviving cultivators, he exited the Tianyun Hall, boarding a colossal wooden vessel that swiftly sailed into the distance. As the Lingyun cultivators departed, Master Miao Ji's countenance darkened to an icy chill, and his gaze toward the second elder and Yang Mingju sharpened with intensity. Knowing full well that we are outmatched, why did you not retreat swiftly? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the disaster we have incurred? His voice resonated like a silver dragon, his face flushed with evident fury. Upon hearing the words, the second elder seemed inclined to provide an explanation, yet under the penetrating gaze of Master Miaoki, he could only murmur a few words before lowering his head in silence. Yang Mingju, covered in blood, bore a tattered, once pristine white robe, and a ghastly scar on his left cheek that exposed the bone beneath, rendering him a fearsome sight. After enduring Master Miaoki's fierce reprimand, Yang Mingju paused briefly before speaking. Master Brother, this incident is not solely the fault of second brother. Rather, the beasts within the cave possess formidable strength and an astute understanding of ambush tactics. We were merely unfortunate victims of their cunning. With a heavy sigh, Yang Mingju ceased his speech, but Master Miaoki's ire intensified. Just as he was about to utter further rebuke, he caught sight of the horrifying scar on Yang Mingju's face. Ultimately, he could only wave his sleeve in resignation, letting out a cold huff. Following this, Master Miaoki tightly closed his eyes and ceased to speak. Observing Master Miaoki's reaction, the others rose and departed towards the outer hall. Upon exiting, they, along with their respective disciples, made their way to their own courtyards. However, Yang Mingju's gaze fell upon Chen Feng amidst the crowd, causing him to momentarily freeze, followed by a drastic change in expression as a fierce glint surged in his eyes. Chen Feng, with a troubled expression, navigated through the forest, trailed curiously by the duo of Xian Lao and Yu Lao, who were keenly observing the little fellow. Little one, how did you reach the foundation establishment stage? What precipitated your sudden breakthrough? Xian Lao, it is not that I am withholding information. I too found myself inexplicably attaining the foundation establishment stage. Chen Feng replied while deftly managing the barrage of questions posed by Xian Lao and Yu Lao. As I was engulfed in my own melancholy, the reservoir of spiritual energy within me suddenly erupted without any forewarning, followed by an electronic synthetic voice announcing my upgrade. Upon hearing the upgrade notification, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. Amidst a sea of unfortunate tidings, he had finally achieved a level increase, perhaps a stroke of fortune within misfortune. Thus, after successfully establishing his foundation, Chen Feng allocated his attribute points further into his spiritual root. The primary reason for his rapid advancement over the past 8 months lay in the potency of his spiritual root. Although the mirror had also bestowed a considerable amount of spiritual energy upon him during this time, it paled in comparison. With a sense of resignation, Chen Feng exited the Twin Extremes Hall, coincidentally encountering Wang Zun, who had come to pay a visit. The two exchanged smiles, and Chen Feng informed Wang Zun about his master's recuperation. After a brief conversation, they each retreated to their respective chambers. Inside the Twin Extremes Hall, Yang Mingju had donned a white robe and was pacing restlessly within his room, his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. This young man was indeed perplexing. In just over a year, his spiritual root had ascended to the 7th grade of Earth's spiritual roots. If allowed to develop unchecked, his future was boundless. However, as Yang Mingzhu touched the scars on his face, a sigh escaped him. His injuries were severe, and his cultivation had diminished significantly. Should he fail to absorb Qin Feng's spiritual root in the near term, he feared that even if he were to attain it in the future, his lifespan would not grant him the luxury of aspiring towards a breakthrough into the core formation stage. Yang Mingzhu experienced a tumultuous inner conflict. He wished for Qin Feng to cultivate for a longer period, yet feared that prolonging the wait might lead to unforeseen complications. Amidst this turmoil, Yang Mingzhu finally composed himself and solemnly declared, "My dear disciple, do not place the blame upon me. If blame must be assigned, let it be directed towards the unfortunate hand of fate." Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Feng retrieved the mist array and began to peruse its contents with great care. However, after an extensive period of contemplation, he remained utterly perplexed, finding the text as incomprehensible as an ancient script, prompting him to shake his head in dismay. After wrestling with the material for what felt like an eternity, and as the sun began to set in the west, Qin Feng gradually closed the mist array with a deep sigh, lamenting his apparent lack of aptitude for array formation, unable to grasp even the fundamentals. "Are you stumped?" The voices of the mentors suddenly resonated, and before Qin Feng, a flicker of blue light heralded their gradual emergence. "Indeed, after several hours of study, I still fail to comprehend its profound intricacies," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head, his youthful face contorted in frustration. "The study of arrays is vast and profound. As a novice, it is only natural that you find it bewildering. Do not lose heart," the mentors said with gentle smiles. With a heavy sigh, Qin Feng contemplated their words, only to suddenly raise an eyebrow in realization. "Wait a moment, are you implying?" A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes as he directed an eager gaze towards his mentors. "Do you, perhaps, possess a deep understanding of array formation?" Qin Feng felt a jolt of exhilaration. It seemed the mentors indeed held substantial knowledge regarding arrays, for such a revelation could not be masked by their previous demeanor. With a broad smile, he respectfully addressed them. The elder and the younger, both possessing modest knowledge and lacking profound understanding of the intricacies of formations, sought guidance from the esteemed figure. The elder, however, remained silent, his expression grave as if lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke with a serious tone. "Qin Feng, would you consider taking me as your mentor?" The elder's demeanor was solemn as he gazed intently at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the elder's intentions. Observing Qin Feng's bewildered expression, the elder smiled gently and continued, "I do possess some knowledge of formations, but this knowledge is a closely guarded secret passed down through my lineage. If you are unwilling, I cannot divulge too much. However, rest assured, even if you do not become my disciple, I shall still impart some rudimentary insights to you." At that moment, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. It appeared the elder's claim of modesty was an underestimation. Given that this knowledge was inherited, it could hardly be lacking in depth. He pondered for a moment, recognizing that his relationship with the elder was both mentor and friend. The elder had indeed provided significant assistance, and there seemed to be no harm in formally becoming his disciple. With this thought, Qin Feng's expression firmed. He rose from the soft couch and respectfully approached the elder, kneeling before him and bowing in homage. "Please, arise," the elder exclaimed, laughing heartily as a glimmer of satisfaction shone in his aged eyes. Having accompanied Qin Feng for nearly a year, he had gained a deep understanding of the young man's character. Qin Feng was courageous and astute, with an unwavering spirit. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. To accept such a gifted disciple under these circumstances was indeed a fortunate turn of events for the elder. Hearing the encouragement from his mentors, Qin Feng rose without hesitation, a cheerful smile adorning his face. He then addressed his masters, saying, "Master, now that the formalities of apprenticeship have concluded, regarding the matter of formations." Observing Qin Feng's playful demeanor, his mentors found themselves amused, surprised by this mischievous side of him. "What I promised you shall indeed be fulfilled," one of them replied, his smile fading as he continued. "The essence of formations lies in harnessing the myriad elements of heaven and earth for our purposes, using spirit as a guide to conjure various effects. When mastered, even the tiniest flower or blade of grass can form a formation. A mountain or stone embodies the cosmos. Do you comprehend this?" "I do not," Qin Feng exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, utterly perplexed. However, one thing he grasped was the significant complexity of formations. Upon hearing Chun Feng's admission of confusion, his mentors were not angered. Instead, they merely chuckled and proceeded to elaborate. Chen Feng nodded, the spark in his eyes shifting from mere excitement to fervent enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that his mentors were experts in the art of formations, realizing that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure trove of knowledge. Take this mist formation in your hand. It is among the most elementary of formations. This particular formation utilizes spiritual energy to alter the surrounding humidity, either cooling or heating it to create mist. The magnitude of the mist depends on your mastery of spiritual energy. The more potent your command over it, the denser the mist will be. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the simplicity of it all. He quickly retrieved the mist formation to compare with his mentor's explanation, and to his delight, he found that he now understood much more clearly. Master, since you are so proficient in formations, please impart to me some formidable arrays. After studying for a while, Chen Feng closed the mist array, his face alight with anticipation as he looked towards the elder. The elder chuckled softly, shaking his head, and spoke solemnly. Chen Feng, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but due to certain limitations within our sect, I am currently unable to impart this knowledge. One day, when your strength has reached a certain level, I shall reveal the reasons to you. For now, you must rely on yourself to acquire some texts on formations, and I will explain the principles to you. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was it not a natural duty for a master to teach his disciple? Why did the elder always exude an air of mystery? Master, what sect do we belong to? Surely, you can disclose that much to me. After the elder vanished, Chen Feng pouted, once again picking up the mist array to study it meticulously. Following the elder's explanations, he gradually grasped some of its intricacies. Whenever he encountered something perplexing or unclear, he would channel his consciousness into the soul splitter, and the elder would promptly provide answers. Thus, after the passage of 2 hours, the system notification indicating successful cultivation finally resonated. Simultaneously, the small room was enveloped in a thick white mist, rendering everything else invisible. As night fell, Chen Feng, drenched in sweat, sat upon the soft couch, gradually dispersing the surrounding mist. After 2 hours of practice, he could now swiftly execute the mist array. However, the price he paid was the near total depletion of his spiritual energy. Feeling the relentless fatigue coursing through his body, Chen Feng chuckled softly, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, and gradually entered a meditative state. Beneath the cloak of night, the Tianyun gate was eerily tranquil. Chen Feng sat quietly on the soft couch, absorbing the spiritual energy that surrounded him. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside the window, followed by a dark streak of light that burst through the door, hurtling directly toward him. Startled, Chen Feng abruptly awakened from his meditation, and without a moment's hesitation, he evaded the shadowy object just in time. With a swift motion, he propelled himself out of the room like an arrow. Chapter 65. The mysterious figure in black in the pitch-black night. A figure cloaked entirely in black stood silently in the courtyard, indistinguishable in appearance, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Chen Feng stood at the threshold, fist clenched tightly, his heart racing with trepidation. Who could this person be? They traversed the Tianyun gate as though it were an unguarded domain, and neither his prior experience nor current prowess had detected their arrival. Chen Feng, be cautious. This individual is peculiar. A voice, tinged with urgency, echoed in his mind. Nodding subtly, Chen Feng addressed the figure in black. My friend, may I inquire what brings you to visit in the dead of night? Beep. Scanning failed. The opponent's strength remains indeterminate, likely equipped with counter-detection gear. Observing the black-cloaked figure, who remained unmoved, Chen Feng discreetly initiated a probing technique. However, upon casting his gaze upon the figure, he was left utterly bewildered. How could this be? The probing technique had failed? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and an ominous premonition began to surface within him. I do not wish to kill you. As Chen Feng was lost in contemplation, the figure cloaked in black finally spoke. However, upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, for the tone was sharp and piercing, rendering it impossible to discern whether the speaker was male or female. If that is the case, may I inquire about your intentions, esteemed senior? If there is anything your junior can assist with, please do not hesitate to command. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, I have come to rescue you. Within you lies the ancient and formidable spirit-devouring insect, implanted by another. If you wish to survive, you must consume the item I previously cast into the room and swiftly depart from Tianyuan sect. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. The mention of the spirit-devouring insect elicited a gasp from both the old and new souls residing within Chen Feng, revealing their awareness of its terrifying nature. Chen Feng, however, did not exhibit undue alarm. He merely cast a sidelong glance and smiled nonchalantly. Esteemed senior, I appreciate your goodwill, but how can I ascertain the truth of your words? At this, the cloaked figure snorted disdainfully and began to stride towards the exit of the courtyard. Please stay. I have yet to inquire. Chen Feng hastily interjected upon seeing the figure's intention to leave, but was interrupted by a dismissive gesture. There is no need for further words. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future, at which time I will reveal my identity to you. With that, the mysterious figure departed the courtyard, leaving Chen Feng in a state of astonishment. Master, do you recognize the spirit-devouring insect? The old and new souls emerged, their expressions grave and solemn as they spoke. The soul-eating worm, an ancient beast, possesses the terrifying ability to devour the spiritual roots of cultivators. This creature lies dormant within the human body, often going unnoticed. However, once awakened by its master, it can swiftly consume the victim's spiritual essence. Remarkably, this otherworldly being has been extinct for many years, rendering its presence in even the inner realms exceedingly rare. Yet, to Chun Feng's astonishment, it appears that this malignant creature has not yet perished in the small region of Zhongzhou. With a furrowed brow and a chilling expression, Chen Feng pondered the identity of the one who had implanted such a nefarious parasite within him. Could it be the deceased Lu Zhong? Who else could it possibly be? As he analyzed the members of Tianyuan sect in his mind, he found himself devoid of any leads. Chen Feng pressed his finger against the Baihui acupoint atop his head and began to circulate his spiritual energy towards the Linghai, searching for any signs of pain. The stern voices of the elders brooked no dissent. Without hesitation, Chen Feng seated himself upon the ground, placing his left hand over the Baihui acupoint. He gradually channeled his internal energy, directing it towards the Linghai. After completing 3 full cycles of this process, a sudden and intense pain erupted in his left chest. Alarmed, he ceased his efforts and glanced towards the elders. It seemed as if something resided within his chest. During the first circulation, there was no sensation. During the second, a slight discomfort arose, but by the third, he felt an agonizing tearing sensation. Chen Feng's expression grew grave as he looked up at the elders. Upon hearing his account, they fell silent, their faces dark with foreboding. Indeed, it was the soul-eating worm. Master, is there any way to eliminate it? Chen Feng inquired. Sensing the severity of the situation reflected in the elder's demeanor, his own expression turning increasingly grim. With a deep sigh, the old and young man spoke slowly. Once the devouring spirit worm enters the body, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Only through the use of medicinal elixirs crafted from herbs such as the Tianju grass and the yellow lotus flower can it be expelled. However, time is of the essence, and these herbs cannot be gathered in haste. Moreover, if someone intends to harm you, they will undoubtedly not afford us the luxury of time. Damn it, Chen Feng exclaimed, striking the ground with his fist in frustration. Who could be so malevolent as to employ such a peculiar creature against him? Wait a moment. The devouring spirit worm can consume spiritual roots? Spiritual roots? A shiver ran down Chen Feng's spine as he hastily inquired, Master, what happens when the devouring spirit worm devours a spiritual root? Once the devouring spirit worm consumes a spiritual root, it can transform into a medicinal pill. The individual who ingests this pill will have their own spiritual root transformed into that of another. This revelation struck Chen Feng like a bolt from the blue. As a multitude of images flashed before his eyes, an amiable old man, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, accepted him, a so-called waste, as his disciple. Out of concern for his safety, he even risked opposition from the sect's elders, bestowing upon him a low-grade mysterious artifact and offering him meticulous care and protection. All of this, now finally explained, revealed that Yang Mingju had long uncovered the secret residing within him. Cold sweat drenched his garments as Chun Feng's complexion turned pale. A sense of betrayal pierced his heart like a dagger, for beneath that benevolent facade lay a visage of such malice. Chen Feng, take a look at what the cloaked figure has thrown in. At this moment, the old and new could no longer consider Chen Feng's feelings and hurriedly commanded him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng approached the bedside, gazing at a black elixir that lay quietly there. He picked up the elixir and brought it to the old and new, who, after a moment of careful observation, suddenly revealed a look of delight and whispered, "It is indeed a spirit-boosting pill. Quickly consume it. It can vanquish the spirit-devouring worm." Chapter 66. Escape from Tianyun Gate. Within the dimly lit room, Chen Feng stared at the elixir in his hand, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Who was the figure in the black robe? Why did he choose to assist him, and what was his true intention? In Chen Feng's recollection, he did not recognize such a formidable cultivator, so what compelled this individual to aid him? A myriad of questions danced like elusive threads in his mind, yet none could be grasped. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng reluctantly shook his head and prepared to consume the elixir. However, at that moment, the old and new raised a hand to halt him, having regained his usual composure. He gazed at the elixir in Chen Feng's hand and softly cautioned, "Hold on. If you consume it in such a manner, the master of the spirit-devouring worm will surely take notice. Allow me to first conceal the fluctuations within you before you ingest it." With that, the old and new slightly spread his hands and began to whisper incantations. A blue radiance suddenly emerged, resembling a gentle stream, gradually enveloping Chen Feng. He felt a coolness wash over him as the blue stream flowed into his body, transforming into a mass of blue foam that meandered within him. Before long, the blue foam settled at his chest, adhering tightly to the flesh over his left side. "Now, consume it swiftly, and remember to flee this place immediately after. Although I have concealed the presence of the soul-eating insect, this ruse can only last for a few hours, which means our time is quite limited." The old and the new bore grave expressions, their profound eyes darting restlessly as if contemplating a solution. Aware of the urgency, Chen Feng hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit-repelling pill. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering, a refreshing sensation sweeping through his entire being. However, this feeling was ephemeral. Suddenly, Chen Feng's body convulsed violently, a flesh-like sphere, nearly the same hue as his own skin, pulsating and rolling upon his left chest. With each movement of this grotesque mass, it felt as though his muscles were being torn apart, an unbearable agony coursing through him. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he gritted his teeth in determination. After a brief moment, the sphere emitted a series of hissing sounds, and under the influence of the pill's potency, it transformed into a pool of blood and vanished. Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Allowing no time for respite, he rose and exited the chamber, racing into the boundless darkness. Under the silver moon, glimmers of light appeared like an infinite ocean, cascading across the vast terrain. In the Tianyun mountain range, a shadow darted through the dense forest, morphing into ethereal phantoms. "Master, how much longer can we sustain this?" Chen Feng moved like lightning, his form akin to a darting arrow, hurtling through the woods with reckless abandon. The old and the new hovered behind him, brows furrowed, and spoke in a low tone. "We can remain concealed for approximately 2 more hours." The voices of the old and the new resonated heavily, and Chen Feng was exceedingly tense. Although he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he had yet to learn the art of sword control, which rendered his speed considerably slower. If he could not escape Tianyun Mountain before vanishing into concealment, he would find himself in dire straits. As the dawn broke, a crimson sun gradually ascended the horizon. Yang Mingju sat cross-legged upon a soft couch, the ethereal energy flowing into his body with each breath, creating a flawless cycle that continuously nourished his battered form. "Bold and wicked disciple." A thunderous rebuke echoed abruptly within the tranquil hall of dual extremes. Yang Mingju's eyes flew open, burning with fury. He had fled, with a malevolent glare directed towards the direction of Chen Feng's residence. His expression turned frigid, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, transforming into a blinding flash of white light as he burst through the door, vanishing into the distant sky. Qingyou Town, located to the west of the Qingyun mountain range, was a picturesque and prosperous settlement, serene and tranquil. Upon arriving in the town, Chen Feng sought out a pawnshop. When he presented a low-grade spirit artifact, the proprietor nearly fainted from shock. After all, this was a spirit artifact, a treasure unseen by the common folk. Without hesitation, he produced all the gold and silver from the shop to exchange for the artifact. Chen Feng was not concerned with the quantity of gold. His paramount concern was time. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that one could not navigate the secular world without money. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Chen Feng made the heavy gold and silver before him vanish in an instant. The pawnbroker was utterly astonished, marveling at such divine prowess. How could one so effortlessly cause such wealth to dissipate into nothingness? Could it be that the young man before him was indeed a legendary immortal? In a moment of reverence, the pawnbroker fell to his knees, fervently worshipping, exclaiming, "Oh, celestial being, your magical powers reach the heavens. Please allow me to serve you, as your humble servant." However, when the pawnbroker rose, Chen Feng had already vanished from the shop. Those who cultivate immortality typically refrain from disturbing the order of the mundane world, aware that he could not escape the relentless pursuit of Yang Mingju. Chen Feng reluctantly opted to take refuge in Qingyo town. In his view, even those who practice the art of cultivation must tread lightly in the secular realm, for to act otherwise would invite disgrace from their peers. In a secluded alleyway, Chen Feng observed that no one was around. He then directed his consciousness into the soul-splitting technique, causing a radiant reflection to appear before him. He handed a spatial ring to this reflection, and together they exited the alley, each heading in opposite directions within Qingyo town. Chen Feng clung to a fragile hope. Regardless of whether Yang Mingju dared to pursue him within the city, he must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. This separation from his reflection was also a precaution to conceal too many of his secrets from both the old and the new. At the Yulian, one of the prominent lodgings in Qingyo City, Chen Feng entered with measured steps, selecting a modest room. With a heart full of trepidation, he crossed the threshold into his chamber. Within the confines of the room, the decor was minimal, featuring only a grand bed and a wooden chair. Chen Feng was not particular, as he settled onto the bed, invoking the spirit summoning technique to circulate the spiritual energy around him. Meanwhile, outside Qingyo town, a streak of white light pierced the sky, swiftly arriving above the town. Yang Mingju, perched upon his flying sword, cast his gaze towards Qingyo town, his expression somewhat uneasy. To him, the inhabitants of the mundane world seemed no more significant than ants, and if he were to boldly apprehend Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. However, Chen Feng was an exceptionally peculiar and cunning individual, and should he allow him to escape once more, it would be a considerable loss. Contemplating this, Yang Mingju's demeanor turned stern, and he spoke with conviction. If I can absorb his spiritual root to reach the core formation stage, what does it matter if I am mocked? With that, he let out a cold snort, gesturing lightly with one hand as he soared towards the western side of Qingyo town, where the Yulian was located. Chen Feng continued to absorb the spiritual energy surrounding him, yet internally, he silently prayed for Yang Mingju to grant him sufficient time to enhance his strength. Although Chen Feng recognized the improbability of this hope, he felt he had no other recourse but to patiently await his fate. Just as Chen Feng was lost in thought, a thunderous crash resonated from outside the Yulian, followed by an overwhelming spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire establishment. In that instant, a cold yet familiar voice echoed through the air. "Ah, brothers, I am suffering from a severe cold and can hardly keep my eyes open. I will do my best to write, but whether I can deliver another update today is uncertain. I will try my utmost." Chapter 67. Borrowing the body outside the Yulian, smoke billowed into the sky, and cries echoed in the air. Many individuals, stricken with fear, knelt upon the ground, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they gazed upon the figure before them. At the center of their attention stood Yang Mingju, clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading wildly, a ghastly scar glaring under the sun's rays. "Master, you summon me?" Chen Feng's voice emerged slowly, and soon a shadow stepped forth from within the inn. It was none other than Chen Feng himself. As their eyes met, both exchanged a smile. Appearing as harmonious as ever, yet an undercurrent of gravity began to permeate the atmosphere. Yang Mingju offered a faint smile, his countenance imbued with a benevolent warmth, evoking a sensation akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. However, to Chen Feng at that moment, such expressions elicited an inexplicable sense of revulsion. With a composed smile, Chen Feng conveyed an apologetic expression towards Yang Mingju, yet the resolute tone in his words was unmistakable. "Have you forgotten the teachings I imparted? A cultivator must sever ties with the mortal realm. How can one achieve enlightenment while being ensnared by worldly concerns?" As he spoke, Yang Mingju's demeanor darkened, and his tone grew markedly severe. Amusement flickered within Chen Feng's heart. Yang Mingju's lengthy admonitions revealed his reluctance to intervene in the affairs of the worldly and himself. Thus, Chen Feng felt unburdened by restraint. Master, your disciple is unfilial. I can never sever the bond of gratitude towards my parents. If you insist that I abandon all emotions, then I shall forego the path of immortality. Chen Feng declared, his voice grave and resolute, standing steadfast like a rock, his determination unwavering. In Yang Mingju's eyes, fury surged like a tempest, and a cold smile danced upon his lips. It seemed that Chen Feng had accurately discerned his reluctance to act within the realm of mortals, which granted him an audacious confidence. Yet, Yang Mingju underestimated the depths of his own ambition. Possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root could incite madness in anyone, himself included. As this realization dawned upon him, Yang Mingju's countenance shifted dramatically, the facade of piety evaporating in an instant, replaced by a visage of sheer ferocity. Chen Feng, are you compelling me to strike here? Yang Mingju's voice was as frigid as ice, akin to an invisible blade circling dangerously around Chen Feng, enveloping him in an aura of impending doom. Chen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Mingju's abrupt change of heart, nor his utter disregard for the astonished gazes surrounding them. Chen Feng, find a way to lure him out of the city. He has already harbored murderous intent. The voice of the elder and the younger echoed suddenly. Chen Feng hesitated, unclear of their intentions, yet instinctively chose to trust them, for in such dire circumstances, he had little choice. Master, what do you mean by this? Ignoring the murderous intent radiating from Yang Mingju, Chen Feng spoke nonchalantly. There has been an unforeseen upheaval at my home. If you do not believe me, come with me, and you shall see. This demeanor caught Yang Mingju off guard, but he was quite content to accompany Chen Feng away from Qingyou town. Thus, feigning contemplation, he eventually spoke. Very well, since there is a matter at your home, I shall accompany you on this journey. With that, Yang Mingju's gaze bore into Chen Feng's, signaling him to lead the way. Chen Feng smiled lightly, offering no rebuttal, and turned towards the city's outskirts. Soon, the two figures gradually faded from the complex gazes of the onlookers. Chen Feng advanced slowly, his expression fluctuating. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. Confronted by Yang Mingju, who was at the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage, he feared he might not even have the opportunity to retaliate. What exactly should the old and new do? Master, what are your intentions? Chen Feng projected his consciousness into the soul rift to communicate with the old and new. Chen Feng, once we exit the city, I may need to borrow your body for a moment. Just as they approached the city gate, the previously silent old and new suddenly spoke, causing Chen Feng to halt abruptly, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions, his expression laden with gravity. The notion of borrowing a body, often referred to as body snatching, had been a subject of countless tales throughout history. It was common for those of profound cultivation, when severely injured, to abandon their physical form in search of another vessel to inhabit. However, body snatching was not without peril. If the entity attempting to take over possessed a weaker soul, or if the target soul was particularly strong, it could easily lead to being devoured or fused into a new soul entirely. Regardless of the outcome, failure would result in utter obliteration of one's essence. Observing Chen Feng's silence, the old and new understood his hesitation. Every cultivator cherished their original body deeply, for its usurpation would signify a profound tragedy to their soul. Master, if I allow you to use my body, how confident are you in my escape? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng finally inquired. The old and new were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chen Feng's willingness to entrust his body to them. Did he not fear the potential consumption of his soul? Amid their astonishment, a warm glimmer of affection flickered in the depths of the old one's wise eyes. My current spiritual ability can only assist you in escaping once, but next time. At this point, the old master fell silent, knowing that even if one were to evade capture, it would merely postpone Chen Feng's demise. Master, from now on, I rely on you, regardless of the circumstances. As long as we can survive another day, we gain another chance. Chen Feng meticulously analyzed the actions of the old master. Although he harbored fears of being overtaken by him, the secrets he bore were far too numerous. Should the old master succeed in this trial, it would undoubtedly ease his burdens in the future. Besides, his hopes for survival were slim. Thus, he resolved to take a bold risk. With this thought, Chen Feng erupted into laughter, his form suddenly accelerating, resembling a wild stallion breaking free, charging straight towards the city gates of Qingyou. Yang Mingju, momentarily taken aback behind Chen Feng, soon wore a grin and swiftly followed suit. The two moved with remarkable speed, in the blink of an eye exiting the city gates and hurtling towards a dense forest in the distance. Yang Mingju remained unhurried, leisurely trailing Chen Feng, as he perceived him merely as a piece of meat upon a chopping block, confident that escape from his grasp was impossible. In a fleeting moment, they plunged into the thicket, and as Yang Mingju observed Chen Feng ahead, he smirked sinisterly, palms pressed together, summoning a powerful gust of wind that transformed into a massive white net, hurtling towards Chen Feng. Sensing the formidable spiritual energy approaching from behind, Chen Feng shouted with fervor, "Master, it's in your hands." As the sound of a powerful drink echoed, Chen Feng's body suddenly stiffened, and an overwhelming sense of weariness washed over him, accompanied by a formidable spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire realm. Chapter 68. The unforeseen stone prison. Chen Feng's actions left Yang Mingju momentarily stunned, his heart racing in terror. How could such immense spiritual pressure emanate from Chen Feng? What secrets was this young man concealing? The white spiritual net rushed forward, and a fleeting expression of weariness crossed Chen Feng's youthful face before he managed a faint smile. Such trivial skills dare to present themselves in disgrace. Although his voice remained clear and melodious, the arrogance that belied the heavens was unmistakable. Suddenly, Chen Feng's feet wavered, and he transformed into several versions of himself in an instant. As he moved, these multiple Chen Fengs dispersed rapidly, evading the spiritual net. Concurrently, Chen Feng flicked a finger, summoning the dark light that surged forth with immense spiritual energy, morphing into several dark dragons that shot out with great speed. "Huh, bold disciple. How dare you employ the dark light technique before me? Are you seeking death?" Upon witnessing Chen Feng's peculiar movements, Yang Mingju furrowed his brow. However, when he saw Chen Feng unleash the dark light technique, a smile spread across his face. The dark light technique was derived from refining a mystical artifact, and Chen Feng's usage of it now was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. It appeared that no matter how well he concealed it, he was still naive in this world. "Disciple, meet your demise." A flush of excitement crossed Yang Mingju's face as he reached out with one hand, halting the dark light in midair before him. He let out a hearty laugh and began to point, causing the dark light to tremble violently as it redirected its aim toward the several Chen Fengs before him. Chen Feng gazed at Yang Mingju, who wore a self-assured expression and offered a calm smile. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and his hands formed a peculiar gesture in the air. An echoing roar, reminiscent of a silver dragon, erupted, soul-rent. The roar resonated like a thunderclap of unparalleled might, and a blue radiance surged skyward from Chen Feng's being. In an instant, a strand of divine consciousness pierced into the obsidian devourer, which then emitted a series of mournful wails before transforming into dark light that surged towards Yang Mingju. How could this be? Yang Mingju was taken aback. The divine consciousness he had infused into the obsidian devourer was suddenly overshadowed by an overwhelming force in Chen Feng's roar, rendering the obsidian devourer beyond his control. The obsidian devourer moved with incredible speed, traversing the space as the world around them shifted in hue, fierce winds swirling violently. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Yang Mingju, who let out a terrified shout and attempted to evade. However, at that very moment, Chen Feng unexpectedly ascended from the ground, slowly levitating in the air. Then, with a gentle step on one foot, his hands transformed into myriad shadows of palms. As a stream of ethereal energy gradually coalesced within these palm shadows, unforeseen stone prison arise. Chen Feng's long hair danced wildly as he wore a solemn expression. An immense surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing the sky to rumble with thunder and the winds to whip ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. As gales roared and clouds surged, the very earth began to tremble violently. Deep, unfathomable fissures spread like a spider's web around Yang Mingju, from which hundreds of colossal black stones erupted, encircling him. Yang Mingju's heart raced with fear. Was this a formation? How could Chen Feng comprehend such profound intricacies of formation? In this moment, Yang Mingju dared not underestimate Chen Feng any longer. He swiftly attempted to break free from the stone formation with a single leap. However, just as he made his move, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, sliced through the sky, emanating a formidable energy that shot directly towards him. Yang Mingju's mouth fell open in astonishment as he beheld the colossal thunderbolt, cold sweat instantly trickling down his back. This child was exceedingly peculiar. Universal shield, Yang Mingju roared, and in an instant, a vibrant, multicolored shield burst forth, enveloping him securely. The shield radiated with resplendent light, transforming into myriad hues akin to a misty dawn. With a thunderous crash, the immense bolt of lightning collided with the luminous shield, causing it to tremble slightly, the surrounding mist diminishing marginally, yet it steadfastly repelled the lightning. No sooner had the first strike concluded than the sky erupted with the deafening sound of thunder, as countless massive bolts wove together, cascading down in a torrential downpour of lightning. The overwhelming energy obliterated most of the trees in the dense forest, leaving them reduced to mere splinters. The simultaneous strikes illuminated the entire expanse in blinding white, as innumerable bolts struck the black stones, forming layers of electric nets that ensnared Yang Mingju within. In a state of shock and fury, Yang Mingju yearned to escape the stone prison. Yet any slight movement on his part triggered another bolt of lightning to shoot forth from the boulders, crashing violently against his shield. Observing the formation from above, Chen Mo, feeling weakened, staggered several steps before collapsing to the ground. Once on the ground, a flicker of confusion crossed Chen Feng's eyes, followed by a surge of spiritual clarity as his soul reasserted control over his body. Leave quickly, your spiritual power is insufficient. This formation cannot kill Yang Mingju, at most. It can confine him for a few days. If pursued again after that, I will be powerless. Time was of the essence, and Chen Mo, in a state of urgency, hastily activated the illusory Luo steps, fleeing into the distance. His sole opportunity lay in reaching the territories of other sects within a few days. Should he succeed, he believed that even Yang Mingju would hesitate to act against him. Chen Feng's figure vanished into the dense forest, while Yang Mingju, watching the retreating silhouette, felt a surge of anger. He could hardly believe that as a formidable presence at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, he was being toyed with by a mere novice who had only been cultivating for just over a year. The forest was scorched, a charred wasteland, with the acrid scent of burning lingering in the air. In the midst of the woods stood hundreds of massive black stone pillars, proud and defiant, their surfaces crackling with arcs of lightning. Yang Mingju helplessly sat at the center of a colossal stone, awaiting the dissolution of the formation. After a moment of contemplation, the figure in the black robe suddenly broke into a sinister smile, turning to gaze at the distant stones. With a swift motion, he drew forth a crimson beam that shot straight toward the black stone, producing a resounding roar upon impact. As Chen Mo navigated through the thicket, his mind raced with thoughts of potential refuge. Suddenly, he was jolted by the urgent cries of his peers. Trouble! Someone is sabotaging the formation outside the town. Flee quickly! This revelation struck Chen Mo like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to faint. His comrades had been exceedingly confident in their formation, but the failure now implied that Yang Mingju was not alone. He had allies. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo turned to escape. But it wasn't long before a furious roar echoed from the distant sky. My dear disciple, where do you think you are going? Chapter 69. The yellow sparrow. Chen Mo gazed at Yang Mingju, a cold sweat instantly enveloping him as the immense disparity in their cultivation levels loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Utilizing the illusory Luo steps, Chen Feng's feet intertwined, conjuring multiple clones that darted in every direction, transforming into fleeting shadows at an astonishing pace. Dear disciple, such rudimentary celestial techniques are of no consequence to me, Yang Mingju remarked with a serene smile, suspended in midair. He then gestured lightly with one hand, and a tempest erupted, as fierce winds coalesced into countless razor-sharp blades that mercilessly severed all illusions into nothingness. Chen Feng's true form was also forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the wind blades. Startled, Chen Feng hastily summoned his internal spiritual energy, attempting to break free from the wind's grasp. Yet, the vast chasm of their cultivation levels proved too great. After only a brief struggle, he found himself ensnared like a dumpling. In that moment, Chen Feng comprehended the stark contrast between the seasoned and the novice. Not only could the latter contend with Yang Mingju, but they could also exploit openings to deploy formations that ensnared him within their confines. It was evident that his practical experience paled in comparison to theirs. Watching Chen Feng writhe helplessly on the ground, Yang Mingju allowed a sinister smile to creep across his face. Slowly, he retracted his flying sword and approached Chen Feng with measured steps. As he reached into his spatial ring, his consciousness brushed against it, and a blood-red worm materialized in the palm of his hand. Chen Feng, witnessing Yang Mingju approach with deliberate intent, was gripped by an overwhelming terror, desperately channeling his internal energy in a futile attempt to escape. While the wind's net showed no signs of relenting. Dear disciple, do not be afraid. Although you have lost your spiritual roots and will no longer tread the path of cultivation, rest assured, as long as your master is here, I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime and grant you all the riches and honors you desire. Yang Mingju's countenance radiated warmth, his voice laced with an alluring undertone. In Yang Mingju's eyes, Chen Feng harbored countless secrets unknown to others, whether it be methods to enhance spiritual roots or the arcane formations that defied comprehension. Each aspect incessantly ignited Yang Mingju's insatiable greed. He firmly believed that as long as Chen Feng lived, he would eventually extract every secret from him, piece by piece. Within the dense forest, a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A beam of sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting mottled shadows across the underbrush. Amidst this verdant sanctuary, Yang Mingju seized Chen Feng's chin, prying his mouth open, while his other hand grasped a writhing red worm. A sinister smile plastered across his face. The corpulent creature squirmed in Yang Mingju's grasp, its multitude of crimson hairs undulating, with two long antennae bobbing erratically, dripping a viscous, sticky red fluid that exuded a foul stench, utterly repulsive. Chen Feng's eyes widened in terror as he desperately attempted to close his lips, yet Yang Mingju's grip was unyielding, akin to a steel vice, forcing his mouth ajar. Hee, my dear disciple, it will soon be over. Yang Mingju's eyes gleamed with excitement. His face flushed with fervor as he brought the worm closer to Chen Feng's lips. Just as Yang Mingju was about to place the creature into Chen Feng's mouth, he suddenly halted, his excitement vanishing, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Slowly, he directed his gaze towards his chest, where a sharp sword, stained with crimson blood, protruded from his body. Behind him stood a figure cloaked in black, emanating a sinister chuckle. Master, perhaps you will no longer acquire your disciple's spiritual root. He belongs to me. This voice echoed in the ears of Qin and Yang like a thunderclap, prompting them to turn in unison. The figure in black gradually removed his hood, revealing a handsome visage. It was Wang Xun. You. Yang Mingju stared at Wang Xun. Disbelief etched across his face, his expression frozen in shock. No matter how astute he was, he never anticipated that the hidden threat behind him was his once most devoted disciple. Is it so strange? Wang Xun inquired, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Yang Mingju. Master, I have long been aware of your intentions to seize my spiritual root, yet you have hesitated due to my family. Fortunately, under the constraints of your lifespan, my junior brother emerged. For that, I am truly grateful to him. Otherwise, a person as unhinged as you would undoubtedly have turned your blade upon me. Wang Xun seemed to recount a trivial matter, observing Yang Mingju in silence as he continued to speak. For so many years, I have lived cautiously in your shadow, perpetually adopting a posture of reverent submission. In my quest to eliminate you, I have meticulously concealed my true abilities and diligently sought a means to eradicate the devouring spirit worm. Indeed, I have succeeded. I have truly discovered the method. Unworthy disciple. Yang Mingju stood transfixed, absorbing Wang Xun's words, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. Spiritual energy surged violently around him, and a dark light shot forth from his being, carrying with it an overwhelming force directed at the nearby Wang Xun. Yet, Wang Xun merely smiled calmly, as if foreseeing Yang Mingju's intentions. With a casual gesture, he sliced through the air, causing the dark light to explode instantaneously into countless fragments, vanishing without a trace. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, a conflagration erupted around him, and a scorching wave of heat materialized into a fire dragon that swiftly engulfed Yang Mingju. Foundation establishment stage? Yang Mingju gazed at Wang Xun in terror, and with a piercing scream, he was consumed by the fire dragon. Amidst the roaring flames, Yang Mingju's cries echoed until he was reduced to nothingness. However, at the moment his corporeal form was incinerated, a wisp of white mist ascended into the sky. Darting toward the horizon, a remnant of Yang Mingju's soul. Wang Xun regarded the lingering soul with disdainful amusement, and with a casual motion, a white porcelain vial appeared in his palm. Capture. Wang Xun murmured softly, gripping the vial as he directed it toward the white mist. A powerful suction erupted from the vial, and after a brief struggle, the mist was drawn within its confines. Having absorbed Yang Mingju's essence, Wang Xun smiled faintly, and with a delicate gesture, the porcelain vial vanished from sight. After Yang Mingju's demise, Chen Feng felt an immediate release from the constraints that had bound him, prompting him to hastily rise and retreat a few steps, eyes warily fixed upon Wang Xun. Observing Chen Feng's reaction, Wang Xun remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile as he spoke. "Junior brother, it is good to see you well." Chen Feng gazed at Wang Xun, a sense of profound astonishment welling within him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous senior brother possessed such formidable cultivation. And what was most alarming was his restraint and cunning. "Senior brother, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Once I have resolved these affairs, I shall certainly return to Tianyin to express my gratitude for your assistance." Chen Feng articulated with utmost politeness, though his eyes remained fixed on Wang Xun, wary of any sudden movement. Chapter 70. The Rising Winds After a Prolonged Silence. Chen Feng suddenly smiled lightly and remarked, "Senior brother, you have been observing me for quite some time, haven't you?" In response, Wang Xun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it again with a smile. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. From the day Master accepted you as an inner disciple, I found it peculiar. Given his nature, he would not be so benevolent. And yet he has shown you such care, even going so far as to use the treasured great rejuvenation pill he had preserved for years. This astonished me further." Pausing briefly, Wang Xun continued, "I am well aware of his intentions. Even if you possess unparalleled techniques, they would not sway him. What he truly seeks is a powerful spiritual route to break through to foundational establishment and extend his lifespan. Therefore, I deduce that your spiritual route must be exceptionally formidable." Wang Xun's gaze was firmly fixed upon Chen Feng, seemingly brimming with intrigue. "However, upon discovering that you were, in fact, a person lacking a complete spiritual root, I was taken aback. I could scarcely believe the truth of it. Yet, this revelation did not disappoint me. Rather, it ignited a profound curiosity within me, compelling me to draw closer to you. Gradually, I began to discern certain peculiarities. It was not a lack of ability that you possessed, but rather, your capabilities had been deliberately concealed by your master." Chen Feng became increasingly alarmed as he listened, astonished at the depth of Wang Xun's insight. Realizing that he had meticulously accounted for both himself and Yang Mingjiu without revealing any hints. "Given your formidable strength, why not boldly eliminate your master instead of continuously concealing your true self?" Chen Feng pondered, considering that with Wang Xun's strength at the core formation stage, he should have no trouble overcoming Yang Mingjiu, let alone teaming up with others like the Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Why, then, was he so cautious? Wang Xun shook his head, casting a look at Chen Feng as if he were a simpleton, before letting out a long sigh. "Oh." Chen Feng merely furrowed his brow slightly, yet felt no significant tension. Conversing with Wang Xun was far more relaxed than with Yang Mingjiu, who was eager to eliminate him, while Wang Xun remained composed and unhurried. "So, your assistance in erasing the detection on me beneath the trial cliff was not without ulterior motives?" Chen Feng suddenly realized. Considering that someone as meticulous as Wang Xun might harbor a hidden agenda despite appearing friendly, Wang Xun noncommittally nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. Beneath the precipice of the trial cliff, your performance has truly astonished me, dear junior brother. I never anticipated that beneath your unassuming exterior lay so many hidden depths. To speak candidly, I am intimately familiar with all that has transpired within the Tianyin sect, including your duel with Zheng Baichuan, the assassination attempt beneath the trial cliff, and the assault on the stone gate led by Wan Hai, for you were indeed among those within the gate." At this juncture, Wang Xun's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, and a powerful spiritual pressure surged forth, enveloping Chen Feng completely. Chen Feng's countenance darkened, prompting him to instinctively retreat several paces before he solemnly inquired, "Senior brother, what do you intend to do now?" Wang Xun erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes alight with fervor as he proclaimed, "Junior brother, if you divulge all your secrets to me, I shall grant you a swift end today. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and refine it into an artifact, subjecting you to eternal torment by the flames of retribution. At that juncture, whether you choose to speak or remain silent will no longer be within your control." Wang Xun's voice was frigid, his madness palpable, as he regarded Chen Feng with unmistakable disdain and unwavering confidence in his own prowess. As if Chen Feng were merely a helpless prey, easily manipulated at his whim. Chen Feng's face turned ashen, fury surging within him. He had not anticipated that in less than a day, those he had considered closest would reveal such malevolence. It appears that the path of cultivation indeed breeds a stark indifference, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Senior brother, I have held you in high regard. Yet I am disheartened to discover your true intentions. Thus, I, Chen Mo, shall one day return to Tianyun and challenge you to a contest of strength. Wang Xun was momentarily taken aback, and then as if struck by an idea, he reached out with one hand, summoning a tempest around him. A beam of white light erupted from his palm, transforming into a white cage that soared toward Chen Mo. With a calm smile, Chen Mo had already produced a yellow talisman in his hand at the moment Wang Xun made his move. As Chen Feng's consciousness surged, the talisman radiated with brilliant golden light, and ethereal mist swirled in the air, filling the atmosphere with luminosity. Just as the cage was about to collide with the golden radiance, Chen Mo had already vanished into the dense forest, becoming a mere flicker of yellow light. A teleportation talisman? The corners of Wang Xun's mouth twitched, his hands instinctively clenching tightly together, his expression rife with complexity. Within the forest, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, and Wang Xun stood silently amidst it, lost in thought. After a while, a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Little junior brother, I indeed underestimated you. However, it matters not. Your absence will deprive me of some amusement." With that, Wang Xun burst into hearty laughter, causing the entire forest to tremble as birds scattered in fright. "Young master." After Wang Xun's laughter subsided, a burly man clad in the attire of the Lingyun sect stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Wang Xun, then fell into silence. The plan was to commence ahead of schedule. They would send someone to Xianxia village near Changhaicheng to capture Yang Jingyu, and then leave a watchful eye there, for Chen Mo would undoubtedly come. "Understood," the man replied, bowing deeply, though a hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes. He appeared puzzled as to why the young master was so fixated on this youth named Chen Mo. Although the young man seemed to possess some strength, he did not appear particularly formidable. Wang Xun was acutely aware of the man's intentions, yet he chose to disregard them, stating in a deep voice, "Since you understand, why not take action?" His tone was imbued with an overwhelming authority, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the man trembled violently, breaking into a cold sweat. "I shall attend to it immediately." With that, the burly figure dared not linger and swiftly summoned his spiritual artifact, soaring away into the distance. Once the man departed, Wang Xun shook his head, letting out a long sigh. The secrets concealed within Chen Mo were indeed numerous. How had he managed to cultivate to this stage despite possessing an incomplete spiritual root? It was likely that even he himself could not achieve such a level of foundation establishment within a single year. Furthermore, the enigmatic and formidable formation, along with the secrets hidden within the cave of the Trial Cliff, all converged upon him. Only by capturing Chen Mo could his plans be rendered even more flawless. His family had been nurturing these aspirations for over a century. He could not permit even the slightest flaw, not even from this seemingly lowly ranked junior brother. With this thought, Wang Xun let out a bitter smile and spoke. "Ah, junior brother, just how many secrets do you conceal? I truly look forward to our next encounter. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, a faint smile graced his lips, and his figure suddenly erupted into a burst of energy, dissipating into the cold wind. Unfortunately, at that moment, Chen Mo had already made his escape. Had the old and new witnesses observed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been left speechless in astonishment. For the celestial technique Wang Xun had just employed was a rather unique one among the celestial arts, an elemental path technique, the wind escape technique. Not far from Hei's cliff lay a place known as Yang Family Village, in a quaint village that has quietly nestled there for millennia. The villagers regard this cliff as a cursed place, avoiding it even when hunting in the mountains. The Black Zay Cliff, shrouded in wild grass and biting winds, is a spot where Yang Jingyu has grown accustomed to sitting each day, lost in contemplation at the edge. Withered leaves, yellowed and fragile, gently cascade from the branches, carried by the soft breeze to rest upon Yang Jingyu's hunched form. He delicately picks up a leaf from his attire, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, before slowly lowering his gaze towards the dark abyss below. Amidst the desolate grass of the precipice, Yang Jingyu appears so frail, akin to a flickering candle, struggling to prolong his existence. Suddenly, footsteps rustle behind him, yet he remains steadfast, gazing into the fog that envelopes the cliff's base. "You need not wait. He will not come," he murmurs weakly after a pause, turning his head to reveal a pallid visage marked by illness. Whether he arrives or not is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that you must accompany us. Behind Yang Jingyu, Zheng Min regards him with a face devoid of emotion, her eyes betraying no semblance of compassion. Imprisonment? Yang Jingyu offers a faint smile, rising with difficulty. Still toying with the brittle leaf, his expression contemplative. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. You stood up for him, only to be left crippled and in such a state, while he remains indifferent to your plight. Zheng Min's gaze hardens with mockery as she observes Yang Jingyu. Yet he listens in silence, refraining from retorting. After a moment of silence, Yang Jingyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Zheng Min, a joyful smile gracing his lips. You are mistaken. If given the chance to relive it, I would act the same way, perhaps even 100 times over, for he is my brother. Without waiting for Zheng Min's reaction, Yang Jingyu leaned back and leaped into the dark abyss below. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as he fell into the chasm, a solitary crystalline tear escaped the corner of his eye. In his hand, which had been toying with the withered yellow leaves, he clutched tightly a shimmering elixir known as the cleansing essence pill. Zheng Min gasped in horror and rushed to the edge of the cliff, peering downwards. But all that met her gaze was the inky darkness of the mist. There was not a trace of Yang Jingyu to be found. Panic-stricken, she attempted to descend into the abyss in search of him, yet a strong hand firmly grasped her delicate shoulder. An hour later, the figure of Chen Feng quietly emerged atop the Hei's cliff. He gazed into the dark depths below, tears glistening in his eyes. Slowly, he settled into a meditative posture, retrieving a flask of fine wine from his spatial ring and pouring it into the abyss. As the sun dipped low, the sky blazed with crimson clouds, and the withered grass transformed into a sea of blood-red hues under the fading light. The chilling wind swept across the mountain fields, rustling the grass with a whisper, while the biting cold wind, seemingly unwilling to be subdued, howled fiercely around the cliff. Chen Feng stared at the now empty wine flask, lost in contemplation for a long while. He was uncertain of his own righteousness. Why did his every appearance seem to bring calamity upon his dear friend? Was this truly his way of repaying the bond of friendship? The sun gradually descended, casting its final rays as Chen Feng sat solitary upon the precipice, allowing the cold winds to buffet against his frail form. Perhaps, for him, this was the most fitting conclusion. The old and new spirits drifted forth from the shattered soul, gazing helplessly at Chen Feng before them. Perhaps I ought not to be so determined in delivering the cleansing elixir to him. After a lengthy silence, Chen Feng finally spoke. Even without your offerings, it is likely that Yang Jingyu has already severed his will to live. He shall not depart from this place. The old and new spirits floated gently above the cliff, casting their eyes downward to the abyss, and then sighed deeply. Let us depart. Upon hearing their words, Chen Feng softly closed his eyes, rose gradually, and began to stride into the distance. The old and new spirits were taken aback, questioning in astonishment. Where do you intend to go? However, when the capture team arrived at Yang family village, Wang Xun suddenly sensed an incongruity in the situation. His plans were on the verge of unfolding. If he were to capture Yang Jingyu now, he would have to remain vigilant against Chen Feng as well. Recalling the events from 8 months prior, when Chen Feng had taken advantage of the closure of Tianyun's sect to infiltrate the storeroom, Wang Xun was left with a profound impression. He realized that even if he succeeded in capturing Yang Jingyu, he might not possess the capability to keep a constant watch, fearing that Chen Feng might seize an opportunity at any moment. Moreover, it would be wiser to keep Chen Feng at bay rather than summon him for assistance regarding Yang Jingyu, as he was somewhat privy to Wang Xun's secrets. Should any complications arise at such a critical juncture, it would indeed be a case of losing more than one would gain. Wang Xun, a decisive individual, resolved to act upon his newfound strategy without a moment's hesitation. He first deployed a series of capture operations, subsequently dispatching Zheng Min and several capable subordinates to Xianxia village to monitor Yang Jingyu. In his view, capturing Chen Feng would be ideal, yet even if he failed, he would incur no loss, as he could fully commit to apprehending Chen Feng once the situation here was settled. Wang Xun's plan was remarkably meticulous. Chen Feng had arrived in Xianxia village a month prior, but upon his arrival, he was utterly bewildered. Zheng Min and his associates were not discreet. Instead, they openly supervised Yang Jingyu, leaving Chen Feng perplexed and hesitant to act impulsively to rescue him. It must be said that Wang Xun possessed an astute understanding of human nature. His arrangements inadvertently instilled caution in Chen Feng, effectively serving to delay action. Caught in a web of suspicion and vigilance, Chen Feng endured several days of anxious waiting, while Zheng Min and his companions continued to brazenly oversee Yang Jingyu, neither making things difficult for him nor acknowledging his intentions, merely following him without restraint. After fruitless days of waiting, Chen Feng could no longer contain himself and discreetly handed over the cleansing elixir to Yang Jingyu today. Chen Feng believed that he currently lacked the ability to escape with Yang Jingyu, and thus could only devise a means for Yang Jingyu to restore his spiritual roots before contemplating long-term plans. However, Chen Feng was utterly unprepared for Yang Jingyu's decision to spare him the burden of his presence, choosing instead to take his own life, which filled Chen Feng with guilt and self-reproach. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this account will not be overlooked. Chen Feng has firmly placed the responsibility upon Wang Xun. As dark clouds obscure the sun and snowflakes swirl in the air, the entire land is cloaked in a silvery shroud. The vast expanse of white snow dances gracefully like goose feathers, harmonizing with the biting cold winds surrounding it. Amidst this inclement weather, a solitary black figure traverses the snow, leaving behind 2 deep imprints in its wake. Why choose the western regions? The voices of the old and the new suddenly resonate, and Chen Feng, walking through the snow, smiles and replies, "Because the western regions suit me. It is a paradise for solitary cultivators." As the howling cold wind sweeps around him, Chen Feng gently converses with the voices of the past and present. The western regions, situated to the west of Zhongzhou, boast vast territories and countless ancient rivers. Yet, what draws Chen Feng the most is the revered title of a sanctuary for solitary cultivators. It is said that since ancient times, the western regions have been a coveted battleground for all sects, as the area is rich in spiritual energy and boundless in expanse. Legends speak of numerous relics left by celestial beings who ascended millions of years ago. However, enduring years of conflict, many major immortal sects have vied for advantages, gradually forming a powerful coalition. Yet, solitary cultivators are often proud and unruly, making them difficult to govern. Nevertheless, they are not without their extraordinary talents. Thus, the largest alliance of solitary cultivators in history was ultimately established. Upon its formation, solitary cultivators from all sides flocked to join, rendering the western regions unparalleled and unmatched. With the passage of countless years, the western regions now host no significant immortal sects, leaving only the Tiandao sect and the Bairi Alliance, along with numerous solitary cultivator families, as remnants of the once thriving landscape. A singular alliance governs the entire order of the western regions. However, friction between the two factions is incessant, often resulting in confrontations. Yet, irrespective of their overt and covert skirmishes, the moment an external celestial faction intrudes, both parties will immediately cease hostilities and unite against the common foe. How laughable it is for such insignificant entities to audaciously claim divinity. With a disdainful snort, both the new and the old expressed their palpable aversion to the name of the heavenly Tao sect. Chen Feng offered a light, indifferent smile, choosing to disregard their sentiments as he continued his journey through the snow. In truth, Chen Feng harbored his own intentions for venturing into the western regions. Wang Xun, known for his ruthless nature, would never condescend to align himself with a trivial sect like the Heavenly Cloud sect. His prolonged concealment within its ranks indicates a deeper scheme. If Chen Feng's intuition serves him right, Wang Xun likely aims to use the Heavenly Cloud sect as a foundation to orchestrate an even grander conspiracy. Though their acquaintance has been brief, Chen Feng is convinced that Wang Xun's ambitions extend far beyond that of a mere minor celestial faction. He senses that Wang Xun's displayed prowess is merely the tip of the iceberg. One day, he shall rise forcefully in the southern domain where the Heavenly Cloud sect resides. By that time, Chen Feng, an individual already marked for capture, may find himself devoid of the means to contend with him. After all, Wang Xun's plans may have been in gestation for years, while Chen Feng's own foundation remains precarious. To confront him head-on would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg, futile and fraught with loss. Observing Chen Feng's indifference, the new and old felt a sense of tedium, yet he could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Now that we are in the western regions, what are your plans?" The old voice echoed once more. "There are numerous scattered families in the western regions. I aim to forge alliances and then return to the Heavenly Cloud to exact vengeance for Zheng Yu." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce glint. The death of Yang Jingyu remained an eternal wound in his heart. If revenge could not be achieved, Chen Feng feared he would never forgive himself. The elder let out a deep sigh, fully aware of the profound impact Yang Jingyu's demise had on Chen Feng. He felt it unwise to say more, opting instead to take things one step at a time. In the boundless sea of snow, a procession of horse-drawn carriages moved steadily forward. At the forefront sat a burly man with a ruddy complexion, clad in a simple garment, yet exuding vitality as he wielded a long whip, cracking it through the air with a resounding snap. As he contemplated this, the man scrutinized Chen Feng, hoping to uncover any signs of disguise. However, after a prolonged examination, he let out a resigned sigh. Realizing that the youth before him was merely an ordinary boy, devoid of any indication of martial training, Chen Feng halted his steps and turned to observe as more than a dozen carriages gradually approached him, the one who had spoken being the lead man. Good sir. As a newcomer to the western regions, I wish to explore without a definitive destination. Chen Feng thought to himself, feeling a stir within. He had heard tales that most of the immortal families in the western regions concealed themselves among the common folk. Thus, it would be prudent for him to maintain a low profile upon his arrival. Oh, the man nodded at Chen Feng's words. As their objectives did not conflict, he deemed it unnecessary to engage further, merely offering a friendly caution. Young man, the outside world is fraught with chaos. Traveling alone requires vigilance. With that, he cracked his whip once more and urged his carriage onward, leading the others as they followed in his wake toward the horizon. Chen Feng smiled faintly, aware that the other party was kindly reminding him, and felt a warmth in his heart as he continued on his way. Uncle Zhang, in this bitter cold, please give him a ride. Not long after the carriage moved forward, a voice, as melodious as a celestial song, emanated from within. The burly man was taken aback. Given the unknown identity of the speaker, such an action seemed rather inappropriate. Uncle Zhang hesitated momentarily. This journey was of great significance to his family. Although the youth appeared to be an ordinary boy, any mishap could be beyond his ability to bear. But Uncle Zhang, you are here to protect me. The young woman playfully chided, causing a stir in the hearts of those present. The rugged face of the Zhang man flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat hastily. Very well, we shall do as instructed. With that, he waved his hand, halting the carriage and turning to look at Chen Feng. Seeing the carriage come to an abrupt stop, Chen Feng was momentarily surprised but did not dwell on it, continuing his slow trek through the snow. Young man, my family has graciously ordered to give you a ride, so please get on. The burly man laughed heartily, gesturing toward the rear of the carriage, inviting Chen Feng to take a seat. Chen Feng was taken aback but soon nodded in agreement, responding to the Zhang man with a clear voice. In that case, I shall graciously accept your kind offer. Thank you, kind sir. With that, he approached the back of the carriage without hesitation. Observing Chen Feng's retreating figure, the Zhang man discreetly exchanged glances with several drivers behind him. They immediately understood and gently tapped on the carriage door, which was soon filled with a tense atmosphere from within. Though Chen Feng did not gaze upon the crowd, his mental awareness had already meticulously observed their every action. Yet, he chose not to reveal this, merely offering a subtle smile as he stepped into the carriage. Inside, the spacious and comfortable interior welcomed him, and he seated himself upon the soft fur blanket, contemplating the recent comportment of the drivers. Prior to entering the carriage, Chen Feng had employed his mental faculties to probe through more than a dozen carriages, discovering that among the first 10, there lurked numerous formidable martial artists, seemingly serving as protectors, while the subsequent ones appeared to harbor various goods. Master, do you think they harbor any ulterior motives? Chen Feng pondered for a moment before directing his mental energy into the soul splitter. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he spoke again. Master? Something felt amiss. The sudden emergence of a familiar voice startled Chen Feng, compelling him to sit upright and instinctively redirect his surrounding spiritual energy. How could that young girl possess such an aura? It seemed implausible. The voice resurfaced, leaving Chen Feng astonished as he glanced at the soul splitter at his waist. His entire being tensed with unease. What was happening to his master? Why was there such a sense of anxiety? Was it possible that he had misjudged the situation? That amidst these individuals, there were indeed those with profound cultivation? Yet, he had just ascertained that they were merely a band of martial practitioners. Chen Feng, regardless of the circumstances, you must remain with this group. There may be significant revelations ahead. After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again, its tone grave and commanding, leaving no room for Chen Feng to dispute. He was taken aback. This was the first instance of the voice issuing directives to him in such a manner, confirming that this group was indeed far more complex than he had previously imagined. As dusk approached, the robust man with the surname Zhang raised his hand to halt the cart, signaling the others to commence setting up camp. Chen Feng also emerged from the carriage, observing as nearly 100 individuals, clad in black attire, descended from the 10 carts. Their temples were pronounced, and their gazes bore a fierce intensity, unmistakably indicating they were hardened killers. Once disembarked, the group began organizing with remarkable efficiency, without needing further instruction from the burly man. However, a few individuals lingered closely around Chen Feng, subtly encircling him. With a cold gaze, Chen Feng scrutinized those beside him, feeling a simmering anger within. Yet he refrained from expressing it. After all, the leader's decision to have him accompany the group must have been for a reason, compelling him to exercise a degree of restraint. The group worked with remarkable swiftness, transforming the area into a clean campsite within half an hour. As more than 10 tents were erected and several bonfires began to flicker to life. Once everything was prepared, the man named Zhang approached the first cart and spoke with a tone of reverence. The cart door creaked open, revealing a young woman clad in a fur coat, her face partially veiled. The moment she appeared, Chen Feng felt a violent tremor emanating from his soul, indicating the leader's emotions were in turmoil. Intrigued, he wondered why a mere mortal woman could elicit such a response. However, upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over him. The woman was so thoroughly concealed that her figure and features remained obscured. Yet, Chen Feng sensed that she could not be very old. In his disappointment, Chen Feng helplessly shook his head and let out a bitter smile. What did it matter whether the young woman was attractive or not? It was all the doing of his master. After the woman alighted from the vehicle, she glanced in Chen Feng's direction. Upon catching sight of him, she whispered a few words to the burly man named Zhang, who promptly nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman then turned and entered a grand tent. Seated on a stone at a distance, Chen Feng instinctively offered a warm smile when she looked his way, intending to nod gentlemanly, only to realize she had already turned away. Embarrassed, he hurriedly touched his nose to mask his awkwardness. Following the woman's instructions, the burly man approached Chen Feng. Upon seeing him sitting there, he nodded in satisfaction and retrieved 2 pieces of firm frozen meat and a flask of strong liquor from his backpack. With a grin, he said, "Little brother, it's quite chilly. Have some liquor to warm up." The burly man laughed heartily, extending the frozen meat and liquor toward Chen Feng. Without hesitation, Chen Feng accepted the items and swiftly tore open the liquor pouch, taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, instantly warming him from within. The strong alcohol seemed to invigorate every pore of his being, bringing him immense comfort. Though his current physique rendered him largely impervious to the cold, savoring a mouthful of liquor in such harsh weather felt like a delightful indulgence, enhancing his regard for both the woman and the man. Seeing Chen Feng drink with such gusto, the burly man was thoroughly pleased. Chen Feng's enthusiastic response inadvertently made the others appear somewhat petty in comparison. The burly man with the surname Zhang pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter and sitting beside Chen Feng, engaging him in casual conversation. Chen Feng, undeterred, conversed with the man confidently, which only served to elevate Zhang's regard for him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Chen Feng had established a harmonious rapport with the others. At Zhang's indication, Chen Feng was now free to move about the group. Although the vicinity of the mysterious woman remained off-limits, confined to several dozen meters. On this particular day, the group continued their journey as usual. Chen Feng, feeling a sense of ennui, reclined in the last wagon. Ever since he had glimpsed the young girl, neither she nor her counterpart had made another appearance, leaving Chen Feng both curious and profoundly disheartened, as though something vital had suddenly vanished. Inside the wagon, he focused on controlling the image left behind in the previous city, while simultaneously sensing the gradual accumulation of spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, dozens of formidable presences materialized within Chen Feng's consciousness, startling him. He quickly sat up and lifted the curtain of the wagon, only to behold 2 rows of dense forest not far away. The powerful entities were advancing slowly towards the caravan from within the woods. Stop. Soon after, the burly Zhang seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly gestured for the caravan to halt and turned his gaze towards the forest, declaring in a deep voice, I am Zhang Long of Changshan Prefecture. To any friends within the woods, I kindly request you to show yourselves." His booming voice echoed through the surroundings. And as soon as he finished speaking, an eerie laughter resonated from the depths of the forest. As the words fell, a striking young man clad in a crimson robe leisurely emerged from the forest, accompanied by several others who gradually stepped forth from the shadows of the woods. How absurd! That old wretch from Yinshan, at his age, still dares to covet my family. What a delusion! Zhang Long exclaimed in fury, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of a jet-black broadsword that materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained seated in the carriage, quietly observing the unfolding scene outside. With no inclination to intervene, the individuals outside were mere practitioners of the mundane martial world. Should he choose to act, it would contravene the established regulations of the realm of cultivation. Just then, after a prolonged silence, the voice of the elder, known as xianxia, unexpectedly broke through. "Chen Feng, you must not allow any harm to come to that young girl. This matter holds great significance." Chen Feng felt a flicker of surprise within him and could not help but inquire, "Master, what connection do you have with this girl that causes you such urgency?" After a brief pause, xianxia replied, "I sense a unique power within her. At this moment, I cannot ascertain its nature. Remember, above all else, protect her." With that, the elder's voice faded into silence, leaving Chen Feng to question in vain as xianxia remained unresponsive. In resignation, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the outside of the carriage. To his astonishment, the area was now teeming with people, as a multitude of guards descended from their vehicles. Encircling the first carriage, Zhang Long stood proudly at the forefront, locking eyes with Wang Tao. Their gaze exchanged a deadly intent, an invisible aura gradually radiating outward. Amused by the spectacle, Chen Feng decided to step outside, intrigued by witnessing a confrontation among the martial artists for the first time. He advanced a few paces to position himself among Zhang Long's ranks. In the periphery of his vision, Zhang Long caught sight of Chen Feng approaching, and a subtle emotion stirred within him. In the face of ruthless vendettas, this slender youth still dared to stand by his side, rendering the journey worthwhile. "Zhang Long, our ancestor has taken a liking to your Qiyuan. This is indeed her blessing. Do not forget the identity of our ancestor, for it is said that when one ascends, even the lowliest of creatures rise with them. Should our ancestor ascend one day, who knows, in a moment of jubilation, she might take Qiyuan along. In the vast expanse of the western regions, which force would then dare to oppose her?" Wang Tao's words flowed forth, attempting to persuade Zhang Long incessantly. Yet, Chen Feng furrowed his brow in silence. From Wang Tao's discourse, the so-called ancestor of Yinshan appeared to be an immortal practitioner. However, why would an immortal entangle himself with the affairs of the mortal realm? The more he listened, the more perplexed he became, casting his gaze upon Zhang Long preposterous. In the western regions, there are countless immortal practitioners like the Yinshan old monster who dominate their territories, yet I have never heard of anyone ascending. Moreover, do you think our Qiyuan family is oblivious to your ulterior motives? Let us not forget that our Qiyuan also possesses immortal practitioners. If push comes to shove, we would not cower before the Yinshan old monster. Zhang Long glared furiously, gripping his broad blade tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously, clearly on the brink of losing his temper. Immortal practitioners? Huh. The immortal practitioners of the Qiyuan family. Upon hearing Zhang Long's retort, Wang Tao erupted into raucous laughter, and those who accompanied him joined in uproariously. "Zhang Long, where are these immortal practitioners of the Qiyuan? If your family had any immortal practitioners, would you have fallen to such dire straits today? Awaken, for your Qiu family is no longer the revered sect it once was. Should you choose to submit to our Yinshan sect, our esteemed ancestor may, out of respect for the Qiu name, grant you a meager sustenance. However, should you refuse?" At this juncture, Wang Tao's countenance darkened, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he coldly proclaimed, "Should you defy us, I shall flay your skin and extract your bones, compelling our ancestor to transform you into a corpse slave, destined for eternal servitude and humiliation." Wang Tao's words dripped with malice, sending a chill down Chen Feng's spine. The notion of a corpse slave, which he had encountered in the ancient texts of Tianyin sect, resurfaced in his mind. This malevolent sorcery ensures that the victim's soul remains perpetually intact, yet they are forever bound to their master's will, leading to a fate of utter despair. Although Chen Feng had only grasped a few fragments of information, he began to form a vague understanding of the western regions. He surmised that the cultivators there were relatively unconstrained, able to traverse the streets freely and establish their own factions. Most crucially, there existed no clear demarcation between righteousness and malevolence. Even the most sinister of practices could be openly pursued. In contrast, in other realms, should the vile art of creating corpse slaves surface, it would undoubtedly incite a relentless manhunt by the various sections. Thus, it became apparent that the western regions, often referred to as the paradise for rogue cultivators, owed much of its reputation to this liberating atmosphere. Contemplating this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. While the relative freedom here was enticing, it also escalated the inherent dangers. For one could easily offend a formidable figure by dabbling in the myriad bizarre and arcane techniques available. Enough of idle chatter. Prepare for battle. Zhang Long, consumed by fury, wielded his broad blade, which emitted a sharp whistle as it cleaved through the air, directing a fierce wind towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao, in response, said little. He reached behind him and produced a long spear, gripping it with both hands. With agile footwork like a dance, he maneuvered the spear, creating layers of shimmering shadows that transformed into sparkling rays aimed at Zhang Long. Zhang Long's eyes widened, his short shirt billowing with each movement. As he wielded his blade with steady strength, each strike reminiscent of the force of Mount Tai, dispersing the glimmering light. The two circled and dodged around the arena, their weapons clashing with resounding echoes that left the onlookers in a state of heightened tension. Among the crowd, Chen Mo stood in boredom, observing the duel. Although the confrontation was visually stunning, to him, it appeared extraordinarily slow. At this moment, he had attained the first level of foundational cultivation, experiencing significant enhancement in all aspects of his being. Thus, the struggle between the two seemed as trivial as a child's quarrel, far from the grandiosity and intensity of a true cultivator-esque battle. With both opponents evenly matched in strength and skill, the combat remained indecisive. Chen Mo, finding the spectacle tedious, moved to the side of a carriage and gently seated himself, awaiting the conclusion of the clash. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from afar. Wang Tao, stand down. This is my domain. The voice was icy and sharp, imbued with a palpable arrogance and impatience. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback and turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a striking young man, around 20 years of age, emerging gracefully from the woods. Exuding an air of nonchalance, clad in snow-white garments, his demeanor was haughty, and a folding fan in his hand added an air of aloofness. It is the senior brother. Upon hearing the man's words, Wang Tao hastily brandished his firearm to drive back Zhang Long. He then stepped sideways on one foot and positioned himself beside the man, standing with his hands lowered and a countenance imbued with respect. The man in white appeared to appreciate Wang Tao's demeanor, nodding slightly before advancing slowly towards Zhang Long. Chen Mo, sensing the situation, swiftly employed a probing technique, and upon reviewing the man's details, a smile of delight emerged on his face. Zhang Long furrowed his brow, his vigilance heightened as he regarded the man in white, beads of sweat beginning to form on his palms. Surrender the autumn, and sever an arm if you wish to depart. The man's gaze remained cold, as if Zhang Long were merely an insignificant insect before him. You must be joking. If you intend to capture us, you must first slay me. Zhang Long, fully aware of his disadvantage, defiantly held his broad blade across his chest, his bloodshot eyes gazing indifferently at the man. Witnessing Zhang Long's defiance, 100 guards drew their weapons, encircling the carriage in silence, their eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Seeking death, the man scoffed, gesturing with one hand into the air, conjuring a brilliant fireball that floated gracefully. Go, he commanded, and in an instant, the fireball tore through the air, hurtling toward Zhang Long, its searing flames resembling a blazing dragon that swiftly melted away the ice and snow before it. As Zhang Long beheld the impending fireball, despair enveloped his heart. Indeed, this was a celestial technique. He could sense the overwhelming energy within the fireball, far beyond the capabilities of any mortal. Zhang Long's eyes widened, his lips pressed tightly together, as he braced himself for the moment when his life would come to an end. Yet, just as the fireball shot toward Zhang Long, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the sky, shrouding everything in an impenetrable mist. Then, a chilling voice emerged slowly from the depths of the haze. Surrender, Wang Tao, and all shall sever their own arms to depart. The fog arrived unexpectedly and dissipated just as swiftly. As it lifted, everyone gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Chen Feng. Zhang Long rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly fainting from the shock. There, not far away, stood Chen Feng, upright amidst the snow, his long robe billowing in the biting wind. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, resembled those of a deity surveying the mortal realm. Fixated on the horizon, beside him lay a strikingly handsome man clad in white, now stained crimson, lifeless upon the ground. Throughout the ordeal, the man had not even uttered a cry before transforming into a grotesque mass of bloodied flesh, leaving behind only a terror-stricken visage. Silence enveloped the scene as all gazed blankly at Chen Feng, as though they had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Did you not hear my words? Chen Feng regarded the members of the Yinshan sect with a calm demeanor, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Yet to the onlookers, his smile was more frigid than the piercing wind, sending chills deep within their hearts. Wang Tao trembled as he beheld Chen Feng, his lips involuntarily colliding, shaking like a leaf. Kill! You must kill him. Wang Tao quaked as he grasped his spear, his eyes brimming with terror. In his heart, Wang Tao felt an overwhelming despair. He had never anticipated that the fallen Qiu family could still harbor such formidable power. Had he known this, even the wrath of the ancestor would not have compelled him to wade into this murky conflict. The members of the Yinshan sect, upon hearing Wang Tao's anguished cries, hesitated and retreated, swallowing hard as doubt flickered in their eyes. Typically, they wielded the name of the Yinshan ancestor to assert dominance in the marketplace. But today was unlike any other, for their very lives and fortunes hung in the balance. Seeing their lack of resolve, Wang Tao was incensed and could not help but berate them. You worthless fools! Do you think that after severing your own arms, you can still remain in the presence of the ancestor? Does he truly require the likes of you? He merely employed some sorcery to eliminate the elder brother. If we all band together, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Wang Tao fervently rallied his companions, while Chen Feng observed him with keen interest, seemingly unperturbed. His words momentarily eased the tension among the Yinshan sect members. After all, a thick fog had just descended, obscuring the circumstances of the elder brother's demise. Perhaps, as Wang Tao suggested, the adversary had merely utilized some dark magic. If they united, not only might they vanquish the foe, but they could also earn immense accolades. With this thought, a few of the bolder individuals cautiously unsheathed their weapons and inched closer to Wang Tao, yet their eyes remained fixed on Chen Feng. Wang Tao, do you believe that the Qiu family of Changshan is without defenders? Zhang Long exclaimed, gripping his broad blade tightly, his voice booming with indignation. Soon after, the members of the Qiu family took a step forward to assist Chen Feng, but he raised his hand to halt them, speaking in a deep, steady tone. Your task is to safeguard the autumn. There is no need for concern here. Chen Feng's voice was as deep as water, and unbeknownst to him, it carried a hint of dominance that rendered any dissent impossible. The Yinshan sect had brought along 60 or 70 individuals, all of whom were formidable figures renowned across the martial world, their skills quite exceptional. Chen Feng quietly observed as they encircled him, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Have you all made your decision? Chen Feng murmured softly, as if engaging in a casual conversation with an old friend, though to the assembled crowd, it resonated like a triumphant war song heralding the onset of battle. Kill! Wang Tao bellowed, his spear transforming into a silver dragon that sliced through the air with a piercing sound as it lunged towards Chen Feng. Concurrently, the 60 or 70 individuals unleashed their assaults, their weapons glinting ominously in the reflected light of the snow, creating a chilling spectacle. Chen Feng remained motionless, merely gazing at the crowd with a deep sigh before delicately gesturing with one hand, causing a slender sword to materialize from thin air. Observing the sword in his grasp, Chen Feng chuckled softly. Master, it seems that distancing myself from bloodshed may truly be ill-suited for me. With that, a peculiar smile graced Chen Feng's lips, as his pitch-black eyes instantaneously transformed into a vivid crimson. He then gently stepped forward, his form dissolving into a series of fleeting shadows as he charged into the throng. Within the crowd, the light of the sword danced, blood sprayed profusely, and Chen Feng's figure vanished entirely from the battlefield, leaving behind only a haze of indistinct shadows and a sky filled with brilliant sword light. Chen Feng moved like a specter, his actions astonishingly rapid. Each swing of his sword summoned a tempest of bloodshed, and cries of anguish echoed incessantly, as the once pristine ground swiftly morphed into a realm of crimson. Ah! The haunting screams echoed once more, as dismembered limbs lay scattered upon the snow. Wang Tao sat helplessly on the ground, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the grotesque scene before him. The blood and snow intertwined in this frigid winter, creating a repulsive tableau, within which a blood-soaked man smiled at him. "Don't come closer, don't come closer," Wang Tao muttered frantically, pressing his hands against the ground as he retreated, mechanically repeating his plea. Chen Feng, undeterred, continued to approach Wang Tao with a smile, each step in the snow producing a chilling crunch, an unsettling sound in this eerie atmosphere. With a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, Wang Tao met his demise, succumbing to fear as Chen Feng drew near. In the biting wind, Wang Tao's eyes bulged in terror, his mouth agape and veins bulging on his forehead, signaling the grim conclusion. As the cold wind swept by, it lifted the blood-stained hem of Chen Feng's long robe. He silently regarded Wang Tao, his back turned to Zhang Long and the others, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Zhang Long watched Chen Feng in silence, his mind a tumult of confusion. He found himself at a loss for words, struggling to confront the man who had once saved him. Fear enveloped him, for as an outsider, he felt a profound dread towards Chen Feng's solitary figure, realizing that this man might very well be the haunting specter of his life. "It is time to embark on the journey. May I still catch a ride?" Chen Feng slowly turned his head, revealing a row of pearly white teeth amidst his blood-stained visage. Zhang Long swallowed hard, his parched lips slightly dry, struggling to articulate something, yet ultimately, he could only nod in resignation. Chen Feng chuckled softly and proceeded towards the final carriage. The carriage traversed the snowy terrain, leaving a series of wheel imprints upon the broad path. Inside the carriage, Chen Feng toyed with a recently acquired cleansing pill, examining his attributes. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Soul. Strength: Non-existent root. 7th grade Earth root physique. Enhanced Stage 3 Occupation: Spirit Enchanter characteristics. Turning stone into gold skills. Spirit summoning technique. Fireball technique: Mastery. Illusory steps: Mastery. Detection technique: Mist formation. Skill may be deleted. Each deleted skill will convert into military merit points based on skill level and strength. Main quest: Unresolved resentment. No hints. Story quest: Vengeance of Wan Hai. Defeating Wan Hai is required for completion. Special task: Blood path level 1001. Non-spiritual beings are not included. Special task: Protect Xiao to complete level 1 military merit points. For 100, Chen Feng found it amusing that his Master's request to undertake a task could also unlock a special mission. This unexpected special task took him by surprise. He had been too preoccupied to notice it until he inadvertently frightened Wang Tao to death, only then realizing that he had completed a special task. However, what puzzled Chen Feng was the peculiar reward of a pill for this special task, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It seemed that the rewards for tasks were random, devoid of any discernible pattern. A gentle knock echoed twice at the door, causing Chen Feng to momentarily pause, swiftly concealing the cleansing elixir within his storage ring. "Young Master Chen, our family requests your presence," came the voice of the coachman, Lu Pengfei, from outside the carriage. A smile graced Chen Feng's lips. Despite being merely a coachman, Lu Pengfei was astute and remarkably loquacious, having developed a congenial rapport with Chen Feng over the past few days. Indeed, Chen Feng responded with a slight nod as he pushed open the carriage door, whereupon he was met with Lu Pengfei's broad grin. Remarkably, there was no sign of trepidation from Lu, despite Chen Feng's recent display of formidable prowess, which elicited a quiet admiration from Chen Feng. As he ambled towards the carriage, Chen Feng greeted Zhang Long with a smile and a nod. However, Zhang Long appeared visibly anxious, staring at Chen Feng for a prolonged moment before respectfully speaking. "Forgive my ignorance, esteemed brother Chen. I failed to recognize that you are a cultivator. I hope for your understanding." Though Zhang Long's words were courteous, they carried an air of the martial world, suggesting a disparity in character despite his superior status and strength compared to Lu Pengfei. "You are overly concerned, my friend. I am not one to nitpick." Chen Feng replied with a serene smile, his politeness subtly indicating that the bond between them had reached its limits. Hearing Chen Feng's courteous response, Zhang Long felt somewhat reassured and promptly gestured for him to enter the carriage. Chen Feng chose to disregard Zhang Long further, offering only a soft chuckle as he gracefully ascended the carriage and opened the door. Inside, the carriage was spacious and opulent, adorned with soft furs that lined the interior. While the ceiling boasted 8 gemstones, each the size of a fist, radiating a gentle light that illuminated the carriage brilliantly. "Young Master Chen, please step inside." A melodious voice resonated within the carriage as Chiu basked in the aura of gemstones. Her enchanting eyes quietly observed Chen Feng, devoid of joy or sorrow, and carried no hint of expression. As Chen Feng entered the carriage, he settled cross-legged upon the plush cushions, scrutinizing Chiu. Despite being confined within the carriage, she appeared as she always did, draped in a fur cloak and veiled by a delicate gauze, rendering her true visage a mystery. It was unclear whether her attire was a deliberate choice for his arrival or merely her customary garb. "Chiu," Chen Feng greeted politely with a nod, then fell into silence. Chiu inclined her head slightly, her captivating gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, seemingly lost in contemplation. An unusual stillness enveloped the carriage as the two were momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Chiu shifted subtly and inquired, "Is your visit, young Master Chen, for my sake, or for the possessions of the Chiu family? Perhaps it is a pursuit of both?" Chen Feng was taken aback, puzzled by her words. What did she mean? Her attire resembled that of an armored vehicle, and he had never even laid eyes on it. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of the Chiu family's belongings, rendering any discussion on the matter utterly unfounded. Was Chiu perhaps overthinking? He was merely a wandering practitioner, having ventured to the western regions for exploration. Amused by the misunderstanding, he decided to clarify. "Young Master Chen, let us speak candidly. The timing and location of your appearance seem rather fortuitous. If you are not here with intentions directed towards the Chiu family, it may prove challenging for others to believe that. The autumn breeze resembles the sweet song of a oriole, a delightful melody indeed. However, to Chen Feng's ears, it only deepens his furrowed brow, for this young lady is resolutely convinced of his ill intentions. Given this, there seems little left to say. After all, he is equally unaware of the machinations of the new and the old. At worst, he would merely relinquish a special mission." Contemplating this, Chen Feng offered a faint smile and spoke. "It appears my presence has caused you considerable confusion. Since you do not trust me, I shall take my leave." With that, he nodded at Chiu, rose from his seat, and stepped down from the carriage. Outside, Zhang Long was somewhat perplexed, wondering what had transpired between him and Chen Feng. As the latter departed alone, observing Chen Feng's solitary figure receding into the distance, Zhang Long scratched his head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Chiu, seated within the carriage, seemed indifferent to Chen Feng's departure, calmly instructing, "Uncle Zhang, let us set forth." Although Zhang Long felt curious, he had never dared to defy her commands. Thus, with a deft crack of his whip, the carriage resumed its journey. As Chen Feng walked alone through the snow, the convoy passed by without a glance in his direction, continuing its path toward the horizon. Alas, why did you let her go so easily? The carriage gradually faded from view, and the figures of the new and the old emerged, their faces etched with complex emotions. What else could be done? She had made her position clear. Yet, Chen Feng remained unfazed. Whether she chose to depart or stay seemed of little consequence to him. What do you truly understand? Upon hearing Chen Feng's ease, the old and new listeners were incensed, and one of them continued, "I sense the power of the great Emperor's seal within her. This matter is of utmost significance." Chen Feng, momentarily taken aback by their words, quickly regained composure and inquired, "Master, what is the great Emperor's seal?" Caught off guard by the question, the old and new listeners pondered for a moment before slowly recounting the origin of the great Emperor's seal. It was revealed that, since ancient times, formidable individuals must endure the trials of heavenly thunder, known as the Thunder Tribulation. However, those capable of withstanding the 10 directions of heavenly thunder are exceedingly rare, with successful transcenders being nearly 1 in 1,000. Faced with such a terrifying tribulation, many opted to crystallize their essence, sealing their life's insights and realizations within the Great Emperor Seal. Thus, every Great Emperor Seal encapsulates a potent doctrine, representing the path of the Emperor. The mysterious black stone in Chen Feng's possession is, in fact, a complete Great Emperor Seal. Upon learning of the Great Emperor Seal's formidable nature, Chen Feng promptly produced the enigmatic black stone, feigning a sense of focus with his mind. Yet, after considerable contemplation, he found himself at a loss. With a furrowed brow, he silently reproached the old and new listeners, thinking that had they disclosed the significance of the Great Emperor Seal earlier, he would never have ventured out with the group. The old and new listeners, sensing Chen Feng's discontent, exchanged a wry smile. In truth, I had an inkling as well, but I could not be entirely certain. Moreover, given that Zhongzhou is a relatively weak region in the outer realms, the likelihood of a formidable figure emerging here is exceedingly slim. After pondering for a while, with no clues emerging, I again cautioned Chen Feng a few times before vanishing into thin air. The Yin Mountain, situated in the eastern part of the western regions, stretches for thousands of miles, perpetually shrouded in a gloomy mist, resonating with the wails of vengeful spirits. Yet, the notorious reputation of Yin Mountain pales in comparison to that of the old monster of Yin Mountain. Although the mountain itself is enigmatic, it does not venture forth to harm others. However, the old monster does not share this restraint. With numerous disciples at his command, he often incites them to roam the marketplaces, gathering offerings from unwitting believers to serve as vessels for his cultivation. In this manner, the old monster has nearly become the most malevolent cultivator within 1,000 miles. Of course, there have been wise cultivators who have arisen, relying on their profound abilities to rid the world of such malevolence. Yet, as the centuries have swiftly passed, the old monster continues to wreak havoc upon the world, while those so-called champions of justice have vanished without a trace. Within the heart of the Yin Mountain, amidst magnificent pavilions and terraces, numerous disciples clad in crimson robes traverse the inner sanctum, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. In a spacious and brightly lit chamber, an elderly man with a mane of red hair lies upon a bed, fervently engaged in an act of passion with a captivating young woman beneath him, who responds with fervor, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, lost in rapture. However, just as the two were enveloped in ecstasy, the red-haired elder suddenly halted, exclaiming in surprise as he grasped at the air, summoning a shattered jade tablet into his palm. The young woman, sensing the elder's unusual demeanor, slowly opened her entranced eyes and playfully inquired, "Master, what is it?" Yet, before she could finish, her gaze fell upon the fragmented jade tablet, and she gasped in alarm. "Has elder brother perished?" The elder remained silent, slowly distancing himself from the young girl, his brow furrowing deeply. "Master, how could the senior brother? At the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, possibly." The girl gazed at the elder with a look of trepidation, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of fear as her delicate hands deftly gestured towards him. At this point, the elder fell silent, but after a prolonged moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he ominously declared, "It cannot be them. It must be a passing loose immortal. Humph. I never imagined that anyone would dare to provoke the followers of the old ancestor of Yin Mountain. Truly, they must be seeking their own demise." With that, the old ancestor of Yin Mountain chuckled darkly, extending his hand to grasp at the corner of the room. Instantly, a dazed and burly man was drawn forth before him. The man writhed in agony as a visible mass of white mist was gradually extracted from his body. As the white mist slowly detached from him, the old ancestor opened his mouth wide, revealing a terrified face within the mist. Before the mist could struggle, it was swiftly consumed by the elder. After a hearty chew, he erupted into raucous laughter, causing the entire room to tremble with the resonance of his mirth. A day slipped away in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng, oblivious to any potential offense, continued to tread gently upon the snowy ground. In his view, as the chief disciple of the sect, the 6th level of Qi refining was hardly formidable, and thus, he believed his master could not be much stronger. Consequently, Chen Feng felt no concern. Little did he realize that the infamous old monster of Yin Mountain, having dominated the region for millennia, was not merely a name to be trifled with. It was merely that his previous actions had been excessively ruthless, extracting the souls and essences of anyone nearby, with even a hint of spiritual roots. Until several decades ago, the enigmatic figure known as the Old Demon of Yinshan suddenly realized that relying solely on his own efforts in every matter was rather undignified. This epiphany led him to contemplate the establishment of his own sect. Regrettably, however, many promising talents inadvertently perished at his hands, resulting in the peculiar situation where, despite his profound cultivation, his sect was notably devoid of exceptional individuals. After nurturing his skills for several decades, the old demon of Yinshan finally reaped the fruits of his labor, discovering a few youths with commendable potential, whom he subsequently took under his wing. Tragically, the most gifted among them met a gruesome fate at the hands of Chen Feng, provoking the old demon's ire. As the brilliant sunlight gradually waned, yielding to a biting cold wind, large flakes of snow cascaded down, dancing joyfully in the air. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared ahead. Chen Feng paused momentarily, lightly treading on the snow with one foot, transforming into an ethereal figure as he surged toward the shadow. As the shadow drew nearer, Chen Feng was astonished to discover that it was a row of horse-drawn carriages. Surrounding the carriages were numerous splatters of blood. Yet what struck Chen Feng most was the eerie absence of any bodies in the vicinity. Disaster, Chen Feng muttered under his breath. Hastening to the side of the carriage for a meticulous inspection, he found signs of disturbance within the carriage, as well as traces of a struggle nearby. Could it be that everyone had been captured? Chen Feng pondered the unfolding events while extending his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Yet he found no trace of any individuals. Haha, how intriguing. A voice, both new and old, resonated within the fracture of the soul. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, contemplating what madness had seized his master. If that woman had indeed been captured, then the trail of clues would be irrevocably severed. Just as Chen Feng was about to inquire, he suddenly paused. It dawned on him that the imperial seal was of utmost significance, and his master must be more anxious than he himself was. However, observing the current situation, his master appeared completely unfazed. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often conceal deeper mysteries. Given his master's demeanor, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. With this realization, Chen Feng seemed to grasp something and smiled faintly, pretending to inspect his surroundings before continuing onward. The biting wind howled, dark clouds loomed overhead, and snowflakes danced wildly through the boundless expanse, creating a picturesque silhouette. Chen Feng walked through the snow, facing the wind, resembling a solitary ink blot upon a sheet of rice paper, steeped in solitude and melancholy. He reminisced about his days at Tianyun's sect, where he fantasized about the Foundation establishment stage, envisioning himself soaring through the skies. Yet, upon reaching that very stage, he tragically had not learned the art of artifact control, which was exceedingly frustrating. Lost in thought, Chen Feng pondered the irresponsibility of his master, who seemed akin to a careless manager. Ever since he had become a disciple, his master had only imparted a rudimentary understanding of formations, leaving him with little else. Even during his last inquiry about how to control artifacts, he had received a cold retort. Such elementary matters. Why ask me? Learn them yourself. Chen Feng was utterly speechless. It appeared that fate had not been in his favor. Both of his masters were equally negligent. Amused by this realization, he chose to dismiss it and continued on his journey. Though the speed of the carriage was not swift, it still surpassed the pace of a pedestrian named Chen Feng. As the carriage approached him, it suddenly came to a halt, the curtains parting gently to reveal Qiu, who, veiled, leaned out and smiled at Chen Feng. You haven't frozen to death yet. Get in. Her voice was melodious, akin to the chime of silver bells. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished as he scrutinized the carriage for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he graciously ascended and entered the vehicle. Inside, the carriage remained exceptionally spacious. Chen Feng, disregarding decorum, shook off the snow from his attire and leaned against the soft fur lining, taking a seat. Qiu, unperturbed by his actions, gazed at him with her enchanting eyes before speaking. You lack a conscience, don't you? To witness someone in peril and refuse to offer aid. Do you still consider yourself a man? Her sweet voice resonated like that of a young girl from the Lin family, captivating yet stirring. However, Chen Feng frowned, responding in a low tone. Are you attempting to test me? His expression conveyed discontent, as if he felt manipulated. You speak as if it were nothing. Had I not kindly offered you a ride, you would have remained in the cold, unaware of your fate. Well, now we are even. Qiu spoke rapidly, not allowing Chen Feng a chance to interject, thus resolving the matter. Chen Feng's irritation simmered. What did she mean by even? The young girl was utterly nonsensical. How did his saving her life factor into this? Nevertheless, understanding the futility of arguing with a girl, he maintained a stern demeanor and inquired, What brings you to seek me this time, Qiu? What are your instructions? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Qiu paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if lost in thought. After a while, she suddenly changed her tone, speaking with an unusual seriousness. Chen Feng, I would like to invite you to our Changshan prefecture. Would you be willing to come? The lively demeanor that had characterized her moments earlier vanished entirely, leaving her transformed, as though the atmosphere within the carriage had grown solemn. Chen Feng's straightforwardness made Qiu's brows furrow. She inwardly lamented that although the young man before her was of a similar age, He possessed a level of maturity that made it likely he would require considerable persuasion to assist her. Young Master Chen, let us speak plainly. I am grateful for your help the other day, but given that you have offended the ancient old monster, it will likely be difficult for you to navigate the western regions. The old monster has numerous disciples and harbors a vengeful nature, even if you refrain from intervening. He will not allow you to have an easy time. Humph, how formidable can a master who teaches Qi training disciples truly be? Chen Feng could not help but scoff, having yet to regard the ancient old monster with any seriousness. Naive, Xiao lightly scolded, though inwardly, she felt a surge of delight. The fact that Chen Feng was unaware of the old monster's reputation made him all the more trustworthy in her eyes. For while the ancient old monster might not be an overwhelmingly powerful figure, he certainly wielded considerable influence in the eastern part of the western regions. Taken aback by the young girl's remark, Chen Feng gazed at her with curiosity. Xiao did not hold back and recounted the various deeds of the ancient old monster. After listening, Chen Feng felt a sense of embarrassment. He realized that he had unwittingly stirred quite a significant trouble, having offended such a formidable figure upon his arrival in the western regions. After a prolonged contemplation, Chen Feng suddenly broke into a grin and addressed Xiao, stating, "Benefits." Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chen Feng to be so forthright. However, the more direct he was, the easier it would be to negotiate. After a brief pause, Xiao spoke. Although our Qiu family has fallen from grace, we still possess a considerable collection of celestial texts. If young Master Chen is willing to lend a hand, you may have free access to the library. With unwavering confidence, Qiu believed that Chen Feng, being merely a cultivator yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, would find the allure of the celestial arts irresistible. Yet, Chen Feng's reaction left Qiu utterly disappointed. He merely curled his lip in disdain, cast a dismissive glance at her, and said bluntly, "Goodbye." Xiao stood frozen, and by the time she regained her composure, Chen Feng was already pushing the door open to leave. This exchange may have seemed perplexing, but the reality was as such. The Qiu family had once been a prestigious clan of cultivators, but due to certain circumstances, all the practitioners within the family had departed for a mysterious location. Previously, others had hesitated to provoke the Qiu family out of fear of their past influence. However, the Qiu family now existed merely as a martial arts clan devoid of cultivators. If this continued, the Qiu family risked losing their status as a cultivation family, leaving them vulnerable to being absorbed by any other sect. The Qiu family's survival thus far had been sustained by the goodwill of some old friends of her father. But as time passed, the family had become a tempting prize. In the realm of cultivation, once the motive of profit dissipates, even the deepest of friendships can turn as insipid as clear water, lacking flavor or substance. Upon this thought, Qiu's brows furrowed sharply as she spoke in a hushed tone. "If you could remain with the Qiu family, I would. I would present you with an ancient grand formation." An ancient grand formation? Chen Feng paused momentarily in his action of pushing the door, pondering quietly. It seemed nearly sufficient. After all, he intended to take advantage of the situation. Yet if he grew too greedy, it might lead to an undesirable outcome. However, Qiu coldly snorted and replied, "Such a rare treasure will certainly not be in my possession. Once we reach Changshan Prefecture, I shall provide it to you." With that, Qiu turned sharply, angrily gesturing towards the carriage door, indicating for Chen Feng to exit, while simultaneously muttering, "Humph, a fellow who requires profit to rise early." Chen Feng merely smirked, disregarding Qiu, and walked directly out of the carriage towards the last one in the convoy. Qiu, with a frosty expression, watched him depart, but once he exited, she suddenly broke into a smile, exhaling a sigh of relief, and patting her chest, she murmured, "Heh, fortunately, this foolish boy is not too greedy. An ancient grand formation? Such a prize is not easily acquired." Afterward, Qiu covered her mouth with her hand, chuckling softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enchanting light. As time gradually passed, 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this brief span, Chen Feng observed an intriguing phenomenon. The gazes of everyone in the caravan directed towards him were filled with respect and envy, with the sole exception of El Pengfei, who continued to regard him with the same demeanor as before. A resounding shout erupted from Zhang Long's lips. Curious, Chen Feng lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a magnificent city gate before him. At the very center of the gate, 3 golden characters spelling Changshan City radiated a dazzling brilliance. With this thought, Chen Feng pushed open the carriage door and descended with measured steps. However, as soon as he alighted, He was utterly captivated by the scene that unfolded before him. Changshan City sprawled endlessly, and in the distance, a majestic mountain soared proudly, its peak piercing the heavens. It rose abruptly from the earth, surrounded by swirling clouds and veiled in a purple mist. Amidst the cascading white snowflakes, the mountain remained lush and vibrant, seemingly unaffected by the wintry chill. Strangely, upon stepping within the city walls of Changshan, a warmth akin to spring enveloped him, banishing any trace of cold. The snowflakes in the air melted halfway, transforming into gentle rain that gracefully descended. What is this? Chen Feng's eyes widened. He had encountered celestial veins and spirit mountains before. The Tianyun sect he once belonged to was situated upon a spiritual mountain. Yet, compared to the towering giant before him, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Isn't Changshan beautiful? Came Chio's voice from within the carriage. Chen Feng, taken aback, nodded in astonishment, though his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed. So this is Changshan. No wonder the Chio family attracted attention. Regardless of their possessions, even this ethereal treasure of a mountain would be enough to leave one in awe. Speaking for himself, he found it unforgivable that such a gem should belong to a mundane martial family. Although Chen Feng harbored such thoughts, he indirectly discerned certain issues. The Chio family, despite the departure of their cultivators for many years, still occupied this splendid land, which indicated that they must have once been a formidable presence. Perhaps, staying here could indeed lead him to extraordinary opportunities. What was he waiting for, lost in thought? Qiao Yixiao gestured for Chen Feng to enter the carriage, and the group proceeded towards the city. As Chen Feng sat beside the carriage, observing the scenery, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, prompting him to turn towards the driver, Lu Pengfei. Lu Pengfei, trailing behind the caravan, noticed Chen Feng's gaze and flashed a grin. Our Chio family is quite beloved here. A flicker of pride crossed Lu Pengfei's face as he spoke of the Chio family, as if being a coachman for them was an esteemed honor. Chen Feng was taken aback. It was his first time hearing of cultivators coexisting so harmoniously with mortals. His interest piqued. He engaged Lu Pengfei in casual conversation. It turned out that the Chio family was an exceedingly ancient lineage, having long held dominion over Changshan. The exact era was now lost to time, but it had existed long before the western regions became a haven for wandering cultivators. Interestingly, this family did not resemble other powerful factions that sought to recruit soldiers or claim territory. They simply safeguarded Changshan and the city that lay beneath it with quiet vigilance. During their conversation, Chen Feng noted a peculiar observation. Despite the numerous upheavals that had transpired in the western regions over the years, the Chio family remained steadfastly anchored in Changshan, unperturbed by the changing tides of fortune. This piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. It seemed illogical. If the Chio family truly possessed extraordinary powers, they should not have fallen to the depths of bribery. Yet, if there were no peculiarities at play, the Chio family could not possibly enjoy such a tranquil existence. A myriad of questions swirled within Chen Feng's mind, yet he could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. Ultimately, he decided to relinquish his thoughts, embracing the notion that whatever may come, he would accept it. For Chen Feng believed that one day, the secrets of the Chio family would inevitably come to light. The phrase "the mountain is far, but the horse runs to its death" resonated deeply with Chen Feng this time. He had initially thought that Chang Mountain would not be too distant, but the caravan took a full day to arrive. As the horse-drawn carriage reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Feng truly appreciated the grandeur and majesty of Chang Mountain. Looking up, he beheld the mountain towering like a giant, with only the vast sea of forest and the enveloping purple mist in sight. He glanced around and saw only the common folk. Could they truly ascend such a formidable peak? Just as Chen Feng was about to voice his inquiries, Zhang Long unexpectedly produced a small green flute. He placed the flute to his lips and gently puffed his cheeks, releasing a melodious sound that floated through the air. The notes were both enchanting and resonant, at times as thunderous as crashing waves, and at other times as soft and tender as the whispers of lovers, captivating all who listened. Chen Feng watched Zhang Long in bewilderment, unsure of the purpose behind his actions. However, moments later, dark shadows began to flutter in the sky, as dozens of large birds descended gracefully. It was then that Chen Feng realized the flute was a summons for these majestic creatures, but upon seeing the birds up close, he nearly gasped in astonishment, because the great birds in the sky were merely paper birds, rather than genuine avians. Transformation? The new and the old gasped in astonishment, then murmured softly, I never expected the Chiu family to possess such extraordinary abilities. It seems there is indeed some profundity here. Transformation? Chen Feng pondered the words of the new and the old. To morph these paper birds into such a form, what sort of mystique was at play? It bore a resemblance to his own spirit attachment technique, yet that technique could not breathe life into inanimate objects. Could it be that the spirit attachment technique, which he held in high regard, was nothing more than a mere trifle? The thought filled him with despondency. However, before he could contemplate further, the great paper bird had gracefully descended before the assembled crowd. The colossal paper bird spread its wings majestically, and as Chen Feng perched upon it, he found himself engulfed in anxiety. Why, as his cultivation advanced, did he feel increasingly insignificant? A seemingly desolate family possessed such grandeur. While he was relentlessly pursued by the Wang Zun in the southern region, with the Chiu family of the western region acting as enforcers, when would he be able to dominate a territory and gallivant through the cosmos? In days gone by, as a disciple of the Miscellaneous Institute, he had gazed enviously at foundational cultivators soaring freely through the skies. Yet now, as a foundational cultivator himself, he sat atop a paper bird alongside mere mortals, still consumed by envy. How unpredictable the affairs of the world are. Chen Feng, sitting upon the paper bird, could not help but sigh deeply, which drew the curious glances of those nearby. The paper bird soared through the clouds, surrounded by a mesmerizing purple mist. After flying for a full 2 hours, Chen Feng and his companions finally broke through the layers of the cloud sea and arrived at the summit of Changshan. Stepping down from the paper bird, Chen Feng gazed at the scenery before him, momentarily lost in thought. The peak of Changshan was not the majestic grandeur he had envisioned. There were no towering palaces or grand structures, but rather rows of orderly houses standing in serene silence. Surrounding these neat dwellings were flourishing flowers and grasses, ancient trees reaching towards the sky, all infused with a warm and peaceful aura. The people here, both men and women, young and old, all bore expressions of joy and cheerful smiles. Upon seeing the crowd, Chiu, like a little bird returning to its nest, skipped joyfully towards them, her laughter ringing like silver bells, awakening a gentle stir in the hearts of those present. Chen Feng stood quietly among the throng, and as he beheld the scene before him, an unexpected ripple stirred within his heart. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such warmth since arriving in the Central Plains. The world of cultivation was rife with deceit and suspicion. Often, for the sake of trivial gains, one would seek to destroy another. Yet here, it felt like a paradise, deeply touching Chen Feng's increasingly cold heart. The girl is quite remarkable, although it is a pity she lacks spiritual roots. If you were to become partners in cultivation, it would indeed be a beautiful affair. The elder seemed to be moved by the sight before him, teasing Chen Feng lightly. Partners in cultivation? Chen Feng paused in surprise, having never contemplated this matter before. However, if he wished for Chiu to awaken her spiritual roots, it might be a challenge for others, but for him, it would be a simple endeavor. As long as one possesses sufficient martial merit, acquiring an abundance of cleansing elixirs is a trivial matter. Moreover, one is in possession of an unparalleled treasure. The heavenly transformation pill, which can infinitely assist the young girl in refining her essence until her spiritual roots meet one's satisfaction. Subsequently, the heavenly transformation pill can be employed to forcibly enhance her spiritual roots, making it exceedingly difficult for her to avoid becoming a cultivator. However, it appears that I do not possess such an abundance of martial merit, nor would I expend such efforts for this young girl, as she is merely a partner in collaboration, not someone of deeper significance. Autumn, like the moon surrounded by stars, was escorted by many to the summit of Mount Changshan. Chen Feng, feeling helpless, could only silently follow behind Zhang Long and the others. Upon arriving at Changshan Mansion, Autumn finally recalled Chen Feng, her convenient enforcer, and promptly instructed Zhang Long to arrange a room for him outside the mansion. Observing the delight on the young girl's face, Chen Feng refrained from interrupting her excitement and turned to follow Zhang Long out of Changshan Mansion, arriving at a quaint abode. The residence was secluded, with a private courtyard adorned with various flowers and plants, and the interior was remarkably clean, clearly maintained by frequent tidying. Noticing Chen Feng's satisfied expression, Zhang Long exchanged polite pleasantries before departing, heading back towards Changshan Mansion. In the hall of Changshan Mansion, Autumn had donned a white robe and sat quietly at the center, her lovely visage illuminated by the sunlight. With high cheekbones and a petite mouth, her slightly flushed cheeks, and a pair of arching brows framed eyes that sparkled like gems, radiating captivating brilliance. Perhaps Autumn was not conventionally beautiful, yet she exuded an incessant sweetness, reminiscent of a beloved neighbor girl, endearing to all. Xianxia, is this young man reliable? The hall was filled with people, and at the forefront sat an elderly gentleman in his 60s, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Xianxia. Third uncle. I cannot ascertain anything with certainty, Xianxia replied, but I know that if our family fails to produce a cultivator, it is likely that even some martial arts clans will take action, though various sects of cultivators may currently refrain from being too audacious. The martial arts families will not hold back. Therefore, regardless of his intentions, we must exercise patience. Xianxia's tone was remarkably resolute, and the assembly nodded in agreement. They were all core members of the Qiu family, and were well aware of their current predicament. Xianxia, what method did you employ to secure his allegiance to our Qiu family? The elder inquired, nodding thoughtfully. The ancient grand formation. Xianxia replied with a mischievous smile, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Nonsense. Such formations are closely guarded secrets of the Qiu family. How could they be divulged? The elder's face flushed with anger as he looked at Xianxia, bewildered by how the usually astute young girl had become so reckless this time. Third uncle, please do not be so anxious. Have you forgotten? The formations of our Qiu family are not easily obtained, and there is also a most unconventional ancient battle technique. Surely you recall that? As she spoke, Xianxia could not help but stifle a giggle, her eyes sparkling with excitement, a stark contrast to her adorable appearance. An unconventional formation? The elder was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization struck him, and he gazed at Xianxia with an expression of astonishment. Could it be? Are you suggesting that he should enter there? Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and they turned their bewildered gazes towards Xianxia, their eyes reflecting a complex mixture of schadenfreude and admiration. Of course, the admiration was directed towards Xianxia, while the schadenfreude. Time inexorably slipped through one's fingers, an elusive essence that one yearns to grasp, yet can never touch. Before one could blink, 5 days had elapsed. Chen Feng had made several visits to Changshan Prefecture, only to be informed that Qiu had pressing matters to attend to, requesting that young Master Chen wait a few more days. Frustrated by Qiu's evasive response, Chen Feng felt a surge of anger that he could not express, and was left with no choice but to diligently cultivate within his chamber. On this particular day, as was his custom, Chen Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the spirit drawing technique to absorb the celestial aura until midday, when he gradually dissipated the surrounding energy and opened his eyes. Alas, after establishing his foundation, his progress had indeed slowed considerably. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Chen Feng sighed deeply. Since reaching the foundational stage, nearly 4 months had passed, and only now had his internal spiritual sea begun to replenish. Although he had somewhat tempered his pace of cultivation during this period, the reflections of his existence in the mundane world continued to daily augment his spiritual energy. It seemed that the journey to forming the core would be a long and arduous one. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed, signaling the time for his daily meal. Chen Feng thought little of it and called out cheerfully, "Come in." The door creaked open slowly, revealing a sweet-faced young lady whose delicate steps carried her inside, holding a wooden food box in her slender hands. "Where's Lu Pengfei?" Chen Feng inquired, slightly taken aback, for it was Lu Pengfei who typically delivered his meals. Today, however, a different person stood before him. The young lady glanced at Chen Feng without uttering a word, merely offering a soft chuckle as she placed the food box on the table and seated herself. Chen Feng, momentarily stunned, curiously asked, "Excuse me, miss. You can simply retrieve the food box later in the evening when it's time for dinner." Upon hearing this, the young lady smiled mischievously and playfully scolded, "Oh, you foolish boy, do you truly think of me as your servant?" Taken aback, Chen Feng stared in astonishment at the young lady before him and softly asked, "Are you Qiu? Humph, did you think I was someone else? A servant? A mere food deliverer?" Xianxia retorted, her tone laced with feigned indignation. Chen Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, falling silent, realizing the embarrassment of mistaking her for a servant when she had graciously brought him his meal. Amused by Chen Feng's discomfort, Xianxia laughed heartily and declared, "All right then, no more chore, miss. From now on, I am Xianxia, and you shall call me Sister Xianxia." A shiver ran down Chen Feng's spine at her words. This young girl, when obedient, spoke as gently as water, When discussing matters, she was calm and astute. Yet in her everyday demeanor, she was carefree and boyish. Which version of her was the true self? He wondered if her visit this time was to fulfill a promise to bestow upon him the ancient formation. Chen Feng did not change his address for Qiu Xian due to her introduction, still referring to her simply as Qiu. Qiu Xian frowned slightly, yet seemingly unfazed. She cast a fleeting glance at Chen Feng before suddenly inquiring, "Am I beautiful?" Qiu, like a sinking fish or a falling goose, shy like the moon in flower, though not possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms, was nonetheless captivating enough to stir admiration in any locale. Despite Chen Feng's discomfort, his words were undeniably true. Qiu Xian responded with an "oh," clearly pleased with his remark, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, she refrained from mentioning the matter of the formation, which gradually darkened Chen Feng's expression. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if Qiu Xian had not come for that purpose, there would be no other reason for her visit. Her tendency to divert the conversation suggested he had inadvertently offended this young girl. Contemplating this, Chen Feng tentatively said, "Xianer, I wonder about the ancient formation." Once again, Chen Feng gained a deeper understanding of this peculiar girl. Although strange, she possessed a clear sense of purpose, belonging to the type that would not relent until her goals were achieved. It seemed that future collaborations with her would require a degree of caution. A single oversight could easily provide her with leverage against him. He chuckled softly, thinking that since Qiu Xian had come for this matter, they might as well fulfill their promise. Chen Feng smiled faintly, while secretly wishing for this bothersome girl to depart soon. "However, how can our Qiu family trust you? Your profound cultivation poses a risk. Should you acquire the formation and descend the mountain, I fear no one in our Qiu family could impede your departure. In that event, our family would suffer grave losses." The young girl spoke with unwavering logic, causing Chen Feng's expression to darken. "Xianer, what do you mean by this? Do you perceive me, Chen, as merely a common individual? Or do you wish to retract your words?" As he uttered the term retract, a sudden surge of spiritual pressure emanated from within Chen Feng, filling the air with an atmosphere of tension. "Humph, Chen Feng, do not attempt to assume the guise of a cultivator before me. Do you truly believe it is commendable to wield such methods against a mere girl? When have I ever uttered the words retract?" Autumn Xian, as a mortal, felt her complexion pale under Chen Feng's spiritual pressure, yet her adorable face remained defiantly fixed upon him. Her posture resolutely upright, showing no sign of retreat. Taken aback, Chen Feng did not expect the young girl to exhibit such fortitude. Nevertheless, he realized that his actions could be construed as bullying, and his imposing demeanor softened considerably. He hastily dissipated his spiritual pressure and spoke with an icy tone, "Qiu, what is it that you truly desire?" The old and new souls quietly observed the exchange between the two, shaking their heads in disbelief. Normally composed and calm, Chen Feng had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Though his interactions with the young girl had been brief, merely 2 encounters, he found himself thoroughly bested by Autumn Xian. It appeared that he was in a precarious situation. As Chen Feng retracted his spiritual pressure, a hint of warmth blossomed on Autumn Xian's previously frosty visage, akin to flowers blooming in spring. "Chen Feng, do not take offense. Our acquaintance is still in its infancy, and there are many reservations between us. As the head of the substantial Qiu family, I cannot afford any missteps. If I have caused any offense today, I hope you can forgive me, young Master Chen." The young girl unexpectedly shifted her tone, imbued with a hint of apology, leaving Chen Feng in a state of confusion once more. Typically, negotiations would escalate naturally, with the party holding the advantage seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Chen Feng had prepared himself for such a moment. Yet Qiu Xian's unforeseen maneuver disrupted his carefully laid plans. Nevertheless, her words were both reasonable and heartfelt, prompting Chen Feng to reflect. Indeed, Qiu Xian, of similar age to himself, bore the burden of managing family affairs in the absence of elders, which must have been quite a challenge for her. As this realization washed over him, Chen Feng felt his resolve wane slightly and asked, "What must Qiu do to earn Chen Feng's trust?" Blood oath. Qiu Xian gazed at Chen Feng with a sorrowful expression, yet her words sent a chill coursing through him. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Qiu Xian's strategy was undeniably ruthless. It became clear that her previous statements were intended to corner him into a desperate position. If he were to refuse the oath now, it would imply ulterior motives on his part. However, a blood oath is not a trivial matter. It cannot be invoked lightly and comes with profound responsibilities, often entailing a lifelong commitment to uphold the promise. Qiu Xian had indeed orchestrated this beautifully, forcing Chen Feng into a precarious situation. A cold laugh escaped his lips as he fixed Qiu Xian with a steely gaze. She merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying his suspicions. Chen Feng felt a surge of frustration, realizing that after all these years, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere girl, unwittingly digging his own grave. In truth, Chen Feng underestimated himself. The environment in which he was raised starkly contrasted with that of Qiu Xian. Firstly, Qiu Xian belonged to an exceedingly ancient family, rich in heritage and formidable in strength. Moreover, her family had undergone tremendous upheaval, compelling her to mature rapidly while confronting various pressures. The blood oath is no jest. What do you wish for me to do? Chen Feng's words, though subtle, conveyed a clear message. A blood oath is not made lightly. I can fulfill it, provided it is within my means. Otherwise, the situation would be entirely different. Qiu Xian evidently grasped the implications of Chen Feng's statement, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of approval. However, Chen Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable with her expression, as it was unsettling for a girl of similar age to exhibit such a demeanor.